When everyone else woke up for the morning, Ray was in a wonderful mood. Not only did she get her fight, she also managed to get a good trade out of the orcs. After she won a flute carved from monster bones in the first fight, and an antler-handled dagger in the second, she managed to trade the orcs the rice she brought as a wager for a necklace made of sand mouse skulls. She was currently wearing it to annoy Hawk. To him, mice were nothing more than food. But Ray found that the small skulls made wonderful accessories. The orcs even gave them war paint and stuck shiny stones in the eye sockets. "Did you get your power level stabilized?" Carl asked as Ray sat down with them at breakfast. Ray nodded. "Yeah, I went to stretch my legs a little last night. There is a group of orcs not too far away, and they agreed to spar with me. That's where I got my new necklace." "How big is the tribe? Should we go offer them a trade?" Tessa asked. Ray shook her head. "There are only like 20 of them, with 2 totems. It's more of a hunting group than a full clan. I traded them 2 bags of rice for the necklace after the sparring match, and that will last them for weeks." Tessa nodded. "Did you remember to ask them about monsters in the area?" Ray smirked. "What do you take me for?" "Of course, I did. I even drew a map of all the spots that they found good fights and tasty things." Carl isn't the only one that is good at talking to orcs. The war cleric examined the map, then passed it to Carl and Thor, who would be the only ones outside as they traveled. Hawk went to scout, and Ray activated Night Haunter, and transformed into her natural form before taking a seat in the cargo area at the back of the wagon. That way, she could watch the scenery pass in comfort. If there was something dangerous enough that they could sense her, they should be dissuaded from attacking by the fact that both her and Carl were outside the tiny world. "Where are we headed?" Lotus asked from the window of the carriage as Thor began to move. Hawk found a whole group of sand howlers from a monster spawn. "I thought we should start the day off by eliminating the truly dangerous creatures. They have a few totems with them, but the group is mostly overlords. A bit over level, but I have a theory that this is actually the fastest way to push everyone to advance." Carl informed her. Lotus retreated into the carriage, and Thor trotted happily across the hard grass. The monsters were confirmed to be from a spawn, so he just had to head in their direction and they would attack. That gave him plenty of time to prepare, as Hawk already knew where they were. Nothing had really changed with his tactics, but Thor had some new ideas on how to look epic while they were in battle. After all, what was the point of being a behemoth if you couldn't look impressive? Carl tried not to laugh at Thor's plans, which mostly revolved around ending charges and defensive maneuvers with impressive poses without putting himself out of position for the next move. 500 meters. "Everyone, get ready." Carl called into the carriage as Thor slowed to a stop so he could put the wagon away before the battle. The ladies piled out of the carriage, and Ray made preparations for the battle. With her pair of golems out, and then the undead army of spectral knights, she had a full force ready. She was still incorporeal, but the summoned force would be enough to terrify the sand howlers. Carl advanced on the sand howlers while Ray led her group to flank the right side. That put everyone else on the left, as the few totems in the swarm moved to engage what looked like the largest threat. Ray's summoned team. Once they got close, Carl called on his bodyguards, and brought out the Haint, so she could fight alongside the epic guard. The two looked a lot alike, and they had a similar fighting style, so they worked well together. If they needed to, they could merge to increase their power level, but that was unlikely to be necessary now that Carl was at totem rank, and the strongest enemies had all diverted to the side of the group, where Ray was attacking. The Yeti-like sand howlers made a wailing noise like the sound of an incoming sand storm. That was how they had gotten their name, but they were also skilled in sand magic, and they were forming their own sandy blizzard to reduce visibility. Normally, that would also be a deadly area spell. But with the epic guard putting Void Body on the group, they could simply ignore the damage from the spell and work around the limited sight restrictions. However, Ophelia was not impressed with this sort of enemy. She would be shaking sand out of her fur for days. That didn't stop her from fighting, though. The sand howlers were an intelligent enemy, and even with Dana's golems, they were still heavily outnumbered, and the creatures were determined to outflank and encircle them. Fortunately, Remy had joined their side, and her bodyguards could hold the back of their formation, while Remy herself was in the middle, throwing lightning at them. At least, she was for the first minute, before realizing that lightning magic didn't work particularly well against these creatures. Fire didn't either, though not to the same degree of resistance, but water turned them to a soggy mess, and cut through their fur much more effectively than either of the other elemental effects that they had tried so far. The fur that was so effective at protecting against the lightning and fire elements effectively trapped the water on their bodies, and increased the lingering damage that they were taking. A victory for Remy. Dana smiled as she watched her golems parry the attacks of the sand howlers. The creatures hadn't landed a single strike on the golems yet, and the greater golems had moved to protect the side opposite Tessa and Thor. But Dana realized there might be a better way to do this. If she shifted the golems, who had gained her increased attack speed and auto-parry, she could put the greater golems between them, and then both the damage and defensive capabilities would be balanced across the whole section of the battle they were responsible for. The sand howlers weren't particularly fast, and they were large. So, only 3 of them could engage each golem at a time. That was enough that the stone summons were mostly on the defensive. But they were still managing to land a few attacks of their own without relying on Dana. Her newest attack skills were all flower-themed for some reason, with names like, Piercing Rose Thorns, and, Plum Blossom Slash. But they were every bit as powerful as spells with more dignified sorts of names. If she didn't know better, she would think that the system was messing with her, and giving her skills with names that she would be embarrassed to say out loud. Nevertheless, they smoothly cut through the thick fur of the sand howlers, and every strike left lingering damage from her new poison skill, Toxic Beauty. She really had been scammed by this Mystic Blade Master class. The part that annoyed her the most was that it really was as good as she had hoped, and she had even gained the ability to control her Blade Swarm skill to the point that she could engage a dozen opponents at a time just with the magical blades. As she fought, she could feel her mind beginning to expand. Each blade, each summon, was a separate train of thought. And the more that she used them, the more natural it became. Dana briefly considered that this level of class might actually be on par with what Karl had if her physique was the same. But as he had Kara on his side, his anti-magic capabilities made him a hard counter to all sorts of mage classes, no matter how powerful. If he couldn't just nullify her attacks, Dana was certain that she should be a match for nearly any other overlord. She activated Plum Blossom Slash, and sent a wave of razor-sharp petals into the sand howlers, tearing into them and driving back an attempt to get behind her formation. Karl has nearly dealt with the totems already. Tessa informed the others from her raised vantage point on Thor's back. Dana laughed, of course he had. Between Karl and Ray, there was little doubt that they would be able to tear through a 10-on-2 battle as if the enemies were made of paper. As the number of sand howlers dropped, Tessa and Thor moved to herd them into a smaller group, where area skills would do more damage. They had multiple area damage effects, and if they could keep the sand howlers close enough, they would all be taking continuous holy damage. Dana shifted the golems and her epic guard around the other side, encircling the last dozen sand howlers in a full reversal of the early part of the fight. Then, Ray was there, all stabbing limbs and flying blood, and the sand howlers were dead. Ray dipped her front half in what Dana took as a nod of satisfaction, and the spider's army of summoned creatures finally caught up to the battle. None of them could use Shadow Step, so they had to actually run across the battlefield. Ray didn't have that much patience. Karl jogged over and checked the bodies using Soul Sight to ensure there were no survivors faking their death. All right, Hawk has found more targets for us. Did we want to keep going, or does anyone need a rest? It will take about 15 minutes to get there. Karl asked. If we're in the carriage, that's more than enough time to recover. Tessa agreed. I need a snack. Fighting makes me hungry. Thor added in Karl's mind. All right, I will have my golems pull the carriage, and everyone else can rest. That way we're all fresh for the next fight. There is only one totem leading the group this time, but there will be a lot more royal rank enemies to deal with, instead of overlords. He explained. Tessa hopped down and Thor returned to his space to eat. It was the one inconvenient part of being a behemoth. His appetite was much larger than when he was a Sero, and his body was still growing rapidly. Thor wasn't quite clear on how large he was going to get, but the name suggested that he would be something close to dragon-sized when he was finished. If he had thought to ask Remy, he would have gotten the full answer. The impenetrable bulwark behemoth never stopped growing. But they got better at reducing their size over time so that they could maintain a more manageable size, and not eat themselves out of a home. The larger they were, the greater their appetite, and the oldest of the behemoths dwarfed even the ancient dragons in pure size. Carl called on a pair of dire bears and Ray made them a harness to pull the carriage, which was quite the sight. The two bears harnessed together in a row for more output was overkill, given that they didn't even have trade goods in the carriage. But it looked impressive, and the spell summoned two of them anyhow. They started moving across the soft ground, and Carl realized that while they were out of the swamps, the lower areas were still very wet and muddy. That was going to be a problem for traveling, but they could make flotation adapters for the carriage wheels easily enough, and the totem-ranked bears were capable of simply dragging the carriage through any depth of mud. As long as the carriage held up to the abuse. The second group was also sand howlers, but less powerful ones from the same spawn. Hawk, do you see the source of the spawn? Carl asked. I think that it might be gone. Look closely at them, some of these have a lot of old damage on them. I think that they've been out here for months or more. Hawk replied. If that was the case, it would make sense that the origin anomaly was long gone. The changing terrain of the inner regions of Gabel actually explained a lot of the issues that they were having closer to the shoreline. The monsters changed with the changes in terrain, so even if they cleared out all the ones that were coming out, and then went across the whole country in a wave of destruction, as soon as things changed, they would have to start over. The best that they could hope for was to keep them contained to the central areas. But there were said to be system stones, or something equivalent to them, in the middle of the nation, and Carl was hopeful that they might actually manage to find them if they could find the center of the region that was being altered. A couple or 10,000 years without maintaining a defensive illusion might be enough to cause this chaos, assuming it was powerful enough. Opal shook sparkles from her wings in excitement. Yes, that could happen, if you upgraded, illusionary domain, to something that would affect the real world. Her illusionary world could get a bit out of control as it was, since she created beings with an approximation of intelligence and free will. Left unsupervised, they would often do strange things, and she would have to add further instructions to keep them from changing too much. That was why she didn't put dwarves in the illusionary world at the guild house. If she left them unsupervised, they would renovate the whole city, and she would have to either learn the new layout or change it all back. Both would be chaos for the guild members who worked in the area, like the alchemists. The orcs are coming our way. Hawk warned when the group was almost to the sand howlers. We've got incoming orcs, and a fight. Everyone get ready, they might want to compete. Carl warned. The orcs turned toward their group, so Carl altered course to meet them instead of the monsters. Well met, chieftain. Carl shouted as the orcs approached. Totem Carl, well met. Are you hunting sand howlers for fur blankets? The largest of the orcs asked. Blankets? No, we have plenty. We're hunting them for fun, and because it makes the black dragon happy to bring the monster numbers back to balance. The orc laughed at Carl's explanation. Well, if that is the case, would you like to have your people and mine compete? We can deal with the totem, and then our clans can see who gets more pelts. Carl nodded. Ray, go collect that totem's body and bring it back to us, so the others can start their challenge. The orc looked confused for a few seconds until Ray reappeared with a decapitated sand howler. It had taken all her tricks to ambush that thing, and her golems had punched a half-dozen holes in the front before she cut the head off from behind. But it worked fast enough to impress the orcs. There aren't more totems in your group, are there? The chieftain asked. Carl shook his head. Just the two of us, but we have some powerful overlords. The orc shrugged. Powerful overlords were good counterparts for his tribe, and his orcs had many more people. Not more overlords, but more combatants capable of dealing with royal rank sand howlers. The ladies got out of the carriage, and the chieftain smiled. Oh, you have a good group. Red, black and green dragon priestesses. Though I see that they have all managed to advance their classes. Yes, this should be a good fight. Then Kara came out to join the fun, and the orcs began to look confused. What is that? It looks like a void badger, but with wings. The chieftain asked. She was originally a winged void badger. But she managed to enter an instance and evolved into a chaos badger. Carl explained. The chieftain nodded slowly. I suppose there really are things beyond our comprehension in this world. To think that an apex predator could evolve even further. You have powerful friends, Totem Carl. A blood destruction spider, that chaos badger, a naga queen, a behemoth, multiple dragon clerics, and a black dragon, plus a blade master. Then the orc did a double take. Oh, I am sorry, Miss Ophelia. I thought that you were another summoned assistant, like the dire bears. I didn't notice your name right away. That was something that Carl realized he really should do. Keeping the system interface active would let him know who around him was illusionary or created by a spell without using soul sight. Soul sight didn't fail him often, but redundant scouting methods were best. The sand howlers were already running at them, so the chieftain stopped speaking and motioned for his team to engage. Ladies, you're free to engage. Whichever team gets more pelts wins the fight. The 3 totems will sit out the fight unless you get in trouble. Carl explained. Tessa laughed. There were dozens of orcs here, all eager for a fight. The sand howlers were the ones in danger, not them. But Dana rolled her eyes. Always a reason to slack off. She joked. I will get started on the setup for the feast after the battle. Carl offered. Make plenty of tables. It looks like even the kids want to get in on this challenge. She agreed. She wasn't joking. Even the commander rank orcs in their teen years were taking out blades and joining teams of more powerful warriors. The only ones remaining behind were the pregnant women and the small children. Even an ancient-looking old shaman woman was hobbling toward the fight with her cane. Carl smiled at the chieftain. Those must be some good blankets. The very finest ones that you can find. Sand howler fur is resistant to both cold and heat, durable and self-cleaning. If you shake it, everything falls off. It doesn't even hold scents. Maybe they should keep a few of them, Carl thought. A few fur blankets would be an acceptable stylistic counterpart to the silk comforters that Ray made. Plus, they could make cloaks out of them, the way that they had with the cut-down frost giant capes during their early battles. Ray thought that was a brilliant idea, and began cleaning the totem so that she could stretch and tan it in her space. Did you need the bodies for anything? They don't smell like they would taste good. Carl asked. The orc shrugged. They don't. But we feed them to the livestock, and the bones are good for making tools and such. Waste not, want not. Carl nodded and gestured to the remains of the one on the ground. In that case, you can have the rest of that one. We don't have an artisan who specializes in bone art. The runecrafters could make items from bone, but they had plenty already, and they were too far from the guild store to send items directly there from here. The chief nodded in acceptance, then shook his head in dismay as he realized that Hawk had started bombarding the area with meteors. It had turned the group of sand howlers into a war zone, with artillery explosions raining down among them and driving them into the 2 forces at the edges of their ranks. Instead of planning a proper attack, the monsters were simply charging at the enemy, trying to escape the deadly rain. But Hawk hadn't forgotten the assignment. While he was dropping spells on them, he had reduced the temperature of the fire enough that it wouldn't singe the fur. They were supposed to be collecting pelts, so he couldn't destroy them all. Carl did notice that his meteors weren't the same as Remy's. Hers were actual stones. Hawk's were simply balls of magical energy, like a solid ball of rend. Hey, look over there. That is a great weapon. Tian cheered, directing Carl's attention to his left. One of the orcs had made a blowgun, and was using it to fire a poison skill at the sand howlers. Tian wasn't interested in poison, but that tube would be great for firing stones at enemies. I will make you one later, with runes on it to improve the function. If you fire stones through one like that, it will be just as good as using your skill directly. Carl informed the little fox. Carl watched as a sand howler leapt over Thor's back, headed for Tessa, who was transformed into her fully scaled dragonkin form for battle. But the outcome was not what he expected. Tessa casually swung her shield, shattering the creature's skull and sending the body flying dozens of meters away, without interrupting the skill that she was using with her other hand. When she had advanced to become a dragon crusader, she had gained a skill called compliance, and it appeared that the physique improvement was no joke. Compliance creates an area of oppression, 10 meters per user rank, and grants the dragon crusader the physique of a red dragon at their own rank. It would certainly take draconic strength to toss a 200-kilo sand howler like a rag doll. The chieftain smiled at Carl. The women of your clan are fearsome. Carl shrugged. And this is when they are in a good mood. The chieftain laughed, and a few of the pregnant women watching the kid snorted in amusement. A blast of black mist flowed over the battle from Naksha, who had been fighting in human form, and nearly half of the remaining sand howlers simply dropped dead. The chief sighed. It seems to be our loss. There aren't enough of them left for us to catch up. The dragon does not play fair. He didn't seem to actually be upset by the outcome, but Carl knew that was mostly because the ladies had been well ahead of the orcs even before Naksha had used dragon breath. Are you just here to hunt monsters for the black dragon? One of the Orcish ladies asked as the last of the sand howlers were eliminated. Carl shook his head. No, we're also looking for the Great Temple, though it might be known by another name. The location of the lost system stones. We have reason to think that they might be active again, and able to be found. The woman excitedly got to her feet. It is said that there might be a fragment of the lost dragon scale there as well. Finding the scale has been the dream of all orcs for generations beyond record. Carl smiled. Indeed it has. I originally come from another continent, where the orcs relocated to in search of the scale. They believe that they are close to locating it now, but they never gave up on the search. The woman looked proud of her people's perseverance. It had been thousands of years, but they kept their oath to find the lost scale fragment. If rumors were to be believed, the whole thing might have been a prank by Supreme Lady Matilda. But Carl strongly suspected that he was actually in possession of the scale fragment. The more energy they poured into the scale that Hawk had recovered from the capital, the more that it resembled a broken version of the legendary world dragon scale that the system's core was formed from. With the battle ended, the counting began. The outcome was clear, but the precise numbers were important to the record-keeping of the orcs. Whether they won or lost, the combat capability of their tribe, and how it compared to others they met, was vitally important information. Now, how do you feel about a pig roast? We have a slight surplus of royal rank boars. Carl asked. Maybe 2. I collected too many of those ones. Hawk agreed. A pig roast sounds wonderful. But we should start setting up the tables we promised before the ladies get back. The chieftain agreed. Tian. Can we get tables and benches, please? Simple stone is fine. Tian had enough seating for everyone made in a matter of seconds, along with a large fire pit with a rotating spit for the giant boars that Hawk wanted to get rid of. Your people are generous in victory. The chieftain noted, and Carl chuckled. Nobody wants to celebrate a defeat, and we've got good reason to celebrate lately. One of the ladies just made it to the overlord rank recently, and soon the others are likely to join her. If they can keep up that pace, we will be celebrating for a year. The chief nodded in agreement. Overlord was an important advancement, as it was so uncommon for most species to make it to totem rank. If they could just advance to totem without any issues, the Orcish tribes would dominate the region, and not be relegated to nomads. To the north of here, the trolls are doing the same. They just got a new village chief's successor at totem rank a month ago. He explained. Are they easy to get along with? Carl asked. As much as trolls ever are. They are currently led by an aging shaman who remembers the old ways, so we don't have any issues. But the younger generation is different. They have ideas about isolating the tribes from other species. Even the orcs don't do that. Just because we don't trade for things that we can make ourselves doesn't mean that we don't wish to interact with others. The chief explained. If you didn't interact with others, how would you know how strong your kids were? Comparing them only to each other doesn't give you a good measure of their progress. Carl agreed. See, you understand. If you don't watch how others are doing, you can fall behind without ever knowing it. The orcs and the ladies started to gather as they returned from the battlefield, and Lotus began to show off her advanced food creation skills. When she got the Nature's Friend class, she had gotten even better food creation skills, and now she could make wine directly, without waiting for the process. That skill was very popular among the orcs, who also brewed berry wines of their own. As she explained it, fermentation was a natural process, and making the ingredients was simple. So, it was only natural that her skills would advance to making wine, mead, and other alcohol. That could become a disaster for many nature clerics, with their notorious lack of self-control, but Lotus was never a heavy drinker, and actually preferred the fruit juice to the wine. But the wine was a big hit among the orcs, as it went well with roast pork, which was on the spit now, and being helped in the cooking process by a healthy dose of fire magic that increased the temperature of the whole carcass without burning the outside. They didn't have all night for the food to cook, but the Orcish chefs were good at the trick. They had practiced it all their lives, as the clan hated to wait for food, and they rarely set up camp long enough before a battle to begin the celebratory feast. Plus, if they spent all that time cooking, they wouldn't be able to join the fight. You couldn't leave all the cooking to whoever happened to be injured or pregnant enough that they had to be excluded from the battle. Some orcs just couldn't cook. Tessa added the traditional rice and beans, but spiced heavily, the way that the orcs and demons liked it. Now, they had a proper feast. Unlike many of the orcs that lived in Drod, this tribe didn't look like it put much time and effort into decorative or entertainment items. They did have a large drum that they set up for the dance, but that was it. It was enough, Carl supposed. The orcs were happy to dance to the beat, as were Lotus and Ophelia. So, it didn't really matter if they were all dancing in their armor. This really was Lotus' time to shine, Carl decided. She had transformed into the Tree of Life, and was happily dancing along, shaking golden dust from her branches, while the blue healing birds fluttered around the camp, periodically diving into someone to heal hidden injuries. The orcs loved the show, as the afternoon sun made the golden dust sparkle, and this tribe was particularly easily entertained. They were just winding down the party when the ground began to shake, and everyone was suddenly on guard again. I don't recognize this. Do you what it is? Carl asked as the orcs prepared for battle. The chieftain nodded. This is fairly common. There is something underground in this region, and every so often the ground simply opens up and spits out monsters, then closes again. That was not how Carl remembered anomalies working at all. Could it be the result of anomalies underground? As Carl recalled, the dwarves had said that the anomalies didn't form underground. They had never had one in the dwarven cities, they always happened on the surface of the mountains, not inside them. So, this had to be something else. Maybe it really was related to the missing system stones. It wouldn't shock Carl if it was. Most of the unexplained things in the world were somehow system-related. So, if there was some sort of underground monster spawn trapped here, or perhaps a stable portal underground, it would explain the monsters trying to escape. Or, they could be in an illusion, and the monsters were actually already there, and just broke through the spell. Both were possible, but Carl didn't know enough about what was going on in the region to really understand what was simply possible, and what was actually likely. Hawk was in the air, scouting. But so far, he hadn't seen anything. It is shaking the ground, but it isn't shaking the air. Earthquakes should shake the air, I can tell when a hard impact hit the ground nearby. Hawk complained. Kara agreed. Earthquakes would shake the air. But when she flew even a single meter high, she couldn't feel any disturbance from the shaking ground, and that wasn't right. So, if she could feel it on the ground, but not in the air, in Kara's mind that meant it was likely a trick. And tricks of magic could be nullified. Kara cast, nullify, and the air seemed to distort for a moment, which encouraged her to recruit assistance. Carl, help me out here. I think that we're standing on something good. She insisted. The chieftain recognized the spell right away when Carl started casting. If it didn't work, then there was no harm, but if this strange adventurer could prevent a disaster from occurring near them with a nullification spell, that would be an even larger cause for celebration. With both Carl and Kara working, the distortions in the air began to increase, as did the mana load as they worked to overcome the spell. It was obviously higher level than either of them, but the spell felt unstable. Carl had to continually adjust his nullification, as parts of the spell would dissolve and reform, like the spell was collapsing on its own, but being maintained by someone on the other side. Or something. Finally, the distortion increased to the point that they could clearly see that there was an ancient stone building all around them. That was cause for the orcs to cheer and begin a new song on the drum. This song made the distortion in the air even stronger, and the temple clearer. It had to be a form of bardic magic, Carl thought. Then, the world twisted, and they found themselves standing next to the temple, looking out over fields of long grass filled with domestic animals. They hadn't broken the illusion, they had thrown themselves through it. Head count. Carl and the chieftain demanded at the same time. It was quickly determined that everyone was here. Even the summoned bodyguards had been brought along with them. I don't think that we moved. One of the Orcish shamans announced after a few minutes of verification. The sun is in the same spot, and will set in the same spot as expected. So, we are near the same latitude, on the same day of the year. He added. Remy agreed. It was more likely that they had moved through time than space, but she had no way of measuring that. However, they were not alone. Welcome. A gentle voice asked hesitantly, clearly unsure what to make of the sudden arrivals. The chieftain poked Carl, who turned to face the new voice. A young woman in a dark light host tabard stood in front of them, looking nervous. Good evening. Sorry about the sudden intrusion, it appears that a magical anomaly decided we should be here today. My name is Carl, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Mira. Then Carl activated his armor spell to display his guild tabard, and the young human woman smiled. Normally, I would ask what brings you here today, but if you weren't coming here intentionally, I suppose I will need a new greeting. Welcome to the Nerazur Zone Way Station number 42. The Temple of the Old Gods does not have any proper clergy in attendance, but we have renovated it to provide lodging for travelers, if you would like to rest for the evening. It was clear that the temple would not hold an entire clan of orcs, but Carl and the chieftain, as well as the shaman, would definitely be interested in checking it out anyhow. Would you mind giving us a tour? I suspect that this location might have something to do with our current predicament. Possibly, a magical relic that resonates with one of our members. Carl suggested. The woman nodded. Of course. Well, the parts that are accessible. The majority of the basement levels of the temple collapsed long ago, and the location is a historical site, so we didn't try to excavate and renovate them. The chieftain smiled, but turned to Carl with a confused look. I can't understand her. He whispered. That seemed like solid evidence that the system functions were not working properly here. Carl could understand her, but she was human, so they were likely speaking the same language. But Carl could still understand the orc, so their own functions weren't impacted. She offered us a tour. Just follow my lead, and I will have someone translate. In her reduced spirit snake form, Remy slithered up Carl's side to his shoulder, giving herself a good perch to see from. If they couldn't understand Orcish, they likely didn't understand Serpent either. The woman smiled and nodded politely to Remy, recognizing her as a transformed Naga queen, then gestured toward the temple. Ophelia gestured for the others to go. I will stay here with Thor and the others, you can go ahead with the priestesses. She explained. If the locals couldn't speak Orcish, someone needed to stay nearby, or there could be a major incident, simply due to a misunderstanding and lack of translators. The woman at the temple still had a Darklight Host Guild membership, and a nameplate with the system, so she had a class. But that only made misunderstandings more dangerous. The sudden arrival of an entire orc clan had also attracted attention, and the nearby farmers were watching them with great interest as they went about their days. Orcs didn't necessarily have the best reputation, thanks to their love of a good fight. So, it wouldn't be out of the question for the locals to think that they might have gotten bored and decided to go raiding. After all, if the fight didn't come to you, you could go and pick a fight. But the real question was, where and when had they ended up? There was no temple at this location in either of the versions of the region that they had seen so far. It was in the zone that Hawk had scouted both before and after the change, so it would certainly have been noticed among the completely wild and uninhabited region. Only, neither of those words described what they were seeing now. This was clearly all farmland of various sorts, and there was a massive stone temple. Inside the temple, Carl walked beside their escort, while the Orcish chieftain was a step behind, with Tessa at his side to whisper translations and notes about things that the locals didn't notice anymore. When you saw a carving every day of your life, it was nothing remarkable. But when the carving was dedicated to a god that a dragon cleric, who had spent years learning about the various pantheons, couldn't identify, it was important to them. This was once a temple to the old gods, the ones forgotten by time, or replaced by the younger gods. Many of their stories were said to be brought to this world by the outreach programs of the Darklight Host when they spread through the world, but from what I can tell in the temple, the guild didn't actually have any connection to the faith, unless there were members of the faithful among the guild membership. See here. This is a statue of the god of magic, Carl. The one I would assume that you were named after. It shows him in simple black robes, almost as if he were a follower of the black dragon, but the placard underneath is mithril, unaffected by time, and clearly details a simple prayer to the god of magic. Their guide explained. Remy called her bodyguard into her space and had them make notes of all the inscriptions and other writings that they found in the temple. Even if they couldn't read it right now, it could be valuable information later. Like for Brother Tian. He would probably want a temple to the beast gods, but he had a lot of magical power, so there might be some merit in saying nice things to the god of magic. It wasn't just human gods, either. There was a beastkin death god with wolf ears, and a man in a faceless mask listed as the laughing god. Well, that one might be human, though as they were supposed to be the god of luck, practical jokes and fate, their appearance might be ambiguous. A happy squeal let them know that they had lost Lotus, as the priestess was rapidly disappearing down a side hallway, as Mira laughed. Oh, she must have noticed already. We would have gotten there in a few minutes. The hallway that the green dragon cleric vanished down leads to the altar to the god of life and fertility. A bunny. Tessa laughed out loud, then translated for the chieftain, who gave an indulgent look as he turned toward the hallway Lotus had taken. Naksha motioned for them to keep going. I will keep the little one out of trouble. The presence of the dragon gods is also strong here, and I am certain she won't damage anything. Thank you. We will be along in a few minutes. Carl agreed. Mira gave him a curious look. You and the other clerics I can see, as you represent the beast and dragon gods, but how did your entourage end up traveling with a whole clan of orcs? Are they here to represent the war god? Carl shook his head. We were actually just finishing a fight alongside them, a challenge to see who could eliminate more of an anomaly-afflicted and overpopulated sand howler tribe when there was a magical distortion. It deposited us here. We weren't traveling together before that. Mira sighed and twisted her hair up into a loose bun. Things have gotten strange since the system started to recede. I have heard that many regions have been troubled by insane monsters in the past few years, but that's more of an urban legend. The fact that you're here describing the issue firsthand means it's true, doesn't it? But more concerning is that I have heard many of the younger guild members have failed to access the class change menu on time. They're getting stuck at their base class. She explained. When did the translation feature stop working in this region? Carl asked. Translation feature. You can read these inscriptions? Mira asked, startled. Well, yes. But I meant spoken. You clearly don't speak Orcish, and they can't understand you. However, they can understand me. Carl explained. That's because you speak Orcish. Mira reminded him. Carl shook his head. That's the system. It's helping me with the translation. I have never studied Orcish a day in my life, but I still understand them, and they understand me. Does that mean you hear it as me speaking Orcish when I talk to them? Mira nodded. And serpent when you speak to the Naga Queen or the Black Dragon. Though Lady Naksha answers in human common, which is strange, as you spoke to her in serpent. Tessa frowned. We have run into this before. When we were traveling through Newbon. The trolls and orcs understood you just fine, but everyone else had issues. So, they were facing the opposite of what he had seen at home. The system was receding, and they were losing access to everything, one feature at a time. Back on topic, has the system never translated for you? Carl asked. Mira shook her head. No, everyone just speaks the common language to each other. The Darklight host and the Dragon gods both run schools to teach the language, plus literacy skills, to children. What branch are you from, anyhow? The Drod City branch. Carl replied casually. Mira nodded. Oh, on the southeastern island. That makes sense. Though, I was shocked to hear that you had been to other continents. Or is there a Newbon somewhere in the Dragon Isles? Carl shook his head. No, it is on the Kaptumia continent. As far as I know, there isn't another nation by the same name. Mira snapped her fingers. That's it. I just realized why you traveled so much. The portal is still active between the Demon Temple in Drod City and the Beastkin Temple next to the Great Lake, isn't it? So, you can just use the platform to move between continents. Carl smiled. I can also use the portal spell. So, I can move between continents once I have been there once. Mira sighed. That must be nice. Being the only one stationed here gets so lonely. There were supposed to be replacements coming, but I've been having issues with the system messaging function lately, and I don't know when they're going to arrive. Carl pulled up the system interface and looked at the guild interface. Guild members active, 999 plus. Guild rank, War Champion. Full guild privileges granted. Guild branches in range, 12. What branch are you from? If they're in range, I can send a message for you and hope that someone receives it. Carl suggested. All the others silently checked their interfaces at the same time. They were all Darklight host members, but they hadn't thought to see if they could interact with the guild in a while, since the only members were them plus Supreme Lady Matilda and the two under her branch, which now included Tiffany and one other. We've been here before. This timeline. This is just before I met you for the first time. Kara announced. She had been watching random events in her precognition spell mirror, and just happened to see their current activities, which came with a basic time reference. It might be off by a few years or a decade, but it should be close. Well, this should be interesting. Everything really was shutting down at this point, and it would be a very long time before they came back online again. Carl informed her. Yeah, Spicy Dragon agrees that it's going to be fun to have us here. Wait, what? Carl asked. Oh, I messaged her once I realized we found a fun place. We keep each other up to date on new developments. Kara explained. And, as they were thousands of years into the past, this would have been the first time that the two had spoken to each other. But apparently Supreme Lady Matilda had just rolled with the flow, and didn't question what Kara was talking about. Or, she might have already foreseen this event, and wasn't shocked. It was hard to tell with the Chaos Dragon. Karl sent off a guild message, hoping that someone would reply. I am at the 42nd Nerazur Zone way station. There is only one guild member here, waiting for replacement members who are overdue. Does anyone know their status? There was a long pause, then a return message came to him. Who is this, and how did you reactivate the guild messaging function? Tell Mira to retreat to the Kazdila guild house. The outposts have been abandoned, and the guild functions are failing fast. Nerazur is completely lost, she is the last active member there as far as we can tell. But tell her to stay away from the troll armies. They're waging war to take Nerazur as their own, and the dwarves have retreated below ground. World Dragon be with you, War Champion. This might be the last message I can send. The name on the message was corrupted, showing as incomprehensible symbols, and there were multiple corrupted characters, but Karl managed to translate it well enough. Well, hopefully. If they meant somewhere other than Kazdila, he might be sending Mira on an adventure in the wrong direction. This is War Champion Karl. Be safe, and keep trying with the system functions. There are still many guild members who have no idea what is happening. After a minute, there was no reply, so Karl had no way to know if the message had even been received. But he had gotten enough information to at least relay to their guide. Mira, I got a message through. I don't know who sent the reply, but they said to go to Kazdila. Apparently the trollish armies are taking Nerazur as a trollish nation, and the dwarves have moved underground. The guild functions are apparently failing fast, so they're calling everyone to the guild houses. As far as they can tell, you're the last guild member in the region. Mira laughed. 1,000 kilometers through the wilderness, while the trolls are at war. Not only that, but I'll have to cross the east wall, and that means the active war zone unless I go way out into the wilderness and stay away from the cities. I think that if the system is collapsing that fast, it might be better if I just stay here. I might not be much of a cleric, but I am a cleric, and the farmers rely on the Dark Light host for emergencies. If the armies show up, the farmers should protect me. I've been here for 5 years now, and I know everyone. The trolls don't need much healing, but I help with childbirth and nature magic for the crops. If Kara was right, and this was the same time when he found her, the system was still going strong close to home. The Divine Beast Nation had no problem keeping guild functions active, but that was halfway around the world. So, it might not be long before the issues spread. Karl considered sending a message to Orthos, the Bronze Dragon. But if it was before he became the War Champion of Bunga, that might just cause unnecessary confusion. Orthos was on his list of friends in the system interface, and showed as active, so the dragon was definitely alive and a member of the guild. Karl wasn't sure when or how anyone got added to the friends list, but there were a startling number of people on it. City lords, generals, some innkeepers and people they had gone to dungeons with. Most were showing as inactive, but the members of his group and the 2 ancient dragons were all showing as available for messages. Mira gestured further into the temple. Now that we've sorted out my future plans, should we finish the tour, and go rescue the black dragon from the enthusiasm of a green dragon cleric who just found a shrine to the bunny god? Karl nodded. Yes, let's see the rest of the temple. There is a lot of history hidden in here, and my team is making notes, so that none of it is forgotten if something should happen to the building during the unrest. Mira laughed and shook her head. I can't see the army caring about the building itself. If anything, the locals might tear it down to do home improvements once I am gone. The old gods aren't the troll gods. Or, most of them aren't. There are some shrines to the troll shaman gods in here. Mira led them through the temple, pointing out each of the small rooms, or sometimes just a vestibule, that was dedicated to each god. Whoever built this was very unification-minded, weren't they? They went out of their way to ensure that there were shrines to every species gods on the main floor. Tessa noted. Mira laughed. It was made by the Dark Light host, of course. The top 2 floors are made for guest rooms, the basement is a reinforced shelter, and there is an outbuilding for giant species. Most of the way stations are nothing more than an overnight stopping point, with some nature-aligned guild members to provide food and water for travelers. But this one is truly ancient, and it was built around the existing temple. As the historical records go, they found the statues dumped here from a destroyed shrine, or a lot of them. So, they stood them up, found out who the more obscure ones were, and built a new temple to all of the gods who look over this world. At one point, this was part of a royal retreat, and it was supposed to have a strong enough connection to the gods that it could help with system class advancements. But if my guild messaging isn't working, I would say that time is long past. Personally, I suspect that the removal of the royal treasures is the cause. There was a rumor that they had a set of relic stones in the treasures, and that was the source of the temple's divinity. But I suspect that it was something more incredible than that because the relic stones are actually still in the basement floor, and they've been inactive for the last 1,000 years. I read the caretaker's journal entry from the time when they went inactive. Carl and Tessa turned to stare at each other. They had found the lost system stones entirely accidentally. Tessa whispered the translation to the Orcish chieftain, who looked pleased but not too concerned about the stones. Those weren't the goal of the orcs. Ask her if she knows where the treasure went. He whispered. The chieftain would like to know if you are aware of the new location of the royal relics. He believes that there might be a relic of the Orcish clans there, and they would like to trade to get it back. Carl explained. Mira nodded. They're at the royal temple of Shash, under the supervision of the divine fire dragons. The kingdom that they belong to no longer exists, but the dragons like to protect historical relics of value. So, they collected them, and put them into stasis storage. Tessa relayed the message and the chieftain smiled. This was the closest that his people had come to finding a solid lead on where the lost scale piece was. It was a long way to Shash, but it was on this island, so they could walk there eventually. The question was whether they would manage to get there before whatever strange anomaly had brought them to this place ended. It might be range limited, or time limited. If it only lasted a few days, there was no way that they could walk thousands of kilometers to the Grand Temple. Can we see the floor with the relic stones? I would like to sketch it. Tessa requested. Of course, follow me down the stairs, and I will show you. They're on the floor of the main basement room. Surprisingly, they haven't worn down at all in the time they've been inactive. They look as good as new, they just don't function. Mira explained. She led them down the stairs, and into a large meeting room, where hard wooden chairs were arranged around a circle of golden stones on the floor. Carl smiled as he realized that he knew all these runes. At least the ones that were on top of the system stones. It wasn't some grand magical spell, it was the words to a prayer to the world dragon to grant them their heart's greatest desire. What do you think will happen if you speak the words? I mean, you got Avatar of the World Dragon for your skill thingy, right? Remy asked in Carl's mind. Carl's attention was drawn to his system interface, just in case he had read the message incorrectly during his advancement. Patron deity detected, World Dragon. Skill bonus confirmed, Avatar. The avatar of the World Dragon may walk freely anywhere within the World Dragon's influence. Increases resistance to negative statuses that impact movement and thought. Portal, spell range limits increased. Yes, it was the World Dragon that the system had identified as his patron deity. And the prayer was to the World Dragon. So, in theory, he might be able to make the system stones work again. The repercussions of actually reactivating them after centuries of inactivity, and during a downturn of the system, when war and destruction were spreading wildly, could be extremely unexpected. The monster species were asserting dominance now that the other species were losing access to the system, and with it most of their power. Over the next few decades, as the shorter-lived species aged out of combat ability, the monster species would gain utter dominance of most of the world. Carl knew that from history, both at home and from this continent. Most species still had some magic, but a lot of it was system-linked, and without the assistance of the system, only a fraction of the population was capable of gaining enough power to defend their people. In the Golden Dragon Nation, and the other human nations, it was the Mage Towers. But even then, their influence was limited, and most humans lived in hiding. The dwarves had retreated into their mountains and locked the doors behind them, but that wasn't unexpected. When all the problems were on the surface, the subterranean species would naturally want nothing to do with it. What Carl really wanted to know was if there was more magic hidden in these stones that he could replicate. If he could make a whole new set of system stones to send home, or place in the courtyard of the guild house, he would become a living legend among the World Dragon's followers. The man who granted class advancements as soon as you were qualified. Why don't you use that avatar skill and see if you can activate the stones? At least then we will know if there is more magic on them. Remy suggested. Did you forget what the avatar looks like? A totem-ranked world dragon will not fit in the basement of the temple. Carl reminded her. Oh, good point. Without the skill, then. Do you mind if I cast a spell to examine the stones? I would like to make a full record of the magic on them, if possible. Carl requested. Half a continent was searching for these in his time. It was really only the orcs and the dragons who weren't trying to find them to either use or destroy them. But, come to think of it, it was quite possible that the dragons had them in their possession the whole time, and simply refused to tell anyone. Mira shrugged and gestured at the floor. If you think that you can actually examine those, you're welcome to it. The magic on them is under a divine seal. Many over the years have come here and tried to inspect them, but none have managed to learn anything about their usage. I won't allow you to pull them up, but anything you can do with them in place and undamaged is fine. Carl looked over his notes, and rearranged the activation prayer a little so that it flowed better. It wasn't written in common, but some ancient language that used the runecrafting runes. However, ancient Dwarven also used most of the same runes, so Carl decided to go for the prayer in the Dwarven runic language, instead of the original language. Mighty World Dragon, Creator of Worlds, Overseer of Might, Patron of Righteousness, grant us insight into the wisdom of the ages. Carl began, following the inscription. An amused voice echoed in his mind. A wise dragon once said, you should use all your skill points before begging for more power. Carl burst out laughing, and stopped the prayer as the stones pulsed with golden power. Something happened. Mira gasped. Well, explain. Tessa agreed. I started what I thought was the invocation prayer, and got chastised for not using all my skill points before praying for more power. Carl explained as he tried to control his amusement. Mira smirked, while Tessa and the Orcish chieftain facepalmed. Well, do that, and start over. I think that it was working. Whatever invocation you used was enough to activate some of the power of the stones. Mira insisted. She had lived here for years, and knew all about the temple. So, she was just as invested in seeing a new feature as the others were. Give me a few minutes and I will use my skill points, then try again. I think I understand how they work now. Carl agreed. Carl opened the skill tree and stared in awe at the options presented. Destructive Beast Master, a 0 points invested. Increases bonded beast skill power by 1% per point invested. Invulnerable Beast Master, a 0 points invested. Increases bonded beast damage reduction by 1% per point invested, up to 20%. Blessing of Skill, creates 1 random skill. Cost varies based on rarity. 1 point for common skills, 5 for rare, 25 for epic skills, 50 for artifact grade skills, 500 for legendary skills. Blessing of Family, 50 points. Creates 1 additional beast space. Planeswalker, World Dragon Patron exclusive skill. 100 points. Allows portals to open between adjacent realms the user is familiar with. Compared to many classes, it was a very short list. But what it could do was incredible. Choosing random skills with very limited skill points was a dangerous pastime, but depending on what it gave, it could be incredibly valuable. He didn't have 500 skill points, but another legendary skill like 1000-Year Flood would be insane. The spell scaled to an incredible level. While Remy could create 7 million liters a minute at Overlord rank, Carl would be able to create 8 million cubic meters a minute, more than 1,000 times what she could. At Mythic rank, it would be 9 billion cubic meters of water a minute, and after that, things would just get insane. But what if it was a legendary defensive or attack skill? What sort of insane scaling would a skill like that have? Even Apocalypse was only considered epic. Though, Carl did have enough points to get a single artifact grade skill. 20% more damage reduction would be the logical place to start, as it would spread to the whole group and make them even more invulnerable. 2 epic skills was also tempting. Or damage reduction to the cap and 1 epic skill. The others could wait, this decision needed a minute. Now that he thought about it, 50% more damage, using all the points that he had saved up, wasn't bad either. Well, 50% more for the beasts, which would likely transfer a portion back to himself. A 50% buff to raise damage would be insane, and even Thor's mostly defensive skill set would be a good match for the bonus. There just wasn't a bad option, even if he didn't currently have a use for Planeswalker, as he didn't know any adjacent realms to his world. Unless Tiny World and similar spells counted. He would have to find out once he got the skill, but that wouldn't be today. You know, you could just get 50 common grade skills, and then we could do everything. Kara suggested. That alone was an insane idea. But somehow it was suitable to the Chaos Badger. Just learn to do absolutely everything, teach it to the beasts, teach everything that others could use, and you would have the best rounded group in the world. But common skills weren't all that great, and might not be a game changer, even if they did learn 9 new ways to attack with fire. 10 rare skills might be a better way to spend 50 points. Greater Golem was a rare skill, as were Offensive Adaptation and Disintegrate. All of them were staple skills of an adventurer, so there was little chance that they would go wrong by getting 10 more of them. In short, he was stuck. There were too many suitable options, and people were waiting. Carl did have to make a decision, though. Reluctantly, he went with a compromise. He would get the 20 points of damage reduction, as that was indisputably the group's specialty at this point. Then he would go for 1 epic skill, and hope that it turned out to be a good one. Points used. Max level, Invulnerable Beast Master, 20 points invested. Increases bonded beast damage reduction by 1% per point invested, up to 20%. Carl crossed his fingers for luck and chose again. Random epic skill book chosen, 25 points deducted. Skill book obtained, Brutal Pugilist. Brutal Pugilist, increases unarmed physical and skill damage by 15% per user rank. Unarmed strikes target the opponent's weakest resistance. Carl chuckled as he read the deceptively simple skill. For him, it was a decent, though not overwhelming, skill. But for Ray? That was absolutely devastating. A spider didn't need and couldn't hold weapons. So all her strikes were unarmed. 120% more damage at totem rank, on top of her predation, increased damage, and targeting the weakest resistance of the enemy, would tear through armies like paper. Many enemies were strong against certain elements, or had great physical defense. But, Brutal Pugilist, simply ignored that, and targeted their true weakness. Carl quickly learned the skill and shared it with Ray, then returned his attention to the stones after confirming that none of the other beasts could use it. Give me a moment and I will formulate a slightly different method. I think that I can find out what I need, even though the stones are unlikely to activate. He explained to Mira and the others. Karl continued to use the ancient dwarven runic language, as he knew that the others wouldn't understand it. It wasn't one that the system translated, and only a dwarven craftsman would be familiar with the words. Or a runecrafter, like Remy. Oh, mighty world dragon, I seek not power. I seek understanding of how these stones work so that I might spread the knowledge in my own time. Karl began. The system stones began to glow faintly, and Karl saw the hundreds of layers of runes imbued inside the stones, forming a massive combined spell when the stones were placed in their correct locations. The knowledge burned itself into his mind, and Karl continued focusing on the stones as the world faded around him, and a memory filled his senses. An ancient dragon, large enough that his shadow would cover a small city, descended from the sky. But just as he was about to touch the ground, he transformed to a rather disturbing-looking creature, 20 meters tall with tentacles on his face and his left arm replaced by a massive tentacle. But the creature was in exquisitely crafted robes, and the tentacle arm twisted gently as it opened a portal and brought a brown-haired woman through. There were iridescent feathered wings on her back, and she gave off the sort of solemn air that Karl associated with high priestesses. "Is this the place?" she asked. The creature nodded. "Yes. I thought that something different would be appropriate this time. A more natural progression. So, I made them a new system, and granted it to every species willing to accept it." The winged woman laughed. "You know that will just upset them again." The creature shrugged, then set her on the ground and shifted appearances again, back to the golden form of the world dragon, but smaller now. The world dragon flexed his wings and waved one front claw to create the round platform of the system stones. Then a massive black tower rose from the ground beneath them, enclosing the stones at the top, and the dragon nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, a trial tower to obtain the knowledge of the system for the first time. That will give them all a chance to compete for dominance on this world." He plucked a single scale from his forearm and casually tossed it at the tower, where it seemed to melt into the stones. "And now, it has a power core. Should we retire back to the house? The children will be causing chaos for the caretakers by now." He joked. The woman gave him a smile that showed true affection, and flapped her wings to fly to his back. "First, we go for a ride. Let me see this world you have created, and then we can return home." The vision ended, and Karl realized that the location he was shown was not here. It was the Golden Dragon Nation's capital. The very spot where he had recovered the scale fragment. That meant the first set of system stones on the planet were right there, and now likely somewhere under the cathedral. But he also had valuable information about the world dragon himself. The dragon gods were viewed as more of an aspect of their powers, unfathomable beings of immense power. But the world dragon had shown up at the world he had just created with what appeared to be his wife. They were taking a break from watching their kids to explore, and Karl was intensely curious about who those children might be, and what happened to them. There was no mention of the world dragon's offspring in the pantheon. They might be there, among the minor gods and immortal demigods. However, no knowledge of them being born of the world dragon had been recorded by the people of this world. Tessa snapped her fingers in front of his face, and Karl shook his head. "Sorry, I was immersed in a vision from the world dragon about the creation of the first set of system stones, when the world was first created." "So, you know something about how it's done?" Karl nodded, then considered what was needed to make them. "I do, but I don't at the same time. The process involves immense amounts of divine power. So, while I could place the base spell, or push to activate these ones, it would be entirely up to the world dragon whether the prayer was answered, and it actually worked. It's not something that a mortal can do under their own power." But now that he thought about it, he had learned something else as well. He had seen how the trial towers were made. That was something that he could actually do, though to a much less impressive standard than the one that the world dragon had made. It was a form of tiny world spell, combined with solid illusions, inside a physical stone building. Whether that knowledge was relevant or not was questionable. But when they got back to Drod, he might be able to create an upgraded training ground for the guild house. That would be a huge attraction for the city guards and other visitors. It was also valuable information for Opal. The process of creating the system stones and the trial towers both contained illusion and alteration magic. Things that she could use to upgrade her own magical abilities. Once she reached the totem rank, she was fairly certain that she could imbue her illusions with the totemic blessing to improve their durability and create durable illusionary opponents at the overlord rank or lower. Someone of her own rank would cut through them with ease and shatter the spell, but below that, they would seem just like the real thing. While Opal was lost in thoughts of how to make her illusionary world better, Carl was focused on the stones. Their power was still present, undimmed by time. But they had gone inactive, and he couldn't understand the reason why. The whole world was losing access to the system, and the power of the stones was dormant, but it wasn't losing any potency. It was more like it had lost its purpose, and was simply waiting for someone to wake it up again. Mira sighed in resignation as she stared at the stones. Well, if there is nothing to be done, then I suppose that's all there is to it. But it's good to know that this relic is genuine. Carl nodded. When you are ready to advance your class, or in need of something that the system should be able to do, try giving a prayer to the world dragon while standing on the stones. If my guess is right, that should be the easiest spot in the world to access system features even as the system retreats from the world. So, it really is collapsing. The functions are becoming inactive? She asked. Carl made a non-committal gesture. For a time, it will be inactive. Then it will return again. But the process is slow, like the aging of dragons. It might be hundreds of years before the retreat is complete, and then thousands before it comes back to full power. But as long as the stones here remain in their positions and undamaged, they should be fine for all that time. Mira nodded. In that case, when I am likely to be leaving the temple unguarded, or it is going to fall, I will be sure to hide the stones somewhere that they won't be damaged or disturbed. That level of power is still well within my capabilities. Do you think that I will start losing my powers as the system functions fail? Carl tried to remember what he had heard from Orthos and others. I don't think so. You should keep your powers for your whole life, but you might not be able to advance once the system is dormant, assuming that you live that long. He offered. Mira looked concerned, then realized that Carl had said it could take more than a century. As a human, that would still put her well into her elderly years, and with troubled times coming, the elderly didn't often last. Happy Lotus noises from upstairs distracted everyone, and Carl led the group up the stairs to make sure that the little cleric wasn't getting herself in trouble. The last one out was Mira, and out of caution, she locked the door to the stairs. Then, as she removed the key, the doorway simply vanished. Nothing in Carl's vision indicated that there was a door there at all, or even a hollow spot behind the stone. At first, he was impressed by the cleric's illusion. But the look on her face said that Mira hadn't done anything to change the entrance. The basement door is gone. Tessa gave the confused cleric a look that immediately snapped her back to coherence. Right, the gods have hidden and protected the relic, and I definitely don't remember any such room being in the temple. It looks like the door to the basement is over there. Mira amended. There was another door to the basement down the hallway, but Carl suspected that if you followed it that the main room, where they had just been, would not be found. Carl led the group over to the sound of Lotus' voice and found that she was sitting on the floor, playing with rabbits. By the dirt and debris on their fur, they were not summoned creatures, but wild animals from somewhere nearby. But that didn't matter to Lotus. She was at the bunny god's temple, and she had fluffy rabbits to play with. Naksha just shrugged as the others approached, indicating that there was nothing she could do about the situation, and that she wasn't all that concerned about it. The god whose shrine they were at was one of healing and fertility, and if Lotus hadn't been chosen by the green dragon, they would have been a good fit together. Did you find what you needed? Naksha asked while they waited for Lotus to finish. Yeah, I got some very interesting answers, and a bit of ancient world lore. That alone makes it more than worth the effort of coming here. Now, the problem will be going back to what we were doing before. Carl replied. Naksha chuckled. What if we're not meant to? We didn't try to revert the last change to the region, why do it this time? I say we just keep up our mission, hunt the excess creatures in the region, and anything from a monster spawn, then wait for it to change again. What god asked you to clear out the excess monsters? That's just an impossible task. Between the dungeons and the outdoor spawns, there will never be a shortage of wild beasts and monsters. Mira asked. The black dragon. The number of insane monsters from the spawns was getting too high, and upsetting the balance of life and death in this part of the world, so we took up the mission. Naksha explained. For fun and profit. Carl agreed. Mira shook her head in dismay. Carl was most likely insane, she decided. It was a side effect of the system on some people. They got power, and forgot what it meant to be a normal person. Or it could just be because of his class. Even the rangers got a bit odd, talking to their hounds and bears, and those were just animals that couldn't truly talk back. With a bunch of predatory monsters in his head, who knew how far his version of reality had been warped? She had often met with adherents of the beast gods in the past, and they were always tricky to avoid offending. It wasn't a stretch to think that Carl might be somewhat the same. Calling the creatures that Lotus was petting mere rabbits would be a disservice to the less powerful creatures who had to face them. They were actually a nest of commander-rank assassin rabbits, what would have been considered a deadly species at home. But with, if not friend, why friend-shaped, Lotus had no fear of rejection, and the bunny god's offer had been gleefully accepted. The creatures naturally wouldn't attack Naksha, as their instincts screamed that if they approached, the dragon would eat them. And that wariness spread to the rest of the group when they entered. But they only stayed around for a few more minutes, and after that, they returned to their den near the temple, leaving Lotus satisfied with her day's accomplishments. Everyone, take a moment to find a shrine for a prayer of your own, and then we can make plans for the rest of the day. It wouldn't be right to stop at a way station with a shrine to all the gods and not at least offer a few prayers. Carl suggested. He made a good point, and they had seen the shrine for the red dragon as they passed, though they hadn't stopped there on the tour. If that was the case, Tessa assumed that all the dragon gods were likely represented. Carl had already done one of his own, at the system stones, and he had even gotten a proper response from the world dragon, or a system-affiliated deity. An insult to his intelligence, but a direct response from the gods. The others spread out, and Carl smiled to himself as Dana stopped at the altar to Carl, the ancient god of magic. Carl waved at the statue, then continued down the hall, checking the last few altars that they hadn't seen yet. They were more obscure and less followed gods. But there were a few familiar faces. Carl saw the shaman god whose statue Remy had, and the shrine to another god of rebirth that he had seen engraved on some of the ancient temples in the Golden Dragon Nation. It had been an incredible history lesson for him today. Not only had he learned about a lot of new gods, but that revelation of how the first system was formed, and confirmation that Hawk really did have the actual world dragon scale that was used to form the core of the system, was huge. It also explained why the scale was so small, not like one from an adult dragon. The world dragon had reduced his size to more easily interact with his human-sized wife. Carl inspected the scale in Hawk's space, which now had a small shrine beside his nest, resting on a bed of branches, on a pile of fire element stones. Hawk's favorite, naturally. Eventually, he would have to make a plan to either reveal the scale to the world or find a proper caretaker for it. Keeping it locked away in a separate space while they awakened it was one thing, but the scale was the core of the system, and he could only imagine the benefits for humanity if he were to bring it back fully restored. Well, not just the benefits. Having it back at full strength could well touch off another interspecies war across the planet. And there were already plenty of those going on, but on a smaller scale than the one that was likely to result from that particular decision. Carl absently sat down in a shrine to think, and then looked up and realized that it was the shrine dedicated to the world dragon. He had expected it to be somewhat grander than the others, given the importance of the world dragon to the system and the Dark Light host in particular. But this altar was different. It had the feeling of ancient power, as if it had always been here, and wasn't part of the reconstructed temple that was turned into the way station by the guild. You wouldn't believe how strange things have gotten on this world since you were first here. Or perhaps you would, and you knew all along that a smooth ride wasn't ever going to be part of the experience. How does that old saying go? Strong stone does not make a skilled miner. But I really could use a bit of advice on how to deal with the scale you left behind. It has recovered enough now that I couldn't just put it back where I found it. The power that it leaks would draw enemies far too powerful for the Golden Dragon Nation to survive. But it doesn't feel right to just keep it to myself when it's the core of the system. Carl felt a rumbling of amusement in his mind. Who said that it is the core of the system? My scale was just a power source for the trial tower. Carl froze in shock, but the voice was gone. So, the scale is only the core for a trial tower? Did you want me to make another? I think I know the method. Carl asked. Nothing answered. But if the scale wasn't the core for the system, what did they mean in the vision that he had? Was the system here the whole time, and the issue was just accessing it? Carl sat lost in thought for a while, then an idea occurred to him. The key was in the name. The creator of the system was the World Dragon. The system must be part of the world that he made. Why would he make an incomplete world? No, the system itself hadn't been affected when the tower was damaged. That was simply an access point. The system was innate to the world, and the tower was made to show people how to access it for the first time. But then why the fading and resurgence? A flicker of knowledge came to Carl's mind from Remy. The ley lines, the underground lines of mana that ran all over the world, pulsed slowly, moving up and down. They were currently on an upward trend, and her shamanistic training books had told the Naga Queen where to look for the places that they were most accessible. So, they should be the reason. When the ley lines were near the surface, or even above it, the touch of the world's mana could awaken all sorts of powers naturally. But when they were deep, accessing the system took special tools or knowledge. Both had long since been lost, so when the world's power retreated into the depths, the system became harder to access, or nearly impossible. That also explained why the dwarves had managed to keep so much of their power, even when they lost the vast majority of their knowledge over the ages. They buried themselves a kilometer beneath the surface of the world. They were closer to the source of the world's power. Armed with new knowledge, Carl considered whether it really would be a good idea to make a trial tower. On one hand, it wouldn't really be necessary, as the power would be surging now for 1,000 years or more. But on the other hand, if the tower lasted that long, it would help people remember how to access the system and maybe the next downturn wouldn't be so bad. Carl felt that amusement in his mind from the shrine again. The World Dragon had a point. Even if he built the trial tower now, in 1,000 years, nobody would remember how it was made, and it was more likely that they would either believe it was cursed or inactive, depending on if they could still remember how to use it. So, they would probably tear it down, as the first one had been. That was the thing about time. Even the bronze dragons, with their infallible memories relegated irrelevant to the back of their minds, and if nobody thought to ask them, they would never think to go looking for those memories. Carl suspected that nobody had told most of them to begin with, but even the bronze dragons weren't immortal. As generations passed, those irrelevant memories didn't get passed down. Carl blinked, and a vision appeared in front of him. The skies were filled with colorful wings, and the ground was filled with giants. Between them, 1,000,000 totem and mythic ranked skills exploded at once as the dragons and titans went to war with each other. Spells shredded wings, dragon fire melted bodies, but just as fast as they died, they were brought back by the clerics of their respective species. Then the vision moved upward, looking at the world from a great height. All over the world, fires of destruction burned, and the bones of slain species littered the ground. Only small pockets of life remained, hidden from the great war between the Titan gods' followers and the followers of the dragon gods. In those havens, humans, elves, dwarves, beasts and monsters coexisted in peace. They had no other choice, the rest of the world was uninhabitable. Then the vision was gone, and Carl knew how the memories of the system's creation and essential access methods were lost. A great war had killed entire generations and destroyed every repository of knowledge in the world, except what little had been brought by the survivors. There were few children, no elders, and only a handful of males of most species. They had evacuated in the traditional manner, women and children first. But the war had spiraled so far out of control that none had returned, leaving only the chosen guards behind to protect their people. What had caused such a battle, where two sides fought each other to the brink of extinction, was not included in the vision that Carl was gifted with. But it had most certainly happened in this world. Carl recognized the landmarks when the view had retreated up into the stratosphere. Carl heard his name being called and got to his feet. "Thank you for the knowledge. I understand things so much more clearly now. I don't know what to do with that knowledge yet, but I will work on that." He informed the shrine, then stepped into the hall and found himself in front of the shrine for the silver dragon, the dragon god of magic, counterpart to the human god of magic. "Where did you go?" Tessa asked as Carl joined them in the hall. "I went to offer some well wishes to the dragon gods." "Are we all finished here?" he asked. Tessa nodded. "The chieftain found a shrine to the Orcish god of cunning, and he's finished his prayer, or whatever that was. His clan is stopping outside for the night. I suggest that we take rooms upstairs, in case something happens tonight." She had a good point. Everywhere that they went in the interior of this nation, things got more and more dangerous with every change. Mira led them upstairs, and Carl smiled as he saw that the rooms were dorm-style, designed for a whole traveling group to bunk together. It was both the safest way to protect vulnerable members, and the best way to prevent incidents between groups. In individual rooms, some might get ideas about causing trouble. But not nearly as often when their target would surely have backup. There was nobody else in the building except Mira, but Ray still took the spot nearest the door, just in case someone tried to visit them. The window was her first option, but there were bars on it, and she could still see it from her top bunk position. They were settled in for the night when a lone traveler showed up at the front of the temple in simple black robes. Mira was asleep, but the man seemed happy to wait, so Ray went to greet him in humanoid form. "Hello, traveler. The caretaker is asleep, what can we help you with?" she asked, wondering where she had met this man before. She definitely knew that aura, but this overlord-ranked cleric was unfamiliar. The man bowed politely. "Lady Spider, I have come to the shrine hoping to commune with my god, might I spend the night in contemplation?" Ray shrugged. "I'm just a visitor as well, but the place isn't locked, so I don't see any reason that you can't go visit the shrine of your god. That's how temples work, right? If you want to sleep in a room, the empty ones have their doors open." The cleric nodded, and Ray activated Night Haunter, so she could follow him and try to determine where she knew him from. The strange cleric made his way through the hallways with ease, not frightened by the dark, and not needing light to find his way through the silent temple. He clearly had no idea where he was going, only a vague direction, and had to double back a few times, as the halls weren't neatly arranged and often simply ended at a larger shrine. But when he found the shrine to the god of the underworld, he went inside, and Ray felt the attention of the divine on him, and on her. It didn't seem hostile, but somewhat wary of what she might do to introduce the cleric to his god directly. Not that Ray had any particular animosity towards the man, just on general principle. As he began to chant, Ray returned to the room. A death cleric talking to the Lord of the Underworld wasn't interesting, and she still couldn't figure out why the aura he gave off was so familiar to her. The next morning, they went down to invite Mira to breakfast, and the cleric was sitting on the front steps, staring at the sun and contemplating the clear morning sky. "Stuck on a thought?" Carl asked, as he took a seat beside the cleric. The man nodded. "Yeah, I've been searching for the key to immortality. You see, I've got an incurable curse on me, placed by a demigod. Nothing in this world can break it but intervention by the gods. Only, the Lord of the Underworld told me that there was a way to avoid it and live forever." Carl nodded. A curse to die young, that can be avoided forever. I am likely going for the obvious here, but isn't that just a curse of undeath? The cleric stared at Carl as if he had just dropped legendary lore on him out of nowhere. I don't think that you're wrong. But wouldn't I lose my humanity? Carl shrugged and gestured out at the Orcish tribe. You might lose your humanity, but not being human doesn't mean that you can't be a decent person. The orcs barely understand human sensibilities, but once you understand how Orcish culture works, you'll find that they're not a bad bunch, and they are living their best lives. It's the same with the dragons. They have their own ways of doing things, and it has little to do with how humans do things. I also know a few vampires, and while one is batshit crazy, the other one is a really sweet girl. She works at our guild house in the store. The cleric was lost in thought for a while, then stood up. I will go speak to my god. Perhaps he can help me choose a path. Not many of the undead are suitable for an eternal existence, but if anyone knows how to achieve it, the god of the underworld will. Thank you, beast man. The cleric returned to the shrines, while Carl stared out at the sky in his place, wondering what sort of chaos might come during the next few days. The changes had been short so far, so Carl didn't expect to be in this region for long. But if they made the best of their time here, they might be able to head off some of the early issues in the region, or they might gain a greater understanding of the myriad divine beings who were worshipped by the various species of this planet. Eventually, Carl got up and went for a short walk around the temple, mirroring the path that Ray had taken earlier looking for trouble. There, in the middle of a hedge maze in the backyard, he came across the most curious platform. The fact that it was there wasn't surprising. He had been following a stone walkway through the maze, and there were many sitting areas, like the hedge maze at the academy, which brought memories of his first few days with Dana. Carl was so lost in the pleasant memories that he almost missed that this sitting area was not like the others. There were no benches, and there were actual magical runes written on the stone, not just the poetry and historical messages like the others. Is this a portal platform? Carl wondered as he deciphered the runes. He could tell that Runemaster was translating for him, as this was no language that he knew or had seen before. But it was no normal portal platform, the spell was much too complex. But many of the runes were similar to the portal spell that he knew. So, it was a transport platform of some sort, but not a portal. Could it be a form of long-distance teleportation? While he was standing there, recording the runes from the spell, Carl sensed a presence as someone joined him. Good afternoon. He greeted absently, only to be met with the surprised face of a pixie appearing in front of him. You knew that I was there? The creature asked in shock. Carl nodded. I sensed you there, but I couldn't see you until just now. I thought that you were behind me. The tiny woman, no more than 10 centimeters high, rubbed her chin in confusion. Interesting. I wasn't in this world until you said hello. Now it was Carl's turn to be confused. Then where were you? I was examining this platform when I sensed you. He asked. The pixie laughed. It's a gate to the Fey realm. A mirror of this world, but not for humans. I was looking out of it to see what sort of strange thing had happened to this realm lately when you said hello. Perhaps it was a side effect of Planeswalker. The skill was supposed to let Carl move between realms, but he had no idea how to actually operate it. Or, more correctly, he knew how to operate the skill, but he had nowhere to go. Only, now that he thought about it, he did have somewhere to go. The Fey realm was adjacent to this world, and it felt like it was one layer above. Then, there should be a layer below. Carl focused on the skill, and found that he could feel the cleric from this morning communing with the lower layer. That meant it was most likely the underworld, the land of the dead. A definite asset, should he end up there. But he could also sense another place, immensely and overwhelmingly powerful. The pixie poked him on the forehead. Don't just go looking into the immortal realm like that. They don't like people spying on them, and we're both far from immortal. Until you gain immortality, they don't even consider you a sentient species there, and even the weaker immortals usually live like slaves. Kind of like what happens to the humans who can't access the system in the monster nations, or the Dark Fae Kingdom. Carl withdrew his mind from the immortal realm, which appeared to be a collection of massive continents floating in a void. Thanks. I just gained the skill that made that possible, and I hadn't tested it before. Because he hadn't known it was possible. The pixie tilted her head as if listening to something Carl couldn't hear, then bowed politely. It's time for me to go home. Dinner is ready and Mom will be mad if I come back smelling like the mortal realms. Have a good morning, Monster Man. Then the pixie was gone, back in the Fae realm and flying off at hundreds of kilometers an hour. Carl tried not to laugh at being named the Monster Man by the Fae, who likely didn't even know what his class was. Most likely, the tiny creature was going either by smell or appearance, and Carl spent all his days looking like a cat demon. He really should start spending time as himself again, instead of remaining in this form. But it was so much more comfortable this way. The fur of the transformation was temperature regulating, and he didn't sunburn. So, he was always comfortable whether it was hot or cold. Plus, Dana liked snuggling with his fur. Carl finished making notes on the spell to access the Fae realm, in case that was needed for a related spell later, and moved on to finish exploring the area. As he returned to the front, the cleric was outside again, and in a much better mood. Did you come to a conclusion? Carl asked. The cleric nodded. My father is cousin to the king of Sholaha, and I was expected to spend my life in service to the crown. That is not what I wanted in life, so I became a cleric. But now that mortality is catching up to me, my thoughts on life have changed somewhat. And while I was in contemplation, I saw souls moving south to the nation of Bomgan. I intend to follow them and learn the arts of the necromancer, but not with the aim of raising the undead. Instead, I aim to transform myself and, as you said, try to become undead. While holding on to the values that matter most to me. The cleric had just started walking away from the temple when the scenery changed, and Carl found that he was standing with the rest of the group in an open field again, next to a perplexed clan of orcs. Lotus looked around, then snapped her fingers in realization. I get it. I know how the changes work. Who here did something important just before the change? She asked. Everyone else shrugged. They were just relaxing after breakfast, and Ophelia was in the gym, in the middle of a set. Carl raised his hand. I was talking to that cleric, and when he made up his mind to head south to Bomgan to try to find his own path to immortality, the world changed. Literally 5 steps after he left, we were gone. Lotus nodded. I think that I know how it works. There were many unresolved issues in the past of this region. Now, time fluctuates here. So, every time that an unresolved event ends, it changes again. This time it ended early, and I could feel the change focused on our location. I think that weird cleric guy is actually going to become someone important during the years between resurgences. Well, either that or he does something different now that we talked to him and the issue was fixed. From Lotus' shoulder, Remy laughed. If you just convinced the future Lord Bomgan or his mentor to become an undead, you're never going to live it down. His soul didn't look or feel like the undead lords. But thousands of years and a change of species might have changed that. It was more likely, Carl thought, that he had just met the man who preceded the current Lord Bomgan. Perhaps even his father. The Orc clan's chieftain came over to them for answers, and Carl realized that they were back at the same spot where they had been before things changed. The Orcs' camp was still here, and Orcs never left a mess behind when they moved on. The chieftain smiled at Tessa and Carl. Not as impressive as I was hoping for. There was no fighting at all. Carl smiled back. We can't win them all. But it was a good history lesson for everyone else. We learned a lot about the various gods. Did you gain any knowledge from the shrine to your Orcish god of cunning? The chieftain nodded. It gave me advice on how to search for the lost system relics. Which seemed strange at the time, as there was one in the other room. But now that we have returned here, it seems like much better advice. Tessa gave him a curious look and the orc elaborated. He said that the stones didn't remain in one spot after they were hidden away. They are in a pocket dimension, and we just need to find it so that we can claim it for the clan. Once it is found and opened in our present time, it should stay open at the will of the great chieftain that finds it. That might not be as grand as the search for the scale fragment that the majority of the world's orcs were on. But searching for a set of system stones would certainly make them one of the most powerful clans in the world if they actually found them. Just being able to advance classes at will as their clan advanced would be incredible. Plus, they could trade the other clans for access. There were dreams of becoming the most prestigious orc clan in the Dragon Isles running through the chief's mind. Nobody was likely to find the scale piece in the immediate future, so there was a chance here to elevate his clan for an entire generation or more. Not only that, but if they could advance their classes, he would have the roughest, toughest orcs anywhere, and they would make a whole generation of more powerful children. What more could a clan ask for? Tessa could see that there was much more to the message, or to the orcs' interpretation of it, but she let it slide. That was their own business, and they were already starting to pack up in preparation to move on to another location. The orcs were just about to leave when portals began to open in the distance, encircling both them and Carl's group. Totem after totem stepped through the portals, then a flood of undead followed them onto the battlefield. Carl smiled at the chieftain. It looks like you get your fight after all. The gods smile upon those who ask politely. The orc agreed. Carl had no doubt that the Orcish chieftain had done exactly that when he got in contact with his deity. It was likely the very first thing that he asked for, followed by a request for information about the orc's quest. A totem-ranked bone dragon stepped onto the grass and roared, shaking the air with its fury. Looks like I have my first target. Pick the one that you want, but you should know that the Chaos Badger is definitely going after the necromancers. Carl informed his eager ally. In that case, I will take the unholy paladin. He looks like a worthy opponent. Do you have strong enough barriers to protect your ladies? The undead are looking quite intently at them. Carl nodded. I have a setup for them. Fight your heart out, my people can hold their own. As if to prove his point, Tion layered a totem-ranked earth barrier over everyone, including the chieftain. It gave Ophelia and Kara the same sort of stone fur that Tion protected himself with, while the others gained a simple metallic sheen of liquid metal barrier. It mostly made them look wet, but Naksha looked particularly majestic with metallic black scales. Carl took 2 steps away from the group, then activated Avatar. The mighty form of a totem-ranked world dragon filled the space between his group and the orcs, and the undead began to charge. The beast man really lives up to his name. To think that he fights as a dragon. Very impressive. The chieftain laughed, then charged into the undead to find his target. Carl left his bodyguards, summoned as dire bears to blend in with Ophelia, and flapped his wings to charge the bone dragon. His first blow shattered a portion of the bone dragon's skull bone, as, brutal pugilist, buffed the damage that Carl did with a disintegration coated claw. Going after the enemy's weakest resistance was far more cruel of a technique than even the massive amount of bonus damage that the skill did. The 2 massive dragons lashed out at each other, and Carl's tail sent dozens of smaller undead flying as he twirled to keep the bone dragon from getting at his flank. The orcs cheered and laughed as 4 totem-ranked battles began at nearly the same time. Ray, Kara, the chieftain and Carl had all picked targets, and the other totems were on their way to try to restrain the rampaging dragon. Carl got a grip on the bone dragon's sternum and twisted, flipping the undead dragon over his body and slamming it into the ground. The cloud of dust and debris shaded the battlefield, while the shockwave of the totem-ranked skills threw entire hordes of zombies off their feet. The creatures weren't intelligent enough to brace themselves against the impact, they just let themselves be toppled, then got up again. Opal and Tion teamed up to create an army of dwarven illusions with stone shields and hammers. The illusions couldn't take much damage, but the weapons could. So, they could face off against the undead hordes as a shield wall, and the others could fight over and around them. The illusions moved into place to stop the first rush of whites toward the orcs, then took a knee as the undead collided with them at a run. The orcs leapt over the shield wall to tear into the undead horde as it piled up and ground to a halt. Then, the second rank attacked over the illusionary dwarves, and allowed them to push forward and regain their original position. That let the first group of orcs retreat to heal, while another group advanced past the shield wall. Keeping all these barriers and items intact was the hardest that Tion had ever worked in his short life, but Brother Thor was keeping his eternal lightning barrier up on most of their team, including the orcs. If Thor could do that much as an overlord, a few dozen physical items shouldn't be impossible for him, Tion decided. Claws screeched on scale and bone as Carl and the bone dragon grappled with each other. 3 totem-ranked undead warriors had come to join the fight, leaving the Lich Lord and the necromancers on the far side of the battle, far outside Carl's target priority. They were learning fast, Kara decided as she snuck up on a necromancer. But they hadn't noticed when she tore apart the first one, as they couldn't see over the taller forms of their swarm of undead. They had at least had the decency to keep powerful summon protectors near themselves, but the Badger had a plan for that. All she had to do was sneak up, nullify the barrier, then void blast and claw the squishy living caster apart before his friends could react. Rinse and repeat for the others. But the undead knew that she existed, and when she tore the first one apart, she was immediately besieged with totem-rank unholy attacks that forced her on the defensive. She couldn't even finish off the necromancer in one smooth strike, as she planned. She had to dive and weave through the undead army until she could get a chance to take down his barriers again and leap on him to deal with him using pure physical fury, as all her power output was being used to keep herself alive. Kara celebrated her victory and retreated when the necromancer gurgled his last breath. But the victory was short-lived, as only a second later, a pale shape darted out of the crowd and wrapped around him, then the necromancer was back on his feet, looking groggy, but alive. Consumption was necromantic magic that transferred life from summoned or controlled undead back to the necromancer, an emergency survival spell, and it had triggered when he temporarily died, like a mobile first aid kit. These undead really were getting annoying. But maybe Sister Ray was having better luck. Indeed, Ray was having better luck than the others. With her undead army spell and her golems, she had massacred 3 totem-ranked warriors already, and she was currently incorporeal, watching a terrified necromancer plead for mercy. The unfortunate spellcaster could obviously see her, but Ray simply stepped through his ring of zombies and let him see the pure hunger in her many eyes as she stared down at him for his last few seconds. Night Haunter was way more fun when the target could see you. The zombies collapsed as Ray killed their master, then used entangling vines to make a pole to impale him on. Even if they tried to regenerate him, they would have to tear him down first with the vines spread through his insides. Carl let loose a void blast, and everything within 50 meters of him simply ceased to exist, except the bone dragon he was fighting. The pair crashed to the ground of the newly formed pit, and Carl used his strength advantage to smash the other dragon's skull off the knee of his rear leg. The unholy magic lashing at his body briefly dimmed as the dragon lost consciousness, then stopped entirely as Carl liberated the dragon's head from its body, shattering the spell that animated the creature. He pulled the large red core gem free from the bone dragon so that it didn't simply reassemble itself in a few minutes, then checked the battlefield. The chieftain was on his second target. Ray was running wild through the enemy totems, but Kara was in a bad way, fleeing through the undead as an enraged group of necromancers and a Lich Lord chased her. The Chaos Badger was laughing, but she was sending out 3 nullify spells a second to keep them from getting to her. Sister Kara really knows how to push people's buttons, doesn't she? Tion asked as they watched the battle for a second to ensure there was nowhere else they were needed. The fight under totem rank was solidly under their control, with the orcs and the ladies working together to herd the undead away from the wounded, who were guarded by Remy's team as Lotus operated her healing station. There is nothing that Kara loves more than making enemies mad, and these ones are really mad. Opal agreed. Kara got a split second of reprieve, and a void blast exploded directly against the crotch of the necromancer's barrier. Good point. She's not even trying to kill them, just keep them too mad to realize that Ray has almost reached their position. Tion realized. Carl took flight and formed a massive, holy blast, Tion's holy element attack skill. It would heal the orcs where it touched them, so there was no chance of collateral damage, and the amount of mana that he was pouring into the glowing ball of golden light in his claws was drawing the attention of every surviving totem. The group chasing Kara changed their focus and hurled counterspells at Carl, aiming to nullify the spell with unholy damage. Carl threw the spell at the ground, and the skills collided, creating a massive explosion that tossed him further up in the air, and vaporized a large portion of the undead horde's reserves. Not quite what Carl had hoped for, but effective enough. The three totems who had been chasing Kara rose into the air to engage Carl at an altitude that wouldn't make the rest of the battle into collateral damage, and the Void Badger sighed. Up there, she couldn't hide at all. Instead, she turned her attention to the undead horde, and the ones near the Orcish chief. He was having a glorious 2-on-1 battle, and she wouldn't interfere unless it looked like he was going to lose. But she could give him room to fight. Hawk was forced to retreat as the battle came into his airspace, and Carl told him that he could scout to ensure there were no hidden reserves. The bird had never gotten the hang of the humanoid transformation, and if they were going to fight over the main battle, that put Hawk in an impossible position. Unable to fight properly on the ground, unable to attack from the air. He even had the Lord of Destruction transformation that ignored most damage types. Maybe he could get away with that and a request to be shrunk. If he was the size of a regular bird monster again, he could fly close enough to the battle that he wouldn't be targeted by the totems. Carl gave him an assist with Unobtrusive Behemoth, and Hawk transformed into the ghostly fire elemental that was the Lord of Destruction. As hoped, the totems weren't interested in the Overlord-ranked bird. They had skeletal mages on the ground to deal with flying and fast-moving targets. Compared to the bird, this world dragon hatchling with its crazy damage reduction and massive strength was a much greater threat. "You're finished today," the Lich Lord informed Carl in a dry tone. "Perhaps if you had all come at me together, that might be true. But probably not." Carl disagreed. The undead prepared their spells and Carl hurled, Holy Blast, out in a wave in front of him. The two elements were a hard counter to each other, and the match at first appeared to be a stalemate. Only, right behind the first wave was a second, and then a third. The second wave of holy power crashed into the shields of the undead, which the third wave collapsed before beginning to burn their bodies. The totems recovered quickly, regenerating themselves as they brought up their barriers and used skills to counter the barrage of Void Blast attacks that Carl was hurling their way. "You can run now and inform your lord that you failed. I am sure that he won't hold it against you," Carl suggested as the power around the undead visibly dimmed. "Your skills are impressive, but not nearly impressive enough," the Lich Lord countered. He had a magical device in his hand and a smirk on his face. "Say goodbye, you filthy creature." He chuckled. "Goodbye, you filthy creature." Kara agreed. Right before she nullified his barrier and stole his magical orb, which she took immediately to her space for further inspection. The Lich Lord stared blankly at his empty hand, unable to comprehend what had just happened to him. Then, the Void Blast hit his chest and his corporeal body was disintegrated, returning his soul to his phylactery even as the other two totems immediately fled the battlefield. That was a sure kill item, procured for them directly by Lord Bomgan, and certain to do enough damage to bypass the damage reduction of even the monster man of Drod. They came here knowing that he was nothing ordinary, and that he had beasts to support him, but the threat was on a whole other level. If they were going to eliminate him, it was going to take a mythic-ranked team leader. The problem with that was that you couldn't just move a mythic-ranked asset around the continent without a good reason or some preparation. Even in a region as unstable as Gabble, they would attract far too much attention. Worse, the monster man was rumored to be connected to the Chaos Dragon. If those two monsters started openly working together, nobody could stop them from doing whatever they pleased. There weren't more than a few dozen immortals living full-time in the Dragon Isles. Most of them moved to the immortal realm and only came home to visit every few years when they recruited promising candidates for their clans in the immortal realm, or were called upon by their families. The mana here was getting stronger, but the immortal realm was already strong enough to support steady growth to the demigod level if you could manage to stay in the most desirable regions. Meanwhile, in the Grand Palace of Homorvi, the capital building of Bomgan, the newly reformed Lich Lord stared at the Lord of Bomgan with pure terror in his eyes. Let me get this clear. You brought 10 totems, with their armies of undead, and you failed to kill even one member of the Monster Man's team. Did you even manage to kill any of the orcs that they were standing beside? Perhaps you managed to eliminate some burrowing rodents that were nearby? The Lord asked in an emotionless tone that sent chills through the Lich Lord's spine. There was soft laughter from the nearby nobles, and Lord Bomgan turned his attention to the seer. Care to elaborate, what is so funny? The blind vampire woman smiled in his direction. They certainly killed more than one underground rodent. I have seen it. The aftermath of the battle between the Bone Dragon and the avatar of the World Dragon obliterated the battlefield for nearly a square kilometer. Soon, there will be a new watering hole where the battle raged, as the crater formed by the battle between them is 50 meters deep. The undead lords shook their heads in dismay. Seers were always a bit off, as they lived the world through visions, without their natural sight. But that one in particular was ancient, and long since tired of living, so she had no fear of retribution for her attitude. Whoever thought that turning a cursed seer into a vampire was a brilliant idea had a sick sense of humor. Did the army manage to kill anyone at all? A single sentient being? Lord Bomgan asked. He had a faint smile on his face that terrified his lords, but the seer could only go by the dry monotone that he asked the question with. No. The only sentient casualties were our totems. Though, we did recover most of the corpses, so you could say that there were no permanent casualties, except the Bone Dragon. The Monster Man stole its core gem before it could be recovered. As far as the group accompanying him goes, forget having killed any of them. None of them sustained any injuries. Perhaps they are immortal. I don't know, they simply don't get injured when they are hit. You should invite them here. It might make the court a bit less insufferable if we let him rampage in the palace. Lord Drod actually laughed, and the majority of the undead lords knelt and bowed before what they assumed was his rage. You don't get to die that easily, old woman. Besides, even if I brought him here, he has an uncanny connection to the Chaos Realm, and he would most likely just ignore your presence. But it appears that his trip has granted him far more than expected. Advisor Fell, inform the generals to focus on the coastal regions. If the World Dragon had left his treasures in the core of the nation, the Avatar would have found them by now. Now, get out of my throne room. All of you. Once the throne room was empty, Lord Bomgan turned to the seer, who was still standing in her position, lost in a vision. Once she returned to the present, Lord Bomgan cleared his throat. What did you see? The end of the last resurgence. I know where the system stones were then, but they are not there now. The temple is gone. She replied casually. Destroyed? Lord Bomgan asked. No, simply gone. I didn't see where it went, but not so much as a stone remains in the region. It was indeed where the monster man of Drod was standing. You weren't wrong to send the army after him right there. It was simply a few thousand years too late. Then, she turned and left as Lord Bomgan considered the possibilities. The god of death had never failed him in all the years of his life. But against this particular pest, nothing worked quite right. He suspected that it was interference from the chaos element, what many would call luck. But as he searched through his memories, Lord Bomgan knew exactly where the seer had seen the battle take place. He had been there before, a few centuries after the system failed, and there was indeed a temple at that exact spot. One run by an old crone from the Supreme Ladies Guild. However, he didn't recall there being system stones there. Perhaps she had taken them before he had arrived. He might need to change his tactics. If he was going to find the method to alter the system and exclude the food species and chattel from the system, he couldn't keep relying on the advice of the gods. The god of the underworld wasn't the only one willing to manipulate probability, and the most likely locations always had others on unrelated missions set by the other gods present. The other gods might not want him to find the system stones, but he would find a way to obtain them without relying on the advice of the gods. He just needed more time. Kara was immensely pleased with her new acquisition. She had no idea how it was supposed to work, as she had failed to make it do anything but glow faintly with chaos energy, but as that was all she could make it do, it had been repurposed as a rather beautiful decorative night light over her bed. That might seem like a small thing to others, but they didn't understand how difficult it was to make chaos energy glow. Dana flopped down on the grass beside Carl as Thor and Hawk finished cleaning up the battlefield. The others had retreated into the tiny world to rest, but the afternoon was clear and warm, but not scorching hot as the desert had been. Well, that was quite the battle. Do you think that it's something personal between Lord Bongan and us? She asked, unsure what to make of the situation. Yes and no. I am reasonably certain that he despises me, but I have the feeling that he's not deliberately targeting us, but the locations we're standing at. As I recall, his goal was to remove the system from humans and others weaker than the undead. But we're standing on the former location of a full set of system stones. If I'm not mistaken, we've become a recurrent foil to his plans. We keep ending up at the best possible locations for advancements and system benefits, but those are also the locations that the undead army is trying to find so that they can destroy them. Carl mused. So, we just keep getting attacked everywhere that we go. Carl shrugged and rolled over to kiss her forehead. That's not really up to us, is it? If we keep ending up in the locations where system relics are, it's likely that we will keep getting attacked. But there are only so many of them to be found, so it might be months or longer before we run into another one. And by then, Lord Bongan might have come up with a better idea. If it becomes a real issue, we can start exploring a different region for excessive numbers of monsters. The undead army is focusing on just this one region, so if we switch nations, there is a very low chance that we will keep having trouble with them. Dana was skeptical of that plan. She knew that no matter where they went, strange and unexpected outcomes would follow them, and the Lord of Bongan might not be the biggest troublemaker that they attracted into their tangled web of fate. I will talk to the others about what they would like to do. There has to be some sort of solution that doesn't lead to the undead army sending stronger and stronger opponents at us until we're all dead. She quietly informed him. It will all work out in the end, you'll see. Carl agreed. Carl and Dana simply lay beside each other in the grass for a while, enjoying the afternoon sun, until a disturbance in the distance caught Carl's attention. Something is coming, and it's not the orcs coming back. He whispered, not wanting to alert whatever was coming their way if it hadn't already noticed them. His aura was strong, and he wasn't trying to hide it, so if it was wild monsters, they should have realized that there was a totem-ranked threat in the grass here. Leaving his aura fully exposed was practically setting a warning flag on his location to chase wild beasts away. The group wasn't slowing, and they had adjusted their course to approach Carl directly. Definitely not an accident, and possibly from a monster spawn. So, Carl got up out of the grass and watched the group of Naga as they approached. They slowed down 100 meters away, as if confused, and began casting some sort of spell. Not an attack, Carl decided. They were looking for something. Is there something I can help with? Carl called, loud enough to be heard by sensitive ears. A totem from the group slid over and nodded politely to Carl. We detected a queen nearby. A strong overlord, nearly a totem. The goddess demands that she be brought to the temple before her advancement. It is unconscionable for a queen about to ascend not to introduce herself. The Naga warrior insisted. Carl smiled and Dana chuckled. Remy would definitely introduce herself. She loved making new friends. And then using them as experiment volunteers. She is in a separate space right now, that is why you haven't detected her properly. Let her finish her alchemy project, and she will come out to properly greet her kinsman. Carl explained. The young queen is a skilled alchemist? The totem asked hopefully. A master runic alchemist. Carl agreed. Dana poked him in the side. If these Naga insisted that Remy stay with them, there would be real problems for the group. The Naga didn't react, other than to coil his lower body into what looked like a comfortable resting position. Clearly, he had nothing more to say, and no intention of moving until he had met Remy. Carl opened the tiny world's entrance, and Dana retreated to join the others and pass a more detailed version of the situation than the system chat had been able to convey. But Remy was already finished her potions, as she had just been making healing potions to trade with the next location they visited. The orcs didn't buy them, but everyone else should, and she might be able to get more species of plants for her recipes. Remy slid out to greet the Naga chieftain, and the whole delegation bowed down, laying flat on the grass. Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to meet you. The goddess requests your presence at her temple. The chieftain insisted. These are my people, we will all have to travel together. How far is it to the temple? Remy asked. 500 kilometers. Not more than 10 days' travel. Remy chuckled. It was so strange to hear someone describe travel in days when they had Hawk, Thor and Carl. I think that we can make it there faster than that. If you join me in the carriage, the rest of your team can rest in a separate space, and we can make it much faster. She insisted. The Naga looked vaguely insulted. Your Majesty, it is an important part of the ritual to travel to the temple under your own power. We can let your people come to the city, but they cannot enter the temple with you once we arrive. He explained. Remy shrugged. We will sort that out once we are there. But 10 days travel on the grass, is that really necessary? The chieftain tried not to laugh. The young queen really was a born regent, even if she was raised among other species. The Naga considered Remy's position. How about we travel by other methods until we reach the swamps? If we travel the last day on our own, that should be enough to please the goddess. Remy nodded happily. Invite the others over, and I will show them a good spot to rest as we travel. How are you with heights? The Naga looked confused. Heights, Your Majesty. I don't understand. I was going to ask one of the others to let us fly on their back, as my spirit snake is not fast enough for the purpose. Riding on their back, we can make it 500 kilometers before it gets dark. We're headed to Kothar in Nulmulgat. Or, into the swamps just east of the city. It's not that far. The hopeful tone said that he was definitely afraid of flying, but didn't want to say it out loud. Carl cleared his throat. We can have Thor pull the wagon, and spend the next few days going over land instead. It's simply more efficient to get there on wings. Thor perked up his ears when he heard the word wagon. It sounded like they would have things to do again soon. The rest of the search team came over, all overlords. They showed signs of recent battle, with damaged and stained gear, but their wounds were all healed. Naga had some natural regeneration, and while it wasn't on the level of the regeneration skills, it was still good enough that minor cuts and such would heal in a matter of hours. There was a shaman among them, a young boy. He was giving Remy a most reverent look, like he had just seen a movie star. Carl was keeping an eye on the young Naga, and Remy tried not to laugh. The Carl was worried about her virtue, but the young shaman was far too cute and naive. He grew up among Naga, while Remy had a much more interesting group of siblings. She knew how to deal with strangers who were too forward. Sister Ray taught her. Follow me. There is a swamp area in the separate space that should be comfortable for everyone. I have built resting platforms, but do try not to overfish the waters. The numbers are limited, and they are part of a breeding experiment. She explained, then motioned for the others to follow her through. The mana level in the tiny world was increasing with Carl's power, he noticed. He had tied it to his power instead of letting it feed entirely off the outside world so that the others could get higher quality mana. But feeling it now reminded him that he could start to expand the space again. His mana pool was many times what it was when the spell was created, so he shouldn't have any problems increasing the tiny world by at least a third. But he also noticed that it was lacking in the fundamental rules that the system had enlightened Carl to when he reached totem rank. If nothing else, he should use the rule of mana manipulation to enhance the space. Everyone used it to meditate and increase their internal energy levels, and that rule would help the process. However, that would have to wait until they didn't have guests. The chieftain inspected the section of swamp that Remy led them to, and smiled at the young queen. Her hospitality was impeccable, and there was a whole set of platforms and thatch-roofed shelters in the swamp for them to rest as they traveled. But even more importantly, the mana was thick, there were fragrant plants all around, and no predators, so they could rest peacefully. "You have a wonderful home," he insisted. Remy shrugged. "It's more like my garden. I mostly live in my alchemy lab, and that's over there in the stone building. You can't have the outside elements interfering with the process." "I understand. It is important to have the right environment to work. Now, would you prefer to rest first, or shall we take out the carriage and have the shaman summon an elemental to pull it?" Remy laughed. "We have a behemoth with us who greatly enjoys pulling the wagon. We also have the ability to summon large beasts when he needs a rest, so don't worry about the carriage." Remy led him back outside, where Thor was already set up, with his size reduced to suit the carriage. "Oh, this is nice," the chieftain insisted, then climbed up into the cargo area at the back. He was rather large to be sitting in the front, though it wouldn't be a problem for both him and Remy to fit, as the carriage typically seated 8 comfortably. Being in the back, with the cover off, he could rest his upper body on the roof of the carriage and see everything that was going on around them, as well as giving Carl directions and serving as an extra guard. Remy called her bodyguards, who took up their usual spots on the running boards of the carriage, and then settled in the front while Carl urged Thor to start heading east. Like a proper queen being escorted to a new city. The route that they took at the start didn't matter as much, as there were no mountain ranges between them and their destination, so all they had to do was find the easiest path in the right general direction, and then adjust when they were close. "Will the rest of your companions be staying in the separate space?" the chieftain asked Carl once they were moving. "Yeah, it's easier if they all remain there. We have enough room for them to join Remy up front, but they only usually do when they need to be ready for something, and Remy would normally be in her lab. The carriage itself is a distraction, as it's easy for the monsters from the spawns to see, and that was why we were out here. Removing excess threats, you might say," Carl explained. "What an odd mission. We rarely concern ourselves with issues beyond the swamps, but you have come so far. Your guild title says that you are from Drod. Well, we have some time. How about we share stories?" The Naga seemed enthralled by the experience of riding on a carriage pulled by a behemoth, and Thor was moving much more quickly than his people could constantly move across the grass. Naga were extremely fast in burst movements, like the snakes they resembled, but for long distances, they weren't all that impressive. They were faster than many of the bipedal species, but compared to the behemoth, who was casually jogging along with the carriage, they were far slower. This speed would be nearly as fast as they could sustain for a few minutes, not a casual all-day pace. "How have things been in the swamps? I know that Gabble is a special case, and we have information to relay to them about exactly what seems to be happening. But how much of that has been spreading east across the border?" Carl asked, striking up a conversation with the lounging Naga. "Things are pretty good in the swamp. The shaman goddess protects the swamps, so most of the spawned monsters stay away, unless the incident started in the swamps themselves. But sometimes that is a good thing. We had a crocolisk spawn not long ago, and that will be food for many months. It's not the most common outcome, but when the monsters or beasts are an edible species, it is a huge windfall for the tribes of the entire region. It's not just Naga, you see. The lizard men have many tribes in the territories around ours as well. Then the various Fey tribes. Many types of Fey like to live in the swamp, especially the wisps and the witches. Carl was confused. I thought that the witches were a system class. Like, not their species, but their specialization. The Naga laughed. Oh, yes, those are witches too. But I mean the various types of fey witches. Water witches, swamp witches, forest witches. There are more, but those three all live in the swamps. Mostly the swamp witches, who are the only dark fey out of the three. They're a nasty piece of work, but they've got powers that can really help if you find a way to negotiate with them. Usually, we find a witch doctor among the trolls and send them to do it. The swamp witches and the witch doctors seem to have an understanding, and they can usually work out some sort of deal that isn't open-ended or with surprise payments due. Carl chuckled. I know a human witch doctor. She has her whole body covered in tattoos of power. It's quite the sight. The Naga chuckled. The trolls only wish that they could use such an ability. It's part of their class skills, but you can't tattoo or scar a troll, so none of them can practice it. That has to be frustrating. Such a powerful skill, and they can't even use it. But can you imagine a passively buffed troll that has twice the usual strength and stamina? They would be unstoppable. Carl laughed. The Naga shook his head in dismay. Don't go giving them ideas, they might just find a way. Carl was reasonably sure that he knew the way already. Instead of tattooing them, you could paint it on, and just refresh the ability when the paint wore off. The trolls probably already did it, as he had seen them wearing war paint in the past. They idly chatted through the day, and when the sun started to go down, Thor stopped the wagon to be swapped out for a giant dire bear, who would pull them through the night. This really is efficient. By morning, we might have to switch to something aquatic. Our destination is actually on the east side of the swamps, so if we're going to take the most direct route, there will be many muddy roads along the way. That's all right. We're already making good time, I'm sure nobody will be too upset about a slower rate when things get muddy. Are there actual roads, or would we be needing a boat? I have the ability to make a flat-bottomed boat to take us through the swamp. Carl suggested. The Naga considered that. If we alter our course a little, we can reach the headwaters of the Gund Fork long before we reach the swamp. Then we can follow that almost all the way to the temple. It's only a few kilometers from the river. Hawk, do you see a river in front of us somewhere? Carl asked. Northeast. The road doesn't go anywhere near it, but it should be easy to get to. I can turn the carriage northeast toward the river now. Carl offered. Northeast? No, it should be east, past the road, closer to the village of Nararam. Carl shrugged. He didn't know any of the river names. Oh, I see it. That's still 100 kilometers away. You will be there tonight sometime. My scout says that he found the one you mean, it's 100 kilometers away. Your group must have been searching for some time. Carl explained. The Naga nodded. We were sent out over a month ago, expecting trouble in locating anything within the wilds of Gabble. Carl sighed. That's quite the adventure. I can only imagine how many times you had to double back, searching for a target that kept moving. We've been all over the place in the last month or two. The Naga laughed. Fortunately, we have the seers linked to us, so they can give updates. They tell us where we're most likely to find what we're looking for, and we adjust our position. But until we met Queen Remy, we didn't know exactly what we would find. Carl nodded in understanding. Remy is an interesting one, and it would be hard to expect someone just like her, even if you knew that it would be a Naga queen her age. She's gone through a few major changes as she advanced as well. Some of that is the new skills that I have taught her using the talents of my class, most of it is her own hard work and dedication to studying. The Naga looked impressed. She is remarkably studious for a young queen. It is somewhat more common for them to live a few decades as a spoiled debutante after they rise from the rank of princess. But then, even the princesses are notoriously spoiled, as they are expected to become the next leaders of their tribes, even if they can't advance and become true queens. Though our people have advanced past the state where we were unable to deny the will of our leadership caste, they innately hold a huge amount of power and respect among the Naga, simply for what they are. Leading us is literally ingrained in their genetics. The bears carried them through the night as Hawk rested, and by the time that the sun came up, they were at the lone road that ran north up the eastern side of Gabel. Nararam should be just south down this road. Do you want to go through the city, then to the river, or continue east and pick up the river in the wilderness? Carl asked once the Naga woke up. You're still awake? The Naga asked, surprised to see Carl. Sort of. I prefer to meditate, so I don't have to leave my spot. The golems give me enough input to keep us out of trouble. That's why I use my own golem. Carl explained. The Naga nodded. That's a good idea. Not many have the skills to do that, but your class is a unique one. Carl shrugged. I'm technically in my 3rd class now. I started as a beast master, and then advanced. Each has been better than the one before, so no complaints. Oh, what sort of class comes 2 advancements after a rare class? Remy laughed from inside the carriage. This should be entertaining. It's still a beast master base, but beast master champion. It helps advance both me and my beasts, but primarily the changes were that it designated me as the avatar of the world dragon, and granted a new transformation and some related abilities. Carl explained. The Naga stared at him in silence, unsure how to answer that. Avatar of the world dragon as a class skill? What sort of broken skill was that? And what sort of related skill would even come with a power like that? So, you can transform into a dragonkin? He tried. Carl shook his head. A totem-ranked world dragon. The Naga slowly blinked, first one set of eyelids, then the other. Carl shook his head. A totem-ranked world dragon. The Naga slowly blinked, first one set of eyelids, then the other. Well, that's unexpected. So, your skills are all focused around being a dragon? No, my skills are all focused around improving both myself and the beast team. New skills, higher combat power, even the option to add more group members. The dragon transformation is more of a flex on enemies than a core skill of the class. Carl explained. Remy and the Naga team leader both laughed. Transforming into a totem-ranked dragon was an immense flex on any enemy that you might be facing. Especially to a Naga, or any other scaled species. As far as scaly creatures went, dragons were the pinnacle of performance. The morning passed smoothly as they headed for the river, but when they finally arrived, the Naga realized that there might be a problem with this plan. You couldn't put something as large as a carriage in your system inventory unless you had a special skill for it. Plus, they didn't appear to have a boat. The first problem was solved when Carl helped Remy down from the carriage by letting her transform into a reduced form of her spirit snake form and drape herself over his shoulders. Then Thor took his carriage back into his space, and Tion created a large metal flat-bottomed sailboat. Carl jumped over to land in the boat, then let Remy use her basic, elemental control, to create a gust of wind to push it to shore. Climb in, and we will head down the river. The current is flowing with us, and Remy can make a steady wind, or use water manipulation to push us along faster. Both Naga looked happier now that they were on the river, and the older Naga chuckled as they started to move. Normally, we have someone stick their tail in the water to push the raft, but this is fancy. I like it. But will it be alright when we get to overhanging branches? He asked. We can switch techniques when it comes to that. I can also choose aquatic beasts as my golems, so we could have them pull the boat if we needed to. Remy paused. She hadn't thought about that. There were some excellent fish monsters. Not particularly powerful, but if they were summoned as golems, they would be totem ranked by default. If Carl summoned something like a silver catfish, a commander rank river monster, it could swim at nearly 50 kilometers an hour. Hawk had found a few of them while scouting in Drod. You should call the water golems. It will be fun, like a water wagon. Thor suggested. The concept of a wind-powered floating wagon was just too weird, in his opinion. Remy hid her dismay at his lack of enlightenment. Even on land, you could push a carriage with wind if you wanted to. But such a concept was anathema to Thor's Sero-developed mindset. Strong legs were far better than letting something as soft as air try to do the work. The silver catfish had no good way to hook up a harness, but Ray solved that by creating a bit to go in their mouth, like the ones you use to guide horses. The fish could pull the boat that way, and it wouldn't interfere with their fins. She passed the custom-crafted rope to Carl, who hooked it to the boat and passed it to the golems. Then, they were really off to the races, skimming along the water at breakneck speed as Remy laughed in joy. With no natural wind, the surface of the river was glass smooth, perfect for high-speed boating. Now, we just need to keep this speed up for half a day, and we will be close to the temple. Carl announced. The Naga laughed. There was little chance that would actually happen. Even with 4 totems in their group, they were sure to be either accosted by offended monsters, or questioned by the tribes whose territories they were passing through. A major river was an important part of many territories, and they wouldn't allow just anyone to go down it without at least checking them out. His group of investigators had been stopped dozens of times before they had made it to the Gabble border, and some of the stops took entire days to settle passage rights through the territories of tribes they had no agreements with. If the sky wasn't so terrifying, he would have suggested that they fly over and avoid this part. The first signs that the Naga's fears would come correct came half an hour later, long before they had even reached the swamps, where he was concerned about the tribes. Their way was barred by a pair of lizardman warriors, each with a team behind them, stationed on both sides of the river, with a net stretched across the width. Carl had the fish slow them to a stop, but waited in the middle of the river. "Good morning, what seems to be the issue today?" he asked politely, while the lizardmen stared at him. "There is a toll to pass. You have traveled through our territory without a permit," the lizardman demanded, but Carl could hear the fear in his voice. For amusement value, he let an aura leak using one of his less-used Packmaster skills. Dominating power, the Packmaster's aura gains a mental domination effect at will, requiring weaker minds to submit to his will. Hypnosis-type ability. He wasn't giving the lizardmen any sort of intimidating look, but he could see them begin to cower under the power of the oppressive aura. The leaders of the 2 groups managed to stand firm, holding the net across the river, as Carl reached into his inventory and took out a handful of gold coins. "How about I pay the fee in gold? 2 coins for each of us should be fine. That's 3 for each of you," he insisted. The lizardman bandits were about to remind him that this was a robbery, and that his way down the river was blockaded, but after careful consideration, both nodded. It was better to let this one pass. They caught the coins Carl threw at them and lowered the net as the lizardmen behind them complained. It was only 3 people in a fast boat. Even with a pair of totems, they weren't a threat to a whole clan, so they should have been grabbed and forced to turn over their valuables before they were killed. At least, that was the consensus of those too far away to feel Carl's aura. But the boat was already past the net, and moving faster than they could run. Not that Carl would make it far. They weren't the only bandits along the river, and the next tribe wasn't welcoming to outsiders. Carl found that out in person only an hour later. This time, the tribe had placed a raft in the middle of the river with a pair of overlord-ranked warriors on it, waiting for them to arrive. If that was intended to fight them, it would be laughable. But Carl could feel that there were totem-ranked warriors in the village nearby, and these were just the border guards. So, again, he pulled to a stop, and wondered if there was a better way to deal with lizard men. "Good afternoon. We are headed east to Kothar, might we get passage through your territory? We have room for an escort if you want to send one with us." Carl called. "Disembark. Our chief needs to speak to you. End any transformation spells, and lower your barriers," the border guard insisted. The Naga team leader got worried when Carl smirked and Remy began to giggle, but there was nothing he could do when she transformed back from her minimized spirit snake form and Carl splashed into the river as an enormous dragon. The lizard men were utterly baffled. "What do we do now?" one of them whispered. "Well, they did it, so I guess we take them to the chief." "I don't know. Nobody ever complied before," his partner whispered back. Remy turned to their escort. "You know, this might be easier if we let you rest with the others until we're close. The Carl is superb at dealing with other species." The Naga rolled his eyes. "That remains to be seen." Carl pranced out of the river in a way that reminded Remy of Thor when he was happy. A bit too bouncy to be casual. But she turned the wind to blow the boat to shore so she could get out and put the boat in her space after everyone had disembarked. No need to risk it getting damaged. "Why the fuck is there a dragon on my lawn?" She heard someone yelling, then winked at the Naga beside her. "See, all as planned." Carl's amused voice replied to the village chief. "Your guards insisted I should come in this form instead of my travel disguise. I can change back, it's much more convenient for conversation, even though your grass is soft under the feet." By the time that Remy got to the center of town, Carl was back in cat demon form, and the lizard man was looking tense. "Now, you were here to request passage through our territory?" the chieftain asked. Carl nodded. "Yes, we are going east down the river, and my friend is afraid of heights. So, we decided to go down the river." The lizard men weren't sure what to make of that, but the embarrassed look that the Naga was giving made it clear who Carl was talking about. The lizard men of the tribe began to gather, in case this stranger was a threat. They had their pride, and just letting strangers show up and move through their territory without so much as a formal request to the chief made them territorial. Carl couldn't have made an advance request, as he had no idea their territory existed. But telling them that would only make things worse. The lizardman chief didn't know how to respond. They couldn't stand the Naga, but that was a world dragon. Lizardmen worshipped the dragons nearly as much as the drakes, though they didn't claim to be descended from dragons themselves. "I will grant you permission to pass through the territory one time. Your boat is fast, so I request that you are gone by evening." The chief decided. That was enough to keep his people happy. Make the intruders leave by the end of the day, and don't let them linger and hunt the tribe's resources. Once they were out of sight of the village, and Carl had ensured that there was nobody trying to follow them, he turned to the Naga. "I will transform and bring Remy with me to the city of Kothar. This is becoming too much of a nuisance, and if we don't change methods, we're guaranteed to get into an unnecessary fight." Carl insisted. The Naga sighed, then nodded. "I won't argue. The lizard men control the first part of this region, and they hold a grudge against the Naga, so they won't make it easy for us." Carl opened the tiny world's entrance for him, and called for Thor to escort him to the others, as they were spread out through the swamp area in the tiny world. Then he transformed and went for a swim in the river as Remy climbed on his back and put away the boat. Once that was done and the golems were dismissed, Carl flapped up into the air with Remy stretched out flat on his back. Water control let her create a loop to hold herself in place, though the world dragon form had ridges on its back that would make for a fairly sturdy grip, even without eternal lightning over them both, keeping the wind off her. Carl didn't go as high as Hawk usually did, as the air got cold up there, and Remy wasn't a fire element creature. But flying lower gave them an excellent view of the territories that they passed over, and let Carl memorize a few new spots to add to his list of possible portal destinations. Every few minutes, he could see that someone had noticed them and pointed up at where he was flying overhead, but Carl was moving so fast that none of them put in the effort to try to intercept him. It simply wasn't worth it. This is so much better. Wandering around the swamp on a boat was not only slow, but there were annoying people everywhere. Flying over populated areas is better. "Look, they're even waving hello at us," Remy narrated as they flew. "I think that they're actually trying to cast a spell to knock us out of the sky, but they don't have the range to make it this high." Carl laughed. They were definitely using magic, he could feel it, even from this distance. Should we go tell them to behave? Remy asked. She could probably hit them with a potion from here, but she left all the randomly exploding ones in the tiny world, not in her own space, where she could more conveniently grab them. What Carl could not have known was that the mere presence of an avatar of the world dragon was enough to influence the system, and that they were not casting hostile spells at him, they were casting celebratory blessings on the children who had just awakened their classes. Some of the waving was hostile or annoyed, but only when they hadn't linked his presence to what was happening in the villages. Carl followed the river to the border, then circled for a moment when he saw the ruins of an ancient wall. It would have once been a mighty defensive fortification between Gabel and Nulmogat, but now, it had gone thousands of years without maintenance, and most of it had collapsed or had been deconstructed to reuse the stones for housing. That was what Mira had feared would happen to the temple when she was gone, but there was no sign of the temple at all when the change happened. Not even a foundation was left, and none of the houses nearby were ancient or made of stone. Then, Carl continued east down the river for a few hundred kilometers until the road crossed at a grand stone bridge, and headed east to a city of around 60,000 people. That had to be Qatar, as it was the only large city in the region, according to the map that he had. The rest were all small villages and tribal camps of the Naga, trolls and lizard men. So, Carl descended from the sky to land near the west gate and let Remy down. She chose to remain in spirit snake form so that she could float near his shoulder instead of landing in the muddy street. You know, for a Naga, you really are a clean freak. Carl joked as he transformed back. Remy wiggled in what he thought was a shrug. Swamp water is like a herbal bath, but I can smell the nastiness in that mud. Dirt roads are just gross. So, Carl walked up to the city walls with Remy floating near his shoulder. They were met by a large mountain troll, close to 4 meters tall and broad-shouldered, with thick gray skin and curious green eyes that sparkled like gemstones. State your name and business. The troll announced in a bored voice that contradicted his clear interest in the answer. I am Carl and this is Remy. We are stopping here on our way to the Naga Shaman Temple. The guard nodded. Do you have an invitation to the temple? They don't accept random visitors. Carl smiled. They sent a request for us, yes. The guard smiled, showing obsidian black teeth. 1 silver coin each to enter the city. If you wish to enter the auction, seats are for sale on your left, and items can be evaluated at the building on the right. Oh, in that case, I might enter an item for the auction. I should have something worth selling to recoup the cost of the trip. Carl agreed. He still hadn't had time to make anything totem ranked, but he had a number of overlord ranked items with him. So, he paid the toll and led Remy into the auction's evaluation house, where a young Naga warrior stood staring at them in shock. Good morning. Carl tried, as the man wasn't moving. Good morning, sir. Good morning, your majesty. I like these people. They're all so polite. Remy giggled in Carl's mind. I get the feeling that their shock at seeing a queen is going to lead to something troublesome. Carl countered. How much trouble could they cause? I have a Carl with me. Carl took out an overlord-ranked sword, created with runes for sharpness and skill damage amplification, and placed it on the counter between them. I would like to have an item evaluated for auction. He explained. The Naga nodded rapidly, breaking himself from his shocked stupor. Of course, sir. That is, certainly to be acceptable to the auction house. Even with the dungeons producing more gear lately, there isn't much overlord-ranked gear circulating. That was only natural. Most people who had the power to do overlord-ranked or higher dungeons didn't spend all day grinding out gear for sale. They could afford to live well after only a few visits. Lower-ranked dungeons often had lineups to enter, but that was seldom the case for more powerful ones. Those were more likely to have local bounties for their completion and the resources inside. The Naga called out a supervisor, while Remy contemplated how he was speaking common. Naga mouths were not made for that, but while he had an accent, he was definitely speaking common. The supervisor was an aged demon with light violet skin, but agile movements Carl didn't expect from someone as wrinkled as he was. Now, what do we have here that my man can't price? Oh, that is wonderful, a crafted weapon. Tell me, where did? No, you made that one personally. I can see the maker's mark in the system information. This is most excellent work. Are you certain that you want to put it up for auction? There are no reserves, and no withdrawing after bidding has started. He asked. Carl nodded. I can always make another, and I collected more than enough elven steel from the dungeon at Bara for our guild's master smith. The demon looked curious. You have a true master smith? A dwarf? Carl shook his head. No, a demon named Ashbringer. The auction house representative nodded, not knowing the name. He had been hoping it was a dwarven master, as their work was known as high enough quality that it would demand a higher price simply because a dwarven master had created it. The auction is tomorrow morning, and runs until later in the afternoon, depending on the number of items presented. As a contributor, here is a pass for you and your +1 in the back rows, so you can watch the sale. They shook hands and Carl headed into the city with Remy floating at his side. Ooh, they have new forms of cake. You have to stop there. Get at least 3 of each. Remy insisted. 3 of each? Remy nodded. 1 for me, 1 for Lotus, 1 as reference to make more. The beastkin girl working the counter gave them a tired smile as they entered. Sir, madam. Welcome to Annette's Bakery. Do you know what you would like, or would you like me to explain our offerings? She asked, clearly a rehearsed line. Carl smiled back at her. Actually, I need 1 of every flavor of cake that you have, sliced for 12. Then I need 3 of each of the squares and puff pastries. I have a large group who would like samples. The girl looked panicked. That was half of the goods in the store. Sir, that will be quite expensive, she began, but Carl set a small sack of gold coins on the counter and she gulped. I see. Very well, sir. Remy silently celebrated as the worker packed up box after box of treats. Lotus had gotten new food-related skills when she changed classes, and one of them was to recreate simple baked goods that she was familiar with. It wasn't perfect, so she still had to make most things from scratch, but she could just conjure the puff pastries and then make the fillings, which was so much faster when they needed sweets. Puff pastries were the peak treat in Remy's mind, as they were bite-sized, no matter what form she was in. She could just pop them in her mouth intact, and that was much better than having to cut bits off to eat. In fact, in this greatly reduced spirit snake form, they would completely fill her mouth. It was just a shame she couldn't make herself even smaller. The baker came out as the girl was packing up the last of the food, which Remy quickly moved to her space for safekeeping. Damn it. The woman muttered, looking at all the sparse shelves. Sorry, if we had known that we needed so much, we would have sent word ahead of time, but we just entered the city. Carl apologized. That's all right, sir. I have extra help coming in tonight anyhow, as the auction day tends to be one of our busiest. Carl and Remy left the shop and headed into the street, looking for a spot to stay the night. Well, somewhere to safely pretend they were staying for the night, as there was no need to bring everyone out of the tiny world into separate rooms. There weren't many inns in the city, and it looked like most of the merchants were staying in their carriages, parked in the street. Even the beasts pulling them remained in place, and were mostly still hooked to the carriages, with feed bags in front of them. We might have miscalculated. Perhaps we should have brought out the carriage and had everyone exit from there. Carl muttered, then spotted a sign with a picture of an ale mug on what looked like a 3-story inn. Never mind, we should be in luck. He stepped inside the dingy tavern, and the heads of 24 beastkin briefly turned toward his feline form, then turned back to their drinks. Carl nodded to the waitress, who gestured to a table. What can I get you, handsome? Carl smiled at her and the catgirl purred. I was hoping you have a room for rent for the night. I have a few friends waiting to be called through a portal, and we need a spot to stay until the auction is over tomorrow. The waitress nodded. Indeed, we do have rooms, for beastkin and dwarves. It was clear that she meant only for beastkin and dwarves, and not because of size issues. Carl frowned. If you count dragon priestesses as beastkin, then we're in luck. The waitress smirked. I will pay you to stay here if you have one who can create rice. The blight beetles got almost the whole crop this year. Carl winked at her, then reached into the tiny world and grabbed Lotus, opening the space just enough to pull her out. Hey, I was. Bunny. The locals began to laugh as one unfortunate man panicked. But Carl kept a hold on the excited priestess, who thought that she was being given a present. You're not here for bunny ears. I called you to help this lovely lady with her kitchen inventory issues. Take Remy with you as well, she has treats for you to try. The waitress took the odd pair into the back of the tavern, where the smell of stew and fresh baked bread wafted through as the door was opened. You're going to have to plead for mercy when the old woman comes out here. The fox-skinned man beside Carl whispered. Probably. High Priestess Lotus is a bit intense, especially in a confined space. The beastkin snorted in amusement. The matron of the inn is from a family of mice. Carl wasn't sure where that stood in relation to the fluffiness of bunnies, but he suspected that the old woman would not be happy with his volunteer helpers. Sure enough, 30 seconds later, one very annoyed old woman with a scarf over her head, covering her hair and her ears, stomped out and smacked him over the head with a wooden spoon. Then she placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. In my defense, she is the best in my group with food creation. Carl tried. And you didn't think to send someone to keep her in line? One experiment-obsessed Naga queen is not enough. They just hype each other up. Carl could see that. Especially in the kitchen, when Remy was excited about experimenting with new foods. Anything that could be turned into a research project was enough to get Remy excited, and if it was both an experiment and edible, it was even better. After all, food was the introductory level of alchemy in Remy's mind. All the mixing and precise measurements, none of the requirements that the creator have magical aptitude. Carl patted the little mouse woman, who huffed and turned away. They'd better be helpful in the kitchen, with all the mess that they're making. She muttered as she walked away. Ask them to make you extra sweets, and to stock your pantry. High Priestess Lotus will help you out. Carl called after her. The beastkin laughed quietly as the angry chef returned to her work, then laughed harder at the sound of happy squeaking after the door was closed. She could pretend to be angry all that she wanted, but her instincts got the better of her once she was alone with Lotus and a kitchen full of fresh vegetables. Well, now that we know we will be getting a well-stocked pantry for the next week, what would you like to drink? We have ale, mead and wine. Or dwarven whiskey if you have deep pockets. The waitress asked. Ale is good. I'm sure that they'll have something special for dinner soon. Lotus loves to cook almost as much as she likes fluffy ears. The waitress shook her head in dismay. One day, I will meet a sane green dragon cleric. Carl shook his head. That's the problem. This is as sane as they get. The green dragons are just as excitable and curious as their clerics. So, while they can be rational, they're never going to not want to touch the fluffy thing. The waitress smiled gently and nodded. That makes sense. We tell our children to watch for them, like they're a terror, but I can't recall the last time that I heard of a green dragon cleric intentionally starting a fight. They get in plenty, but they never mean to start them. Thor relayed the situation to the others, who were happy to remain in the tiny world for the night instead of coming out to deal with whatever chaos Lotus and Remy had caused. Thor had explained fairly well that the spot Carl had found was not very welcoming, but it would be good enough for the evening, and then they could come out tomorrow to see the city if they wanted. However, his description didn't make it sound all that appealing, other than the food that was promised once Remy and Lotus were done experimenting. Really, this city wasn't all that grand. It was large, and built on somewhat of a hill, so it wasn't too swampy, but the land around it was still very much waterlogged, and the buildings were all discreetly elevated by a meter, with a space underneath to allow flood water to pass when it rained. The terrain was the primary reason that there were no major cities between them and the western border as well. It simply wasn't desirable enough for tribes who had the resources to contend for territory elsewhere to stay. The waitress continued to bring drinks as Carl chatted with the locals about the situation in the area. There were no major incidents lately, which was a good start, but there had been quite a bit of rain, so the roads would be worse than usual between here and the temple. It wasn't open enough to travel by boat, but the Naga group would certainly want to make the last bit of the trip under their own power, as it seemed to be some sort of holy pilgrimage for them. Or at least for their shamans. In fact, it was almost suspiciously quiet in the town, with everything that was going on in the nation to their west. It was only a few hundred kilometers away that things were utter chaos, and the whole army spent all their time fighting monsters that had wandered out of the changing zones. But the tribes here didn't appear to have the same issue, and the problem certainly wasn't a concern this far east. Not only that, but the attacks by the Bongan army didn't target this region, so they weren't even having problems with foreign spies or curses. It was almost as if Gabel itself were cursed with misfortune. "Why did you go to Gabel? That land is dangerous," one of the beastkin asked. Carl shrugged. "I was with a black dragon, and her goddess demanded that the excess monster population be kept in check. Gabel has had many issues with them in the past, so the death god decided it was time to start putting things back in balance." The locals at the tavern looked suitably impressed with that answer. Though many of them worked hard to build their power, it was mostly so that they would not be suppressed by more powerful forces in the city. It took a unique sort of personality to willingly go out into the wilderness and put your life on the line when you could grow your system stats with trade skills and a vigorous training regimen. Of course, that logic was why so many never reached more than mediocre levels of power, even with long lives. But it was safer, and it was better in nearly every mind to live a long and uneventful life than a short and brutal one aiming for the top. That thought, naturally, had never occurred to Carl. When Lotus came out with an entire cart full of freshly baked sweets, she was an instant hit with the visitors to the tavern. Even the old construction workers who were sitting in a corner, looking grimly at their mugs of ale, were smiling as she passed them a small plate with a selection of baked goods on it. Her enthusiasm for snacks was contagious, and even Carl had chosen to ignore the fact that she had a large mug of coffee on the tray for herself. If she got too hyper, he could just send her back to Ophelia. The sound of blades clashing and wood smashing from outside caught Carl's attention, and the waitress quickly moved to bar the door. "Is the area that bad?" Carl whispered to the man beside him. The werewolf shook his head. "Probably. We sit near the edge of the district, and the Naga get into it with the trolls on a fairly regular basis. The city guard doesn't care how much they break in their brawls, and they never make them pay for the damage. So, we just get out of the way, or bar the door, so that nothing happens to the building." The building itself was made of common field stone, oblong rocks patched together with mortar. If things actually got serious, Carl knew that it wouldn't take much to throw someone through the wall. But it wasn't likely that things would go that far in the city. "You look like you just had a strange thought," the werewolf noted. "I was just thinking that if they were serious about fighting, it wouldn't take much to throw someone through a non-magical fieldstone wall." Carl replied quietly. The werewolf laughed. "You're not wrong. But they're usually not trying to kill each other, just to assert dominance. A territory fight of sorts between the two most populous groups." A middle-aged catwoman smirked at Carl. "You say that as if you could also throw someone through the wall." Lotus giggled when she heard the comment, and sipped her coffee before patting the woman on the shoulder. "The Carl is a monster in disguise. Forget throwing them through the wall, he could probably throw them out of the city from here." "Over the city wall." The woman laughed along with her, but Carl did a quick calculation. If he transformed, he was fairly sure that he could hurl an average-sized troll at least 200 meters. That was far enough to make it over the city wall. Of course, if they were an overlord or totem-rank troll, it would barely injure them, and they would heal before they stopped skidding through the mud. But they would be outside the city. Naga were much more difficult to throw. Remy transformed back to her Naga form and settled down on the bench beside Carl, while Lotus continued to make friends. They had time to kill, and she wasn't ready to go up to the room and pretend to sleep. But she had forgotten that this city had tens of thousands of Naga in it. None of them actually slept, they just rested when they didn't have things to do, conserving energy. So, the schedules of everything in the city were adapted to a population that was active at all hours of the day. The markets were always open, and the staff just changed shifts 4 times a day. The same was true for most of the shops, and especially the taverns. One shift would finish drinking and go home, but another would arrive right after. And that was what the crowd did a few minutes later, once the fighting outside stopped. There were more customers waiting to come in when the waitress lifted the bar on the doors, but Carl noticed that while the wooden stalls of the vendors on the block were mostly smashed, the ones right in front of the tavern were intact, as if the fight had skipped the spot in front of their building. The waitress sighed as she saw the extent of the damage, then shrugged. Well, at least they spared a few this time. Though they might just have not wanted to annoy the totem. She muttered as she welcomed the next group to their seats, along with 2 more staff members, who were quickly served a meal so they could get to work. That also meant a whole new batch of people for Lotus to meet and serve sweets to. The nature priestess was quickly becoming a hit with the patrons, and when they found out that she had completely stocked the pantry of the tavern with stew ingredients and good flour for bread, she became even more popular. Carl realized that would normally be considered very generous payment for simply getting to use the kitchen, especially when she was giving the patrons all the pastries, but that was the way of the dragon clerics. Anywhere that they stopped, they tended to leave behind food, and the better you treated them, the more food they would leave. It could almost be considered a devious tactic to build goodwill and recruit followers, but devious and Lotus didn't belong in the same sentence. It was just impossible to see her as anything but flaky and devoted to her principles. I should go back to work for the night. I need to make preparations before we reach the temple. Remy announced a few hours later, as a third group of patrons was beginning to replace the second. The waitress who had been on shift when they arrived was long gone, but the one on duty quickly brought them the key to a room, and refused Carl's attempt to pay for his drinks. The priestess has provided more than enough. Just, please take her with you. Someone taught her about cream liquors in coffee, and it's going to end badly. The waitress whispered. Lotus had mixed them in an ale mug, and there was no doubt that the waitress was absolutely correct. Lotus, time to go. Ophelia is ready for a nap. Carl called. 5 more minutes. We've got an idea for better egg tarts. Well, that was hard to argue with. Within half an hour, Lotus was deposited back in the tiny world, escorted by Remy, and Carl headed for the upstairs room. He brought out the haint and the epic guard for company, then took out an elven steel chest plate to do some runic work. Then, he stared at it in confusion. This was clearly not armor, or at least not effective armor. Could it be for Ray to put over a leather base? The spider laughed as Carl stared at the thin and flexible plates of metal with ornately decorated breast forms. It's a decorative armor piece for succubi. It's meant to be worn in the bedroom, not the battlefield. Though, knowing succubi, that is kind of the same thing. Ray joked. Well, if that was the case, Carl knew just what sort of enchantments he should put on it. He got right to work planning runes for comfort, agility, stamina regeneration, mana regeneration and damage reduction. It wasn't a hard combination to make, and normally, it would be the base for some sort of much more grand effect. But for this particular piece, enhancing all of those aspects to the totem rank was precisely what the wearer needed. They didn't need a combat skill, they would only occasionally need serious defensive enhancements, which could be placed on spell gems and accessories. When he was finished, the item hummed with power, and Carl put it back into his inventory, as the guild store was still out of range. They had come a fair distance east, which was closer to Drod, but not quite far enough to put them within range of the shop. With the first piece done, Carl moved on to the next item that Ashbringer had piled into the travel crate for him. It was a simple set of chain and plate pants, designed for a heavy defender. If it wasn't elven steel, the dwarves would love this. Though, once Carl finished, they might not care about what the base material set was. The elven steel was much lighter than the human equivalent of the same name, as well as being worlds apart in durability. So, it could be comfortably worn all day, though it was a bulky design. Again, the runes were deceptively simple, but powerful. It was just better to focus on the primary purpose of the item, and leave the accessories and weapon to add the specialty effects. Though, when Carl brought out the third piece and found a set of delicate steel boots with snowflake patterns on them, he thought some should have a suitable effect for their design. Using some runes from Bulwark, Carl granted the boots basic ice creation effects, then added runes for fire resistance to the standard defensive abilities. Those ones would definitely be worth putting up at the auction in Drod when it was time. Carl lay back on the bed while the Haint stared curiously out the window. There were many things in the world that she had not seen yet, and though she had some memories inherited from Lifa, they were mostly on the instinctive genetic level, not detailed like Ray's knowledge of various species. The night passed quickly with very little going on outside other than the steady flow of workers going to and from their jobs. The Haint was disappointed. The other times she had been brought out were to watch for threats. But today it looked like she was only here to see how boring large groups of monsters could be when they weren't crazed by the anomalies. But it was her duty to watch Carl as he meditated, and his progress was sure to make one of the others advance very soon. Her bet was on Kara, despite the badger's laziness. Hawk also had a skill at totem rank effectiveness now, but it wasn't quite the same as Kara's grasp of high-powered skills. Even when she was inactive as a weapon, the Haint was still aware of what happened around her, and analyzing combat effectiveness was the specialty of the Haints. But the living weapon was shocked when the first inklings of advancement did not come from the badger's space, but from Opal's. The butterfly's advancement was subtle, her adolescent body becoming more durable as the totemic blessing formed around it, and she slowly stopped leaking mana. She could still emit it at will to keep the energy in her surroundings balanced, but no longer was she uncontrollably leaking it with every move that she made. This was the point of natural survival for her species, where they could control themselves enough to function. Both the Haint and Carl watched in fascination as Opal began to redecorate her space, throwing a party for herself to celebrate her victory. You know, you could do that in the tiny world, and invite everyone. Carl reminded her. Oh, that is a great idea. I can come out and visit with everyone for like 30, no maybe 20 minutes. Carl tried not to laugh. Interacting with others in person really is that tiring, isn't it? Opal bobbed her wings in agreement. She would return to her space, but she could leave her illusion there, and it would fill in for her once her social battery was exhausted. The other beasts passed over small gifts for her, all tailored to either her nature as an illusionist, or to something in her space. The thoughtfulness would have made Opal tear up if she had eyes. She was realizing that she had underestimated the importance of the affection of family, even though she had been observing it all this time. Now that she had opened up to being included in it, the feeling was quite warm. Even the notoriously unserious Kara and the food-obsessed Hawk had found her appropriate gifts for her advancement. Then Carl finished engraving an illusion element stone with the Golem spell, and placed it on the stage in the small practice amphitheater in Opal's space. It's beautiful. I can make better solid illusions for my plays. She gasped. I thought that you might appreciate that. I know that it's not actually an advantage in most of the shows, but now you can have crowd interaction when you want it. I remember that you were reading a book on fake illusionist shows, where they have audience volunteers. Carl explained. Opal flitted around her space in joy. She really did have the best family members. When everyone else woke up in the morning, there was a massive garden party in the open grass outside the guild house in the tiny world, and the Naga were already present, playing darts with moving targets. The game had been a last-minute addition by Opal, but it had been an instant hit. What are we celebrating? Dana asked when she saw the party decorations. Miss Opal made it to the totem rank last night, officially. It's a bit unusual to have her decorate her own party, but she's the best at it. Carl explained. That made sense to Dana. She was born as a master of the illusionary domain, and as long as nobody was actively trying to damage her illusions, the butterfly could create any scene that she desired instantly. The Naga had been shocked by the elaborate setup, but then Butterfly came out in person. They immediately recognized the slightly unstable aura that marked a recent upgrade. Oh, now I see why the fuss. A new totem is an important day for any clan. Even one as powerful as yours. One of the Naga whispered to Remy. Remy nodded happily. More of us should make that point soon, as we all work together despite our different specialties. The goal is to have over half the group be totem ranked within the month. The Naga chuckled at her enthusiasm, then realized that she was completely serious. Remy's confidence that they would actually make it to totem rank was confusing, but infectious. The Naga was excited to have an alliance with a totem-ranked queen, as it would lead to great respect for his people among the surrounding tribes. What he hadn't realized yet was that Remy had no intentions of staying with their clan after she visited the temple. With Opal present, the party could get properly started, and Lotus started bringing out trays of snacks, while Carl did his best to mimic Opal's illusionary abilities to set off fireworks in the sky of the tiny world. But true to her expectations, after saying hello to everyone, receiving their congratulations and floating around for a bit, she was ready to head back to her space. But Kara had a plan. Sister, I set up an obstacle course. Come race me. The Chaos Badger insisted. The course was a set of hoops on sticks planted around the garden at various angles and heights, but for smaller flying species, they were an excellent obstacle course. There is no set order, you just have to pass through them all. Kara insisted, then frowned as she saw that Ray was going around the garden, turning the hoops so that they faced different directions. That would completely change the most efficient route around the course. Ray waved her human form's hands over her head to get their attention. Line up side by side. Ready? Go. The two smallest flyers of the group dashed out around the garden, and Kara realized that even knowing the course in advance wouldn't save her. Sister Opal was incredibly fast, and her agility was on a whole other level. Kara weighed close to 50 kilos, and even with her skill to assist her flying, she still took some time to turn. While Opal was technically larger in wingspan, she weighed closer to 5 kilos, and most of that was her body, as her wings were paper-thin without the need for bone structure. Kara was only a third of the way through the course when Opal finished and the crowd burst into applause. Naksha chuckled. We have a similar course at the Dragon God's Temple in my hometown, and there is no way that any of us could beat a butterfly through an obstacle course. They look slow, the way that they like to float around, but they're really not. Opal ran away only 3 runs through the obstacle course later, ready to rest in her space and sleep to plan her next epic play. None of the Naga were shocked by that. The glasswing illusionary butterfly was reclusive by nature, and masters of invisibility. The fact that this one had appeared around strangers was already a great show of trust. But it was also almost time for the auction to start. I will stay here with the clan. I would like to know more about the temple. You can take the Dana mage as your +1. Remy insisted. Carl held out his arm for Dana, then returned to the room, where the Haint and the Epic Guard were still on duty, making sure nobody messed with their room. Dana transformed into fox form and followed Carl out. It should be less conspicuous than showing up in human form in the Beastkin Tavern. But she had forgotten about the side effects of fox charm, and the room fell silent when they walked into the tavern. Everyone seemed mesmerized and afraid to speak until the waitress on duty curtsied and greeted them. Mr. Carl, Lady Dana, were you staying for breakfast? She asked, not sure where this lovely lady had come from. Had Carl been hiding her somewhere? Keeping her for himself? That was a shame. Such beauty should be revealed to the world. Dana's fluffy ears flicked in amusement at the odd voice of the waitress. No, thank you. We're off to the auction. Carl listed an item, and we received an invitation. She explained, then tried not to frown as all the men in the room sighed the moment she stopped speaking. This effect is ridiculously strong on beastkin. She complained with a system message. Carl shrugged and winked at one of the beastkin as he led her toward the door, accompanied by the Haint and Epic guard. Thank you for your hospitality. We may be back this evening after the auction, if we don't head directly to the temple. The waitress smiled and nodded repeatedly, bobbing her head. I look forward to seeing you both again. Carl stepped outside, and heard the waitress whisper to one of the patrons. I should have known. How could a man like that not already have a wife? But did you see her? OMG. He must be fighting off the suitors everywhere they go. Dana couldn't help but curse Tion's innocent eagerness to help as they walked down the streets, and heads turned to watch her pass. She wasn't even wearing anything fancy, just her usual silk robes and the decorative armor that Ray had made for her. She had been hoping that it would attract less attention than dressing up, as Carl was in a suit. But it didn't seem to help. When they got to the auction house, the two lizard folk guards looked extra excited, and then enraged when Carl handed them his token and announced he was here with his +1. Your guards can wait in the back standing area with the other servants. One of them growled, then ushered them through. That's not suspicious at all. Dana whispered as they entered. Yeah, something is off. I suspect we've got about 10 minutes before someone does something stupid. Carl agreed. He extended his senses out, and found that there were 2 mythic ranked guests inside the auction house already, and dozens of totems. If things went bad, he would toss Dana in the tiny world at the first sign of trouble. They took their seats, and the totem-ranked beastkin next to Carl nodded politely. Were you auctioning an evening with your courtesan today? He asked quietly. Carl shook his head. I put a master-crafted overlord-ranked weapon up for auction. The beastkin smiled and nodded. That could be even more interesting. Though I'm sure some will be disappointed that you flexed on them. Dana looked at him curiously. Flexed on them? The man nodded. Fox-kin are known to be the world's greatest lovers other than succubi, with their illusion and charm magic. For that reason, they live like pampered princesses and there are virtually no female foxes among the commoners. They're all nobility, or taken in as ranking servants to the royal family, which might as well be nobility. So, it's rare to see one in public at all. So, showing up at an auction with one on your arm might as well be calling all the other attendees peasants. Dana frowned. But you don't seem upset. The beastkin smirked. I am the younger son of the regional governor. Far enough up the ladder that even without a title, I still have a fox and a succubus among my courtesans. Dana thought about his words, while Carl thought about his past interactions. He had met many males foxes, but few females. But the thing with keeping fox girls as courtesans was definitely a local thing. The demons weren't as enamored with them, and knew them more for their trickery. A transformed silver dragon seated in front of them turned around with an expression that reminded him of the blue dragons when they were exposed to new information. Fox magic is powerful, but here in Nulnulgad it is stronger than usual because our local fox kin are descended from the divine fox lineages. Unlike the common fox beast kin, their power is 100-fold stronger. If I had to guess, I would say that the young lady is from the Stonefur divine fox lineage. She has the feeling of their magic. Tell me, can you use their healing magic? Dana smiled back at the dragon, who served the dragon god of magic, and shook her head. Unfortunately no. I didn't get healing magic, only a small dose of fox charm and a battle mage type class. That somehow made the dragon even more excited, and he gave the man on Dana's side a pleading look. Fine, I will switch with you. But only because I don't want to be caught in the middle. The troll muttered, completely uninterested in talks of foxes or magical spells. At least her charm didn't overly affect everyone, Dana decided. It was mostly just the beastkin that it affected too much, and some of the lizard folk, like the guards at the door. The silver dragon lowered his voice, now that they were sitting side by side. If you're trying to find the answers, I think you are. It's beasts and humans. Lizard folk are technically beastkin, though they get their own species name. The other species will find you charming, but not nearly as strongly. Dana nodded in relief, but the dragon was curious. How did you make it this far without learning the extent of your powers? He asked. It's a recent development. I used an experimental potion to advance to Overlord rank, and it had divine fox fur in it. The silver dragon was enthralled now. New magic was as exciting to them as new knowledge was to the blue dragons. So, you were not a fox before? He asked. Dana shook her head. Human. The dragon looked startled. Now, that is shocking. But that might be because I'm originally from Copy, and the humans there are almost all slaves or menial workers. Letting them grow in power is unusual. Dana frowned. They would have to add that place to the list of places to avoid. Though if she remembered right, Copy was mostly dragons and dragonkin, with a few lesser reptile species. The majority of the group would probably be fine there. We're from Drod. The demons are much less particular. She offered. The dragon nodded in understanding. Yes, demons and humans have an odd relationship. They pretend to despise each other, but in practice they live together without any real issues, as the demons only respect strength and don't try to stop others from growing their power. The auctioneer took the stage and took out a small crystal orb. She cast a spell, and the orb glowed softly, amplifying noise from its immediate vicinity. Welcome, dear guests, to the Kothar auction. Today we will be starting off with a bang. We have procured a rare item for you all to bid on. An epic grade overlord ranked blade made of pure elven steel. The auction house filled with quiet chatter. That was impressive, but not shocking. Then she continued. And the blade has been enchanted by a rune master, granting a wide variety of enhancements, far beyond the standard of any regular blade. Now the auction house was getting excited, and they hadn't even seen the blade yet. It wasn't anything overkill in Carl's mind. Just sharpness and skill damage. But the sharpness skill did ignore the majority of the target's armor. A magical sign above the auctioneer displayed a set of stats about the weapon, including the name of the creator, which was listed as both Carl and Ashbringer of the Darklight Host Guild. A light shone on Carl, who waved at the auctioneer, and the whole auction house turned to look at him, while Dana resisted the urge to facepalm. They had been doing so well with trying to avoid notice after realizing that her appearance had an outsized effect on the locals. Carl turned to look at one of the mythic rank guests, whose attention he could feel. The feeling was creepy, and he wondered if his estimate of 10 minutes might have been far too long before something happened. This should be fun. He's a champion from the Sholaha arenas. The ones that they run for priority rights to the powerful dungeons that they have. I wonder if he's going to try to make a move. The silver dragon whispered to Dana, with the same excited tone that Kara used when she was about to cause chaos. The beastkin beside Carl snorted in amusement. It says right on the sign that he's the actual runemaster. You'd have to be crazy to offend him here and risk having yourself blacklisted from his future sales. The auctioneer turned off the light on Carl and began speaking again. We will start the bidding at 5,000 golden gat. Carl determined that those were the larger local gold coins, and the bidding was quickly going up, but the myth who was giving Carl the strange feeling wasn't bidding at all. Perhaps he simply wasn't interested in an overlord-ranked weapon. The bidding moved quickly past 20,000 coins, then 50, before finally selling for 85,000 coins. That was more than enough to keep Carl happy. Transfer notice, Kothar Auction Guild, wishes to transfer 80,750 gold coins. That should be the full payment, minus the 5% auction house fee. Transfer accepted. The auctioneer was about to move on when a large winged form leapt from the upper balconies. The mythic rank champion had made his move. He took the voice amplification orb from the auctioneer. The Sholaha Dominators Guild challenges the Dark Light host. We claim the right of ownership over the members Carl, Ashbringer and Dana. He declared. Guild War Challenge, accept. Yes, no. Carl got to his feet, and the spotlight shone on him as he helped Dana to her feet and moved her through the entrance to the tiny world. The Dark Light host accepts your declaration of war. Do you wish to hold an open war, or settle this by a challenge of champions? Carl asked, raising his voice, so the whole auction could hear him. Then he equipped his armor, letting everyone see the double golden borders of 2 successful over-ranked challenges. In her space, Ray smirked. Oh, I hope that he picks open war. Kara and Matilda are ready to explode with excitement. The dragonkin smirked at Carl and made a come and get it type gesture. We will settle this by champions. Auctioneer, clear the arena. The silver dragon turned to look at Carl. I hope that you know what you're doing. Carl winked. Come and watch, you'll laugh until your sides hurt. But Supreme Lady Matilda was hoping for a real war. The dragon went pale as he realized just what the mythic ranked warrior had done. If the Supreme Lady decided not to wait for the duel to be finished, or that she didn't want Carl to be the champion for the fight, she could declare herself the champion, and they would lose by default, as the challenging guild didn't have anyone to fight her. Then, they would have to pay reparations equal to the demand that they had made. 2 overlords and 1 totem-ranked member. Whether the Dark Light host took equal payment for them, or killed them didn't matter to the system. The auctioneer opened a portal, and a powerful mythic-ranked mage stepped through with an annoyed look on his face. Who is causing trouble here? He demanded. The dragonkin bowed slightly to him. Your Majesty, my apologies. It's a simple guild matter. We will leave to settle it and the auction can continue. The new arrival looked between them, then laughed. Oh, I think not. The auction is on hold. We will move to the arena now to watch this battle. That confused the guild master. Why would the king of Nulnulgat care about a guild duel, even if it was at this level? What he didn't know was that all the myths who could use portals had gathered when Carl had advanced, and as he shared a border with Gabble, he had come to see what was going on as well. The advancement of some Totem 2 nations over hadn't concerned the warrior, so he had no idea that Carl was no average craftsman. In the guild house in Drod City, Ashbringer got the message that someone had claimed ownership of him as their guild member, a forced guild contract, and the terms were unlikely to be favorable. But the system said that it was being settled by duel by Carl, so he relaxed a little. There was nothing that he could do from here to stop it, and not much that he could do to help on such short notice. In contrast, Mick was in a full-blown panic. If they lost Carl and Ashbringer, what would the guild branch do? They only had apprentices here, and they would lose most of their ability to fill the higher-level orders that had built their reputation. But more importantly, if Carl were forced to leave, would the others who traveled with him stay? If not, the Drod branch of the Dark Light host would quickly become a laughingstock here in Drod, with a few royal rank crafters as their strongest members. The king of Nulnulgat cleared his throat and opened another portal. Champions, please follow me through the portal, so we can discuss the terms of the challenge. Everyone else, you have 10 minutes to reach the arena before the battle begins. Carl jumped over the crowd to land on the stage, using swims through air, to avoid a hard landing. The spectators began to talk excitedly about his casual acceptance, and his physical control. But the king didn't wait, and the 2 followed him through to a room that overlooked a sand floor arena. What the fuck were you thinking? A mythic ranked duel here of all places? Here. Forget the fact that the word is already spreading about you challenging someone in Nulnulgat, you did it in the middle of nowhere. The king raged. And you, why did you accept instead of negotiating? Carl shrugged. He demanded ownership of guild members, including myself. Nothing about his terms was acceptable for negotiation. You should feel blessed that I didn't demand a full-scale guild war. The champion snorted in amusement, and the king growled at him. Jerome, do you have no sense left in your brain? The Dark Light host has a supreme-ranked Chaos Dragon among their members. If they refuse to accept a duel, there might not be a nation left for you to go home to, even if you won the fight. The king informed him. Jerome, the Dragonkin warrior who had started this whole mess, stared at the king in confusion. The only supreme-ranked dragon on the entire planet is Supreme Lady Matilda. Yes. You just challenged her guild to a guild war. Karl's smirk nearly set off the warrior, and the king of Nolmelgat sighed. Do you have to keep annoying him? He asked. Keep annoying him. I fully intend to kill him. Karl corrected. A third ring would look good on his tabard. I can see that this won't be solved peacefully. I will have the Royal Council reinforce the barriers on the arena. Take your positions, and I will signal the start of the battle when the barriers are ready. Karl and Jerome both jumped down onto the sand to wait while the arena filled. Already, portals were opening, and mythic-ranked fighters in well-worn armor were filling the best seats. These must be either friends or competitors of Jerome, though none of them were his guild members. I hope that you're ready to start crafting. I don't give days off for failed challengers. Jerome taunted. You know, I always wanted a mythic dungeon of my very own. How much time is left on your claim? Karl replied. The people in the stands burst into laughter. The annual contest had just ended, he had it for over 300 more days. At 20% tax on what was taken out, Karl would be filthy rich by the end of the year if he could actually win the fight. But if he could, then he could likely claim a totem-ranked dungeon in next year's challenge anyhow. Not that any of them expected him to actually win this fight. The visiting mages joined the Royal Council in reinforcing the barriers, trapping the two contestants inside. Hey, what's the rule on duels? Ray asked. She had never properly seen one done in an arena like this before, and wasn't entirely clear on whether she got to come out and play. Karl checked the system interface. No bonded partners or outside assistants. Only the two champions and effects created by their abilities are allowed in the arena. Karl read. Clearly, someone had tried to sign a contract to have a more powerful ally come to them in a challenge before, and the system had turned it into a disadvantage to classes like Karl's. You should leave your weapons in storage and just beat his face. Kara offered. Karl did have Brutal Pugilist, which was far more effective in dragon form. 15% unarmed damage per rank. Totem was the 8th rank, so that was 120% in total. I hear what you're thinking. Definitely punch him in the face. Kara laughed. The king's voice boomed through the arena. Combatants, finish your preparations. The arena has been sealed, and we have confirmed neither party is suffering from negative status effects. Karl smiled and called the Haint, the Epic Guard, the Lamia duo and a pair of dire bear golems, then activated, Avatar, to transform into the massive form of a world dragon. Jerome smirked. It was all posturing. He was mythic, with 90% reduced damage from all the totem-ranked trash. He could just ignore the extras, and it would be impossible to miss a dragon that size with any skill he used. But the audience was beginning to place wagers with renewed enthusiasm. He might still be outclassed, but this Dark Light host champion had talents far beyond simply crafting. Plus, he had no fear. That alone put him far above most under-ranked champions. The hesitation and instinctive need to protect their lives actually cost most of them their fights. Inside the tiny world, Opal was recreating the arena scene outside, while Remy did the narration with much more colorful interpretations than what the king had given to the live audience. Begin. The king declared, resigned to the waste of this duel. No matter who won, it would be an overall loss for everyone else. Jerome leapt forward, while Karl swatted at him with a massive claw. Dragon claws met mithril as the strikes clashed, while the two opposing skills exploded outward in a burst of energy that shook the barrier over the arena. Jerome roared as he cast an additional layer of physical buffs on himself, but Karl wasn't concerned. Physically, he was still the far stronger of the two. The issue was going to be the level of power output. His arm still ached from that strike, and it hadn't even split the scales. Nullify. Yes, that was better. Jerome wouldn't have time to fully restore his buffs. Karl didn't wait for his opponent to finish preparing for another attack and struck again, using Void Blast to rain explosions on the warrior from a distance. Then he followed it up with Ghost Fire, used like a dragon breath attack, intending to confuse the enemy. Jerome flung himself to the wall as the flames licked out. Dragon fire was evil stuff, and if Karl set him on fire, he would have to waste precious seconds putting himself out instead of dealing with this overconfident crafter. Pushing off the wall, he hurled himself back into combat, but the Haint's shoulder checked him, and aimed her long claws directly between his legs. Kara cheered as the claws struck home, but the warrior's defenses held, and he was thrown off course with a painful shriek of claws on metal. When he landed, the Lamia bombarded him with ranged blade attacks and the bears charged, keeping him away from Karl, who was still unloading constant, void blasts, at him. You damnable coward! I am going to rip you apart, then resurrect you and do it again. Karl gave him a huge draconic smile and snapped his fingers, using Tion's earth manipulation skill to create a spike of earth, aimed upward from the floor. Jerome was forced to roll away again, and the crowd burst into laughter. If Karl lost this fight, the warrior was definitely going to torture him to death. Repeatedly. Jerome hurled a barrage of attacks at the summons, but Karl created stone barriers in front of them that stopped the skills, even though the barriers themselves shattered on contact. So, the warrior charged into close combat, quickly slashing both golems to death before the Haint grabbed him from behind, and the Lamia stabbed him with all 4 blades, sending their skills directly into his body. Karl's massive paw smashed down on Jerome's head, tearing open his face, and ripping the chest plate of his armor off with pure brute force. The 3 long claw marks, from his forehead to his navel, gushed blood as hemotoxic strikes passively prevented healing from physical injuries. Jerome burst with power, throwing the Haint back and destroying the Lamia. It's just you and me again. He growled, looking pleased with himself. Karl swung at him again, and Jerome erected a shield in front of himself. But at the last second, Karl stopped his paw and used it as the focus to hurl purgatory flames at the warrior, engulfing him in flames that used every bit of mana in Karl's body. Mana that he was quickly recovering from the mana crystals in the tiny world, and from the spaces of the beasts. Jerome staggered back, scorched and dropping ash from his body with every step. He coughed, and smoke burst from his lips, even as blood spattered the ground in front of him. Karl swatted him with one hand, hurling him against the barrier and leaving 3 more long claw marks across his chest. The warrior fell to the ground, barely conscious. He struggled feebly and tried to blast the massive foot off him as Karl repeatedly blasted his scorched body with ghost fire. Blood loss was making it hard to focus, and Jerome couldn't understand why his heroic regeneration skill hadn't fixed his body yet. It was repairing the burn damage faster than Karl was inflicting it, but the claw wounds weren't closing, and his body only held so much blood, even with regeneration skills in effect. Jerome activated Heroic Intervention, an emergency skill that boosted his power and skills for a short time, then Rip and Tear, an area attack version of Rend. Golden scales flew as the skill tore into Karl's body, and the warrior forced his foot up, pushing Karl onto his hind legs and forcing him to retreat. Karl called back the Lamia and the golems as he retreated. The extra bodies bought him a few seconds for Void Body to begin closing the wounds, but he wasn't the only one with abilities to slow healing. Void Body was working, but at less than half of its usual speed. The 2 combatants growled at each other, oblivious to the roar of the crowd outside the barriers. They had been expecting a fight, but not like this. This was not a duel, this was a grudge match, and the 2 powerful combatants were tearing each other to shreds. Jerome's body was starting to show actual flesh again, but Karl's mana had almost recovered. The mana storage of the tiny world was low, so he wouldn't be able to use the same technique more than one more time. But one more, Purgatory Flame, strike would be more than enough to finish off the warrior. Jerome frantically hurled attacks at Karl, trying to finish him off before the blood loss got to him. But Karl met the strikes with his claws, coated in multiple layers of barriers, and totem-ranked stone. With the summons back in action, it was only a matter of time now, and already the warrior was slowing, his mind becoming fuzzy. He repeatedly tried to go for potions, but before he could get them to his mouth, the uncanny accuracy of the lamia shattered the bottles, dumping the healing potions in the sand. If he hadn't had the mythic ranked blessing, those massive gaping claw wounds would have bled him out in a matter of seconds, but as the minutes drew on and the stalemate continued, he was still holding strong. The sand of the arena was entirely soaked in gold and black blood from the dragon and dragonkin, as well as scales and ash from scorched flesh. But still Karl couldn't get the advantage. "We're getting low on mana," Tion warned. Their spaces were at a third of capacity and holding steady, but they wouldn't be able to make much of a final push if Jerome had more skills hidden. Then, the warrior seemed to deflate, and simply collapsed. No attempt to stop himself, Jerome simply fell face down as, heroic intervention, ended and the last of the energy left his body. "This duel is over. Winner, Karl of the Darklight host," the king announced before the dust of the impact had even settled. It wasn't hard to see what his intention was. In a duel between a totem and a myth, he was not going to allow a last-minute strike that would do permanent damage or prevent the recovery of the defeated opponent. He had also recognized the soul link skill of the Haint, and knew that Jerome's soul was heavily damaged at this point. It would take him months to recover without specialist treatment from the dragon temples, and if he let Karl finish him off, it would prove nearly impossible to recover enough of his soul energy to resurrect him. And that would touch off an actual war among the mythic dungeon guilds. Karl patted the Haint on the head and let her return to storage, while he dismissed the rest of the summons so the king knew that he wasn't going to fight over the decision. With the battle over, Karl transformed back to cat demon form, and into his armor, which now had a third golden ring on the guild tabard. But this one was much more ornate. Not a simple line around the tabard, it was an interwoven knot design all the way around, and had a dragon skull pattern at the bottom, where the tabard came to a point. The barrier came down, and a mythic-ranked cleric from the Sholaha Dominators Guild came to rescue his guild master. He winced as he saw the extent of the damage, but the hemotoxic strike skill only affected non-magical healing, and he was a mythic-ranked cleric of the White Dragon. Jerome was carried out of the arena by a mythic-ranked mage, and Karl turned his attention to the cleric. "High Priest. Welcome." The man looked startled that Karl was greeting him courteously. They had no idea what had touched off the war, as Jerome hadn't elaborated in the message that said he was going to claim a group of powerful crafters for the guild. "War champion. Congratulations on your victory. Tell me, what was the agreed prize?" "The guild master didn't inform us in advance. A totem-ranked rune master, and 2 overlords. A grandmaster demonic smith and a divine fox kin woman." Karl informed him in a dry tone, attempting to convey his anger without actually snapping at the cleric. "And your counter?" the cleric asked, knowing that had to be what Jerome wanted, as they didn't have any such members. "The whole proceeds of his current dungeon claim." The cleric blanched and then cursed repeatedly in a language that the system didn't translate. "Is there a chance that could be negotiated?" he asked hopefully. "Everything in life can be negotiated, for the right price." The cleric sighed in relief, and gestured to the exit of the arena. "Perhaps we could do this in private?" From the stands, there was a round of booing. "Hey, no taking this to a back room to pressure him, we're enjoying the show," someone shouted. "Fuck you, Bill." A number of the other spectators laughed at the interaction. Of course, they wouldn't negotiate terms in public. Bill just wanted more of a show. But the battle between the World Dragon Avatar and the Battle Master with a whole rank between them had been an epic that would be told for ages. Karl hadn't noticed, but even with Void Body working, he still had countless slowly fading scars, both small and large, visible to everyone on his face and arms. It was only the insane amount of damage reduction that he had with the extra 20% from his new class, plus the limited invulnerability from Void Body that ignored the first portion of damage that actually made it through, which had given him the ability to stand against Jerome's attacks. None of the others were confident that they could take such a beating and still keep fighting. The cleric led Carl to a sitting room that looked like a staff break room, and then flopped down on a sofa. "Give me a moment to come up with something. I know you're not obligated to, but I think that I can make it worth your time without causing a riot among the guild members." Carl shrugged. It took 5 mythic-ranked members to clear the dungeon in question, so it wasn't like he could do anything with it on his own, even though there was free access as well as the tax on those who the guild allowed to enter. A few seconds later, the door opened and 2 more people entered. One wearing the logo of the Kingdom of Nulnulgat, and a mythic-ranked mage whose pointed ears made Carl think she might be an elf or some similar sort of fey species. "What have you come up with? No offense, but we've talked to the guild master, and nobody among the juniors is particularly eager to sign a servitude contract with the Chaos Dragon. Have you seen what she does to the vampire?" Carl cleared his throat, and the woman jumped. "Sorry, I forgot you were going to be here. I'm sure she's a very nice person, but making a totem-ranked vampire council member never mind. I can't bring myself to say that in public." Carl laughed. He would ask Kara about it later. Supreme Lady Matilda was actually quite fond of Tiffany, but it wouldn't surprise Carl if she treated the vampire like a living doll. "It's not that bad. Matilda has been making her wear the same dress that Ray has Mick wear to work, only with a shorter skirt," Kara explained. "So, a black and white frilly Lolita dress. That didn't sound so bad. But who knew what else Matilda had done to it? Though for someone of Tiffany's stature and age, it would be much more embarrassing than it was for a young shop clerk." The cleric leaned forward and took out a sheet of paper to write out a list of something, while Carl and the mage waited. The elf girl turned to Carl and tilted her head. "You're an interesting one, but I don't see why the guild master went so far trying to recruit you." Carl shrugged. "It might be because I'm a rune master, or it could just be that his little head was doing all the thinking. The second person he demanded was my wife, while the other was our guild's grandmaster demonic blacksmith." The elf rolled her eyes. "I wish I could say for certain that you were wrong. But a rune master at the totem rank is an insanely valuable guild asset." "Wait, pretend that I didn't say that." The cleric winced, then sighed. Praising the man who was about to determine if their offer was equal to what had been demanded of his guild was not helping their case when he was part of the deal. But come to think of it, how did you value a war champion with multiple victories? That thought gave him a renewed headache. The tax from the dungeon was the primary source of income for their guild, which had no crafting division. It was primarily assembled around a team of mythic-ranked adventurers and their lackeys. Once they removed that source of income, the guild would fall apart, and at this point, there were over 200 people relying on that income, as well as the income from the other dungeons that they visited as a guild. The guild also owned a few businesses, but they weren't profitable yet, and building them would take some time. There had to be something that he could offer the war champion. Drod was at a significantly lower power level than the dungeon region around Lake Naraletum. What if he offered him knowledge? That should offset some of their loss, but it wouldn't be nearly enough to cover the debt unless he could come up with something incredibly rare. Thor's words were amused as he contacted Carl. "The dragon gods think that it's funny that you're making him sweat. All 3 clerics say so." Carl tried not to laugh, as that would just confuse the 2 mythic guild members in front of him. Finally, the cleric sighed, and began striking out ideas on his page. The elf went over and started crossing out other ideas until they were staring at a sheet with every idea crossed out. "It looks like you're having some issues," Carl noted. "Almost there. Just a few more minutes, if you're not in a hurry. We can request that someone brings food while you wait," the elven mage offered. Carl waved off her concern and reached into Remy's space to grab an entire cake that her and Lotus had made at the inn. "I have cake, take all the time that you need." The elf simply stared at him in confusion for a few seconds as Carl cut and plated slices for everyone after creating plates and cutlery with earth magic. "We're missing something. I can sense it in his aura. His mana is too calm, even for someone meditating. He's enjoying watching us struggle." She whispered to the cleric, who just rolled his eyes at her. Of course, he was. He had all the advantages here, and there was a good chance that even 2-on-1, they couldn't take him. So, not only did he have the system on his side as the winner of the challenge, he was the more powerful party all by himself. Carl watched them struggle for a few more minutes, then decided to relent and give them a few hints. "Perhaps you could combine payment methods. Honestly, I'm not interested in taking unwilling guild members. They're just more trouble than they're worth, even if I use compulsion on them. But we do appreciate treasures and rare skills," he suggested. The cleric gave him a thin smile. "Perhaps we can work something then. The guild has 2 treasures, and we can offer you payment on top to make up the difference," he offered. Carl nodded. "If they're suitable, I don't see why not." The elf looked pained, but nodded in acceptance, and the cleric took the items out of the guild storage. The first was a mythic-ranked bracelet, and at first, it didn't look all that special. But when Carl actually looked at with the system interface, that changed immediately. Eternity's Blessing, artifact grade. Mythic rank. Equips in guild inventory. Activates the guild skill, Eternity, granting guild members the physical stats expected to be present at the peak of their life, at their current rank. So, that was how the guild skill function worked. The bracelet wasn't something that a person wore, the item was equipped for the guild. For some of them, this would be negligible. Most of the ladies were close to peak physical form by age right now. But Naksha would get much more powerful with age, even within the overlord rank. It would also help Tion if it applied to him. While Carl inspected the first item, the elf put the second item reluctantly on the low table between them. Amulet of Destruction, immortal rank. Epic grade. Increases the effect of 1 spell per minute by 1 rank in the mortal ranks, or 1 sub-rank for immortals. Carl couldn't hide his joy as he saw the item. Activating, Avatar, at the mythic rank would be absolutely devastating, and it was incredibly unlikely that it would be dispelled within a minute. But they were balancing items against 3 lives, including his own. At least they were taking it seriously. The elf and cleric shared a look, then nodded in response to whatever message they had sent each other. "We can also offer you the full proceeds of 1 trip through the dungeon every week for the remainder of the year that we hold the rights. That's normally 1 epic grade totem ranked item per week, plus the assorted lower grade items," the cleric offered. Carl considered the options, including any and all crafting materials and trash drops that come from the dungeon. As a crafting guild, the Dark Light host also has need of the raw materials. The cleric sighed in relief. That was very reasonable. "Alright, what is the best way to keep in contact, as neither of us has branch offices in the same city?" Carl considered the options, then took out a piece of overlord-ranked stone from the dwarves. "You can send me a message, but I will make you a recall stone, so you can just send someone to drop the items off at our guild shop in Drod." The cleric laughed, and the elf looked embarrassed. "You don't know the spell, do you?" Carl realized. Both shook their head, but Carl only shrugged. "Open a portal to a safe spot outside your guild house, and I will put not only the spell but both locations on the stone, so your runner can go back and forth," he explained. That intrigued the elf, and she opened the portal to the courtyard of their guild house in Xylas. Carl stuck his head through, looked around and nodded, certain that he could find that spot again and locate it with the recall spell. The pair of mythic adventurers sat quietly for half an hour as Carl carved an egg-shaped relic. He wasn't much of a sculptor, but with Tion's earth manipulation, he could make an egg easily enough. Though, he realized when he was nearly done that he didn't actually need the stone from the dwarves, he could have just made one that would hold totem-ranked runes. The overlord-ranked mana jade was pretty, though. There you go. It will bring you right outside our gates, beside the guard post, so if you send someone powerful through the portal, it won't alarm Lord Drod about your intentions. Our guild house is right next to the city gates, you see. Carl opened a portal to the location in question, and the guard on duty waved at him. Good morning. Just checking in to make sure everything is fine. He explained. The guard gave him a thumbs-up gesture. All good. Is your guild challenge settled already? Carl nodded. All done. We will have ongoing visitors with restitution payments, though. I don't know who they will send, but they will appear right here. The guard nodded. It wasn't outside the wall, as city rules demanded, but it wasn't far. Carl closed the portal and the pair smiled at him. You really do get along well with the city guards, don't you? We've got a nature priestess who excels in fertility charms, a healing pulse area effect on the whole yard, and a smoking bench on the other side of the wall, so they can take a break out of sight. The elf giggled softly. The Darklight host really had made themselves popular with the demons. Especially the city guards and the commoners, who were more likely to need a healer but not have coin for a specialist. The cleric got to his feet. If that settles everything, I will lead a group through the dungeon to prepare the first week's payment. With so many of our competitors here, I can't afford to wait too long to announce the terms and prove that we're paying. The dungeon region is highly competitive, and we don't need anyone slandering us more than they surely already are after a challenge loss. Carl patted him on the shoulder. Best of luck. Let me know if things fall apart for the guild, and I may be able to work something out with you. They had red, green and black dragon clerics, but no white so far. With a bit of prep work and that new amulet, he could definitely help out, and reap the bonuses that the system was sure to give him. The mage and cleric walked back into the arena, while Carl put the new items in his inventory. He didn't bond the amulet of destruction yet, though he couldn't see himself giving away something so valuable. It would surely be useful to the others as well, but only one person could bond and use the bracelet. So, it made sense for the strongest to use it. The epic guard was already excited about it. She would love to be mythic rank. But the stronger you were, the scarier that item got. Not much in the world would be able to stand up to an immortal rank skill, or damage an immortal rank defensive ability. If they were given time to prepare for a battle, the amulet would allow them to stack up an impenetrable fortress. Well, in theory. Carl knew that there was a chance that when you chose another spell to buff, the other one would return to normal strength. That seemed like the most likely outcome. The system seemed to think it was funny to thwart the best plans. Now that the negotiations were over, the guests were beginning to go back to the auction, but Carl had no intentions of returning after the chaos that their presence had caused the first time. So, instead of continuing the day as planned, he walked out into the arena, where he was immediately surrounded by the more powerful spectators congratulating him on his victory, and their assistants. Most had prepared a small token for him, as congratulations on making a third over rank victory, and for a victory against a myth. That was an incredibly rare occurrence, as you had to deal 10 times the damage that your opponent did just to make it an even fight. Or some combination of that and damage reduction, as Carl had. Champion Carl, do you have a moment to chat? I believe that we might have a proposal that you would be interested in. A mythic-ranked mage asked, pushing through the crowd. Carl's first thought was that he was a beastkin of some sort, due to his size. But like Professor Tank, he seemed to be simply a mountain of a man. You know that mage specializes in casting, fist. Kara giggled. He certainly looked like the sort, the way that he was glaring at others. Mages lack physical skills, so he built his own. Thor noted, pleased with the man's ingenuity. He had compensated for his weakness. What sort of offer? Carl asked curiously. My group controls both a mythic and a totem-ranked dungeon. We would like to discuss a guild alliance for our people to work together. Carl smiled and nodded. I believe that could work well for us. As a guild primarily of crafters, we are always short on raw materials, and we are lower in number than most adventuring guilds. The massive mage smiled, and a few other guild leaders pushed forward to join him. These are the leaders of our other allied guilds. Might we ask, who is the guild leader of the Darklight host? The mage asked. Carl chuckled. Supreme Lady Matilda is our ranking member. But I am the head of the Drod branch of the guild, as she doesn't often concern herself with other regions outside her own territory. The others all made protective gestures in front of themselves, and Carl shrugged. It's fine to deal exclusively with the Drod branch. I understand that our guild leader has a bit of a reputation. He suggested. The guild leaders conferred for a moment, then one by one reached out to shake his hand. We will let the others say their piece first, and then we can talk business. With that, the assembled spectators who hadn't returned to the auction cleared out, leaving only Carl and 5 mythic rank guild leaders. Why do I get the feeling that Drod is a bit underlevel? Carl joked. The big mage waved his hand dismissively. The Xylaz region of Sholaha is one of the highest power regions on the Dragon Isles because there are nearly 24 totem and mythic ranked dungeons all in one area. Most of the Dragon Isles are similar to the rest of the island, with myths leading larger cities, though some have far more totems than can be called reasonable. Dragons are like that. Carl led them back to the sitting room where they had worked out the deal for the defeat, and took a seat on the same sofa again. Only 2 of the 5 guild leaders chose to sit on the provided seats, the others took their own from inventory instead. Alright, let's get started. What sort of crafters do you have, and what do they specialize in? We know that you're supposed to be a totem-ranked runelord. But you said your whole guild branch focuses on crafting. Carl nodded. We have an overlord-ranked runic alchemist, an overlord-ranked demonic grandmaster smith, a master leatherworker and tailor, and assistants to them all. Mostly at the commander and royal rank. A guild master with tattoos all down his arms smiled. So, you have the ability to provide a steady flow of commander rank healing and cleansing potions? Carl nodded. We sell them as regular stock at the store in Drod. The man looked startled. Really? Nobody keeps healing potions as regular stock. Getting enough ingredients is a nightmare, so most of us just keep a few as backups in case we get out of range of the healers. Carl tried not to laugh at the expression on the lone druid's face at that comment. Apparently, the myths weren't any better at staying in range of the healer than the overlords in Bara were. Possibly worse because they had more confidence in their powers, as they were among the peak powerhouses of the continent. So, that's what you want out of the alliance. A steady supply of weapons, armor, and potions for your juniors? Carl asked. Partially. We would also like to send some juniors as apprentices. Too many of the arts were lost, or kept insular. You are the first runemaster that we have heard about outside the dwarves in centuries. Then, you have a runic alchemist, and that art was lost so long ago that I've never even heard of it. The big mage explained. Ah, so training and supply. That's a reasonable thing to want. One of the others cleared his throat. Don't forget about the higher rank items. What drops out of the totem-ranked dungeons is mostly crafting materials. It's a Fey dungeon, and all the rewards are plant-based. So, those of us who don't use bows and staves are still a bit starved for weaponry. One of the warriors laughed. The mythic ranked dungeon that our group controls drops 1 rare or epic grade mythic rank item every 4 runs on average. The rest is all considered trash loot, not better than a rare grade totem ranked item. Sure, it's great for filling out the juniors, but it would actually be better to have higher grade items at a lower rank for the diversity of buffs they would give. I don't know why the mythic dungeon is so cheap with its loot, but it's a cruel one. The druid nodded in agreement. It rewards based on some sort of internal calculation, and not directly from the killed mobs. Carl sighed. I've seen ones like that before. They're a bit of a pain, especially when you realize there is a loot cap that doesn't care if you carried the group, fought evenly in a small group or brought a whole 10-person team. I take it you've been to Bara, then? The druid asked. Carl nodded. I made a deal with the dwarves, and they gave me tax-free entrance. I really should go back again soon and clear it a few more times. Or at least send guild members. It's the primary source of crafting materials for the guild right now. The druid smiled as he recalled that the item he had put up at the auction was made of elven steel, the primary export of the Bara dungeon. The fact that Carl had turned that into something that would touch off a guild war with a mythic raiding team was impressive enough that he wouldn't have any reservations about taking them as a full partner in the guild alliance. Normally, guilds would have to fight and prove that they were worthy of being full members, as that came with implied protection if one of the guilds was threatened, or someone tried to take their resources. But the Darklight host appeared to be powerful enough that they could stand as a life skills guild equal to the top raiding guilds. Can you provide a few samples of items that your guild can produce that aren't on the market? The druid asked, making sure that they hadn't overestimated based on Carl's combat ability. Carl smiled and began to take out random items. A totem-ranked blade he made the other day, with flaming body on it. A set of decorative armor that Ray had made for Ophelia, but hadn't found time to give her yet. A few Overlord-ranked, full recovery, potions from Remy that would heal, refresh stamina and regenerate mana for the imbiber. A prototype advancement potion, now with a slower release rate and much lower potency, so it could be used as a supplement to aid growth, and not just to break bottlenecks. And finally, Carl took out an arcane element stone and carved the recall spell on it. Anyone could use the spell to return to their guild house, even without setting a location or having a marked stone with them. So, it was useful all the time, and to anyone. Plus, the spell was rare and powerful, but easy to write. The guild master stared at him as he worked, then the stone when he finished. Well, I have to say, this is all special order quality. Epic grade, totem-ranked berserker armor, for a female berserker, is quite a nice touch. But what is that strange overlord-ranked potion? The full recovery potion is a masterpiece, and I would like a few of those today, if possible. But that other one, the big mage asked. Oh, that's an experiment that our runic alchemist is running. She discovered a way to force advancement through the lower-ranked bottlenecks, and she's been adapting it to not risk the life of the imbiber. That one should be more like a health tonic. Drink it at lower ranks to advance quickly. Well, not too low of a rank. Royal or monarch ranked imbibers are best. I can ask her to make lower grade ones for the youngsters to grow more quickly, but that one would probably make them explode with an overload of mana their bodies couldn't process. Carl explained. The druid looked intensely curious. If you don't mind, can we sample it and see if it's a legitimate potion, or another snake oil attempt to recreate a legendary potion? He asked. Carl nodded. Go ahead. Who do you plan to use it on? That was a good question. He hadn't thought about who to actually feed it to. The big mage opened a portal, and brought through a beastkin girl in a maid outfit. Here's your big chance, Liao. You've been bloodline locked at Peak Royal for a while now, and this might help you break through to Monarch. He explained. Carl chuckled. That was exactly the same tactic that they had used in the past to get people to drink suspicious things that Remy made. The maid didn't even hesitate as he handed her the potion, and Remy came out of her space to watch while draped around Carl's neck. And who might this be? The druid asked. This is Remy. She is our runic alchemist, and that is her handiwork. She's also my bonded partner, a Naga queen that evolved and grew from a hatchling spirit snake at my side. The druid smiled. It's good to have friends. We should have brought our team's ranger to watch today, but he was out playing with his dog. The warrior beside him laughed. It's a Frost Mountain wolf, and he's a beast ranger. But he treats that 500-kilo monster like a lap puppy. Remy giggled. It's nice to be appreciated. We have an impenetrable bulwark behemoth with us who absolutely adores having people brush his scales. As soon as the maid drank the potion, her power began to grow, and her body became a bit more youthful looking, adapting to the longer lifespan of a monarch-ranked beastkin. It was a clear victory, but her power was still slowly growing. Not fast, but noticeable by the powerful guild masters in the room. How long will that last? The druid asked. Remy waved her serpentine head side to side as she calculated. About an hour. There is an initial surge to help break the bottleneck without damage, then I slowed down the rest so that it didn't overload the user. The first version released all that energy at once, and it was somewhat less than optimal. Dana was still mad at her. What would happen if she immediately drank another after this one was done? Could she reach Overlord in a day? The big mage asked. Remy bobbed her head. Probably. But she would never advance even a little bit again, and she would most likely die in a few months. The plants that go into that potion are a sort of toxin that most cleansing spells don't touch, and the fast advancement makes the cells of the body unstable. If she drank another one next year, it shouldn't be any more harmful than this one, but I don't know how much closer together would be safe. The mage smiled. Such a moral and considerate researcher. If Dana could hear him, he would likely strangle him. Or Remy. The only reason Remy knew the answer was because she had done the math after she had used the first one on Dana, and watched her body recover. Advancing Dana to totem as soon as Remy was able had definitely been an early option, before she discovered the side effects. The big mage ran his fingers through his hair. That potion changed things. It could bypass bloodline limitations and move people a rank over their limits. For those like him, who had dragon blood, it wasn't much of an issue. But for the beastkin, the elves, the fae species and those with monster blood, it was practically a divine gift. They had never even dared to hope that they could make it past their bloodline limits. The elves and fae could theoretically reach immortality. But something about their compatibility with the system left them stuck at random spots. Nobody understood why, but the older dragons said it was just part of the system awakening, and if they waited a few hundred more years, the problem would go away. However, if you were stuck at commander or royal rank in a city full of overlords and totems, those would be 200 really lousy years. Like Drod, Xylaz and most of the other major cities of the Dragon Isles set social status by power level. In Xylaz, the standard was royal, not ascended, to be considered worthy of basic dignity in the workplace as an adult. Like the beastkin maid who had just made it to monarch rank. The guild masters silently conferred about the terms of the deal that they wanted to offer. Clearly Carl and his team could offer far more than expected, not just a steady supply of gear and basic potions, which would have already been enough to make them an invaluable asset to a large alliance. You know, this sort of thing really does make it difficult to work out equitable terms. The druid muttered. Carl laughed. You have no idea. Keeping the Darklight Host Guild members happy is a never-ending battle. Half the time we just go for keeping the Green Dragon Cleric happy, which entertains everyone else. But advancement opportunities, especially ones that please the dragon gods, are always near the top of our list. My class grows in power far faster than it logically has any right to, and everyone else that I came up with is struggling to keep up. Most are monarchs now, but we will have them advance to overlord as soon as someone verifies that the new potion is safe enough. The druid snorted in amusement. So, when you said that the potion was experimental, you meant that it worked in theory, not that you'd actually begun trials. Carl shrugged. This is version 2. The first one definitely worked, but nearly killed the imbiber. Even with totem-ranked healers present. This one is much safer, but we didn't know if it would be effective enough. The real danger is that using it might damage their future potential. Getting them to overlord now, so they're only one rank behind me, is a good start. But if it hinders their ability to make it to the totem rank, what are they supposed to do when I reach mythic? I have already confirmed that my progression should be smooth and without a bottleneck. So, if I don't do something, I will end up leaving them behind. The druid smiled softly as the others argued about the terms of the deal. That is somewhat inevitable, I fear. You're already a dominant force among totems, and even if they make overlord today, there is little to no chance that they will manage to match up well enough to keep joining you in the near future. However, with a guild alliance, you will gain access to over 200 more overlords between our guilds. That's more than enough to keep everyone occupied. What classes are the rest of your group? We might be able to fit them into an existing raid group, as we have a number that are recently advanced. He offered. That's the fun part. There are 3 dragon priestesses. Of the red, green and black, though they all hold advanced classes now. Then an Ursine Avenger, the rare grade version of a Titanic Bear Totem Berserker. And a Mystic Blade Master, who has a particular skill with golems, thanks to her class. Carl explained. So, it's just you and the Berserker, surrounded by beautiful clerics and a divine fox beastkin lady mage. I can see how that might have drawn enough envy to start a fight. The big mage laughed, beginning to understand the backstory to the day's events. It was only the mage and myself at the auction. The others are resting and waiting for me to finish my journey to the Naga temple so that we can let the Naga queen here visit the shaman god shrine. If he had known that we were blessed with so many enviable members, he might have demanded more. Also, the Berserker is a female warbear. Well, possibly a human with the transformation ability from her class, but I rarely see her outside warbear form. Carl explained. The druid whistled in appreciation, and Remy giggled. Why is everyone so obsessed with the warbear? Not that it's not funny to see her get hit on everywhere she goes, but she's more into dainty nature priestesses than large men who are into warbears. Remy asked. The druid shrugged. I don't know. I was more impressed that Carl managed to land a group like that. The obsession with big-muscled women isn't for me. Oh, I've got a picture. He took out a picture of a middle-aged badger-type beastkin woman, heavy-set and surrounded by children. You've got a lovely family. My sister Kara says you have good taste. Remy informed him. You have a sister with you? The druid asked, confused. Kara came out to stand by Carl, startling the group, and Remy darted her head in Kara's direction as a way of pointing in snake form. That is my sister Kara. The Chaos Badger. The druid was fully belly laughing now, distracting the others, who had only noticed that something was going on when Kara appeared. But when they saw that Carl's group had a badger, it didn't take them long to put things together and realize that it was something to do with the guild master's family. Chaos Badger is redundant, isn't it? All badgers are chaos. Especially as children. He chortled happily. This one is extra crispy spicy chaos. Not only can she fly, but she can see the future sometimes. The druid smiled and nodded. That's a good friend to have. We will have to talk more about your group later. I should join these guys to discuss the terms of the alliance offer. It only took them a few more minutes before they had a full offer ready to be presented. It was drafted by someone in their guild, and the beastkin maid presented it to Carl with a reverent look that said she would not hold it against them for using her as a test subject. Carl unrolled it, as they had written the offer in the form of a scroll, and looked through the terms. Nara Group Guild Alliance Offer. The Nara Group invites the Dark Light host to join as full members of their guild alliance. Included as basic terms of the alliance are protection services should the Dark Light host or its members be challenged or attacked by guilds outside the alliance. 30% off wholesale price for raw materials from the allied guild warehouses. Open access to the Guild Alliance Dungeon Team Organization Board. As additional terms to the alliance, the Nara Group requires open access to new items created exclusively by the Dark Light host. Purchase order priority for epic grade and higher crafted items before they are placed on the open market or at the guild store. Wholesale pricing on epic grade and higher items crafted by the Dark Light host. The Nara Group additionally offers open access to totem rank and higher item drop bidding. Once weekly escorts through totem rank and higher dungeons for Dark Light host members of suitable ability, free of charge. Carl read through the scroll, and had a few questions. How does the bidding for totem rank items usually work in the alliance? Hugo, The oversized mage smiled proudly as he answered. Normally, the only ones with the right to bid are those in the group, and if they don't need it, the next offer goes to those at or above the level of the item with an associated class. It's our way of making sure that items make it to the ones who need them first. Also, the bidding is not done with money or items of value. We only trade opportunities. A priority spot on a dungeon team, our bidding spot on another item, and so on. For you, I suppose that it would be fine to trade favors, as you are the only totem-ranked crafter in the guild at the moment. Carl smiled. Being able to trade things he could make for things he wanted would make his life much easier. Dave, the druid, nodded in agreement. It's how we maintain our power. Most guilds hoard items, or let members do so. If we're not actually going to use the item, it goes to bid. Thanks to that, we're one of the best geared alliances around the eastern shores of Lake Naraletum. Can I have a moment to confer with my guild members? I don't see this being an issue, but they might see something that I don't. Carl asked. Of course. Carl passed the scroll through a small opening into the tiny world so that everyone could read it on their own. Your control of transport magic is impressive. What is your portal range? Hugo asked. Carl shrugged. Intercontinental, if I keep the portal small. I'm not particularly well traveled, but I have no problem reaching back to the Captumia continent, where I was born. The myths all paused to stare at him. That is absolutely broken for a totem. Not just that, but it would make the exile process completely redundant. We've recruited a few overlords into the guild alliance who arrived close to the bottleneck, and if it was so easy to just go back when they reached totem rank, most would have. Fortunately for their home nations, none of them were mages to guide the spell with a group of totems backing them. Carl chuckled. Every so often, I send care packages home of items suitable for my friends at home. What nation are you from? Dave asked. The Golden Dragon. The druid nodded. That explains your fondness for priestesses. When you start out not expecting to make it above commander rank in your life, a friend who can create food is an important traveling partner. Carl agreed. Dave snorted in amusement. That's a concern at every level. Hell, if it wasn't for the dragon clerics, half of the guilds would starve. The area around Lake Naraletum is an unofficial war zone. There are constant monster spawns, over a dozen high-ranked dungeons just within walking distance of the city, and the highest concentration of psychopaths and narcissistic losers on the continent. But the opportunities are so good that we still stay. The terms look good for us. Even Ray is happy with them. Dana informed Carl so he could take the scroll back. Carl took the scroll back from the tiny world and signed it, then shook hands with the guild leaders when the system notice appeared in all their interfaces. System notice, the Dark Light host has joined the Nara Group Guild Alliance. Carl saw a whole new category of system functions appear for him, including the Alliance storage area, the dungeon team sign-ups, a bulletin board, and a separate Alliance leader chat. Moments later, the Dark Light host section of the board began to auto-populate, based on what was in their guild store inventory. Carl also noticed that he could access the guild store inventory again. The guild houses of the Alliance members served as a bridge of sorts, shortening the distance between him and the bank location. Or perhaps it extended the distance you could access the store from. Either way, it worked, and now Remy could start loading in all the stuff she had been stockpiling. As could Ray, though she just put a bunch of stuff into the guild house storage with labels for various members. There was immediate celebration in the Guild Alliance chat channel, and the Dark Light host's guild bank balance was increasing at an insane rate. Not even the commander rank healing potions were safe. You guys really were short on crafters, weren't you? They've bought over 1,000 healing potions in the last minute, and the store put a 10 per customer limit on them. Carl laughed. The guild leaders shrugged. Not everything is done in a group, and if you don't walk around with a cleric beside you all the time, it's good to have potions on hand. Not only did they sell a massive number of potions, they were also cleared out of accessories. Weapons were much more common drops, but specific accessories were almost impossible to get from a dungeon, where the stats on the very few that dropped were random, and rarely perfectly matched to any class and specialty. So, even if they were commander and royal rank, the ones that were sold by the Dark Light host were still an upgrade for basically all the Alliance members Overlord rank and under. For the stronger members, even one stat in their category was enough to make it better than anything at the royal rank. However, the guild leaders had hopes that Carl would soon put a few items at higher ranks up for sale. Ashbringer's Overlord ranked weapons had sold very well, though they weren't all gone yet. But when Carl put up a dozen Overlord ranked rings for warriors, they were gone faster than anyone could feasibly have read the full description. I think that I have some work to do once we get to the temple. Carl laughed. How many Overlords and totems are there in the Alliance? Remy asked, planning her potion production. There are a combined 64 totems and nearly 200 Overlords between the 5 guilds. We're all membership capped at 199 regular members each. So, nearly 1,000 members in total. One of the other guild leaders snapped his fingers and pointed at Remy. Brilliant. I just realized that your branch house only has like 20 people. With a totem-ranked leader, you should be able to have 100. So, we could transfer all the hopeful crafters in the Alliance to the Dark Light host as members. He explained. Carl frowned. We are somewhat particular, not just about skills but personality. The guild treats each other as family. The guild master shrugged. That's fine. We've got 5,000 people on the waiting list to enter one of the Alliance guilds. I'm sure that you can find enough junior craftsmen or aspiring apprentices to do a full round of interviews. Carl nodded in understanding. I will talk to the group leaders about bringing in more people. We've still got work to do with some of our other crafters, to get them up to our exacting standards. But after that, we can take in a new batch of children to train. Is it that hard to learn trade skills, that you have to start as children? Dave asked. Carl shook his head. No, I could teach you a trade skill now if you don't have one. But how much actual crafting would you get done? The druid nodded in understanding. Good point. My whole life would turn to chaos if I was suddenly being asked to make mythic rank crafted items at every hour of the day. I have far too many responsibilities for that, and frankly, I wouldn't want to. But on a related note, you're going to get plenty of requests for accessories. Carl nodded. I have a load of Overlord ranked raw materials on hand, I just haven't been focusing on making extra items, just custom orders. We have an agreement not to sell higher ranked items from the guild store in Drod without a custom order. In the past, I put a bunch of them on the shelves, and it caused some issues with exporters. Carl looked through the list of Alliance members from totem rank and higher. Over half of them were warriors, and the majority of the others were mage and shaman-type spellcasters. They didn't have many clerics at all, and most of the shamans and druids were tagged as healers in the member notes. Carl noted that someone had tagged him as Runemaster and Crafting Team Organizer already, which seemed a bit ironic given how he had ended up in the Alliance. They hadn't even known the extent of the Dark Light host's crafting skills until after the negotiations started. You said that you were going to take this lovely young lady to the Naga temple, right? Why don't I open a portal for you, and we can continue this chat there? The Naga will be going crazy over a new queen for at least a day or two. Hugo suggested. Remy was confused. Are there that few Naga queens? Hugo chuckled. There are under 20 of them. In total. On all 4 islands combined. Dave nodded in agreement. There is roughly a 5% chance that a Naga princess will become a true Naga queen. Most tribes are led by princesses. Some are even led by shamans because they have no royal lineage left. That sounds like they're going to be annoying. Remy muttered. But she still wanted to see the temple. Please open the portal. I have a whole group of Naga waiting to show her the temple, and we've made them wait a whole day already. Carl suggested. Hugo opened the portal to a small rocky hill overlooking a massive temple complex, the size of a village. Welcome, Queen Remy, to the Naga temples. Now, where are the Naga who wanted to escort you? Did they say what entrance they would be at? Remy laughed. We have them in a separate space. Carl opened the tiny world, and the whole group exited, with the excited Naga leading the way. You weren't joking, your group really is the envy of most guilds. Dave joked. Isn't that a behemoth? One of the other leaders, a warrior named Raj, asked. Thor nodded. I sink in the swamp if I don't transform. It's a really useful skill. The guild leaders didn't miss that he lifted Tessa by the waist to lift her over swampy puddles, but they refrained from joking about the behemoth's obvious crush on the priestess. She clearly didn't object. The Naga search party leader eagerly shook Carl's hand with both of his own. Thank you so much for bringing us right to the temple. I will arrange somewhere for you to rest while we give Queen Remy the tour. Some areas are off limits to all but the Naga, and those are the ones where it is most important that the queen visits. He insisted. All right, I have no problem with that. Remy, have fun. We will see you tonight. Remy nodded, then transformed back and realized that she was still draped over Carl. But she had transformed too early, it was muddy out here, and who knew what was in that mud? Oh well, eternal lightning would keep it off her scales. The procession attracted huge amounts of attention from the temple guards as they approached with multiple totems and 5 mythic guild leaders in their number. That was not the normal process, as each should be welcomed individually if they were going to visit the temple. But when they noticed that there was a Naga queen leading the procession with one of their own at her side, the temple guard nearly forgot that they had duties other than as greeters. They all prostrated as she approached, and Carl felt Remy's happiness at the chance to have random people worship her just for showing up. Don't get used to it. Carl reminded her. Just for a little bit. I mean, how often do I get to meet so many new Naga? Once Remy passed, the temple guard turned to the rest of the group and bowed politely, though not nearly as low. Welcome, honored guests. What brings you here today? The guard captain asked. We are the guild members and escorts accompanying Queen Remy. If you could find us a place to wait while she finishes her visit to the temple, it would be appreciated. Carl explained. The guard looked briefly confused, but nodded. Of course. We will arrange that now. These Naga are acting particularly sketchy. If anything seems off, return straight to your space, don't wait to find out how bad things can get. Carl informed Remy. Yeah, now that we're away from the group, all the worship is getting super creepy. People keep trying to touch me. Carl tried not to laugh at the mental image of bowing Naga reaching out to touch her scales as she slithered by. The temple guard led them all to an empty dormitory full of small rooms around a large common area, similar to the ones at the Seminary Academy, or the Capital Cathedral. Rooms intended for simply sleeping, while everything else was done elsewhere. But it had comfortable seating in the main room, and a pair of Naga in servants' uniforms waiting in the kitchen. Hugo settled onto a recliner that groaned under his massive bulk, and turned his attention to Carl. Now, I don't suppose that you could make a few custom items while we wait? Carl shrugged. I don't see why not. I have the materials. What did you need? The mage smiled. I don't suppose that you can buff spell power directly with your skill, can you? Dana snorted in amusement. The man had set his expectations far too low. I think that I can come up with something suitable for a mage. I've got an elven steel bracelet here that will do the job. Carl mentally worked out the best way to put spell damage, skill activation speed, and mana cost reduction on the item, then quickly carved them and empowered the runes. The guild leaders watched with rapt attention as the runes flashed through the colors, then settled on inky black at totem rank. It wasn't epic grade, just rare due to the limited runes on it. But the combination was perfect for a mage. How is that? Better than what you have? Or should I try with something a bit more precious? Carl asked. It wasn't like they could possibly know that the outcome was based entirely on his efforts, not the actual materials. Hugo turned the item over in his hands reverently as the others examined its system information. That is beautiful. Exactly what I was hoping for and more. Even though it's totem ranked and rare grade, it's still worlds better than the one that I have been using. Hugo agreed. Then he took out a number of mythic ranked gems and metal bars. Suitable payment? He asked. Perfect choice. Carl agreed. Dave cleared his throat, but Raj stepped in front of him with a challenging look. Carl laughed. Don't worry, I have more bracelets to work with, I can make one for everyone easily enough. Just tell me what you want. Strength, speed, skill, power. Raj insisted. What Hugo got looks good. Dave replied, still giving the item envious looks. The other pair of warriors gestured at Raj. What he said. Warriors are simple creatures, and we're all the main tanks for our guild raid teams. So, Carl got to work, first making a duplicate bracelet for Dave, and then starting on the warrior class specials. There was limited room for runes, and he couldn't go overkill with elven steel, as it was an overlord ranked material, and he was already overloading it a little making totem ranked rare items. They had more material at the totem rank, but there hadn't been any reason for anyone to use it with Carl gone. So, there were no pre-made items available. Draconic strength, improved agility, skill damage and damage reduction all complemented each other with a bit of dwarven poetry on Carl's part. Each of them might not be as high as only adding 2 or 3 buffs to the item, but as Carl added the mana, the bracelets were stable. The effort of making 3 at a time left Carl panting, and gave the others the impression that was his daily limit. But the success was undeniable, and the 3 warriors cheered as they looked at the identical items. Even the percentage bonuses and flat damage reduction of 350 points were the same on them all. That wasn't a lot of damage reduction, especially for mythic ranked warriors, but it was not a primary bonus for the items. The greatest of the bonuses was the extra strength, followed by the skill damage, which best matched with draconic strength. Well, gentlemen. Is that what you needed? If not, I can try to make something different tomorrow. Carl offered. The 3 warriors shook their heads. No, this is perfect. It's got everything that we wanted, plus a bit of damage reduction. Flat damage reduction isn't worth nearly as much at mythic rank, but it's enough to nullify the damage from weaker creatures. Perfect. Now, did you want to stay here the night? Or are you heading home? I suspect that Remy will be a while. Carl asked. We will wait. Something is off about these Naga, and I suspect that if we leave, they will start to cause you trouble. Our alliance agreement did say we'd help, so call this a preventative intervention. Hugo insisted. The pair of Naga servants looked vaguely nervous at his comment, but confused, as they hadn't actually been informed of why this group was at the temple. As the lowest ranked of Naga workers, they didn't even qualify to be told. After all, 100 more like them could easily be hatched if something happened. They've shown me the various historical sites, and now we're going into the temple area for the Naga shaman goddess. Oh, there is a shrine to my lucky statue lady here too. Goddess shaman Naga looks grumpy. I wonder who carved her. We need to have a talk. Elemental spells are fun, she should be a smiling goddess. Oh, there's a big ceremony thing. Cleanse myself first. I can do that. Remy's narration made Thor and Kara laugh, especially when they realized that Remy had downed a long-acting, purification, potion before washing herself so that she wouldn't be affected by negative spells for at least the next hour, unless they were stronger than her potion. As Remy started her ceremony to be properly introduced to the Naga gods, a group of senior Naga shamans came in to greet Carl's group. Thank you all for bringing the young queen here. It is so rare that we get to meet a new member of an ancient royal family. Their leader announced, speaking common with a heavy accent. You can continue in Serpent if you prefer. The system translates it without any issue. Carl suggested. The aging Naga laughed and made a gesture towards himself. Unfortunately, I do not have a system interface, he explained in Serpent. Carl shrugged. That's fine, I can understand you anyhow. The guild leaders and the other members of his group all nodded. They had no problem understanding the shaman. In that case, this becomes much less stressful for me. Can any of you tell me of the origin of Queen Remy? Her clan isn't listed in any of our records, and when we did a divining, something went wrong, and it said that her mother was born hundreds of thousands of years ago, but her egg only hatched a few years ago, likely less than 3. Carl nodded. Her egg was recovered from a dungeon, and she was born as a Naga spirit snake. She then evolved to princess, and later queen as she gained power. The shaman was visibly shaking with excitement before he sat down, collapsing onto his coiled body, and the servants brought him a cup of tea. So, she is from an original pure Naga bloodline. That explains so much. But you are certain that her egg was from the dungeon? Not a monster spawn anomaly? He asked after a few moments to calm himself. Carl nodded. It was definitely a dungeon. The other shamans made notes and discussed the possibilities as the servants brought around food for the group. That is wonderful. The dungeons were formed ages ago, so Queen Remy won't have been affected at all by the generational changes and selective breeding over the many centuries. One of the shamans declared. I take it that is important to you? Carl asked. The shamans all nodded eagerly. It has become nearly impossible for most royal families to even reproduce enough royals to keep their population up, much less expand to fill in the gaps in the depleted tribes. An original queen should be able to hatch an entire clutch of princesses at will. The shaman saw the confusion on the faces of most of the group, and decided to elaborate. The majority of Naga evolution determinations are decided before hatching by the queen or Naga mother that birthed them. Only, they can't choose a rank above their own. So, warrior and servant mothers can't make royal guards, shamans, or royals. Carl shook his head in dismay. If you're hoping that Remy will have a clutch for you, you are likely to be disappointed. She's still quite young, and it will take quite the Naga warrior to impress her. Well, unless you've got a Naga king like her father. The Naga looked startled. They didn't recall kings being a part of Naga culture at all. Male shamans, sure. But they weren't royals. Can you describe this Naga king? The elder shaman asked. Sure. He had some elemental abilities, water-based. He was 3 times the size of a full-grown shaman queen, and massively physically strong. He was the boss of the dungeon where we found Remy's egg. There is no question about the status, as the dungeons are excellent about naming their occupants. Carl explained. 2 of the shamans raced out of the room, which alarmed the myths. But the elder shaman held up his hands in a placating gesture. They've just gone to the library to look for historical references to a king among Naga. Our society is matriarchal, a male royal is something new to us. Lotus tapped the table to get their attention. Maybe that's why you're having problems keeping up the royal lines. Nobody made any male royals, so there are no men strong enough to be worthy of a proper queen. Like, with dire bears. If the male is too weak, the female simply kills him for insulting her with his advances. He wouldn't be able to make strong enough children. But a grizzled old former alpha bear, well, past his prime and barely mobile, doesn't get the same treatment from the females, even though he would struggle against the weaker males in a fight. The shamans considered her proposal. A servant of the green dragon understood animal nature very well, so they couldn't just discount that the genetic imperative might apply in their case as well. But if that was true, it could derail their plans. How could they convince a true queen to help them with their lineage issues, when they didn't have a male present that she would deem worthy? And what would happen if someone tried to force the issue? Queen Remy was only an overlord, but she had powerful friends. The first of the shaman elders returned within a minute, pointing excitedly at a picture in a book that appeared to be an ancient book of Naga fairy tales. I found it. There was a Naga king. The Naga King. He was a legendary rank hero from another world who saved the Naga race from the aggression of the lizard folk warlord Shithzel. Then he simply vanished. I know it's just a story, but it might be based on reality. If there were a pure royal lineage, with both male and female royals, then we really might have lost something important. He blurted out before his body had even stopped swaying from the sudden stop. Lotus nodded in satisfaction. She knew that her knowledge would be correct, even if she didn't know the Naga that well. Remy, how are things going? Carl asked. They're doing some sort of ceremony to wake the shaman goddess so that I can be instated as a full queen of the Naga. Remy replied, distractedly. Lotus pulled the edge of the book down so she could see it, then stole the ancient tome from the shaman and turned it to face the group. Look, it's that guy. She was right. That image was definitely of the Naga King in the dungeon. Every detail was exact, so whoever had drawn it had seen him. I believe that the story was not quite what you expected. That drawing is exactly the same as the Naga King in the dungeon, right down to the markings on his head. So, I think that whoever wrote it had been there, and had made up the story afterward to explain what they had seen. So, it's real. It's really real, and verified that a Naga King once existed. The elder shaman breathed quietly. He was lost in thought, but the other shamans waited for him, as they all had much to process before they said or did anything else. Oddly, it was one of the servants who connected the dots first out of anyone. Master Solomon. If the young queen was placed in a dungeon by the gods, what will happen when the welcoming ceremony ends? She whispered, but not quietly enough for Carl and the majority of the group to miss it. The shamans were immediately alarmed. How were they supposed to know that? What if the goddess was upset that someone had brought her out? Worse, what if she sided with Queen Remy and turned on the temple residents? There was an ancient school of thought that the dungeons were actually a preservation method, to remind people what the original members of the various cultures lived and looked like. Had the other shamans already informed her of the breeding program? Or had they wanted to wait until after she was initiated and the goddess' influence was stronger? The shaman goddess is really friendly. She says that there is a reverse scale to the apocalypse spell, and Brother Hawk is going to hate it. Remy cheered. So, their ritual worked? Carl asked, while watching the shamans silently conferring about the servant's speculation. Yep, it worked well. It's not done yet, though. She says I'm going to get a present. The shaman elders were looking nervous, and the guild leaders all gave Carl matching, "This is about to get sketchy," sorts of looks. But before anyone said anything, a surge of divine power from the far side of the complex slammed into them. The Naga prostrated themselves, and everyone under totem rank was forced to their knees, while Carl resisted the urge, but bowed under the pressure. The mythic guild members were showing the strain as well, but they were all seated, so their positions didn't change much. Then, the power was gone, and the distinct feeling of an advancement filled Remy's space. Sudden shouts of panic filled the temple complex, and then alarms began to blare while someone began to ring a gong, causing chaos in the room. What is happening? Dev demanded as he leapt to his feet with sword and shield in his hand. The elder shaman flailed his hands wildly. Please calm down. I don't know what happened yet. That is the emergency alarm, but they are ringing the gongs for intruders on the loose inside the city, instead of the bell for invasion. Our temple guards will protect this area, please rest assured that you are in no immediate danger. In her space, Remy downed one of her own diluted advancement potions in an attempt to stabilize her advancement and get a bit of extra power boost, then watched the situation from Carl's point of view. It was only getting more intense outside, and then an explosion in one of the temples alerted Carl to the fact that this might not just be about Remy vanishing from the temple. That had been his first assumption, and the reaction of the Naga would have been somewhat justified. But it appeared that they really were having issues. The sound of explosions became the sound of combat in the streets, and then guards were surrounding the building. They barricaded the doors, locking the elder shamans inside with Carl and his group. Dev gave Carl a confused shrug. Well, it looks like we're not the threat they were so worried about. The elder shaman turned to him. What do you mean? You've all been acting off all day, and we thought that you might be trying to abduct one of our allied guild members. But that doesn't seem to be the case. The druid explained. The Naga looked embarrassed. Well, I admit we intended to ask her to stay with us, but there was no violence in the plan. Do you have contact with her? Is the young queen all right? Is she in danger? Carl smiled and shook his head. When she advanced, she went home to consolidate her gains. She's not in any danger. One of the shaman elders sighed, while the servants quietly laughed. The elders had been talking all day about how they had such big plans to recruit the queen to stay at the temple, and she just went home when she got what she wanted. So fast that nobody could even try to stop her. It was very much regal behavior. The opinions of lesser Naga were irrelevant when they contradicted her will. Of course, they didn't know that Carl meant a separate mental space right here. The assumption that everyone else, including the guild leaders, had made was that she had returned to Drod. After an advancement, it could take days before your power was stable enough to be fully active, and most people preferred to sleep off the change in their own bed if possible. Which was exactly what Remy planned to do. But on her altar, with the new statue of the Naga shaman goddess she had obtained to accompany the old lucky statue she had. The shaman elders quickly came to the same realization that the servants had. Remy was a true Naga queen, and she had dismissed their opinions as less important than the stabilization of her advancement. The best that they could hope for now was to convince her people to bring her back for a visit, where they could try to recruit her again, or at least convince her to stay for one clutch so that they could spread royals to some of the declining tribes. Without intervention, they would surely fail. But there weren't many options when most of the royal lines could hardly produce a successor at all. So, they tried to convey the urgency of the situation to Carl, who appeared to be her closest ally. Totem Carl, please relay an urgent request from us to Queen Remy. I know this might be very forward, but it is imperative to the survival of many of the tribes that they find a new royal lineage to continue. He paused as if unsure how to phrase the next part. We would like to ask Queen Remy to part with a clutch of royal eggs so that they might repopulate the royal families of our declining tribes. In her space, Remy snorted in amusement. They thought that they could just pass her eggs around like party favors. That was not how it worked at all. A queen could only be born in circumstances that were worthy of them. If the tribe was disloyal and had forgotten the old ways, they would never have a queen. The goddess had said so. If they weren't so stuck on their delusions that the shaman elders could guide Naga society, they would realize that it was their divine mistress, serpent lady of the swamps and seas, that was the true deciding factor behind Naga society's future. Carl caught most of her thoughts, though she was too drowsy to relay them clearly. I have relayed the message, and Queen Remy has a response, of sorts. She says that it might be possible in the future, but no queen can be born to a weak tribe, or one that puts others above the will of the divine mistress of the swamps and seas. Carl relayed. The shaman elders all froze in shock. That name, how do you know it? Carl blinked slowly, wondering if the day's events had shocked them too much. There was, after all, a massive battle raging through their temple complex, and they were more concerned about getting royal eggs. Before Carl could answer, Lotus snapped her fingers and gestured wildly as she came to some realization. I get it now. That's why this place feels funny. It's a zoo. A Naga zoo, where the young are raised in captivity and domesticated. The shamans looked somewhere between horrified and offended. We are not zookeepers. We are raising the future royals to know their duties to the people and Naga society. One of them retorted. Lotus shook her head. No, I am right. They're being taught to follow orders and submit. That's not right, it goes against the divine magic of this place. The elders were about to explode with rage, but the senior among them raised his hand in a cautioning gesture. The Green Dragon's priestess speaks her truth. Indeed, the Naga have become civilized with the times. No longer are we feral tribes building shrines in the swamps and seas. We travel, we trade, and most importantly, we have forgotten that the shaman elders are not leaders of the Naga. We are servants of our goddess. First, foremost, and only. Lotus nodded happily. That was the right answer, even if he didn't believe it or intend to give up his power. Carl patted Lotus on the shoulder. Queen Remy agrees. The tribes no longer follow the ways of their goddess, so they are losing her blessings. Even with the system active again, if their patron doesn't favor them, then the royals will continue to fail to become queens. A glimmer of soul energy caught Carl's attention, and he motioned for Ray to grab whatever was hiding in the corner. It turned out to be a tiny spirit snake, a hatchling that had hidden from the battle in a corner of the roof, then made its way inside. Carl took the startled snake from Ray and gently stroked its head as he considered the next step. Can you tell me who is attacking your temples? It could be important. He asked the elders. The shaman elder looked embarrassed. It appears to be one of the Naga tribes that was visiting. I don't have a reason for the attack yet, but they appear to be targeting one of the dormitories and a secondary temple. A particularly traditional tribe? Carl asked, leading the shaman elders to the desired answer. The elder nodded. As you say, they were resistant to the idea of having their young shamans trained at the temple. The council determined that they had strayed from the goddess teachings, so their next generation of leaders was brought here for proper education. Dave sighed and shook his head. You realize how that sounds from our side, right? It sounds a lot like you abducted the heirs to their tribes, to indoctrinate them into your version of the Naga traditions. The shaman elder shook his head. It's not like that. Their tribe was falling into savagery. If we didn't act, they would have been wiped out by their neighbors. The mythic-ranked druid shrugged. Sounds like they don't agree. But as the matter doesn't concern us, we won't get involved in Naga politics. The tiny snake in Carl's hands bobbed its head in agreement. Well spoken, druid. The goddess approves of your stance. Carl considered setting the spirit snake down so that she could properly address the crowd, but she seemed to have a high level of affinity for head pats, and actively rubbed against his hand when he stopped. For a moment the shamans were confused, then one of them realized what had happened. Princess. Call off your tribe. Violence against the temples is not the way of the goddess. The tiny spirit snake laughed, shaking in Carl's hand with amusement at the shaman elder's assertion. Why don't you ask the goddess to expel us from her temple? Surely, if your ways are the right way, she will protect her loyal shamans. The little princess asked. The shaman elder visibly calculated the chances that Carl would not interfere if he attacked the little snake. It was only commander rank, a tiny obnoxious little royal that he could squish with a single strike. But the battle was getting more intense in the compound, and the fighting was getting closer to where they were now. One of the other elders pushed forward to address Carl directly. Can we count on you to do the right thing, if there is no peaceful resolution? He asked, but his tone made it more of a demand that expected to be obeyed. Let me confer with the goddess. Carl replied. The elders looked confused as Carl borrowed the new goddess statue from Remy's space for a moment and placed it in his other hand, while still holding the spirit snake up. What do you think? He asked the statue, with a small pulse of mana into the carving of an offering in its hands. The image of a six-armed Naga shaman goddess appeared in front of him, then dissipated into a blue water magic barrier over the tiny snake. I think that's our answer. Carl replied with a shrug, then gave Remy back her statue so she could finish stabilizing her power. The shaman stared in shock at Carl, and even the tiny spirit snake was frozen in confusion. Did you just get a direct answer from the goddess to your question? The little princess asked quietly. Of course. That's kind of how holy relics work. As long as you ask them the right question and offer them some mana in good faith, they'll give some sign as to their opinion. Though, I would note that no answer is an answer of its own. Carl explained. The spirit snake tilted her head in confusion. How is that? Haven't you ever met someone who asked questions that weren't worth a response? Not even a flicker of recognition? Carl asked. Dave and Lotus began to laugh, while Tessa and Ophelia shared a knowing look. Lotus was 100% guilty of being that person on many occasions. But it made her happy to ask, even if she'd already made up her mind to do the thing anyhow. The young spirit snake was looking at Carl as if he knew the wisdom of the universe, and even the shaman elders had to smile. It was a bit more complex than that, but surely the young one would remember this day for the rest of their life. As short as it might be. They were about to take action when the doors swung open and the temple guard slithered in, followed by two younger shamans and a Naga princess who looked a lot like Remy had before her coloration had changed at overlord rank. Carl's first thought was that this meant the battle was over, and the insurrection had been handled, but the look on the faces of the elders said that was not the case. Hi, Mom. I made a new friend. He's friends with Queen Remy, and the goddess answers his questions. The spirit snake greeted their new guest. That's nice, darling. The newly arrived princess replied, clearly confused by the situation. Then she turned to the elder shamans. Greetings, honored elders. I believe you will find that there have been some changes made around the temple today. The goddess is most pleased with the change of management, but it does come with some restructuring. Your managerial roles will no longer be needed. However, we will be blessed to keep you on as advisors to assist the future of the Naga with your decades of wisdom. Guards, kindly escort the advisors back to their rooms. I believe that they require a good night's rest. Tomorrow will be a long day for everyone. The shaman elders were shocked when their own guards turned on them, politely but firmly leading them out of the building, where Carl could still hear some lingering battles. Then another group of Naga royals entered, before looking around the room in confusion. Should there not be one more queen here? One of them asked. The little spirit snake popped her head up to get noticed. Queen Remy is sleeping off her totem rank advancement. She replied helpfully. The totem-ranked princess nodded. That is understandable. I take it that you are all friends of the young queen. It appears that she's in good hands, with those who respect the will of the gods. If you would like to remain here, we will ensure your safety during the transition of the temple. Hugo shook his head. I think that we've done what we came here for, and I really don't feel like getting caught in the middle of a political transition. So, if Carl will turn over the young snake, I will open a portal to our guild house in Xylas, and we can continue our introductions to the rest of the ranking members of the guild alliance. The spirit snake was startled. She had forgotten that Carl's hand was more than a warm and soft place to rest, and that it would inevitably leave with him. She quickly slid down his arm and across the floor to climb up her mother, another safe perch where she could still see what was going on, and relay the heroic tale of her spy activities. While omitting the part where she was instantly caught by Carl's friend. Good luck with your work here. We can catch up in the future if I happen to cross your territory, or see you again when Remy returns to confer with the goddess. Carl informed the Naga royals. Perhaps we will see you again. Once you have met once, it seems much more likely that fate will pull you together again in the future. The spirit snake's mother agreed. Then, Hugo opened a large portal, so he didn't have to duck to walk through, and led the way out of the Naga temple. Hugo made a grand gesture as they stepped through the portal. Welcome to the Nara Group Castle. It doesn't belong to any of the guilds, it's cooperatively owned by the Alliance itself, with hired staff to maintain it. In front of Carl was an enormous stone building, 6 stories tall and large enough that it rather resembled a warehouse with a stone wall around the parking lot. Call it ostentatious, but with 10 mythic ranked members, over 60 totems, and 200 overlords, among our combined 1,000 members, we have plenty of big egos to cater to, and this location is closer to the dungeon that the group controls than any of our individual guild houses. Now that you're members, we will arrange a section of the building for the Dark Light host members to use when they are in the area. The layout is somewhat unique, as you will see once you get inside. The Lake Naraletum region is a haven for the desperate and the overconfident, as there are also dozens of minor dungeons in the area, mostly monarch ranked and higher. There is a magical map on the wall, showing which ones are active and which are on timers, as guild alliance groups trigger the cooldown on many of the dungeons, the same as guild members clearing the instance do. The big mage stopped to catch his breath, and a group of dragonkin servants came running out to greet them. These are some of our apprentices. Guildless hopeful adventurers who work at the Alliance House for job experience and the chance to get taken on as a porter, which comes with loot rights to dungeons. Hugo explained. The dragonkin warrior, a teenaged boy at the commander rank, nodded enthusiastically. The dungeon doesn't put a minimum rank on entrance, so we can do the looting, collect materials and carry items for adventuring teams who don't have inventory space. The boy explained. No inventory space? Carl asked in confusion. Hugo shrugged. Some classes get strange inventory options. Some get a chest, some only get a few dozen spots to place items, and if they carry a lot of random junk, they're always out of space. Do you have a lot? Dana snickered quietly at the thought of all the loot that had to be hiding in the beast spaces, but Carl just nodded. The system considers me a sort of support class, so other than my bonded items, I have a number of chests, each one larger than the one I got the rank before. Not that he used them much. In fact, they were 90% empty, with only 2 even being used regularly. For items to be upgraded and finished items, naturally. Dave wrapped an arm around Carl and Dana's shoulders, as they were standing together, and led them forward. Just wait until you get settled in. It's going to be great having actual crafters in the Alliance. Tell me, Miss Dana, how are you at dealing with pathetic pleading and tears? He asked. Dana laughed. Surely, with so many dungeons, things aren't that dire. Dave smirked back at her and ran a hand through his curly brown hair. Sure, if you're a monarch or overlord and willing to risk your life for the 1 in 10 chance that someone in your team will get a decent item from a dungeon run. I know that this might come as a shock to you all, but most people have no intention of going into the dungeon in poor quality trash drops in order to get the gear they need to get into a better group. Dana winked at the druid. That's what we have Carl for. The monster man can solo a 5-person dungeon on his own rank, so we're relegated to the role of moral support and security for the healers. Dave thought about her comment for a second, then realized the imbalance. He's got the beasts with him, and they all count as him, so it's only 1 person to the dungeon. Oh, that is pure evil. Queen Remy should be able to summon bodyguards, right? Most queens can. He asked. Carl nodded. It's a very useful skill. We should get you a spot for the monthly totem run. It's a 40-person group dungeon, so there's always room for more without things getting crowded. It's also well suited to the Dark Light host, as it supplies a lot of the resources that we sell to keep things running here. The trick is that it only opens once a month, and it can only be done by members of the same guild or guild alliance. Carl nodded. So, there can't really be weak guilds outside an alliance because they'll miss out on the biggest opportunities. I am assuming that the mythic ranked dungeon is much more exclusive, but the totem ranked ones should be something that most groups can do with some effort. Dave nodded. Most of the larger totem dungeons are guild locked. The 5-person runs are all open, and the vast majority of adventurers do arranged or pickup groups. But honestly, the loot is awful. For the most part, a dungeon drops equipment a full rank below its difficulty, and only the bosses have a chance to give items of rare or epic quality. So, doing Overlord ranked dungeons mostly drops common and uncommon grade Monarch ranked gear. Which, compared to the cost of living here, is worthless. Dana looked confused. How can the cost of living be high here? I mean, if you've got totem ranked dungeons, actually living here should be the smallest of concerns. The Mythic Guild leaders all laughed at her naive view of how things worked in Sholaha. Tax is by the head, and by the square meter of land owned. And the immortal monarch doesn't want us hoarding wealth and taking over, so they set it for mythic warriors, and then discount it by rank. So, a menial job here actually pays an insane rate, but 3/4 of it goes to the tax collector. Or you work for a guild, or guild alliance, who pays your head tax as part of your employment. Hugo added. The Dragonkin apprentice nodded. With meals, rooms and taxes included in our pay package, we can focus entirely on our growth with the money we make, and just send a cut to the guild. I swear, the alchemists have a racket going. Every rank, the supplements and buff potions get exponentially more expensive. Remy looked up in her space. That was excellent news. Hugo led the group into the massive hulk of a fortress, which turned out to actually be an outer shell containing many warehouses for bulk supplies, as it wasn't a proper guild branch for any of the residents. The interior was set up like a neighborhood, with streets, apartment blocks, and even a few villas with courtyards. There are actually 8 major residences with courtyards here, but you will be our 6th alliance member, so after you move in, 2 will be empty. Members who live in the city full-time, as well as the apprentices, live in the villas or the blocks. It's a bit strange having our own miniature city inside the fortress, but we inherited the building from a guild that went bankrupt after making a number of bad wagers on the tournaments. So, the design wasn't our choice, but it works well enough for our purposes, and it is secure. You can restrict a portal location to only be used by your guild members. There is one in the house I'm leading you to, and it was fully reset after we took over, so nobody else has access. Ah, here we are. Hugo stopped in front of a modern-looking villa with a flower garden, and Carl nodded in approval. It's not large outside, but there are 5 sleeping rooms on the 2nd floor, common areas on the main, and a basement crafting lab, along with the apprentice dorms, which are usually placed on the 2nd or 3rd basement level, if you choose to hire some. Dana frowned. Are they expecting everyone to hire dwarves? Who puts bedrooms on the 2nd basement level? The myths chuckled at her question. It's a security measure. Battles between totems and myths tend to have collateral damage, so if the fortress is raided, the lower-level members can retreat to the safe rooms in the sub-basement and wait it out. That didn't used to be the case, but guild raids would lead to hundreds of deaths, and that was just bad for everyone involved. Dave explained. Lotus repeatedly poked Carl in the back until he turned around so he could see her pleading, pouty eyes expression. Tion does it better. Carl reminded her, but Lotus silently kept it up. Yes, we will try to find some cute apprentices to hang out with you, but you can't keep them from their work. Lotus gave a fist pump, and the guild leaders shook their heads in dismay. I am beginning to understand the group composition a bit better now. Raj, the darkest-skinned of the warriors among the guild leaders, chuckled. Ophelia nodded in agreement. Lotus is secretly the center of our group. You see, Tessa is her childhood friend, I was the only female berserker in my class, and Dana was the strongest female mage when we formed our group to travel. And how does Carl fit in that metric? Raj asked. Carl has all the beasts, and you know how green dragon clerics are. But also, he's so incredibly overpowered that it would just be ridiculous to not want to go with him. Ophelia replied with a shrug, as if it should be obvious. Carl pulled a sleepy Tion from his space and handed him to Lotus, who immediately cradled and began to pet the little fox. The guild leader stared at the pair. Is that a baby Stonefur divine fox? Dave asked after a few seconds of silence. Indeed. The newest addition to our little family. And the newest reason that Lotus has to remain nearby. Though, she usually stays at the back in larger battles, as she has a tree of life transformation, and her area healing skills are outstanding. Carl explained. We will help you all get into dungeon teams if you're planning to remain here for a while. Hugo insisted. Carl checked with the others, and they all appeared to be on board with the plan. But Ophelia had other ideas as well. Remy had proven that her potions didn't always risk death, so there was a chance that they could all be pushed to the Overlord rank. They had advanced their classes already, so if they could join Overlord-ranked dungeon teams, they could gain both experience and resources. Though, if they were all at Overlord, they could just go together. There were 5 of them, and the golems could serve the role of tanks. Or Ophelia could, as her new class was actually specialized in the role. Their presence was starting to draw curious onlookers, as it wasn't often that all 5 of the Alliance leaders gathered anywhere unless it was for work. But today, they were in front of a vacant house, and everyone had gotten the notice about the Dark Light host joining the Alliance. What none of them had realized was that this was the same Dark Light host that Supreme Lady Matilda led. If they had known, they would have been much more cautious about approaching. I believe that we will head in and check the place out, then I see that we will have many requests for custom goods. Or possibly goods in general. I haven't checked how our store inventory is doing. Carl joked. Hugo laughed. Well, there are 1,000 members in total, plus the newer apprentices who we didn't have a guild slot for. So, I would say that your guild store is likely out of stock. Carl checked the store inventory while Hugo led everyone inside. They had some items available, mostly the simple things that they mass-produced for merchants. The utility rings for daily tasks and water creation. Then a few of the commander rank warrior rings with bonus skill damage on them, and the damage reduction bracelets. Everything else had sold out. Even Ashbringer had his section of the shop tagged with a forged A, refilling stock, label. The Alliance members bought everything he had. What Carl and the guild had forgotten was that transport wasn't cheap if you couldn't open your own portals, and the Dragon Isles were seriously lacking in craftsmen in general. So, with such high demand in the Lake Neraletum region, prices here were normally 3 to 5 times higher than anywhere else. But the Dark Light host had just put everything up at retail to see who complained and demanded a discount. Only, nobody did. The interior of the house was beautiful, but largely unfurnished, with only a few pieces left behind by the last occupants. I may have forgotten that there was nothing in here but pieces the last guild didn't want. Hugo admitted as they walked into the main hall, with double-curved stairways at the far end, which led to the second floor. I see 3 floors, but I don't recall you mentioning the 3rd floor. Ophelia noted as she looked up at the vaulted ceiling. The mage looked confused as he counted balconies. You're right. I don't know what is up there. I thought that these were all the same. The 1st floor in my guild's manor is much higher than this one. The cleaning staff complain incessantly about the ceiling height. He agreed. Not for much longer, Carl suspected. They had bought out all the functional rings that they could get their hands on, and while some were certainly for resale here, the staff should have some for themselves. Ophelia crouched, then jumped to the 3rd floor balcony. The berserker landed smoothly on the ledge, then stepped over the stone banister and looked back down with a shrug. It's just one big open room up here. I don't know what they were intending to use it for, but I suspect that it might be for hosting parties or something. There is what looks like a wooden portable bar station sitting under a drop cloth. That wasn't as cool as what everyone else had been hoping for, but it might come in useful in the future, as the main stairwell ran all the way up to the 3rd floor, and they could block off the private areas of the house which were in between. But that would also allow them to move smoothly between the 2 areas of a party, or disappear into their rooms, should they wish to leave the party, or need a touch-up. Carl looked around the space with satisfaction. This will do wonderfully. Let me know what the Dark Light host needs to contribute to the Alliance fund for the upkeep, and I will transfer it to you. I know a few furniture makers in Drod, but there are likely some local ones as well. Deve smiled and nodded eagerly. There is one just down the street. I can go talk to her for you if you'd like. I think that she's sweet on me. Sure. Bring your lovely lady friend here, and we will see about decorating the place. And in the meantime, we can talk to the Alliance members who have gathered outside the door, waiting for the bosses to leave so that they can plead for custom items to be made. Carl agreed. Raj burst into laughter, clapping his hand on his leg as he roared in mirth. Oh, they'll have plenty of those. You know how it is when you start getting powerful. Suddenly, money stops mattering because what you need and what you want are simply not available for any price. So, many of them have been gathering treasures for decades, hoping that one day they'll manage to find those last few pieces that they need to make their setup absolutely perfect. But what all are you going to offer them? No offense, but I have no idea what your actual crafting skill can do. He explained. Carl shrugged. I can put skills that I know on crafted items, create items with specific skills or random ones, or even directly teach beasts and beastkin skills. Dave was almost out the door when Carl said that last part. Wait, back up. You can directly teach skills that aren't part of a skill tree? Carl nodded. You have to be compatible, and I have to know the skill, and there has to be some sort of beast blood involved. That last part was an outright lie, Carl's group knew. He was just playing favorites to limit the number of people who asked, but keeping the knowledge open so that he could sell the skill. Wait here, I need to go get someone before the furniture maker. Actually, I will have Jetina go deal with the furniture maker. They get along well. Tessa smirked as the druid ran out the door. He's coming back with a ranger, isn't he? Hugo nodded. Yeah, the one from his raiding team. But he's completely forgotten that his mother is an owl beastkin, and that he should qualify as well. 30 seconds later, Dave ran back in carrying a small man in his arms like a princess. I brought the ranger. Lotus patted him gently on his shoulder. You can put him down now. And we should likely explain things to him because he looks really confused. Right. Sorry, got excited. This is the Rune Master, and he can teach skills. Tell him the thing. Dave insisted, but the mythic ranked ranger didn't look any less confused. Carl nodded politely. My name is Carl, a Beast Master champion by class, and a Rune Master by trade. It sounds like Dave thinks you might need a skill that I have. The petite ranger laughed, but nodded in agreement. I have been after a specific skill for many years. You see, I have unlocked a system quest for an advanced class, but I need an elemental control type ability. That's not part of my skill tree, and I have never heard of a skill book for one, or a way to learn it from study. It's not a thing that rangers can learn, normally. We're not shamans, but the system says there is some way that I can do it and become a ranger stormlord. Carl shrugged, and pressed his finger to the man's head while muttering in ancient Dwarven, for that air of mysticism, as the system didn't translate that particular language. Hee poke. In their spaces, Kara and Tion rolled on the ground, laughing at the childish joke. But the ranger's eyes opened wide in shock. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, minor water control, will be transferred to the puddle splasher Arthas. Then his eyes went vacant, and the mythic ranked ranger froze. Is that normal? Dave whispered. He's in the class selection scenario. I've seen this more than once before. Carl explained. When he finally started moving again, Arthas held out his hands, then make a bow drawing motion. A bow made entirely of water formed, with a shining metal arrow. Beautiful. Now, I can finally use some of these skill points. I've been out of new skills since late royal rank. He sighed. As he was mythic now, there was little doubt that he would soon possess every single skill that his new class could offer. Especially for someone who was part of an active dungeon farming team. Everyone on Carl's team had noticed by now that system-linked incidents granted more skill points than everyday life events. Crafting, dungeons, monster spawns. All were great sources of skill points, to the point that Carl's team members were rarely as lacking in points as Carl himself was. Not many classes wanted 50 points for a single skill, after all. The cleric skills were mostly under 5 points each. Then Carl turned to Dave. How about we gift you something to help you in the dungeon as well? Dave shrugged, unsure that Carl could offer him anything that would benefit him at this point. Beast Master Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, limited invulnerability, will be transferred to the heroic tree lover, Dave. Skill already known. Beast Master Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, crushing blows, will be transferred to the heroic tree lover, Dave. Skill already known. Beast Master Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, bestial regeneration, will be transferred to the heroic tree lover, Dave. Skill transferred. Deve's eyes went as wide as Arthas had, then he pulled Carl into a bear hug and spun him in circles. The healers are going to love this. A self-healing bear tank will be even greater than the Blood Knights and their life leech skills. He shouted. Ophelia nodded in agreement, and Carl remembered that he had been slacking on his group benefits. Beast Master Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, brutal pugilist, will be transferred to the cuddle bear Ophelia. Ophelia smiled gently at Carl in thanks, not wanting others to notice that he had granted her something as well, then frowned as she actually read the message. Since when was Cuddle Bear her most notable title to the system? It was definitely messing with her. Speaking of self-healing bear tanks, Ophelia here is an excellent one. She's also got a similar skill set, plus she can damage transfer from the group to herself. It's limited, but with strong healing abilities and damage reduction, I think that she will be quite the hit with the Alliance once we have time to get everyone pushed to Overlord. Carl offered. How long will that take? Hugo asked curiously. Depending on the resources, less than a week. But making Overlord-ranked epic potions requires some really rare materials. Carl explained. Even Remy didn't have many of them in her space, and she had been planting them in the tiny world to try to grow more. She did have enough of the new style potions ready for her girls, though. She had begun to work on them as soon as the first one had worked, so they would be ready when the group finally had a few moments to themselves to make an advancement in peace. Advancements using special techniques were definitely a private thing. At least when it came to her own people. But it looked like they were going to be busy for some time, as Carl and the crafters back home filled all the orders that the Guild Alliance needed to recover from the resource drought that they had been in. So, when the big bosses left, she would take them into the tiny world, and get them all advanced while Carl and Sister Ray worked. So, how are we doing this? By rank descending? Dave asked, now that the excitement of helping his teammate had worn off. Carl shrugged. That works for me. I can take pre-orders from the myths first, then from the totems. I will get all those filled, while the apprentices at our Drod Guild house fill the common orders. They've been going hard trying to restock and prepare for the influx, but there are only a few of them, and countless orders. Especially for the decorative items, which take hours each to carve. The guild leaders chuckled. Of course, that was going to be the great limitation. Having a powerful item was nice. But having a cool-looking, powerful item was much more important to most. Fortunately, the Darklight host understood the issue, and they were planning to work with them. Why don't you do robes first? I've got so much totem-ranked clothing here, and the selection is excellent. Ray suggested. By excellent selection, she meant that she had silk shirts for men, in black. Then 3 different styles of mage robes which could be good for anyone, and countless dresses for ladies in multiple colors. All that they needed was Carl's final touch to add a few more abilities to them before they were activated for the first time. Why don't we start with the mages instead? At Totem and Mythic, naturally. I have a decent selection of mage robes, dresses and a few shirts available in totem-ranked spider silk. I can upgrade them with runes and gems much more quickly than most items. Carl offered. Oh, that would be good. Can you make one that we can show to the mages when they arrive, so they know if it's better than what they have? Dave asked. I don't see why not. Just be patient with me, it takes a bit to write everything up without ruining the appearance of the item. Dave's outfit included a powder blue tabard, and there was a matching set of generic mage robes among Ray's options, which were gender neutral, as far as Carl knew. Surely, his group had a mage in it. Though, if it was a guy, they might not be as impressed by the color as Dave was likely to be that Carl could match his tabard. Carl didn't miss the strange looks when he took out the robes, then immediately turned them inside out and took out a paint pen. It's the fastest way to dye fabric, and I'm utter trash at embroidery. There are some decorations on the outside of the outfit, but I'll put the runes on the inside, so they're only visible when the robes are filled with mana. Carl explained. None of what Carl did next made sense to the guild leaders, but Carl looked satisfied after he wrote one line of runes down each arm and then 5 vertically down the back. Item created, Totem rank, Epic grade, Robes of the Inexhaustible Well, adds 250 points to spell power, 10% bonus to casting speed, 5% bonus to total spell damage. Additional effects, Self-Repair Level 2, Mana Storage Level 7. Carl nodded in satisfaction, while the others inspected the robes. How much mana is Storage Level 7? Dave asked. Carl wasn't sure how to answer that. He didn't have a direct number for his mana pool. About as much as the average overlord can hold on their own. Give or take a few %. He offered. You're saying that simply wearing those robes would double an overlord-ranked mage's mana pool? Dave asked. If he wasn't wearing any other gear, yes. The spell power and spell damage should combine very well. I considered making it self-recharge and reduce casting cost, but that would push the boundaries of epic grade without adding magical stones, which would massively increase the cost. Carl explained. Let's get the mages in here. I suspect that everyone is going to want new robes. Did you say that you have other styles as well? Carl smiled at the druid. For the ladies, yes. You see, the clothing is made by my friend the Blood Destruction Spider, and she loves ladies' fashion. The gentlemen can get by with robes. The guild leaders chuckled. Dealing with eccentric master craftsmen was an everyday occurrence when you were in the higher ranks. If that meant putting their mages into strange but powerful outfits, they wouldn't care. Even if it made them look like a fashion show runway. Besides, half the totems and myths were bats hit crazy to begin with. The first of the mages showed up a few minutes later, and Ray smirked at Carl as she passed over a bright red layered dress with golden embroidery all over, in an ancient style which would make the mage look like an imperial concubine from the Golden Dragon Nation's historical dramas. It also had a large totem rank fire element gem woven into it over the heart, so Carl prepared to duplicate the former robe, then add the Hellfire Vortex spell to the robes. That should be a spell that not many, if any, mages knew. Welcome, welcome. Please, inspect the first set of robes while I work on another. Carl informed her, then nudged Tion to make him a large stone work table. They needed somewhere to show off Ray's designs before Carl upgraded them. But this mage was getting what she was given. Ray insisted. Unfortunately for their plans to work in peace, making a whole new set of robes was far too distracting, and the new arrival simply watched him work in silence for 20 minutes as more mages slowly filtered in and began to inspect the robes on display with hushed voices. There, finished. Lady Ray insists these ones are only for sale to you in particular. Carl explained as he turned the robes right side out to show off the embroidery. Item created, Totem rank, Totem grade, Flaming Robes of the Inexhaustible Well, adds 250 points to spell power, 10% bonus to casting speed, 5% bonus to total spell damage. Additional effects, Self-Repair Level 2, Mana Storage Level 7, Hellstorm Vortex. The other mages were practically drooling as they gazed upon the stats of the robes. Especially after Dave explained just how much mana they could hold. But Carl was more interested in that totem grade label. That was a new one, and he hadn't known there was a quality ranking between epic and artifact. Or perhaps there wasn't until you got to totem rank. How much? The dark-haired mage asked simply. She was a mythic rank battle mage, she was not short on funds. Lady Ray requests magical stones or other raw resources of equivalent value. Carl informed her. The mage nodded, and began taking out bars of metal, an assortment of rocks that exuded immense magic, and a few magical gems. Ray nodded in satisfaction. There was a totem-ranked shadow stone in there. That was good. Carl shook her hand, then held up the robes for her to equip them and replace the simple shirt and pants she was wearing. Oh, you need to get her a hair thingy. Let me out and I'll do her makeup. Remy insisted. Opal giggled and passed Carl a simple commander rank illusion stone she had enchanted with a disguise. She could make simple disguises with a thought, and illusion stones naturally held them. If they weren't so rare, she would do this more often. It was a great trick for her interactive performance plans. Carl handed the mage the tiny stone, and she simply frowned in confusion, wondering why the merchant was giving her change. "Activate the stone, it goes with the robes," Carl explained. She shrugged, and Dave whistled, while Raj made a low grunt of rather carnal-sounding appreciation. Her face turned pale with bright red lips and immaculate makeup, while her hair was pulled into an elaborate updo, with a golden tiara and jade hairpins. The mage took out a mirror and smiled. "Your Lady Ray has exquisite taste. I like it." Kara dug through her pile of loot and found a large oval illusion stone. Then, in a stroke of brilliance, cut it into wafer-thin slices with disintegration. "Sister Opal, take these, you can use them to make illusion tokens," she explained. That would work wonderfully. Not for strong illusions, as it wasn't a complete stone. But for doing hair and makeup, it was just right. One of the other female mages giggled. "Oh, is this a fashion contest? We all get to play dress up in new battle gear?" Carl shrugged. "It is now. Don't worry, gentlemen. I've got both popular types of traditional mage robes. The flowing ones and the ones preferred by the spellblades and martial artists for mobility." The only other mythic-ranked mage was the woman who had just spoken, and Ray insisted that she needed either an idol-style frilly short dress or Dana-style combat robes. So, Carl held up both to let her choose before he got to work. "Really?" she asked. "I can do traditional robes as well, but this is what the lady offers for alternates." She sighed. "So, Nyx gets to be an imperial concubine, and I'm a magical girl? Because I'm definitely not dressing as her bodyguard." Carl held up simple black mage robes with shimmering threads that looked like stars in a night sky. "You can be the imperial magician, if you'd like." After careful consideration, she pointed at the pop idol dress. "Ha, I knew it." She just didn't want to admit it in public. Ray cheered. Carl considered what to do with this one. It didn't have a gem in it, but the last item had come out with a whole new quality ranking that Carl hadn't seen before. But it did have totem rank bone slices in the corset to hold the shape, and those could be upgraded separately. Carl was about to start when the memory of his old maul flashed in his mind. That was a brilliant addition to an armor piece. He took the bones out and began carving the runes for the multiple casting effect on them. It probably wouldn't be as good as the maul had been, but it should let the mage cast more than one spell at a time. If it worked, he would make another like it for Dana. Item created: totem rank, totem grade, idol dress of the inexhaustible magician, adds 250 points to spell power, 10% bonus to casting speed, 5% bonus to total spell damage. Additional effects: self-repair level 2, mana storage level 7, spell storage. Spell storage allows up to 5 spells to be precast and held in reserve to be instantly released from the item at will. Not quite the same as the maul, but in a way, both better and more versatile. The maul could only stack identical copies of an attack spell as you used them. The dress could hold 5 random spells. Carl handed the completed work over, and the mage changed. Then Ray passed Carl matching thigh highs and shoes for the outfit. "Here. Add these. They're totem-ranked silk, and they should bond." She laughed as she changed, then did a twirl and made a pose with a golden scepter in her hand. At the door, a disgruntled noise stopped the laughter. A mythic-ranked warrior stood at the door. "I should have known it. The insanity of the Darklight host is contagious. What the hell are you wearing?" The mage rolled her eyes. "Oh, relax. We're just having a bit of fun. They made me new combat gear, and look at this." She pulsed with power, and 5 layers of arcane energy barrier formed over her instantly. Dave hummed to himself. "Maybe I need that dress." Raj snorted. "But with a longer skirt." Nobody wants to see your balls in combat. Carl smiled at the warrior to defuse the tension. Why don't we try to find gear for you next? I think that I know just the right one. The warrior stood at the door for a moment, then slowly came forward with a disgusted look at the mage, who lifted one foot and waved her scepter at him in a cutesy pose. Then stuck her tongue out at him as he passed. Maybe the dark light host was contagious. Ashbringer had just finished a suit of armor out of totem-ranked metals, and while it was currently at the overlord rank, that would quickly change as Carl got to work. It was traditional plate and chain, but altered for greater than usual flexibility, as Ashbringer had made it for someone who used a two-handed blade or axe. The guild leaders had said that they were the main tanks for their groups, so this new arrival should be a damage-type warrior. The armor was also a very dignified ash black, with a fiery red underglow from the demonic magic that Ashbringer had used to create it. It had incredible fire resistance, and nearly perfect damage reduction. So, Carl focused his rune work on adding damage, agility and strength, along with the sharpness, skill. As he finished, the totem-ranked runes surged and the armor began to emit a black demonic mist, casting shadows around the pieces on the table. Item created, totem rank, totem grade, molten armor of 1,000 cuts, adds 250 points to skill power, 10% bonus to skill activation speed, 5% bonus to total skill damage. Additional effects, self-repair level 3, mana storage level 5, sharpness. Sharpness, slashing, stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. The warrior stared at the armor with pure greed, and began to reach for it when Carl stepped forward and smiled. I believe that you will find that the price is quite reasonable. 3 weights of the armor in totem ranked or higher raw materials. He insisted. The warrior simply stared past him at the armor, clearly pondering his chances of getting past Carl to simply take the item. But his guild leader was right there, and the rational part of his brain said that it would be a terrible idea to start trouble with their new alliance members, who were willing to make high-quality items for their main raid team. And this was far better than what he already used, which was mythic rank, but only rare grade. Slowly, he began piling items on the table, then took out a scale and weighed them. Carl resisted the urge to laugh at the expression on Raja's face as the grumpy warrior paid for his purchase. Nobody seemed put out by it, and while part of that would be because of his power, most of it should be that they were just used to him being a grump all the time. Once he was satisfied that he had paid down to the last gram, he equipped the armor, and was instantly surrounded by a thin layer of black fog with a deep crimson glow from under the black plates of his armor. Now, that looks properly intimidating. I wonder if we can mass-produce it so that we can have a whole raid team of cool-looking warriors. One of the totems joked. How about fuck off? The warrior grumbled as he stomped away. Carl gave the guild leaders a curious look, and Hugo made a gesture that Carl took as, I will explain later, and not in public. A totem-ranked battle mage smirked after the grumpy warrior left, and wrapped his arm around the myth in an idle dress. At least the mages can all look cool. I think he said that he had battle mage combat robes. There are enough of us to send a full team out dressed the same. Or we can convince the ladies to get coordinated outfits, so they look like an idol troupe. He joked. Dave cleared his throat. First things first. I want to order some stuff. Then I need to run off and take care of guild business. He handed Carl a paper, which simply said, like they got, but cooler looking, in wobbly script. Got it. I will work on that after we pass out the mage outfits, as they're already made, and I will need custom items made for you. Carl explained. Works for me. Let me know when it's done. Totem Team 1, if any of you are in here, move to the front, you are scheduled to be at the dungeon in 2 hours. A surprising number of people moved forward, and Dave chuckled. Team 1 is a 40-person dungeon team. So, they've got a dozen mage and mage-adjacent classes on the team. One of the mages nodded. 2/3 of the totems in the Alliance are members of Team 1, but the dungeon that we do is only once every other week, so we're also on other teams. Team 1 is also the team for the monthly dungeon. Hugo added. Carl nodded. Well, in that case I should make friends, as I might attempt to work my way into a spot for that monthly dungeon. The mages seemed confused by his comment. I thought that you were a crafter. One asked. This is just my trade skill. Spending all day inside writing esoteric runes on various pieces of gear and statues would drive me insane. I'm actually quite adept in combat. Carl explained. The guild leaders laughed quietly. That was one way of putting it. Change your outfit and show them. Hugo insisted. Carl activated his armor, showing the mages his tabard, with the decorative third golden ring to denote an above-rank guild challenge victory at the totem rank. Seriously? The mythic mage asked, placing her hands on her hips and taking a calculated pose, playing to her current idol outfit. That's how we all met, and I ended up as the 6th guild leader in the alliance, despite not being at the mythic rank. Carl agreed. So, that's how it happened. I thought that they had just found a crafting guild when they went to the auction. You need to tell us the story sometime. A floating butterfly appeared beside Carl, representing Opal, who despised having to go outside in person. An evening showing of the recount of the mythic duel will begin at dark tonight, here in this manner. The illusionary text appeared in the air above the butterfly, and Dana giggled. Well, it looks like we're hosting a watch party tonight. I will talk to someone about getting the house set up for guests. Carl shook his head. Opal and Tion are already on it. Hugo laughed at the expressions of the mages in the alliance. That would have been his thought as well, had he not seen it in action. A totem defeating a myth was simply something that didn't happen. It shouldn't happen. It would disrupt the entire power balance of the Dragon Isles if totems could routinely defeat myths, or if overlords could defeat totems. The damage reduction was too powerful of a buff. But it was undeniable that the system recognized it, as a few of the mages had pulled up his list of titles, and found that there were indeed 3 guild champion titles, with over-rank victory notes. And the latest wasn't even 2 days ago. Hugo's expression turned contemplative as he finished laughing. You know, it would be a good exercise for them to get to spar with you. It's not often that we're challenged by other alliances, but it's incredibly rare that anyone trains in advance to fight against other system users. He suggested. Like self-defense training? That's not a terrible idea. Guild challenges might be infrequent, but they'll be even more infrequent when the others know that your guild is prepared. A challenge is their peak against your peak, or representatives at a designated rank. But what if the challenge is refused? That happened to us in Drad, but the attacking guild wasn't prepared when we launched an artillery strike on their guild house. Carl explained, and the mages all paled. That was absolutely horrific. Forget the rank differences, the guild houses normally housed entire families, servants, and other non-combatants. The mere thought that someone would bombard one when the challenge was refused was enough to terrify many of them. Others recognized that it was the attacking guild who had been bombarded, and while it was still horrific, they had brought it upon themselves. Then there was the third group. What do you mean, bombarded? Isn't the Dark Light host a tiny guild? I only see 4 members at totem rank or higher when I search the guild listings. One of the mages asked. One of my bonded partners is a Ghostfire Thunderbird. Carl began, while the mage nodded eagerly. Ghostfire is brutal, and he should have the ability to create a rain of fire, right? The mage asked. As well as a meteor storm and flaming vortexes. Carl agreed. The mage whistled. That's just brutal. Most of us struggle against flying targets, as they can just retreat to a safer distance, and the spell travel time lets them dodge unless we focus on tracking them. Carl smiled. There are a few spells with no travel time, but yes. Generally, it's hard to hit a target thousands of meters away unless it can't move. Hawk tends to take it personally if someone actually manages to hit him. The mage chuckled. You named a Ghostfire Thunderbird Hawk. I like your style, Monster Man. Dana almost choked, trying not to laugh. Tell him. She insisted. He evolved from a wind-speed hawk. Carl elaborated. Now, most of the mages were laughing, while Dave shrugged in acceptance. How very appropriate. Bird is bird. And Carl is Carl, and Dana Mage is Dana Mage. Hawk agreed in his space. To prove his point, Dave summoned a small group of hawks, at the common rank. It was a popular skill with druids for scouting, but druids could also learn the skill, speak with animals, so Dave was likely the one that understood what went on in Carl's head the best. The birds flew around for a few seconds before Dave dismissed them, and then he sighed. All right, we should let the man work if we intend to get our outfits done in any sort of reasonable time frame. Pick your outfit and meet back here at 9 for the evening showing of the duel. I don't know what they're planning, but that was a glasswing butterfly, and if she says she can put on a show, she can do it. Dave insisted. Carl nodded in agreement. We will set up the upper floors, but there's only room for 100 or so to sit comfortably. Dave and Hugo turned together to look up at the top floor. There should be room for twice that, unless Carl was making comfortable chairs for everyone and leaving space for servants to deliver refreshments. But if he said 100, that was what they would bring. Tell the others, we have space for all the totems and myths for the show. We will throw a larger welcome party later, and you all can tell your friends the story tomorrow. It's been a big day for the Darklight host, and we should let them rest. Hugo informed his alliance members. Carl set out outfits of each style, and the mages came forward with color requests, then said their goodbyes to the ladies, leaving them alone with Carl as the myths shook hands and headed back to their work. Now, time for me to get to work. Ray, you can make outfits for the rogues next if you want. Ashbringer will take care of the warriors as he gets time. Metal armor takes more effort to craft, and you know how the warriors are. They'll mostly want that heavy defense. Ray came out in humanoid form and shrugged. Don't worry about that. I have a system worked out for the warriors. Tion can make metal plates at totem rank with his earth control skills, so we can make them brigandine armor sets if they don't want leather or cloth. Not as flashy as the shiny full plate of the knights, but certainly a valid option for heavy armor. The issue was that Tion had no crafting skills, so it would be entirely up to Carl and Ray to finish the armor pieces that he made the metal plates for, in order for the item to be considered completed by the system. If they had a blacksmithing skill book, they could likely train him, or they could have him train under Ashbringer. But there simply hadn't been time for any of that yet. Not to mention that Tion was small enough to fit in Ashbringer's palm. It was still too early to be starting him as a traditional apprentice, even if he had a humanoid form. Like Kara, he had shown no interest in changing shapes. Tion was currently upstairs with Opal's illusions, making theater seating and a stage. Tion made the chair frames, Opal made the cushions. It could have all been illusionary, but they had decided that it was better if the chairs themselves were real so that they could be more easily rearranged later. Opal would be concentrating on the show, so if she made the room as one large illusion, then it would cause extra work and mana drain on her when people changed the furniture positions. But if she just linked independent illusions to the chairs, it didn't matter if people messed with them. At worst, someone might break the spell on their own chair. Ray used Shadow Step to go join them and offered up piles of cushions, instead of using illusions. She had made thousands of them, testing theories, and she could spin up 100 chair cushions in minutes. That left Opal free to focus on the stage that Tion had set up, while the Fox and Spider arranged chairs on large platforms so that each row was slightly higher than the one in front, like a proper theater. They couldn't have any bad seats for the show, after all. Tion did make the whole structure slide back together, so it could be placed against the wall. Then he didn't have to make it twice, and they could just store the chairs in someone's space until they were ready to use them again. Or put them in a row in front, but that didn't look as good. Carl worked as fast as he could to make the mages matching robes, all to the same totem rank, epic grade standard as the demo set. It would be strange to have so many people in armor with the exact same stats, but there really wasn't anything else that the mages needed, other than even better armor with a spell effect attached. That would take much longer, and Carl would charge a fortune for it. So, nobody had pushed the matter. Besides, they didn't want to annoy their bosses by paying to buy up armor as good as what the new guild had made for the mythic rank mages. A few could afford to. But they had heard that the Runemaster also made excellent weapons and accessories, so they could just come back and place a custom order with him later. That would let them have just what they needed for their own specialties. Word spread fast through the alliance about the actual state of the Darklight host. There weren't many of them, but they weren't to be trifled with. Their guild leader had some sort of crazy support class, and the Runemaster trade skill. The fact that he could simply add a skill that he knew as a usable skill on a piece of equipment was enough to nearly make the alliance members vomit blood in envy. Over half of them were still stuck with the basic warrior class, and skill book drops rarely happened in any of the dungeons they had access to. Plus, the librarians only had a handful of useful skills for them, and they all had them, unless they were very young. There were rumors that one of the mythic dungeons dropped skill books, but if it was true, nobody was putting them up for sale, or giving them to the blue dragons to be duplicated. Of course, it was possible that the items bonded to the person who got them and simply couldn't be given away. Carl had finished with the mage outfits and was started on the first few of the leather armor sets that Ray had provided for the rogues when the alliance members began to return for the show. "Are the preparations ready?" Opal's butler just led the first guests inside. Carl asked with a guild message. "All good. There are food and drinks, as well as illusionary servers. The show is ready, the chairs are ready, and everyone is set to welcome them and meet new people. Except Kara. Kara is napping." Tion replied. That could be either good or bad. Either she wasn't interested in meeting all these strangers at the same time, or she felt that she needed some extra energy for whatever she had planned for later. With the Chaos Badger sleeping, it was impossible to tell by her thoughts. "Welcome, welcome. Mages, please come get your robes and dresses, I have them all prepared. If there are any rogue-type classes, or agility fighters who prefer light leather armor, I have a few samples on hand for you to look at. Warriors, we will have some armor samples for you tomorrow afternoon," Carl declared as more guests began to pour in the large wooden double doors. "How does this count as protection?" one of the rogues asked, looking at a piece that was little more than a leather bra with transparent silk and a few straps to hold weapons and gear between it and the tight-fitting pants. "It's totem-ranked spider silk, no easier to cut through than the leather. Not great against bludgeoning attacks, but the suit has excellent damage reduction," Carl explained. One of the warriors chuckled as he looked at the armor. "I've seen this style before. It's incredibly popular with the obsession demons. They're twice as agile as the average dragonkin or beastkin, and this style lets them keep all their weapons handy without slowing them down. It doesn't matter how bad your armor is against clubs when nobody can hit you." Ray came to join them and nodded happily. If someone is beating the rogues with a club, the warriors have already failed at their task. It's more important that the damage dealers are unrestricted in their killing than it is for them to waste potential bonus points on defense. I already compromised on the design by having the runes for damage reduction added, instead of a bonus to edged weapon damage, which could have been an extra 15% of base damage, on top of the other damage bonuses. She explained. "You are the leatherworker?" the warrior asked, only slightly disturbed by the aura of this strange humanoid monster. Ray nodded. "I am also the one who spun the silk. All of these are my precious masterpieces." That brought the mages over to thank her for her hard work. Everyone had changed into their new outfits to show off their purchases to their teammates. With Ray's fashion sense, that didn't make the event seem any less flashy, especially once the mages started storing mana in their new robes, which made the runes and sparkling threads shine in the dim light until the mages figured out how to hide the effect. The rogues joined Carl and Ray, looking at the options, which went from simple and outdoorsy, more suited to rangers, through cloth outfits with leather-reinforced vital points, which were great for martial artists or battle mages, like Dana. Then there was the selection of sexy leather, which Ray had deliberately made better than any of the other options, so that more people would buy it. Carl knew better than to argue with her, and he had even prepared a few sets with additional skills on them, in case someone from the mythic teams wanted to upgrade right now. The thing was, he didn't know if there was a female rogue on the mythic team. Unfortunately for Ray's big dreams, there were not. There were rogues, but all small, nimble men. Not all suited to her fashionable outfits. But they knew people who were, and who would be willing to pay full retail. Carl had been setting the prices randomly, so while the Alliance was supposed to get a discount, he didn't actually have a base price. He would just have to charge more to non-Alliance members. Dave nodded as he entered. "You don't mind if we call a few other guild leaders over, do you? It's good for the Alliance to maintain relations, and they can bring the members who will want Lady Ray's fashion." Carl nodded. "All right, one of these sets has sharpness and shatter on it, for pure damage output. The other has perfect camouflage and life steal, with maximum bonus poison damage, so the wearer will passively keep healing if a stealth strike goes wrong. I thought about giving it invisibility or Night Haunter, but the number of rogues who could actually use those skills is limited, and there would be no point in having them wear armor with them on it." Dave sent out a few messages, presumably to send a runner to escort the other guild leaders to their fortress, and then took a moment to admire the outfits. "Do you have a skill that could completely hide someone's true appearance? We have a few intelligence officers who can fake their name in the system display, but a simple disguise spell can only change so much," he asked. Carl nodded. "I can make a trinket with humanoid transformation, or beast form. Either should turn them into an entirely different looking person." "How different are we talking? Is it detectable?" Dave asked. "What is my true form?" Carl asked. The druid blinked and stared at him. "Isn't this your true form? Surely, it's not the dragon form. That was an avatar-type holy magic spell." Carl smiled and shook his head. "This is the beast form spell. I'm more comfortable this way." Dave smiled. "That is magnificent. Even if it does make them furry, there are enough beastkin with heavy beast blood that nobody would question it. However, I don't know if humanoid transformation will work for them, as they're all dragonkin and already humanoids." Carl shrugged. "I haven't tried on humanoids. I think it does, though. If my memory serves, the larger troll species and giants used it to fit into smaller spaces." Dana walked over and ran her claws gently up Carl's back under his shirt in greeting. He smiled and leaned down to kiss her forehead. "There are some problems with the transformation spell, though. Sometimes, they make you too adorable." Carl joked. Dana rolled her eyes at him, but the Alliance members all nodded in understanding. Fox Charm was a subtle but powerful skill, and only Dave could tell that the attraction was partly from the passive skill and not just the adorable fox girl. "I take it that you are not a beastkin, then?" Dave asked. Dana shook her head. "Human, actually. Pure human. I just fit in better in this form." One of the totem-ranked female rogues gave her a thumbs up. "I approve." Dana smiled at her, then realized that the girl had pointed dragon ears with tufts of fur at the end. She had never seen a dragon with fur before, but she had read about the winter dragons, a form of ice element drake that lived in the mountains. So, this woman likely shared the blood of the dragons that the winter dragons had descended from. "Humans smell funny anyhow." One of the men agreed. The dragonkin rogue with the tufted ears snorted in amusement. "You say that as if you don't smell like an unwashed ogre half the time. This is the first time you've smelled like soap in months." "I bathe when I get dirty." The man grumbled, then dropped the topic. "We can make charms to entirely hide scent as well. I just don't put it on the armor, as so many stealth sorts already have a solution or skill for it." Carl offered. It was a simple effect, and it was already included on many of the cleaning rings that the apprentices made. Only, it was normally used on the room you were cleaning, not yourself. Their store sells all sorts of useful things for that purpose. I see that they also have scented soaps. One of the rogues noted. Carl quickly checked the guild store. Indeed, they did have scented soaps, and they were medicinal. Each of the bars had a slightly different scent, but the most popular one seemed to be the floral-scented one that granted an 8-hour, self-cleaning, effect, that would make most dirt and debris fall off the skin without sticking. There was clean, and then there was magically clean. It was a potion, but the apprentices thought that it would be better if they weakened it into a bar of soap, so you got the effect with every washing. They sell a case a day to the locals in Drod now. Remy informed Carl proudly. Her apprentices were learning to make the best of mistakes and turn them into new products. Not many alchemists had that level of innovation. A tinkling chime from upstairs informed everyone that the play was ready, and the guests started to filter up the stairs. Only a few stragglers were left, but Carl waited downstairs for the final guests, who were coming from their own guild houses nearby. While he waited, Carl made a few trinkets with beast form on it. Those ones seemed much easier to make than most spells, perhaps a side effect of his class, or possibly the favor of the beast gods, as he was visually turning people into beastkin. The spell was also remarkably simple to write, compared to most other illusion and transformation type spells. So, when 6 new mythic rank visitors entered together, he had the spells ready, and the armor still waiting on the table for the rogues. There were 3 rogues, but only 2 women, who would hopefully be suitable for Ray's fashion. The male beastkin rogue was more interested in Carl, staring at him as if he would see through the disguise if he just looked hard enough. It's a physical transformation, not an illusion. If you have, nullify, or, dispel, you could probably force me back to my natural form. But you can't see through beast form. Carl offered. The man smiled and adjusted his hat as small round ears shifted it out of position. How much for the token? Even if I'm not impressed with the armor, I want one. He asked. Carl laughed, and tossed him the amulet. On the house. The beast gods want you to have it. Technically, it was Carl who thought it would be entertaining, but that was the same thing, really. The rogue caught the token, and transformed, turning fully furred, with a badger's head. But not all black with white on the back like Kara. It was more brown, with white and black stripes. Oh, grizzly badger. Good choice. Carl realized. The rogue laughed as he moved to inspect the armor, then his hands, then his companions. I shrunk. The world looks different from down here. He realized. His guild master, a mythic-ranked paladin named Alfred, patted him on the shoulder. Well, there are no more concerns about you being able to sneak through small spaces. Or about him looking down into our cleavage constantly. He's not tall enough anymore. One of the female rogues joked. The badger rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the demonstration set of armor, then to the female sets. What is with this bias? There are multiple skills on those, but none on this. He asked. Carl chuckled. Lady Ray prefers women's fashion. But that set was the demo model for the totems. We can make you a set equal to the female sets, it will just take a few days. The rogue who had been teasing him about perving on her picked up one of the others, a bodysuit with many pockets. I don't see a restriction on it, so technically, you could wear this one. It would just be a bit sexier than you're used to. Carl noticed that she wasn't putting it down, though. It was the set with sharpness and shatter on it and stats for maximum damage output. I love it. How painful is this going to be for my pocketbook? She asked, already sounding pained at the thought. As guests of the Alliance, I will cut you a discount, the same as the other myths got. 3 weights of the item in totem-ranked raw materials, or mythic items and materials of equivalent value. Carl offered. Dave nodded. That was what he had charged the others, though only the warrior who had been rude about the idol dress had to pay the 3 weights price. The mythic rogue took out handfuls of treasure with an extremely reluctant look on her face that reminded Karl of Kara. It seemed that the reluctance to part with treasures was not exclusively a badger species trait. Karl also noted that the badger thought he was being smart as he picked up the totem-ranked demonstration armor and took out totem-ranked metals and leathers, which were the heaviest of resources that he could pick, reducing the cost of his loss. But he had not realized that as a crafting guild, the Dark Light host was just going to turn that into more gear and sell that new gear for the same price. Their warehouse floor was going to suffer. Speaking of which, there was a warehouse attached to the manor, and marked for their use. So, they could load it up with all the loot they got here, once Karl figured out how to link it as a guild warehouse so that others could actually get the materials back out. While the badger rogue was counting out his materials, the bodysuit had been equipped, and his guild mate was checking herself out in the mirror, admiring how it hugged her curves just right and gave that extra bit of lift to carefully control sag and bounce when she moved. Lady Ray is a genius. She really does know what it takes to show off. She giggled. Ray nodded happily. It is important to make a dramatic entrance when you face an enemy. If not, how will everyone else remember that you can kill them? That made the myths all laugh. Even for a blood destruction demonic spider, Lady Ray was particularly bloodthirsty even when she was in a good mood. The third rogue came to inspect the armor set out for her and smiled. Did you make the armor for us, or choose us to visit because you had the armor? The second one. Karl agreed. The advanced class that I got specializes in poison-based damage over time effects. So, perfect disguise, and, life steal, with maximum bonus poison damage is practically my dream wishlist. This armor alone will nearly double my damage output, and the amount of healing that I will gain might make our cleric cry tears of joy. Her guild master laughed. That's because you keep getting hit when you push for an extra stack of damage. If you just back off one step earlier, he wouldn't hate you so much. The two ladies stared at each other for a second, then sighed and began stacking mythic resources on the counter. That should be the value equivalent of 3 times the weight in totem resources. The poison specialist declared. Karl nodded in satisfaction. It was close enough, and he didn't know the local prices. In Drod, it was far more than equal. Karl clapped his hands once in satisfaction. Wonderful. Now, would you like to join us for a show? Our guild's Glasswing Butterfly is putting on a retelling of a guild challenge duel tonight, for the ranking members of the Alliance and their guests. The guild leaders pulled Dana and Karl to their seats at the back, while Ray spun a hammock to hang from the corner of the ceiling, her preferred angle to watch from. The other beasts preferred to watch from inside their spaces, as they could get a better view there than from any spot in the room. An announcer in the form of the King of Nulnulgat appeared on the stage, which transformed into a view of the arena, where the seating area of the manor was just a small portion of the stadium, as Opal activated, Illusionary Domain, to make it possible to have a life-sized show. Welcome everyone to the recreation of the Guild Challenge duel between the mythic warrior Jerome and the totem-ranked beast master champion Karl. The illusion spoke, and 10,000 illusionary voices cheered from the crowd. The two champions took their places and began to taunt each other, which made the Alliance members chuckle at the audacity. He didn't, did he? One of the warriors asked when the illusionary Karl declared that he would take the mythic dungeon as compensation if he won. The guild leaders laughed, confirming that it had actually happened. Everyone present had a general idea how this would end, as Karl and his guild were now members of their alliance, but the confident trash talk leading up to the duel had been enhanced slightly by Opal's retelling. As had the size of Karl's avatar form. From here, it looked even more majestic than the guild masters remembered it. But the way that the overflowing power still slammed into their chests had been perfectly recreated by the butterfly by using air pressure changes. The sound of claws on steel and steel on scales was deafening, and the scent of blood and ash filled the impromptu auditorium as the duel continued, drawing the crowd from tense to excited, and then to roaring with laughter as the Haint and Karl taunted the mythic warrior. Karl's paw slashed at the warrior, and the sound of warping steel and breaking bones filled the room as Jerome bounced off the barrier surrounding the arena, then took another dose of ghost fire to the face. Carl tried not to laugh as Opal had him posing grandly as he recalled the bodyguards and golems to beat Jerome down for the final time, and the crowd gasped as he activated his final buff skill to increase his strength and speed. For a few moments, it actually looked like Carl was going to lose, and everything was splattered with dragon blood, which Opal had made to dramatically drip down the barrier, though in reality it didn't stick at all and simply fell to the ground. So well done was the reenactment that by the time that Jerome dramatically collapsed to the ground as heroic intervention ended, it almost felt anticlimactic. The king of Nulnulgat rushing over to save Jerome's life as his soul was visibly leaking toward the haint was the final high point of the battle, before the scene changed to Carl alone in the arena. The assembled alliance members cheered and clapped as the avatar form of Carl spread its wings and made a slight bow in their direction. Though, Carl did notice that it was looking directly at him. "Excellent work, Opal. I dare say that they've never seen a show this impressive before. Are these shows a regular thing for your guild?" The mythic mage in the idol dress asked as the chaos after the show died down. "Yeah, we have movie nights a few times a week. Either recreations of historical events, stories from storybooks, or an original series that Opal is working on." Carl agreed. A few of the guests got up and were going to walk down the stands, either looking for an exit, or exploring the area. "I wouldn't go too far. If Opal ends the illusion, you'll land in the living room on the first floor," Carl informed them. The warriors laughed, but continued off into the stands. "I'm more interested in this illusionary space. This is absolutely brilliant. It has to be a domain-level spell, right? An illusion strong enough that it can warp space?" he asked. Carl nodded. "That's right. It's her species' racial specialty." The warrior sighed. "I had hoped that it was a skill your mage was using. If that was the case, there might be a chance to learn it. I could use a training arena like this." Carl nodded. "It's not the best for that, as damage will break the illusion. But layered with a few other spells, it would theoretically be possible. If you do happen to research the possibility, I would be glad to help you test it. Though, you could likely do that yourself. Anyone who can toss a mythic-ranked warrior around like a rag doll certainly doesn't lack the power to test their own defensive artifacts." Dave chuckled. The real fight was insane. They actually had to constantly reinforce the mythic rank barrier over the arena because neither of the fighters cared where their mist skills landed. If we hadn't gathered so many powerful spectators, they likely would have broken the arena protections. What sort of skill even lets a totem take hits like that? Watching it felt like two mythic warriors going at it. A warrior in the crowd asked. Everyone turned to Carl, as none of them had the answer to that question. "I've got an advanced version of limited invulnerability, plenty of damage reduction, and then another 20% off all damage taken thanks to a class skill. So, I'm only taking around half as much as normal, and I ignore a large base amount of damage. Enough that against most enemies, I don't even take damage until they go all out," Carl offered. "And with skills like that, you chose to make weapons for a living?" the warrior asked, confused. "Oh, that's really just a hobby to keep the guild's funding afloat. I do a little bit of whatever keeps life interesting." The group from the Darklight host who are here now were all out hunting excess monsters from the spawns to please the Black Dragon god and keep their population under control. The warrior shook his head in dismay. "That's nuts. If I could make this much money in an afternoon, I would never leave the house again." Carl chuckled. "You might never get the chance if you could. You see, it's very difficult to stop once you get started with advanced crafting. So few crafters advance in rank due to making the same thing all the time that higher ranking equipment is in demand all over the world. So, if you don't run off to do something far away, you end up in a workshop all day every day for the rest of your life." The warrior realized. "Exactly." Dave chuckled and patted Carl on the back. "Well, you'll be stuck here for a while, We've got plenty of custom orders and bulk item requests to catch up on what an alliance as large as ours would like to have in stock. But once we're fully stocked, I promise to help you keep doing interesting things at least once in a while. Opal gently pulled everyone back onto the area of the illusion that would be over the actual floor, and returned the space to its natural look. That revealed that the chairs were set on the step stages, but they were quickly reorganized so that groups could talk more smoothly. Illusionary maids brought snacks and drinks around, keeping everyone happy while they discussed the short viewing of the duel. Then, 20 minutes after the duel viewing ended, the stage shimmered, as Opal brought up a new illusion. For those interested, we will begin a viewing of the adventures of the first King Drod in 10 minutes. The stage announcer declared. This was one that she had done multiple times before because the story was one of the great epics from the last resurgence, and at this point it was basically a fairy tale, despite being based on verifiable historical events. Many of the guests migrated back to the main floor to chat and drink, while over half settled in for another show. If the Darklight host was going to do a full movie night for their meet and greet, nobody was going to argue. It was much more interesting than most of the welcoming parties they had been to, where you just stood around chatting with the same group of people that you'd seen at the same 50 events before. While that was also true of this one, as they were all Alliance members, they had seen a reenactment of a mythic rank duel and the mages had new gear to show off, so they had something new to discuss, even if they were around the same small group of people. The gear was as much a talking point as the duel itself was. The fight between the two powerhouses was almost too fantastical to believe, as if they were at the same rank, and not as if one were fighting with a 90% damage reduction handicap. So, discussing the powerful, but clearly visible new outfits on the mages was much more interesting. Especially when the ladies were suddenly so fashionable. You know, this will be a cultural revolution for the Alliance. Now that the mages look so good, it's going to be difficult for the rest of us to keep up the, but it's the best drop, mismatched fashion statement on our way to the dungeons. One of the rogues laughed. A warrior chuckled. Right? We all look like hobos, and now they're practically a uniformed force in totem rank robes. Maybe we should all start actually wearing our guild tabards, just to give us a bit of uniformity. The rogue chuckled. Fighting in a tabard was a pain. It always got in the way, flapping around when the more agile fighters were performing acrobatics in combat. Nothing was worse than flipping over an attack and having a loose bit of cloth flip in your face, blocking your view. In that way, Ray's fashion for the mythic rogues made perfect sense for them. There were loose or flapping ends on the sleeves, no loose sashes, as many used for fashion, and some slack in most of the tops, but they were all secured at top and bottom, so nothing would move around when you were fighting. I just think that we might have larger issues if we start letting the mages dress like idols. They're already a bit strange, who knows what they'll do if they are encouraged to cosplay in their daily life. One of the warriors joked. There was some quiet laughter, but not from the mages. They looked like they were seriously considering it. The rogue snorted in amusement. I am pretty sure that is a one-off sort of outfit. It wasn't among the options that the totem-ranked mages got. But I wouldn't be surprised if the tailor made more of them if the mages requested it. I don't think that most of them will, though. Can you imagine Genestra willingly wearing a short, frilly skirt in public? The others nearby laughed quietly at the thought. Genestra was currently wearing one of the most traditional mage robe-style outfits Ray had offered, and she was a notorious buzzkill. She didn't even approve of public displays of affection of any sort, or any sort of provocative outfit. She made the matrons of the Red Dragon orphanages seem relaxed and forgiving. In contrast, her younger sister, a royal-ranked mage apprentice with the guild, was notorious for the number of warriors who had been through her bedroom. Not just men, but always warriors. Carl went downstairs to join the guests who were more interested in new gear than the show, and was immediately swarmed with excited adventurers. It's first come, first served, right? I mean among the totems. Obviously, the main raid team will get their gear first. One of the warriors asked. Carl nodded. For custom orders, to an extent. Some things are easier to make in batches, so when we get to an item on the list with numerous requests, multiple people who requested the same thing will all get it at once. For other orders, we will go through them as they were ordered, so the waiting time is somewhat reliable. That's a relief. At least that way, we won't have to wait ages for our equipment. Well, some of us, anyhow. I know that some of the flashier sorts are going to request that you make something extremely ornate. Does your guild even do that? The clothing so far has been very high quality, but the plate armor was really distinct, not engraved like most warriors request. He asked. We actually have a number of sculptors and artists on staff. They might not be high-ranking to finish all the items they work on, but there is no harm in letting them do the artistic portions, and then letting the master craftsman finish the enchanting. Carl explained. Oh, that is a good point. You can upgrade a non-magical statue or a partially completed armor piece if the material is right. Perfect. His relieved tone earned him a companionable pat on the shoulder from one of the warrior women. But can you do heavier armored versions of the rogue leather? I am an agility-type fighter, but I need more protection than that, and a brigandine isn't going to work for my fighting style. Carl nodded. Lady Ray can do some hardened leather, chitin or similar armor, or we can do plate over a leather or cloth base for mobility. Just put in the order for what you would prefer, and we will do our best to fill it. The masters know multiple styles as well. So, not just the knightly armor plates that are more common, but also the layered plate exposed brigandine and lamellar that is more traditional in Drad, or the other demonic fashions. You can also request specialty materials, but in most cases, you will have to provide the materials plus a crafting fee. Working with new materials also helped crafters expand their skills, and unlock new abilities related to their trade. So, letting people give them exotic materials to work with was a win for everyone. It also saved Carl from having to take on random missions to find rare materials. The revelation that he would work with their materials if it was something that his people didn't have in stock was enough to get many of the Alliance members motivated to make new gear. Totem-ranked crafters often had multiple requirements before they would make a custom piece, but the Dark Light host had agreed to very lenient terms with the Alliance, which would surely keep them busy for months. That was part of Carl's plan, though. Hawk and Thor needed to advance, if possible. Then someone would need to motivate Kara, if being behind her siblings wasn't enough. He thought that it should be. She was already the last sister to advance, so she should start working on a way to bring herself to totem rank soon. The warriors came forward with interest, and one of the stronger totems was pushed to the front as their spokesperson. Does that offer to make custom items extend to the blacksmith in your guild? We have many rare materials that have aspects we would like to imbue into an armor set. He asked. Carl nodded. I can't make guarantees that you will get everything you hope for out of an item combining multiple rare materials, but I can ask him to craft it with the desired outcome in mind if you make a list of bonuses and effects you would like to see. Do keep in mind that forging an entire suit of armor takes multiple days, and that's all he would be doing for those days, so if he's going to make 30 sets of armor for the warriors of the Alliance, it will be 3 months or more before he's finished with the totems. And that's without additional delays from specialty processes for rare materials. So, you will have to be patient, and the simple bulk orders may be pushed ahead of the custom work to get more of the warriors' orders filled. He is also the one doing the metal weapons. The warriors grimaced as they heard that last bit of news. The Darklight host's smithy team was simply too small. Didn't he even have an apprentice? No, he likely did, but the apprentice would be filling lower-ranked requests, while only one master smith would be able to do what the totems needed. Are there any options that aren't as backed up for totem-ranked equipment? One of the warriors asked. At the totem rank? We're basically out of stock, so everything is being made to order. However, I can make you simple amulets, rings and totems in short order, as they're quick to upgrade, and I can make a few every day. Carl offered. The warriors nodded. They could all use accessories, and they were fast to use. But they were not the most important parts of their gear. What is the armor you were wearing during the battle scenes before you transformed made of? It looked pretty cool. The warrior spokesman asked. Carl smiled and shook his head. That is an armor skill. It's not a physical suit of armor. The warrior sighed. That's too bad. Though if it looks cooler than your actual armor, I guess it makes sense. It's actually an epic grade skill. It gives me epic grade armor level stats. So, there is no need for me to have real armor. Though, I do have a lot of fashionable clothing for when I'm not in armor. Can't you make better gear than epic grade, though? You could improve your stats with proper armor. One of the mages reminded him. They had seen the totem grade items that had been turned out today, so it wouldn't be outlandish to think that the creator would have a full set of items at that level. That is true. The real advantage is that if the armor spell gets trashed, I can just refresh it, and it will come back at full durability. Some days I can be very hard on my equipment. But I do have excellent accessories. That was true, in a way. Superb, for the day that he had created them. A bit outdated now. A lot of what drops in the mythic dungeon is metals and gems, but the totem-ranked dungeons that can be done weekly are heavier on the leathers and scrap weapons. Most of those get smelted for metal as well, but it just feels wrong for a warrior to go to battle in leather armor. One of the men explained. Carl shrugged. I know a few agility-focused warriors who fight in nearly nothing. But that's why we did the brigandine. It's not as metal-intensive as most armor, and the outer leather coat provides a lot of protection on its own. Alternately, we could do something with hard chitin, but our stocks of that are limited as well. One of the female rogues giggled, drawing attention to herself. Seashell bikini armor. See, now you're talking. But I suspect that it might be difficult to find anyone to battle-test it. The warrior spokesman joked. The rogue pulled a bundle wrapped in canvas out of her storage, and placed it on the table by Carl. If you can make me a suit of armor out of that, with a focus on negating fire and poison damage, I would appreciate it. Those are the major elements in the dungeons that I do. She explained. Carl nodded. I can do that. I would assume that most of you are going to need those same resistances, with different bonuses. The warrior nodded. Those plus physical damage reduction for the warriors, especially the tanks. Carl made notes, and then tapped the pencil on the notepad in thought. How many tanks do we have in the group? If you don't mind giving up offensive capability, I can fully stack up defensive bonuses for you. In a duel, that's not great. But in a group, that should be precisely what your teammates need. Plus, the healers will thank me. If you want a full defense set of gear, raise your hand, and bring me your supplies, or tell me what sort of armor you want. Then I will sort the damage dealers by class. 2 hours later, Carl had notes on all the fighting members of the Alliance at totem rank or higher, and a better grasp of just how lopsided the system's assignment of classes was. Even before the adventurers chose their specialties. There were only 6 tanks among the 64 totems who had been present for the party, and 14 healers. The other 44 members consisted of 30 warriors, 8 rogues and a few of each other class. The imbalance was huge, even worse than it was at the academy with the young elites. According to the totems, it was even worse at the overlord rank, as many of the totems had been handpicked to fill roles on the teams. Those at lower ranks were mostly filler to the guilds here, and while they contributed heavily to the alliance, they filled vacancies with mass numbers, and not targeted recruitment. Of the estimated 200 overlords in the alliance, there were over 170 warrior and rogue class members, with a coven of druids who had come to study under Deve making up almost all their healers. Deve looked over Carl's shoulder as he stared at the notes he had made, and then patted him gently on the shoulder. We simply don't have the resources to pull mages to us. Any guild alliance can do the same runs we do, and the lack of competition was enough to bring in the totems for our teams, but the overlords prefer to study under guilds who have more mages at the top. The druid sighed. Well, perhaps I can do something to help that balance. I have a Dana mage with me, and she's got some impressive skills as a former Murim battlemage who advanced to a mystic blade master. I don't know if she will be interested in taking on more responsibilities, but we might be able to bring in a batch of weaker mages and bring them up through the ranks with a bit of time. Carl suggested. Dave considered that. An overlord-ranked mage might have the skills with an advanced class, but it would be a hard sell, when so many other guilds had mythic and totem-ranked mages in their top ranks who were actively recruiting. I think that you can save your mage the trouble, unless you're going to do something extreme and take in the outcasts and failures from other guilds. I know some go that way, hoping for the diamond in the rough, but there is a good reason that they were kicked from their old guilds in the first place. Losers stay losers, and they'll just end up chewing through resources for zero results, as their potential is trash. Dave explained. Carl nodded. That's a problem everywhere. So few have an easy time advancing, and the resources to push them higher get increasingly expensive, with ever higher side effects. There is a potion that I heard of used in the past, to push someone from commander up to overlord in a single shot. But then, they would be stuck at the start of overlord forever. But worse, 9 out of 10 times it failed, and they instead got stuck at some point in royal rank instead. Dave looked horrified. What level of desperation is that? I can see some of the demons doing it, with their bloodline limitations, but that is insane. Carl nodded. People will do anything if they think that there is a chance that they can actually get out of a desperate situation. Those potions that Remy made have much smaller side effects, but I still wouldn't use them more than once unless the progress in between was smooth, and it was a time constraint that was causing the desperation. Dee frowned as he thought about that. What about crafters? If you can teach them crafting skills, you'll get many more mages and magic-using classes. They tend to love knowledge the most. Is the Darklight host planning to take in new crafting team members? Carl smiled. Of course. Probably not at as high of a level as the immediate demands would like, but they'll get there. By the time that they make it to Overlord rank, anyone who wanted to be a crafter likely already has a trade skill, and that makes it hard to train them, as they will be limited by the skill they have, while our techniques can be considered a specialty trade skill for the most part. Dave nodded. I will come by tomorrow with some potential members for the Darklight host. I think that I know just the members that you want, and while they're rejects from another guild, they might be a good fit for your guild of interesting characters. Then Dave left before Carl could ask just what sort of interesting characters he had in mind. It was already very late in the evening, and the last of the guests were headed out to their own homes, leaving the Darklight host members alone in the new house. Well, this place is nice, and Ray went and set up some extra furniture for us. But what are we even going to use this place for? A staging area for more difficult dungeons? Maybe a second store? Dana asked. The Alliance can buy straight from our other store using the system interface, so I don't think that we need a second store. But yes, a staging area for dungeons. Dave also thinks that he's found more crafters for our guild. So, I will see what he brings in the morning, and we might make this a second crafting house. If we can pull a few skilled individuals, we can leave them mostly unsupervised. Or, we can keep moving back and forth. Remy does most of her instruction remotely, but we should check in on the guild more often. I'm thinking that we should set up a permanent portal between the two houses, so members can just walk back and forth. Then, they can sell and shop wherever is better for them. Carl suggested. Carl considered the options, then headed for the safe rooms in the lower basement. Those were intended to protect the weakest of guild members, but they would also be the best of the workshops and labs for the Darklight host. Carl looked at the small and dingy rooms of the first basement level and frowned. It was more like a dorm than anything, similar to the second level of the Drod Guild house, but even larger, as it apparently extended the entire distance under the courtyard. There was enough space here for 100 people, and while it was brightly lit and well decorated, it still felt like a cramped budget motel. I think that we can make some updates here, but that can wait. The lowest basement level will be the most important, and that's where I want to put the portal. Carl informed Dana, who had followed him downstairs. The lowest level had a safe room, complete with thick metal door, and then a large open area, with a few glass-walled lab rooms. Already set up for just what they needed. The labs could be observed from outside, but had powerful barriers on them, and Carl could see that someone had set mana crystals into the walls by the doors as storage for the barriers. That was an excellent start, and it would allow the guild to work in safety on experimental projects. I think that we can place the portal array right here. Dana suggested, with a gesture toward what Carl would have called the reception area for people who had come down the stairs. What about at the back of the room, so that we can put security at the door? I can give it a gargoyle or two, in case someone tries to mess with the building. Carl suggested. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Having them near the stairs, and then we can put a few more upstairs as well. But inside the building, so that the other Alliance members don't think that we're threatening them. Dana moved to stand where Carl was, and looked around the room. Most of the labs were visible from that location, but not the entrance to the safe room, which was set around a corner. That would keep it out of the direct line of fire if the enemy came from the portal. Alright, I think this spot works. Though, we could put it in one of the storage rooms, so it could be locked down. Carl chuckled. I am going to put the other entrance in the illusionary city of the library. If they can get that far, it will be extremely impressive. In that case, there isn't much to worry about. Nobody will even know that it exists. Are you going to have Opal set an illusionary domain here as well? Carl shook his head. No. I'm going to set one with an illusion element stone. We can have the gargoyles set up in a manicured garden area, with a hedge maze. The 3 exits will lead to the 3 ways out of the main room, and back into reality. It will give the researchers and crafters a place to relax as well, without having to be far from their labs. I'm thinking that a second illusion to expand the crafting area would be good as well. There isn't a lot of room to have dozens of workers down here. Dana nodded, then yawned. You work on that. I'm going to bed. Carl laughed and swept her up in his arms. No, we're going to bed. I will take care of the space in the morning. It's not that big of a rush job. Lotus woke Carl sometime the next morning by poking him repeatedly in the face while pacing in place. What's up? You're awfully excited this morning. Carl asked, while adjusting Dana in his arms. Dave says that we've got guests coming soon. Lotus explained. And that has you so excited? Lotus shook her head. Tessa is making chocolate chip raspberry pancakes for breakfast. That made more sense. Now that he was awake, Lotus ran out of the room, headed for the kitchen on the main floor, so Carl carried a drowsy Dana to the shower to get ready for the day. They were ready just in time, as it happened. Dave was knocking at the door as Carl came down the stairs, chasing the smell of pancakes. Ah, good morning. Have you eaten? We have breakfast ready. Dave shook his head, and a small pair of fluffy ears poked past him, sniffing the air. Oh, you're evil. Carl laughed, as he realized that Dave had brought him a royal-ranked bunnykin girl. Plus, whoever else was outside the door. These are the rejected potential crafters I told you about. They couldn't raise the tax fees or their ranks fast enough to stay in the guilds that they applied to, and they've been doing odd jobs around the city. I hired them to do a deep clean of some of the houses in the compound last month, but I think that they're perfect for your guild, as they were all hoping for crafting jobs. Dave explained, then chuckled as the girl poked past the other side of him, still sniffing the air. Come in, there should be plenty for everyone, and we can keep cooking once the chaos ends. Dave smirked, but the girl didn't realize the danger that she was in until a squealing green missile grabbed her and spun her in circles. You're here to join our guild. That is wonderful. What trade skill did you want? Do you have a class? What class? Oh, we're going to be such good friends. Lotus' excited rambling, and the sudden manhandling, caught the girl off guard, and she wasn't sure how to respond. But after a few seconds, Ophelia picked both of them up and physically separated Lotus from the applicant. We discussed this. What did we decide? She asked the errant cleric. Even if they're adorable, no manhandling without asking permission. Lotus sighed. Then she looked at the girl. Do I have permission? You're so fluffy and small. The girl looked terrified as she turned to Deve. Where did you bring us? The druid laughed. It's just one green dragon cleric. She will calm down in a minute. This is the Darklight host, the new crafting guild who has joined our Nara Group Guild Alliance. They are willing to take in young members without trade skills, train them, and help them advance. They don't care that you don't bring any existing marketable crafting skills to the guild, they'll train you from the ground up. The bunny nodded. That was an incredibly rare thing in Xylaz, where everyone wanted instant gratification at the very highest levels of skill. Investing years into an apprentice whose loyalty and progress you couldn't guarantee was a lot to ask when space was this limited, and the head tax was so high. Ophelia put the girl down, but kept Lotus in her arms as the cleric took out a rolled pancake and offered her a bite. Please, do come in. We will meet everyone over breakfast. But first, do we have any idea what skill everyone hoped to gain? Carl asked. The cool one. They all replied in unison. Ophelia laughed as she munched on the pancake, then licked Lotus' fingers clean. It looks like you've got your work cut out for you then, monster man. You've got the cool skill. She joked. Better question, who has a class or skill that can create solid objects permanently? Carl tried. Again, all their hands went up. Carl activated the nameplates in his system interface and tried not to laugh. Every single one was in a pale yellow color, and when Carl inspected them, they were listed as Phantom Path Rogue. What is the skill that creates something solid and permanent? Carl asked. The bunny held out her hands and two items appeared. A kitchen knife and a broom. Really? The girl nodded. It can be any sort of non-magical tool. I can even make daggers and short swords or bows. Well, that wasn't as terrible as Carl had feared. Plus, it should have remarkable synergy with the skills of a rune master if the addition of the runes didn't cause problems with the created tools. But the fact that she had thought of household tools first told Carl that this group was not made up of people who should be sent into a dungeon. Deve led everyone inside, while Carl took count of the new applicants. There were 12 in total, all royal ranked. They all had the same class, which was odd, as it was an uncommon subclass, but more importantly, they were all small for their species, and young. None were full-grown adults, and most were dragonkin boys, but there were 4 bunny girls that the others seemed protective of. Tessa had heard the chaos, and was already working on bringing out more breakfast for everyone. She kept food stored in her inventory, so most of it just needed heating for a short-notice meal. Even when it was for a dozen starving students. All right, everyone, meet our new students. Everyone, introduce yourself. Carl insisted. And they all panicked. Deve chuckled. Welcome to part 1 of the Why They Have Issues in a Guild Setting show. Every single one of them has major social anxiety. Carl smiled at them. That's all right, I can actually see your names with the system interface. Though there are some issues. I don't know if some of these names are a joke of some sort, or if I don't get the pronunciation. There are 4 girls, all named variations of Lala, and 8 boys named variations of Ahmed. The bunny girl who had been brave enough to peek around Deve nodded happily. Lala is the name of our goddess, and Ahmed III is the current king of Sholaha. There are plenty of boys named after him because it's supposed to bring good fortune and strength. She explained. All right. We will find individual nicknames for everyone as we go. But first, get a good breakfast because I'm going to introduce you all to runecrafting and start your training while I renovate the work area. Carl insisted. Deve smiled as he took a seat at the table. You don't mind if I hang around for that, do you? I'm intrigued both by your confidence that they can learn a trade skill, and by what you might do to your villa. He explained. Not at all. Normally, I would call it a guild secret. But as we're in an alliance, there's no harm in you knowing, as long as you know not to spread it too far. Carl agreed. Now I'm definitely not leaving. What could you possibly do that would shock me to the point that it would matter to other guilds? Dave asked. Carl stood up and reached out to tousle the hair of all 4 bunnies, then activated, "Follow me, little one." Beast Master Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, runecrafting, will be transferred to the fluffy bunny Lala. Dave gave Carl a confused look as the bunnies leapt up and hugged him while crying but smiling. "What did you do?" he asked. "Taught them the basics of runecrafting and gave them the trade skill. These are my bunnies now." Carl replied, then stuck out his tongue at Lotus, who rolled her eyes at him. Of course, the Carl would steal all the bunnies. Then Carl moved on to the others, and taught the dragonkin the runecrafting skill, preparing them all for their first lessons of the day. Dave sighed. "If I had known it was that easy to learn a crafting skill, I would have done it ages ago. Just to have a little something on the side." Everyone in the room except Carl laughed at his mournful tone. "It really isn't that easy. I actually have a specific skill that lets me teach guild members a single skill that I know." Carl explained, then belatedly sent guild invitations to the dozen recruits. The shock on their faces doubled, as they were being invited as full members, and not just apprentices hanging around hoping for scraps. "Are you that confident that you can make them into valuable crafters for the guild, that you would take them as full members right away? It's considered a great shame for full members who are forced out." Dave asked. Carl chuckled. "I am confident in their skills growth. And if they're slacking, I can set a bodyguard on them to keep them training. Or I can just assign them to the task of keeping Lotus from getting bored. But their growth should be smooth enough as well. As long as they make it to Overlord in the next few years, they can do 90% of what the guild needs. And I know that we can make that possible with the appropriate application of alchemy and mana overloads." Dave chuckled. There were likely more than a few workers' rights laws abuses involved in his plan, but Carl was certainly confident it would work. "I will ask 2 of my companions, Tion and Lotus, to stay here and watch the new arrivals for a moment after I get them started. Dave, I am headed to the second basement to do some renovations, and I think that you will want to see this part," Carl announced. Lotus cheered, while Tion laughed, having seen through Carl's thoughts. He could make all sorts of basic items, and while he wasn't a master at fancy decorations, they also weren't common-grade non-magical tools. So, he could make the base items for the new arrivals. Carl took out a notepad and wrote down a string of runes for enhanced sharpness and physical damage. "Everyone, inspect these runes closely. You should be able to read them now with the skill that I have given you, and I want you to write them down on a blade of your choice. It doesn't matter if it is a dagger, a kitchen knife, or a sword. It really doesn't matter. These are just practice, so don't be too hard on yourself if they don't work out quite right the first time. If the ones you can make yourself don't work, Tion will help you get them right." The Beastkin and Dragonkin apprentices looked doubtful that the little ball of fluff being affectionately mauled by the Green Dragon Cleric could actually help them. But when Tion flicked his tail, a dozen flat-sided daggers appeared on the table. "All right, start with his creations. I am going to prepare the workshop." Carl motioned for Dave to follow him downstairs, into the second basement level, where the labs were. "Oh, this one is more of a secure facility. Ours was set up as an open floor plan textile factory with dozens of tables where they had sewing machines set up." Dave noted. "That's not a terrible idea. We could give them individual work tables. But I have something more interesting in mind." Carl hummed to himself as he focused on the vision of the garden and began to inscribe an arcane element gem. It wasn't as good as an illusion gem for the purpose, but they were short on those, so he left them all to Opal, who could make the best use of them. The arcane gem was sort of a catch-all for any sort of spells, and while it didn't give any sort of boost to what was written on it, it also wouldn't interfere with the spells. He had picked a larger stone, as the illusionary domain was a complex ability, but it didn't have to be powerful to just give the appearance of an outdoor receiving area. Then, he took out a totem-ranked earth stone and inscribed it with the gargoyle spell. Dave watched in silence as Carl covered the two stones in runes, wondering what sort of defensive array the monster man was setting up for the workshops. Then, Carl activated the two spells together and placed the stones inside an earth magic-created plinth by the door to the stairs. Unless someone actually destroyed the plinth, or the illusion, they would never find the core of the spell. But the area appeared to be massive, compared to what Dave knew it to be. How does this work? Do we just run into the real rooms and then feel around for the doors? He asked, admiring the garden, where a group of 12 small griffin-shaped gargoyles were playing. If you exit the garden from one of the 3 openings, you will find yourself in one of the hallways, in the actual room. Then you can move freely through the actual basement. You just need to pass through the garden to get to the real room. But I'm not quite done yet. There is one more addition to make this room perfect. Carl explained. Then, he went to the back of the garden, where a small open area was surrounded by curved benches. Carl created a replica of the system stones using earth manipulation, but covered in the runes for portal. The spell was directly linked to the illusionary domain in the library of the guild house, so as long as it remained active, you could just walk from one to the other. Emma, one of the alchemists working in the labs nearby, came out and waved at Carl. "Welcome back, Master Carl. Is Miss Remy coming back to train us for a while?" she asked. Remy came out to visit her students, now that someone had reminded her. "I will visit for a while. The portal is going to remain open to the new villa that we acquired. So, we can move back and forth as we need. I have so much to teach you, and the Carl has new students again today, so he can do a skills class with the rune people." Remy explained. "Oh, more crafters. That's a good thing. They're working us to the bone here. No matter how fast we finish things for the market, they just get bought out instantly. We had to delist most of the stock for the common items from the guild store so that we actually had stock for the in-person customers." The alchemist explained. Carl smiled at her. "Sorry for the trouble. They were a bit short on craftsmen here, but we will get caught up soon enough. There are only 1,000 Alliance members, plus some associates, so they'll all get the essentials soon." Dave, who had been standing silently to the side, stepped up and looked through the portal. "That should be an illusionary world as well, right? Where did you link the portal to, and how long do you plan to keep it open?" Carl nodded. "It's an illusionary domain at our guild house in Drod, and I was going to just make the portal self-sustaining, so that anyone who stepped on the platform could open it at will. Give me a moment and I will make a matching set on the other side, so that the portal from here will have a security system." Dave looked confused, so Carl explained. "If either side is blocked or the activation sequence is locked, it will stop the portal from activating if they're linked. So, either side can just put the magical equivalent of a lock on the door if there is trouble. Then, we don't need to worry about intruders invading from the other house, while guild members can just move back and forth." Dave smiled in understanding. "Brilliant. And if intruders want to get in, they have to get past these gargoyles, who I suspect aren't as friendly to strangers." The little griffins seemed to take after Thor, and they were begging for head pats from the druid. "I think it's your nature affinity. The gargoyles are normally much less interested in strangers. It will be difficult to keep the green dragon cleric out of here, though. So, they won't get bored." While they talked, Carl was quietly using earth manipulation to add tables and benches to the labs outside the illusion, filling the workspaces, so that the new group could split up to work on the projects that they needed. "That is magnificent. The level of versatility that your class and crafting skills give is beyond anything that I have come across before." Dave sighed as Carl let the portal close so that Remy could get to work with her students. "It really is. When I was young, I used to hear the phrase, 'Jack of all trades, master of none.' Normally, it was used as a derogatory for someone who couldn't hold a job. But in a way, that is what my class is, except it's good at nearly everything. Carl agreed. Dave shrugged. Every guild master has a little something that sets them apart. For you, it's got to be the fact that you have an answer for every situation. Most of us protect our guilds with pure brute force, but you pull them in by having something to offer everyone. It's brilliant, really. All the advantages of a larger guild, but with that small guild family feeling. When you've got 200 official members in a branch, plus apprentices, employees and hang-arounds, it's impossible to know everyone on that level. So, the big guilds feel more like an employment contract, even though technically, they all are. Carl led Dave back up the stairs, followed by one of the gargoyles. He hadn't specifically limited them to the illusion, and the spell caused them to want to protect the property in general. Lotus watched the small creature fly around the main floor, inspecting its territory for the first time. "Did you make tiny flying gargoyles?" she asked, verifying what she was seeing. "Cute, aren't they? They're set to guard the basement area, where I put a protective illusion, but they'll keep guard on the rest of the house as well." Carl agreed. The griffin had perched on the banister at the top of the stairs on the third floor, where it could watch everything happening in the common areas of the house, and Lotus was giving Carl a suspicious look. "You made them fly so that I can't catch them, didn't you?" Carl put a hand over his heart. "I made them feathered and furry with fluffy tails and shiny beaks, and still, you're suspicious of my motives." Dave smirked as he watched their interactions. Carl really had mastered handling a nature cleric. His didn't even look like she was high all the time, and Dave hadn't even known it was possible to stop them from getting bored and stoned when they didn't have anything to do. Maybe that was the trick. Just plan far enough ahead, and you could keep them from getting sidetracked. For example, Lotus had already gotten past her dismay and was creeping up the stairs to go inspect the gargoyle, who was currently watching her with great interest. They were guardians of the house and the people who belonged in it. It really had no reason to run away from her. If she was right next to it, the golem could be sure that she was safe. What it did do was back away from the railing, so that the enthusiastic cleric didn't fall down the stairs. Dave tapped his chin and nodded in satisfaction at some internal thought. "Since I'm here now, I don't suppose that I could get bumped to the front of the line for a new set of gear. I've had terrible luck with armor, and while I've got a number of excellent accessories for my class, the armor sets that you made for the others would be a definite upgrade for me." He asked suggestively. "Oh, so there was an ulterior motive, beyond bringing me the new apprentices. But fear not, you were actually at the top of the list for new gear anyhow, as Ray was already working on a design that a druid would like before she got sidetracked making cute things for the other myths." Ray nodded in agreement. "It's a good suit. I know that you're a bear tank, like our berserker, but the armor was intended to look good for casual wear. I have it finished already, we just need Carl to do some upgrades and then hit it with a spell stone to make it really shine." Carl wondered what the druid might actually need. He had limited invulnerability and crushing blows already, and Carl had taught him bestial regeneration. Those were the core skills of any tank. So, Carl decided to go with something that would give him a bit more enjoyment out of battle. Gravity Slam. When he was finished, the armor was completely enhanced for damage reduction, avoidance, strength, agility and regeneration speed increase. The only part of the set of armor that wasn't purely defensive was the spell on it. That way, it would do the most it could to boost the druid's tanking ability, while leaving him the versatility to use accessories to decide if he needed to take less damage or do more of it. Item created: Totem Rank, Totem Grade, Protector's Armor of Dominance, adds 10-50 points to damage reduction, 20% bonus to agility. Increases strength by 5% per rank of the wearer. Additional effects: Self-Repair Level 2, Gravity Slam. Dave stared at the armor with an awestruck look on his face, and even Ray hummed in appreciation. "You should call your wife over so she can see this before you equip it. I'm sure it will set her mind at ease knowing that you're so well protected," Ray suggested. Dave snorted in amusement. "And have her show up with all our kids. I'd never get her back out again. I swear I love that woman to bits, but she drives me insane some days. Ray shrugged. Letting a family of humanoid badger children meet Kara seemed like a fun idea. At the very least, she could wear them out for the evening, so the mother badger could sleep. Dave shook Carl's hand and then equipped the armor before he set out payment on the work table. Then, he headed out to go show his family his new equipment. He would look for more pieces later, but for now, he had something to show off to his wife. That left Carl and the new apprentices without supervision for the first time, and he could really start training them. More than the simple examples that he had them working on while he did the illusions in the basement. Will we be able to do things like that one day? Lala asked. Carl smiled. If you can't, I would be disappointed. But I don't expect that to be any time soon. You've got learning to do, and some of those abilities won't be available until you're an overlord or totem. So, you've got some time, and we can start getting you on the basics that the Guild Alliance has been requesting. I know that it's a bit of a rapid transition, but we've got 1,000 people clamoring for new items. The faster we can get through the first rush of requests, the better. The bunny nodded. That makes sense. Like when you do a deep clean of a house. You don't start with the corners and closets, which need the most work, you start with the common areas and bedrooms so that they notice your work faster, then you do the hard parts when they're in a good mood, so they can see you working hard at the difficult parts. Carl chuckled. If you did the hard parts first, they would think you were lazy or incompetent. But if you did the easy parts first, they would have something to compare it to. Alright, since you're royal rank, we will have you make items for the warriors at the overlord rank. They're the most requested items, and I've already messaged the Drod Guild House to let them know that I will be having you make the simple items, so they can focus on the more ornate ones. You're at the same power level, for the most part. Some of them are still commanders, and most are royals, just like your group. But they're mostly sculptors who were trained in runecrafting. Carl created a chalkboard and drew a picture of a bracelet, then the runes for skill damage and strength increased to the largest possible degree. That was what would make the warriors happiest, and they could wear one on each arm. That meant they were going to need a huge number of them, but they didn't have to be particularly decorative. Then Carl drew a second bracelet and the runes for self-repair and external focus. That would approximate the mending spell that the clerics could use to fix gear. The second one is for you to keep for yourselves. It is used to patch damaged items and gear. Not as good as a professional, but it will keep them together well enough. You don't need it today, but you will soon. Once you have one, you're on the warrior bracelets. Royal rank equipment is low for overlords, but with this set of runes for skill damage and stacking strength, it should come out as an epic item, and that will make the bonus enough that they will take it anyhow. He explained. Then, Tion created a whole pile of silver bracelets in the middle of the table for everyone to pick from. In theory, Carl could let them do the writing, and then upgrade the items himself, as the metal was capable of holding totem-ranked enchantments. But that was a higher price point than what the overlords could easily afford. What are these directions? One of the dragonkin asked. The stroke order. Instead of having someone show you directly, the number and arrow tell you the order. He smiled as he understood, then began to carve the metal to begin his first attempt. Then, Carl turned to Ophelia, who had her arms around Lotus to keep her from interfering with their work. Why don't we have Remy help everyone past the bottleneck today? Then we can find out about the Overlord ranked dungeons and let you all get some battle experience a rank ahead. He suggested. Naksha frowned. She was still too close to the start of Overlord for this to be likely to work for her, but she wanted the potion anyhow. Just in case she could be a totem already. Remy came out with a whole tray of potions that had everyone's names on them, as well as a pair of activated healing totems. Just in case. Dana stared suspiciously at the tray. She had not forgotten how this went for her, but she couldn't be sure that this wasn't the same potion, as she had been half awake and hadn't really examined it. I'm sure that this version is fixed. Definitely more gentle than version Dana. No worse than a mana flush from the shrine at the guild house. Remy promised. The major difference was that a mana flush was voluntary, and you could stop it if it got too intense. But the potion came with the advantage that it would help train your body in more powerful mana, instead of having to understand it in advance, as was needed to break through with a mana flush. Ophelia patted the little cleric. I say we have Lotus go first, in case something goes wrong with the rest of us. She's the only one who can resurrect, but we've got more healers ready for her. Tion stood up and fluffed his tail, making the workers laugh. But Lotus had faith in him. The little fox had incredible healing skills. Alright, let's get this going. Lotus decided, then grabbed her own potion off the tray and downed it in one long gulp. Good volume, questionable flavor. Tastes too much like herbal medicine. Lotus noted with a bitter look on her face. Remy shrugged. There was nothing she could do about that. Added ingredients would alter the potion's effects. Then Lotus surged with gentle power, and began to glow green and gold. That was new. Lotus glowed more brightly by the second, and her power began to grow rapidly before pausing at the bottleneck to Overlord. Then, it pushed right past, and the glowing effect began to fade. The work had stopped completely, and everyone was staring at the cleric. Nobody had warned them that the Dark Light host could do crazy things like that. If they had known it was an option, they would have asked to be alchemists and learned how to make that potion for themselves. Lotus sat down on the floor, staring at nothing, but with a huge smile on her face as she recovered from the effect. Tessa cleared her throat, and Lotus gave her a thumbs up, but didn't say anything. I think she's just overwhelmed. I will go next. Naksha declared, and grabbed the potion with her name on it. She began to leak a dark black mist as the potion took effect, and her power soared, but it was clear that it was going to end far short of the totem-ranked bottleneck. It just didn't have the aura of totem-ranked energy that would be necessary for the breakthrough. Remy frowned. I think that the ingredients simply aren't powerful enough to go from Overlord to Totem this way. Maybe if you were right at the bottleneck. But I might need better ingredients. Naksha shook out the tingling feeling from her arms, then cast a cleansing effect on herself after the effects of the potion ended. That's fine. I can feel the increase in my mana pool and spell power. When I transform to dragon form again, I suspect that I will be more powerful than I was before. That reminded Carl, he had a guild item to equip. Eternity's Blessing, artifact grade. Mythic rank. Equips in guild inventory. Activates the guild skill, Eternity, granting guild members the physical stats expected to be present at the peak of their life, at their current rank. He had gotten it as part of the settlement of the duel, but he had completely forgotten about equipping it in the guild inventory. He pulled up the interface, and placed the item, then frowned at the system notice. Authorization lacking. Guild skill active for members of the Draught branch only. Well, that ruined his plan to surprise Supreme Lady Matilda, but it was good enough for his people. Not that they actually had any old and decrepit members, or small children. The new assistants were young, but not young enough that it would be a huge change in their stats. Ophelia and Tessa took their potions, and Tessa began to glow red, while the Berserker just gave off an aura of powerful oppression. So, the glowing effect wasn't a new feature, it was a side effect of using it on dragon priestesses. One of the Lala bunnies pulled at Carl's sleeve as the girls recovered from the potion. Sir, is it possible that we will be able to buy that later? She whispered. Carl nodded. Remy just needs to grow a new batch of ingredients. She only had enough for these few potions. But once she has the materials, you will be with the other crafters in line to get your ranks advanced before we offer it to anyone else. Well, if someone found out about it and brought Remy the ingredients, she would make them one, then keep the rest of the batch for the guild. But that was unlikely. Many of these plants were effectively extinct, as rare as they were in the real world. The new apprentices cheered, even though they knew that if they went in order, they were like 20th in line. That was still relatively soon. It was also motivation for the commanders to work on their own growth in advance so that they could be royals before the potion was ready. That way, they could be monarchs right away, make really good stuff, and get some respect for their work. They got right back to work, turning out bracelets to prove that they had the skills to be worth the guild using a rare and powerful potion on. Because if they had to buy a totem-ranked advancement potion at retail prices, they would be old by the time they could afford it. Should we call someone over to find out about the dungeon options? Ophelia asked as the potion effect ended. Tessa gave her an incredulous look. They had literally just finished reaching Overlord, and already the Berserker was thinking of ways to go find a fight. That was devoted to battle, even for her. Did the advancement or the potion trigger some level of her Berserker rage? Really, Ophelia was just eager to test out her skills, but there was no space in the house for her to transform. Dana smiled. I will contact Hugo. He said that there are options for Overlord-ranked dungeons, and he can explain them to us. I would ask Dave, but I think that he will be busy for a while now that he's finally returned to his own house. In her space, Kara laughed. Dave had been hiding from a whole house full of badger chaos for too long. He would definitely be busy for the day. Dana paused as she sent the message. Hugo will be over in a few minutes with members of his Overlord-ranked team. They are apparently short on healers, so they want to make a proposal for us to go with a larger team. The dungeons that allow larger teams give better rewards, so they would like to invite us to do a few of those with the Alliance before we go to do the individual runs on our own. Though, I suspect that the clerics will get at least daily requests to join dungeons now that the Alliance is about to find out that they're all overlords. Naksha snorted in amusement. Tessa and Lotus surely would. But most people weren't nearly as comfortable hanging out with a black dragon as the Darklight host was. Nobody here seemed to even notice the black dragon's death aura that she naturally gave off. Hugo arrived within 10 minutes, accompanied by a group of 6 Overlord-ranked warriors with powerful builds. Miss Dana, thank you for the update. I brought the primary tanks from the 25 and 40-person Overlord raid teams. Both teams struggle to keep enough healers, as they run multiple times a week. Hugo greeted her as one of the gargoyles opened the door for him. Is that a gargoyle? One of the warriors asked, then paused halfway through reaching down to pet the small creature. Indeed it is. They're friendly if you're friendly, though. Dana agreed. The warrior smiled and ran his hand down the gargoyle's furry back as he followed the group in. So, the Darklight host has 3 clerics, a mage subclass and a bear tank berserker at the Overlord rank now. Ask what you need to know. Hugo informed his warriors. The warriors looked at the group, and decided to start with Dana and Ophelia. What are your specialties? A dragonkin man with scales down one side of his face asked. I am a mystic blade master, so my specialty is a pair of golems with auto parry, and greatly increased attack speed. I can fight either at short range or long, but the golems are best up close. Dana replied. My new class is Ursine Avenger, and it's actually specialized in group damage reduction and self-healing in giant dire bear form. Ophelia added. Group damage reduction? The tank asked. I have limited invulnerability, and a skill to redirect a portion of group damage to myself. So, I can tank a portion of the damage that the whole group would normally take, and shrug it off, as long as the transferred damage pulses aren't more than limited invulnerability can deal with. If it gets too much, I can turn that off, but I am quite durable, and I have bestial regeneration as well, so I don't need too much healing. The warrior chuckled. So, you're saying that you're actually best suited as a main tank, but you prefer an off-tank or support warrior role? Alright, we can work with that. Ophelia smiled. Being the main tank came with requirements of knowledge and guidance. They were the team leaders by default, as they were responsible for keeping the monsters under control. So, she wasn't at all upset about a role as supporting damage reduction and crowd control. I'm a healing tree. Lotus informed the group of tanks proudly, then laughed at their confused expressions. Tree of Life, Healing Transformation. I specialize in large area and long duration healing. She elaborated. Tessa nodded politely at the group. I can heal as well as any other cleric, but Red Dragon clerics specialize in combat buffs, increasing the damage and defense of the group. I am a capable combatant when needed, but I don't lack for healing. Finally, Naksha shrugged. I'm an overlord-ranked black dragon. I can heal, I can kill. Both please the goddess. I don't have as many area healing spells as Lotus, but I do have significant area damage abilities. Now that she thought about it, she should get Carl to teach her those healing totems. They would be incredibly useful in a dungeon setting. Hopefully, she could use them, as they were a nature-oriented spell, and she was generally considered the reverse scale of all things natural. Quinn, the warrior who had been doing the questioning, smiled at the group. Well, that's a pleasant change from most of the other clerics. The White Dragon clerics are we heal, what more do you want, and the healing shamans are always out of mana. Lotus shrugged. We've all gotten so used to having eternal lightning on us in this group that we don't even have to think about mana in most fights. Even the mages struggle to run out with that level of regeneration. But even without it, my spells are very efficient, and I've got a huge amount of mana cost reduction and added healing on my gear. Is that something you can do while in another group? Quinn asked, confused. Lotus shrugged. Maybe. We can ask the Carl to make us something with the spell on it, so the healers don't run out of mana. Usually, Thor casts it. The behemoth. The warrior looked confused. You have a behemoth tanking for the group? Lotus frowned. Of course not. Tessa rides him into combat. The golems tank. Carl resisted the urge to laugh as the whole group of overlords tried to determine how their whole battle strategy worked. How could they have golems doing all the tanking while they had a behemoth and a giant dire bear in the group? Where did they even deploy? Oh, next time, we should have Ray make her Spectral Knights tank. There are a bunch of them, and they've got shields. Lotus added helpfully. Carl patted her head. We're talking about you and the others joining Overlord-ranked missions, and Ray is a totem now. It would be a bit unfair to let her loose in an Overlord-ranked dungeon. Quinn chuckled. Just how many summoned helpers does your group have in total? Lotus quickly counted on her fingers. Dana's 5, Carl's 5, Ray has 2 plus the dozen or so undead, then Remy has 2. So, 20. Quinn blinked slowly at her attempt to do math. It was a good thing that the Green Dragon had chosen this one, she had given up on the calculations halfway through. So, with just the 6 of you, you've got a whole raid team worth of fighters? Or, at least melee combat golems? Lotus nodded. But some of them are advanced ones that can use magic from a distance. The warrior sighed. If only they were all still overlords. We could steamroll the dungeon. Hugo shrugged. I'm sure that the totem rank teams will be plenty happy to have him once he finishes with the backlog of orders that we placed. The warriors rolled their eyes at him while he wasn't looking their way. There was no we as far as they were concerned. They hadn't gotten a chance to make custom orders like the more powerful members had. They just bought out what they could from the guild store and hoped for the best in the next round of restocked items. Quinn and the other overlord-ranked warriors conferred quietly for a moment, then made an offer to the ladies. We can make enough spots in a 25-person run, if you're confident that you can do the job. Then, once we have seen what you can do, we can work out how to arrange things for future runs. He offered. Tessa nodded. That works for us. We're good as a 5-person team, though we might be a bit short on damage compared to some teams. So, I think that you shouldn't have any issues finding teams that we could fit with, even if it was just for the larger teams. Quinn nodded. If you won't need a new team for the 5-person dungeons, then we can just slot you into the larger teams for the time being. We need the healing, and there's always room for more classes that aren't warrior. The others nodded in agreement. Warrior skills didn't leave a lot of versatility. They were all using the same set of basic skills, and very few of them had managed to find a way to gain an advanced class. Out of those who did, they were mostly paladins, which still made them main tanks, but with a bit of side healing. That was useful, but not really a change from the basic warrior template. Alright, when does the next group go to the dungeon? Dana asked. They were all advanced now, and eager to test out their skills as a group. Especially without Thor and Carl buffing them and the group to invincibility. Not that they were unappreciative of the protection, but sometimes you needed to know just what you were capable of on your own. Tessa had already explained that to Thor, who was eager to come along with them. Letting Tessa go to battle without him just didn't feel right. The next run is tomorrow afternoon. It takes about 2 hours, and we prefer to go after lunch when the morning rush has died down. There is a toll on the way out, so we use the group loot function of the system interface, and it drops all the loot at the end for the team to sort. Quinn explained. Tessa shrugged. That makes sense. It's easier than having to go through everyone and risk someone starting trouble or pretending they got less than they did. The collectors surely know what their share of the run's loot should be. Wonderful. If you would like to join us, I will let the others know, and we can shuffle the team to give some of the members a day off. They've been working overtime to make up for the healer shortage. Normally, everyone only goes twice a week, so they don't burn out. But some of the more highly demanded classes, like tanks, healers, and golem spec mages get much more frequent requests. Especially healers. We will apologize in advance for the fact that you're likely going to get a message every day requesting one or more healers for alliance runs. Lotus winked at him. If they're desperate, they can come over to plead their case. We can have cake and coffee. Quinn laughed. I can see how this ends now. The warriors come to plead for a healer, the nature priestess gets to meet new people and throw a tea party, and then someone goes off to do the run. Lotus nodded in satisfaction. If you show up at just the right time, you might even get to test new and experimental potions. Quinn frowned. Why does that sound more like a threat? Lotus shrugged. Remy is at 0 deaths so far. Plus, she's come up with some really cool things. Like the scent repellent soap, the anti-aging cream, and even a cure for baldness. One of the warriors cleared his throat, and Lotus giggled. There is stock in the guild store. You can buy a bottle if you need. It's a cream, and it works really well, so don't go overboard. A small container of cream appeared in the man's hand a second later, and he took off his hat, revealing the fully bald top of his head, despite his apparent youth. The man slathered the entire small tub of cream on his head, while Lotus laughed. I take it that is a prank product? Quinn asked. It is when you use it like that. Just watch. Over the next 10 seconds, thick black hair began to sprout from his head, while his body heat softened the cream, which began to drip down his forehead and cheeks. But the man was so intently watching the sprouting hair that he didn't bother to do anything about it. His baldness was long gone, and the new hair growth was rapidly exceeding the length of Lotus' own pixie cut. But the real changes were in his eyebrows and his scraggly, youthful beard. As the formerly bald warrior began to focus on the fact that he had used too much cream, he decided to wipe it away. First on his face, not realizing that his beard growth was only moments behind the hair on his head, then he panicked and tried putting it back in the container. However, the cream expanded as it warmed, and the little jar rapidly filled with creamy liquid. While he tried to salvage the situation, his beard began to sprout. First a youthful goatee, then a bushy mountain man beard, and finally into full dwarven majesty. The magic of the cream is used up after you apply it, no need to try to salvage it. Lotus informed the panicked warrior, who now sported more hair than most of the beastkin, despite being a half-blooded dragonkin. Bro, that beard is epic. One of the other warriors informed him, trying and failing to take the situation seriously. How long does this effect last? The now hairy warrior asked, not calming down at all. It's just hair. If you don't want so much, just trim it. But the hairline should last at least a few years. It just resets it back to your natural hairline, so you'll lose it again naturally, but not right away. Carl explained, as Lotus was laughing too hard at the man's still growing hair. Lotus brought out a tray of small sandwiches and placed it on the table. If we've got a few hours before the run, we have time for a snack. Come, sit down, and let's talk about the dungeon. She insisted. Hugo motioned to Carl, suggesting that they should leave. Carl nodded and gestured to the new crafters. Let's bring you down to the basement and get you working in your proper shops. Guildmaster, would you like to join us? I will be spending some time working while the others head off to test their skills. Of course. It's always interesting to watch a master in action, even if I don't know exactly what you are doing. Hugo agreed. When they got downstairs, the gargoyles greeted them happily, bumping up against the new arrivals for attention, and Carl realized that their personality certainly wasn't set by the spell, as the group at the guild house were very silent and serious, sitting on the walls watching for intruders. These ones were happy to meet people, as long as someone from the guild was with them. This is our workspace. One of the new arrivals asked in wonder. Actually, this is the landing area. There is a portal to the Drod Guild house over there, and this area is security before you pass through to the work areas or the villa. If you exit the maze, you will be in the actual room. Carl explained. What a fascinating use of the illusionary domain spell. What happens if someone breaks the domain? Hugo asked. Then they get to deal with the defensive barriers and a dozen enraged gargoyles. The other end is a single target platform to our guild house, so I'm not expecting too much trouble through this portal. Carl agreed. Hugo smiled. It would be quite the convenience for the warriors, though. The ability to go all the way to Drod in a single jump. The great disadvantages to being a warrior, you're at the mercy of the mages to get around more quickly. But as I can use the portal spell, it's more about the amount of the world that I have seen than the actual distance. Carl agreed. Hugo shook his head in response to Carl's comment. No, I meant that the Neroletum Lake region is notoriously hard to travel in and out of with magic, due to the instability from the dungeon portals. Most mages have to go to Sholaha City first to get far enough away to use a longer range spell. Well, that or go to Kizdila in Nolmulgat. But that attracts too much attention when it's a mythic group going somewhere. So, we usually send assistance when we need something, and that is a gigantic headache. But with your people in the Alliance, we can likely request someone as a personal shopper, to deliver to your house here for our people to pick up. Even if there is a substantial delivery fee, it will most likely be cheaper than getting it locally for anything under Overlord ranked, and who needs to do that much expensive shopping? Carl nodded. I get it now. Because of the fees, everything is balanced around the income from totem and mythic dungeons. So, even the most common of items are expensive. Hugo nodded. If we pick them up in Sholaha, we can save a bit. But who has time to search out a powerful mage to go get toiletries and new socks? Plus, you need to be good friends to convince someone to go shopping for socks with you. Carl laughed. We've got staff at the guild house, and I can hire one or two more so that they can do all the shopping you need. It might make the front room look a bit like a general store, but I would prefer to only send guild members through that portal, as it leads to a secure location, and the guards there wouldn't react well to strangers. Hugo shrugged. That's fine by me. If they don't live here, they don't have to be paid the full local rate either. It will make delivery cheaper. I can give you a map of the compound, so they can do door-to-door deliveries as well. I'm sure that our Alliance members probably tip better than Drod food delivery workers usually get. Carl sent a brief message to Caretaker Joe, informing her of the situation, and the demoness was quick to respond that she could add it to the morning routine. Hire 2 more shoppers. Mara is too small to do all the deliveries, even with a cart. There are 1,000 guild members here who need random stuff. You can let her deliver it to the house here if you want. Mara, the small gecko lizard folk girl they had taken in as the caretaker's apprentice, was under 1.5 meters tall, and not yet 10 years old. While she had the enthusiasm, she was not well suited to carrying supplies up the stairs. It was a moment before Joe replied. The kitchen staff have someone in mind to be our full-time errand runner. They have a class, so they can put the items in inventory, and then Wendy has volunteered to do the deliveries. She's quite excited to see the new location, and all the people who have been on the road. Wendy was a commander rank member of the runecrafting team, so she was actually quite busy. But she was also very fond of seeing new things and learning new magic. Both of which were common here. The assistants had mostly finished exploring the garden, and were headed out the sides of the hedge maze, while Hugo waited for Carl to finish his silent conversation. I've got it all sorted. They'll hire 2 shoppers, and then my apprentice will bring the goods here to make the deliveries. You have an apprentice? Not just guild crafters, like these ones. Carl smiled. Well, I am a bit neglectful. But there are a few who are closer than others. One of the sculptors and one of the runecrafting apprentices. You'll see when she arrives. Do you have an initial shopping list? Hugo looked sheepish as he held out the paper. As he had said, it was a bit embarrassing to ask a powerful mage to go shopping for necessities. Carl forwarded the list to Joe, who promised him it would be there within an hour. There was nothing on the list that couldn't be bought in bulk within a 10-minute walk from the house, as the shops in the area specialized in loading full merchant caravans. There would be a small extra fee, as the shoppers needed to go in and out of the city, but Carl was happy to cover that, and it would still be within the budget that Hugo had set. It was a concerning amount of product, though. Hopefully, the shoppers had a class that let them store bulk goods. But Carl wondered how Wendy was going to deal with it. Well, that could be a test for her, since she volunteered. But Wendy had a secret weapon. She had purchased 4 storage rings, to supplement her inventory, and now she had the chance to show them off as she loaded them up with deliveries. What are you making next? Hugo asked as Carl led him toward the exit of the maze. First, a gift for my apprentice. Then I'm going to start on the armor that our Grandmaster blacksmith just finished. I transferred him plenty of high-end materials, and he spent all night making a full suit of plate armor with fire and poison resistance capped out, per the request of most of the totem-rank tanks. If this is satisfactory, he will make the metal armors that the mythic warriors requested. It will just take a day or 2 per suit. Hugo looked a bit embarrassed. I know that we're holding up production. But I'm not going to apologize for the request. Don't feel bad. The shop is always busy with something. Plus, I've now got an overlord-ranked nature cleric who can make wooden weapons when we need them. The magical wood holds runes very well, and I can make a half-dozen an hour if I need. Carl explained. The transfer was made to the store's storage, but it wasn't just the one set. One suit of armor was obviously made by Ashbringer, but there were 10 more made to a slightly lower quality standard, out of the same materials. Ashbringer, did you learn a new trick? Carl asked. The demon laughed as he replied. I could only wish. But no, I hired a dwarven forge in the outer city. Their levels aren't high, but they're dwarves, so the craftsmanship is pretty good and the price is reasonable, as they're still considered journeymen. You can deal with the upgrading of the pieces, and the material alone will give it a solid base. We all win. The armor is made on a budget, with a bit of extra material. They get their skills and ranks improved, as they have the dwarven smith as their class. The Darklight host was slowly taking over Drod. I will give you permissions to take apprentices into the guild, if you want to make them part of our team permanently. One Grandmaster will not be enough forge workers to keep up with demand. Not even for the Alliance. Once they start actually using this armor, they're going to put it through hell, and that means sending it back for regular repairs. Carl reminded him. All right, I will think about it. How many spaces do we have? 100 in total for the branch, so we've got around 70 left. Don't worry about a shop worth of new workers if they want to join. The garden vanished as Carl stepped through the arched exit of the maze, and he was left standing on one side of the large room, where the runecrafters were sorting through all the wooden accessories that had been made by the Orcish druids at the Drod house. They were simple, but they had been working on their creation skills, and the outer surface looked like entwined vines. That was likely because that was how they were actually made, before the inner surface was smooth to be used as bracelets and rings. But it was good enough for their royal rank bulk items. Carl moved to an empty table and brought out the suit that Ashbringer had created. "Oh, that is nice. I can see why your smith takes his time, even though he could stamp out plates with magic much faster." Hugo noted. Carl nodded. "Yeah, it also helps the armor's base stats before I start modifying them. Poor craftsmanship with expensive materials is mostly just wasteful. If we were making royal ranked armor, he would have the ability to just press them out in a die. But if we're going to make it into something decent, we all need to put in the work." Hugo watched silently as Carl worked, covering the entire inside of the armor with runes. The armor was just so receptive to the magic that he decided to make it a totem-ranked and totem-grade item for the mythic warriors. If he could get their work out of the way first, it would be best. They were the major income source for the Alliance, so everyone benefited when they got more efficient. Carl finished and nodded in satisfaction at the suit in front of him. Item created, totem rank, totem grade, indestructible plate of the stalwart defender, adds 1400 points of damage reduction, reduces damage taken by 2%, 10% bonus to movement speed, 20% resistance to poison and fire element attacks. Additional effects, self-repair level 7, earth shield, elemental barrier skill. Hugo hummed as he stared at the armor. That is truly impressive, and it comes with its own barrier skill. That's not something that most warriors get, so how are you going to decide who gets it? Carl smiled and took out the list from the other night. First come, first served. And if there are any complaints about that, I will blame Dave. At the very least, he can take a punch. Hugo laughed, knowing that the same was true of Carl. Well, that makes sense. What happened to the plan of making armor for the totems first? Carl shrugged. The combination of metals just worked out too well. So, I went all out. In fact, I'll likely do the same for the other sets that I have today. They're not as fancy, but if they get the same stats, I can just give this one to Raj, and claim that it's because he's guild master, and not because I only had one like it in stock. Hugo gave a full-bellied laugh, holding his sides. I think that's a trade secret that you're not supposed to share with others. But I am certain that Guild Master Raj will approve of getting the fanciest of the suits. Come to think of it, there were 2 other warriors among the Guild Masters. Well, supply issues would have to serve as an excuse for everything. Wendy arrived just after Carl finished with the first suit of armor, and Carl got a flood of messages. I'm here. Oh, there's Griffin puppies. Does Lotus know? Where are you? How do I get out of here? Carl laughed, and Hugo gave him a strange look. The shopper is here with the first batch of delivery orders. Carl explained. The massive mage smiled at what they were likely to be experiencing in the maze right now. What sort of shopper did they send? He asked instead. A teenage demoness. She's a commander rank mage, and always eager to see new spells and places. I promised her dad I would keep her safe, but I can't see anyone here attacking her while she's making deliveries. Carl explained. Hugo shook his head. It would flag them within their guild for attacking an alliance member. Nobody would risk being expelled to steal someone else's shopping. Carl went to the maze to meet Wendy, who was wrapped around a gargoyle, nuzzling its face. Ah, you made it. Welcome. I've got a map of the delivery locations for you. Did you separate everything by individual orders? Carl asked. Wendy nodded, but didn't look up. Yeah, they're all in paper bags, except a few big ones that are in boxes. I put names on them, I just need to know where they go. Carl passed her the map of the various guild manors within the complex, and Wendy smiled. There was only one house per guild, for the most part. So, she could just drop off an entire pile of shopping with their staff, but still get to meet new people. Then she realized Hugo was standing beside Carl. "Hello, Guild Master Hugo." "Oh, you're a mage. Totally didn't expect that." Hugo chuckled at her candid response. "I get that a lot. I don't have the traditional mage build, but I have excellent compatibility with new magic." Wendy smiled. "New spells are the greatest thing ever. Do you have cuddly golems?" "Dana has the cuddly golems." Hugo looked confused, so Carl explained. "Her greater golem spell summons a pair of dragon hounds." Hugo nodded. "I don't actually have the greater golem spell. I will have to get your Dana to try to explain it to me one day." "Do you have golems as well? I suspect that you will be quite the powerful mage when you grow up." Wendy nodded eagerly, and then called the pair of juvenile Sero-patterned golems. "Oh, defensive golems. Great choice. So many mages focus entirely on offensive skills, but the world is overrun with warriors, and they're almost all attackers. Nobody wants to be the one taking the damage." Hugo joked. It was a lot of trust to put in other people. Not just the healers, that they wouldn't let you die when the monsters got past your defenses. But also in the damage dealers, that they wouldn't slack and leave you in a bad spot. When they weren't taking the damage, and they weren't going to be blamed for the lack of healing, many didn't feel the urge to put real effort into the battles, and would just coast along doing just enough to not get yelled at. So, if the mages could back the tanks up with some defensive golems, it took a lot of pressure off, and made it much more obvious when the problem was the lack of damage. When the tank wasn't having problems holding the group, and all the monsters were occupied, it was hard to argue that the time taken to kill it was anything but the responsibility of the damage dealers. When the tank was doing his best to keep everything attacking him, they could say that they had to do what they were doing to not bring the monsters to them. "How about I show Miss Wendy around, and then I will come back to see how the armor is coming?" Hugo suggested. Carl nodded. "I will do my best to have at least one more finished by the time that you two get back. You might as well bring Raj and someone else if you happen to see them on your route. Thank you for looking after my guild member." Hugo nodded. Wendy was definitely going to talk his ear off, but the young mage's enthusiasm was refreshing. Everyone who came here to attempt to join a guild for the dungeons was at least a little jaded by life. But she lived in a crafting warehouse and what sounded like a magical library. How exactly did a library in the guild house have a whole city outside the window? It had to be an application of the illusionary domain spell. But that explained why Carl was so confident about the security of the portal. When you broke an illusionary spell, you tended to end up in the equivalent location in real space. So, if you were in a city that was below a tower in the illusionary domain, you would end up buried in the ground somewhere near the guild house. That could very well be instantly fatal. Walking with Wendy was a new experience for Hugo. Everyone was somewhat intimidated by his power and position, but Wendy had no filter, and she greeted every mage that they passed, and even asked them random questions about magic. "You really do love magic, don't you?" Hugo asked. Wendy bobbed her head repeatedly in agreement. "Very much so. I've learned my whole skill tree already, and 9 new spells from books or from Carl. If I keep up this pace, I should be able to get to 100 by the time I reach my 18th birthday. Is there a reason for wanting 100 spells?" Wendy shrugged. "Not really. But it's a nice round number, isn't it? 100 spells just sounds pleasant to say." "Oh, I see the first house. Are they all inside this big building?" Hugo nodded. "Yes. It's safer to have the whole alliance stationed inside this one house, though most of the alliance's guild members live elsewhere or have bases in other cities." "What did they order?" "A bit of everything. Towels, toothbrushes, our specialty soaps, alarm clocks. Just general household stuff. The orders of big stuff will have to be filled later. The shoppers didn't have room for them. But most of the guilds only ordered daily necessities. She explained. Wendy knocked on the door and Guild Master Raj answered, having sensed Hugo outside. Then, he was nearly buried in paper bags. "Sir, your delivery is here. That's everything that your members put on the list," Wendy announced proudly. Hugo chuckled. "You need to wait and ask him where to leave the bags. Nobody wants all their shopping set blocking the front door." Raj laughed at Wendy's expression, then looked up at Hugo for an explanation. "Who might this tiny agent of chaos be?" he asked. Hugo patted Wendy on the head, and the girl smiled as she returned all the shopping to her storage items. "This is Miss Wendy, the delivery agent for the Darklight host. She has all the common items that the guilds requested to be delivered from Drod, and the Darklight host will message you later with the total," Hugo explained. Raj chuckled, as all the items were commander rank or lower. The total would literally be pocket change for a mythic raid team member. Wendy smiled and handed guild leader Raj a piece of paper with a number on it. "That's the total, per customer order, so you can collect it from your guild members." Now he couldn't resist, and pulled the small mage into a hug. "You are absolutely adorable. Here you go, payment for the order, and you can keep the change as a delivery fee," he insisted, passing a small bag of coins into her hands. "Just place the orders along the wall in the main room, so everyone can come get their orders," he added as Wendy laughed and pocketed the money. Doing deliveries was a lucrative trade. Plus, there was new magic everywhere. Wendy was swarmed by guild members as she set out the orders, but nobody tried to interfere with her work. "You forgot to order the good soap," one of the warriors joked. The man beside him held up a stick of descending deodorant. "I did one better. It's on the out-of-stock list from the guild house, but they managed to find me one for the order." One of the others sighed as he opened his bag. "Damn, not everything on backorder made this shipment. How often are the deliveries coming?" "Once a week is the schedule for now. If it gets too busy, we might be able to come twice a week and still get most of the items," Wendy informed him. A female cleric of the White Dragon came over and ducked to give Wendy a hug. "The Darklight host are devious geniuses. Sending this girl to do the deliveries, how could we be mad even if the orders were wrong?" Wendy giggled, then took out a small wooden token with a hole for hanging it as a necklace charm. Then she wrote the rune for "Lucky and Love" on one side and empowered it to the commander rank, the strongest she could. "For you, lovely priestess." The cleric stared at it for a moment, then took the talisman from her. "What sort of skill is that?" she asked. "Runecrafting, of course. Though I am not at the level of the Carl. He's way better, but that's only one rune, so it's easy to get right. It's for good luck," Wendy explained. The cleric held the simple wooden disc in her hands, just now realizing that it held an incredible value, as only a handful of crafters on the entire continent could manage what this young girl had given her. "Can we keep her?" the cleric asked, looking at Hugo. The big mage laughed. "No, she's already a full guild member. But I'm sure you can convince her to visit more often. Perhaps after she finishes visiting my guild's library. We have quite a few obscure magical tomes." Wendy's eyes lit up. "Magical tomes?" Raja's guild mates chuckled. The pure innocence of this tiny demon was impossible to resist. There was no question that the guilds would likely try to poach her from the Darklight host in the future. Just not yet. As she was still only a commander, it would be hard to find a proper spot for her. Their guilds were already full, and someone would have to be ejected if they wanted to actually make her a member. But in the meantime, they could build goodwill. Lots of them. But first we need to run off and do the rest of the deliveries. Miss Wendy will be back next week," Hugo added. "Oh, right. Raj, talk to Carl when you get a moment. He should have a suit of armor ready for you soon. Raj practically sprinted out of the house as Hugo and Wendy discussed magical theory on their way to the next guild manor. While Wendy wasn't technically an obsession demon, the big mage was beginning to discover just what it meant for a demon to share an interest in their favorite topic. Wendy already knew more about the fundamentals of magic than most of the mages in his guild did, even if they had a wider variety of spells and far greater power. If anything, she should likely be rerouted away from combat pursuits and towards magical research, using her runecrafting skills to attempt to forge new skill books. Once the first one was written, the inscriptionists could duplicate it. The problem was the first one. In theory, every skill could be turned into a functional skill book. But for some reason, very few of them ever were. Either because the ones who could use them weren't the same people as the ones who could make the books, or simply because it was just too difficult. The knowledge of how to create a truly unique skill book was lost before recorded history. Hugo planned to bring that up once they were in the library, where she was surrounded by knowledge. The Dark Light host was already in their guild alliance, and it didn't matter how powerful an inscriptionist was. Only that they could make the books. It might not be practical to recruit this adorable mage yet, but he could help her build a base of skills as well as a stronger bond to his guild. They went to the other warrior-led guilds next, so that Hugo could inform them that Carl had armor incoming, and Wendy managed to charm the mages and clerics at all of them. To the point that Hugo was beginning to wonder if she had some sort of passive skill equivalent to Fox Charm. Dark Light host members were all a bit strange. He wouldn't put it past Carl to have taught her one. While Wendy and Hugo made their rounds, Raj ran to the Dark Light host villa to meet with Carl. Dana greeted him at the door, and silently pointed at the stairs to the basement when she saw the excited look on the guild master's face. Raj sprinted down the stairs, then found himself blocked by a large set of wings as the gargoyles blocked his entrance to the garden. "I promise, I'm just here to meet with Carl. He has armor for me," he informed the puffed-up little griffin. It lowered its wings, but didn't let him enter until Dana came down the stairs behind him and stroked the creature's feathered head. "He's just excited about new toys, he's not trying to rush past you. Good job guarding the garden," Dana whispered, while the gargoyle purred. Even the gargoyles here were a bit strange, Raj thought. Normally, gargoyles weren't active all the time, only when a condition of the spell was breached, and they needed to defend their assigned property. But these ones were certainly active, and he was reasonably sure that a pair of them had been playing chess in the garden before he came in. The board was still set up. Dana led Raj to the exit of the maze, then turned away when he walked through. The gargoyle and Lotus bedroom had informed the cleric that there were more people coming, but Lotus didn't want to come down and deal with them in person. Not when she finally caught one of the gargoyles in a spot it wasn't trying to leave. "Guild masters, I will lead you to the workshop. Carl is working on the armor suits now. Please follow me into the basement. Guild Master Raj is already there waiting." The other two warriors sighed in regret. First come, first served worked much better when you were the first person in line. But Carl had turned out good equipment so far, so there was little chance that they wouldn't be satisfied with whatever he turned out for them. If it was totem ranked an epic grade, it would be an upgrade. But he had been turning out totem grade equipment for the mages, and most of them hadn't seen a piece of that quality in person before. There was a small chance that they would drop from the mythic dungeons, but anyone who got one kept that information to themselves. Even the guild masters and the members of the mythic teams wouldn't actually tell anyone outside their own group what quality of gear they had. To others, it would be fashionable epic grade armor, and the world would be jealous. But in combat, they would have the advantage of the larger bonuses and the extra skills that had pushed the equipment to the next grade of quality. From what they could tell, the major difference was that they didn't have to give up a core bonus to get the added skill effect on totem grade equipment, as would happen on epic grade gear at lower levels. The three suits sitting on the table when they entered the workspace were very close in quality, every bit as good as what the Dragonkin crafters turned out in the Sholaha region. But they did notice that one was detailed in the demonic style, and two in the dwarven. "Welcome. I have prepared armors for you." Now, it doesn't really matter which one you pick. Functionally, they're all identical. But I made Guild Master Raj wait for your arrival so that you can discuss it among yourselves. Carl greeted them. The new arrivals took a closer look at the suits and found that Carl was telling the truth. They all had identical bonuses. Indestructible plate of the stalwart defender, totem rank, totem grade armor. Adds 1400 points of damage reduction, reduces damage taken by 2%, 10% bonus to movement speed, 20% resistance to poison and fire element attacks. Additional effects, self-repair level 7, earth shield, elemental barrier skill. Raj ran his fingers over the much flashier decorations of the set that Ashbringer had made. So, wearing this, we will all be able to use a new skill. He verified. Carl nodded. Yes, an earth barrier. It's quite useful in combat as you can not only use it like your existing, guard, skill, but you can also use it as a flexible barrier over your armor. It should activate at your own rank, though it may not gain the effects of the mythic blessing, so it might take full damage from totem rank targets. I haven't had a chance to verify that yet, as the totem and mythic blessings are new to me. Raj shook his head. That won't be a problem. Even when we use items or skills at a lower output level, our blessing still applies. It's more of a secondary effect added to our actions than one that has to be part of every skill we use. Are you sure that you need to be even more flashy? The warrior with tattoos all down his arms asked, as Guild Master Raj didn't take his hand off the armor set that Ashbringer had made. You know me. I like to make an impression. Besides, the stats on the armor are all equal. Raj replied with a shrug. He had a point. But he wasn't the only one who liked to make an impression when he entered a room. If you want to wait for fancier suits, I can order them now, and reassign these to other warriors on the mythic teams. I intended to make the 3 of them identical for the main tanks, then give the other armor sets a damage buffing skill instead. Tell me, do any of your people use blunt weapons? Sharpness adds significant damage to blade strikes, but I have other options if they're not edged weapon users. Carl suggested. Raj nodded. We have a few who use axes, and one who uses an epic-grade dwarven war pick. Normally, that is considered a blunt weapon, though you can use the backside. Carl nodded in understanding. Few used the backside other than the dwarves. The design was a modified mining tool, with a spike for pulling rocks, and a blunt side to hammer rods into soft stone seems to create blasting holes. In that case, I can make most with sharpness, and I will make him a special one. Carl agreed. The other 2 guild leaders stepped to the table and picked up the dwarven-made suits, then equipped them, so they could see what the armor looked like bonded. This isn't bad. Plus, it goes well with the guild tabard. I should wear that more often. Seeing guild leader Carl in his with the golden rings was pretty impressive. Ivan, the tattooed guild leader, joked. With a thought, he equipped his guild tabard, which was black with silver emblems, and 2 silver knotted rings around the outside, similar to the inner golden ring on Carl's. That would symbolize 2 guild champion victories as a totem, against other totems. So, you had to earn your spot as guild leader. Carl noted. We all did. Around here, you don't get to be part of a major alliance without at least one challenge under your belt. A golden challenge is rare, given that almost all the guild challenges are at totem and mythic. But every guild leader has at least one before they're nominated. Each of them took out their chosen weapon and moved through a few combat motions, checking that the armor didn't impede their flexibility. But, it was all designed by a master, and there was little to no binding at all. However, the hard stops of the armor's mobility were not so far back that an arm forced to extend to its limits would tear major tendons without having to destroy the armor first. Raj sighed, but his eyes were excited. I like it. We're going to have to test this out later. But we should let you get to your work because I know that we have a lot of members waiting on new equipment. Carl chuckled as the warriors rushed out. They were definitely going to try to arrange an extra run through the dungeon today to test out their new armor. But they weren't wrong. He had a lot of work to do, and without another totem-ranked crafter, there wasn't much that Carl could do to push the responsibility onto others. They were already making all the gear for him, and he just had to write the runes and empower them. He might be able to trick Loros and Wendy into writing out the runic phrases for him, and then he would empower them, but that would almost certainly end up with worse results, or a lower maximum rank, as intent and skill proficiency mattered, not just the perfect writing of the runes. So, he got right to work on the other 7 sets of plate armor that Ashbringer had provided for the day. Item created, totem rank, totem grade, agile plate of flickering blades, adds 300 points of damage reduction, increases all damage done by 2% per rank, 20% bonus to attack speed and skill activation speed. Additional effects, self-repair level 2, sharpness, slashing, stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. Carl nodded in satisfaction. Self-repair level 2 should reduce the frequency that they would need to have the armor repaired. If they took a lot of damage, they would have to wear it around for a month to have it fully self-repair. But if the armor only took minor damage during battle, they should be able to wear it indefinitely. That should cover the majority of the warriors in the mythic team, so Carl sent a message to the 5 guild leaders, informing him that he had 6 more sets of warrior armor for blade users, and that he would start on the one for the mace user now. It would be identical, except that it would have shatter on it, as crushing blows was a more common warrior class skill, and he might already have it at mythic rank. Dave did, and he was a druid. With practice, Carl only needed a third of the time to finish the last one, as he had the first of the pattern. Like copying notes off the chalkboard when he was in school, repetition was the key to efficiency. Are we just bringing every famous person in the fortress to the house today? One of the bunnies asked as she worked to add runes to another bracelet. I promised them that I would make armor for their mythic raiding team right away. I got the mages and most of the rogues earlier, so now we're on to the warriors. The crafter nodded, then gestured to her pile of practice items. What are we even going to do with all of these? Carl laughed. They were all royal rank bracelets with increased skill power and mana storage inscribed on them. Simple, but devastatingly effective for general use. We're going to put them up in the Guild Alliance shop at the end of the day, of course. It's your first day at work, but look at all the progress you've made. So, keep the best one for yourself as a memento of the day you learned a trade, and then the rest will earn you commission when they sell. The bunny smiled. Do you think it will be enough to redecorate our rooms? I always wanted a fancy room with a princess canopy bed. Carl chuckled. The amount they would get from 20 or 30 of those bracelets each would do more than simply redecorate their rooms if they went shopping in Drod. I will send you shopping with the apprentices from our guild house on your day off this week. Then you can fully redecorate your spaces. It's only 2 more days away. Carl offered. That put them in a much better mood, and Carl began planning the other items that they were going to need for the store so that they didn't overload it with these ones. When they only had a few people working in Drod, it was just enough to comfortably keep up with the demand for basic useful items for the city, and for the trade caravans. Now that they had 1,000 new alliance members, they would have an initial surge of purchases, but after that, Carl would have to consider what they should sell to other guilds. These items would be in great demand, simply because they were useful. But not for the most powerful members. However, that didn't mean that other guilds wouldn't want to buy them in bulk. The rest of the day was a steady stream of mythic guests being escorted down by Dana or Lotus, who took it as an excuse to play with the gargoyles. Who were beating her at chess. But by dinner time, Carl had everyone's armor passed out. That should have been everyone on the mythic teams, all 60 of them, including the mages, clerics and rogues, who had gotten their armor at the party. Now, he could relax a little, and start making armor at the epic grade again, which was much faster to write. It felt wrong to think of totem-ranked armor as a regular stock item for the store, especially after the limitations that Drod had placed on them selling military equipment in the city. But here, it really was regular stock, as the majority of the dungeons in the region dropped overlord and totem-ranked gear, so epic grade totem ranked gear was among the finest items they could possibly get, but purchasing it would save them years of visits to the dungeons, given the terrible drop rates. Ray was thinking the same thing, so she was making cute outfits for everyone. She had new totem gear for her girls, but she had also spun up hundreds of outfits for the store. Ray had a plan for these as well. They didn't need to be epic grade fabric for strangers. They just had to be better than what they already had when the piece was finished. So, if she made them rare grade, and then had Carl draw a few runes into them, they would bump up to just barely epic grade, and everyone would be happy with minimal effort. Carl wouldn't even need to do a full inscription on them. All he had to do was add more spell power and skill power to the clothes, and they would improve. She had tested the boundary, and having him add those bonuses with runes was way easier than improving the items on her own. Rare grade could be spun as she wove her silk, so she only had to make the outfit. At this point, that took under a minute to weave an outfit, and she could do it right up to her own rank, so totem-ranked clothing was cheap and easy to mass-produce. She wasn't sure how Carl was going to respond to being asked to upgrade 300 outfits when he woke up in the morning, but surely, everyone watching the guild store would be happy with her. Happy giggles, only half stifled, caught Carl's attention when he came down to the main floor the next morning. Ray had piled all the clothing she wanted him to work on today on the side table in the main room, and the crafters were the first ones out of bed, other than Tessa, who was making breakfast. She seemed extra happy this morning, almost glowing with holy energy. Carl wondered if it was because they had taken a bunch of orphan craftsmen into the guild, or if the excited holy energy was because the ladies would be off to an overlord-ranked dungeon today. Given the nature of the red dragon, it could be either. The staff looked longingly at the pile of clothes as they ate. Then Ray came downstairs, and handed them each a small paper-wrapped parcel. New uniforms for the crafters. I gave them to the other staff half an hour ago. She explained. Everyone opened their parcels, and Carl tried not to laugh. Ray, make something pretty for Dana when you get a chance. I have a big idea once we get the first rush of crafting settled here. Carl informed Ray while his mind was on clothing. Ray had made the new crafters all matching black pants with white shirts, but the bunnies had short sleeves and cute frilly fronts on them and buttoned up the front, where the men's shirts were all laced tunic shirts, with ties to keep the sleeves rolled up. The Dragonkin boys looked at their outfits with deep appreciation. It was sturdy, practical, and it had the Darklight Host Guild logo on the chest, so that everyone they met would know that they were real guild members, even without checking the interface. Lotus gave Ray a very obvious double thumbs up of approval when she saw the new bunny outfits. They were just frilly enough to enhance the cuteness factor, but not so overboard that they would be likely to change to go outside, or hindered in their work. A knock at the door caught everyone's attention, and one of the gargoyles escorted Quinn into the house, nudging him in the back of the legs to keep him moving in the right direction. Good morning everyone. I came to see if you were still in for the dungeon today, and to see if you wanted to hold a strategy meeting before we go. It's better if we go over everything before we bring new members in the first time. He explained. Dana motioned for him to wait a moment while she inspected the new uniforms. I don't see why not. We've got some time before the scheduled dungeon run, and we didn't plan any other major events for the morning. Carl will be working on equipment all morning anyhow. She agreed. Carl stared at the pile of clothing for a moment and then sighed. I would join you, just for the information about the dungeon, but I will get it from them after. It looks like I've got a lot of work to do today, and it's going to take all the mana and energy that I can spare. Ray laughed silently as Carl wondered how to even begin with this pile of clothing. There was simply so much of it that he wasn't sure what he should even be trying to put on it. If he made it all the same, it would seem like he couldn't actually do much. But the more that he varied the effects, the less likely that it was to be useful for the classes that would want it. So, he eventually decided that he would sort it into 3 piles. Spell power and mana cost reduction. Skill power and mana regeneration, which was useful to cloth-wearing combat classes and effects that weren't considered spells. And finally, mana cost reduction and mana storage. With those three basic categories of epic grade totem ranked items, he should cover the shortcomings of most cloth-wearing classes. If they wanted something more specific, they could custom order it because Carl only planned to upgrade half this pile today. 50 outfits for each group. The rest could wait for someone to come looking. It would all be for outsiders and wealthy overlords anyhow, as he had already equipped the totem-ranked mages in the Alliance. There weren't many of them, with only 60-some total totems in the Alliance. Ray realized as Carl started to work that she could have just made them all overlord-ranked, and then they would sell faster, and she could decorate more of the people in the fortress. She had taken a brief trip last night to see what she had to work with while they slept. But with the mythic members on guard, she had decided it was better not to sneak right inside, even while incorporeal. They might misunderstand. The mix of clothing was fairly well suited to the members, and had much more male clothing than she would have preferred. But Ray had simply extrapolated this guild's information and assumed that the rest of the city was likely to be balanced the same way, with most of the stronger members being males. If that wasn't true, then she could make more pretty things next time. She needed to ask how big the city was. So, she shadow-stepped out of the house and down the street, looking for someone who looked like they left the fortress a lot, and would know the answer. Going up on the roof hadn't given any good answers because everyone lived in fortresses, unless they were living in servant hovels. There was a lot of trade, though. It appeared that there were 10 times as many transient visitors to the dungeons as there were actual people living here, and that would be a great source of income. Plus, it would spread her fashion. Ray returned to the roof and looked around at the market area at the edge of town. There was a whole group of spider priests and associated warriors like the ones that had attacked Carl. But these ones were setting up camp among the visitors, so they shouldn't be assassins. Perhaps she should ask them. If they followed the spider goddess, they should understand that she would happily kill and eat them if they were rude. That would make it much easier to talk to them. She didn't bother to transform, and simply moved herself so she was standing under one of their tent awnings before assuming a humanoid form to speak to them. "Madam, might we help you with something?" A black-robed cleric asked suspiciously. "Yes. I just moved to the city, and I am doing market research. I wish to sell things like this. How many people do you think will buy them?" Ray explained as she held up a dress Carl had just finished upgrading. It was similar to the ones that Morgana liked. Black, floor-length with long sleeves and lace at the hems, and a corseted waist. "That is beautiful. Do you make them yourself?" the cleric asked. Ray nodded in agreement. "If you were a spider, you would be able to smell that it is my silk." As she said those words, one of their group's women turned around, revealing 4 eyes on a chitinous face. "It is her silk. She is a blood-destruction demonic spider. But she smells a bit off. I think she might have been using divine beast blood in her advancements." The beastkin mage woman informed the cleric. "Oh, that makes sense. The red patterning made me wonder what sort of spider she was. But the goddess is generous with her children, it could have been a blessing." The cleric replied. Ray smiled. The man wasn't wrong. But he hadn't answered yet. Ray shook the dress slightly, and the cleric smiled at her. "If you can reliably make totem rank, epic grade cloth armor, I would say that you could likely sell a few hundred or 1,000 a month to those with the resources. Not everyone gets lucky in the dungeon, and most who come here arrive very low on funds, as the city is expensive to buy access to." The cleric explained. Ray realized that she had miscalculated. She thought that these visitors were wealthy people, not poor people hoping to make it big in one of the many dungeons. "What if I made them overlord ranked? Would that be more affordable?" she asked. The mage nodded in agreement. Overlord ranked items sell for less than 1/10 of what a totem ranked item does. Most totems could afford a single upgrade every visit to the dungeon if they stayed with overlord ranked gear. Ray smiled, and the mage giggled. "You really do want to cover everyone in your silk, don't you?" she asked. "It's nice. They're almost cocooned, and it makes them smell like mine. Now the cleric was laughing as well. They had wondered why a totem-ranked demonic beast would take up a trade skill, but it made perfect sense now. She was staking her claim on the world and asserting her dominance in her own field. There weren't many craftsmen who could make their own raw materials to that extent, and with the distinctive fashion of the dress she had on display, it would be hard not to recognize her work. Even if she hadn't discreetly hidden an embroidered image of herself on the lapel. From the next camp over, a hesitant obsession demon approached. "Pardon my intrusion. Did I hear that dress is for sale?" she asked. She had examined it, and as a shaman, it was precisely what she had been hoping for. Skill power and mana cost reduction would make all her abilities more powerful, including her healing spells and totem constructs, as well as her spirit warriors. It was an all-around improvement on what she already had, and the group could stop complaining that shamans weren't great healers. Ray examined the demoness, who had light violet skin, as was common for obsession demons, including Loros, their sculptor at the guild house. Black would look good on her. "Yes, this dress is for sale. What can you offer me for it?" Ray asked. The mage and cleric stepped back to see how the spider would do in negotiations. The species was notoriously volatile, and even a wrong answer could lead to a massacre. There was a good reason there weren't any others doing what Ray planned. The shaman held open a small bag of magical stones and raw metals from the dungeons, then set a stack of raw fey hound hides on the grass beside her. Totem-ranked fur and leather would help Ray's projects immensely, and the woman had offered her 20 pelts, plus a bag of rocks for Carl. That was a good price. "I like your offer. Here is your new dress. Try it on, and I will alter it if it doesn't quite suit you," she insisted. The obsession demon equipped the dress, and the cleric noted that it actually had clear threads woven into it that flickered with mana like ghosts in the dark when the effects on the dress were activated. It was stunning. Ray nodded in satisfaction as she took her payment. "You look good. It was a pleasure doing business with you," she informed the shaman, then returned to the fortress to go gather more items from Carl. She had sales to make. Dana looked at the detailed map that Quinn and the other tanks of the Overlord ranked groups had made of the dungeon they were going to today. It was intended for 25 people, and normally, they brought 2 main tanks, 4 off-tanks and 3 clerics with them. That was enough that the other 16 spots could be pure damage dealers, and they shouldn't have any issues. Today, they had an extra cleric, one of their regulars. They didn't want to trust all the healing to the new members, and one of their clerics was a black dragon, who would be better suited to dealing damage than healing most of the time. Ophelia would be assigned one of the off-tank roles on the right flank. The hope was that with Tessa in the group, the extra buffs she could give them would make up for the loss of a dedicated damage dealer. Little did they know, Naksha was fully geared for damage output, and her equipment had both crushing blows and shatter on it, so if she stayed in dragon form her paw and claw attacks would be devastating. In summary, keep in formation A until we get to the first boss, where everyone but melee fighters should be at the edge of the marked circle to remain out of the area damage effect. Do not stand in the fire. Then, return to formation A as we move through the second section. There is a chance that we will get earth elemental spawns out of the walls or piles of rubble after the front line has passed, which is why we bring 4 off-tanks. If you see a stone construct forming, move to intercept. Then, the second boss, ranged fighters remain in the middle, and the tanks will pick up the twin bosses as they appear from the edge of the structure. Then, it's the same thing until the third boss, which is a simple hack and slash. The boss is on an enraged timer, and its damage increases every 5 seconds. So, the faster we get it down, the less our healers hate us. The damage will hit everyone, so we're counting on the area healing effects to keep everyone going. He finished. Lotus gave him a cheerful salute, and their experienced healer gave the boss a grim look, wondering if it was a good idea to replace all the other healers with newbies who had just made it to Overlord. They did seem to be pretty well geared, though. He couldn't inspect the gear while they wore it, but it all looked like crafted Overlord rank gear. So, they might actually be the highest output members of the team. With everyone assembled, Quinn led them all to the dungeon and paid the group entry fee. The guild in charge of this particular dungeon had decided to collect in advance, but for the more experienced guilds, the fee wasn't that high. The loot from the dungeon wasn't great, even on a good day. When they stepped into the dungeon, the usually carefree Lotus suddenly became focused, and Ophelia winked at her before transforming into a massive dire bear that made every other member of the group look tiny. At least until Naksha transformed into her dragon form. The black dragon was assigned to the tail position of the group with Dana, who laughed and motioned for Tessa to hop on the dragon's back the way she usually rode Thor. It would give her a better view of the battle, and she was already used to mounted combat while healing. Naksha gave Dana a wry smile as she was chosen to replace Thor for the run. He was technically still an overlord, so maybe they could bring him along on the next run, once they had proven to themselves that they could do it without the overpowered defensive buffs. Tessa's blessings made everyone pulse with faint red holy light, and Quinn led the group into combat. That was when they realized they were about to have some problems. Dana sent her golems to the front lines, while she remained back to attack from a distance, despite being a blade specialist. Her position here was to defend the healers. But the golems' tripled attack speed and auto-parry managed to pull earth elementals away from the tanks on the first pull, and when they used a taunt to get them back, the ones on the other side were drawn by Ophelia. The damage differential was simply too high. The first fight ended abruptly when Naksha stomped on the elemental attacking Ophelia, and Quinn motioned for them to pause. "Alright, I will admit, that wasn't the greatest start. Do either of you have threat reduction abilities?" he asked. Dana and Ophelia both shook their heads. "We will talk to your guild leader after the run. It's best if the mage doesn't draw the trash mobs away." Though for Ophelia it's understandable, as she is a tank class, so there is nothing in her skill set intended for monsters to ignore her. Change of plans. Send the golems to fight with the main tanks, so if they do draw attention, the monsters won't move. Ophelia, you get extra attention from the healers if you need it. That's the best we can do for now. The next group was a bit smoother, as the tanks simply let a few of the elementals go to the golems, who had no issues dealing with them. Dana had more than one skill for improved damage, on top of her equipment. But she also had durable constructs, which had granted her golems their first set of equipment back when she was just a budding young mage. The thought made Dana laugh. It had only been a few years, and they had flown by far faster than they had any right to. However, it wasn't her inattention that annoyed the group. She was still casting spells. It was Lotus singing as she worked, and dancing in the dungeon, that was making it hard for everyone else to focus. No. That song is expressly forbidden. Off limits, never to be mentioned again. A middle-aged warrior insisted. But I like that one. I even changed the wording. Baby snake do. A hand clamped over her mouth, and the cleric laughed. He's got 5 kids, don't antagonize the poor man. Just pick another song, maybe a hymn. They're used to battle hymns. He suggested. Lotus shrugged and renewed the healing totems in the backpack that Ray made for her. All right. I have a better song. We can keep going now. Quinn turned to look up at Tessa, who was just above his head, riding on Naksha, who had stretched out her neck to use a small blast of her breath weapon on the elementals. How does your group get anything done? He asked. Well, normally, Lotus does the melody, and the golems harmonize. If we have Sister Ray with us, she will add a background symphony. But she's calmer after the first time. Sister Lotus is just too excited about meeting new people today. Tessa joked. Her healing is incredible, though. I don't think that we've taken any noticeable damage with whatever healing spell she is using. Quinn added as he prepared to move forward. Yeah, long duration is her specialty. Only when the group starts taking major damage will the rest of us have to step in. The group moved to the first boss, and the ranged members moved to the left and right, remaining along the outermost ridge of the clearing, where the boss's attack skills shouldn't hit them if the tanks placed it properly. The melee group charged, and Tessa laughed as Ophelia's claws caught on the elemental's chest and gave it an unintentional body slam. Most knockdown effects didn't work on bosses. But whatever skill she had been using apparently did. The mages unleashed their spells on the defenseless boss as the rest of the warriors got into position, and then Quinn stepped back with a smirk and let the boss engage Dana's golems. If they were going to try to steal the boss from him, why not see if the constructs could take the beating in his place? Not every mage was a soft and squishy liability that needed protecting. Even if this one was adorable in fox form. Dana hadn't wanted to transform, but she had quickly realized that beast form actually granted her a substantial bonus to her spell power. Lotus transformed into the Tree of Life, and the singing stopped, while she still danced in place to the song in her head, shaking her branches as pulses of golden healing light washed over the fight. Tessa kept her buffs active on the warriors, and periodically sent smite and holy slash attacks at the boss. Well, this is unconventional. The White Dragon cleric muttered as he also began to cast smite. There was nothing for him to do, as Lotus had a constant healing effect active, and the damage that the melee group was taking wasn't overwhelming the combination of Ophelia's damage transfer and Lotus passive heals. Tessa winked at him. Yeah, she's a bit of an oddball, but she's fantastic at her job. You should see what happens when you put a fluffy beastkin in the tank position. The other cleric laughed. He could only imagine the enraged expression a green dragon cleric would have if someone dared to damage the fluffy thing. She was already sending extra healing effects to Dana's greater golems, the dragon hounds, and they weren't taking any damage. I just wish that I had more than one offensive spell. He muttered. Talk to Carl later. He can likely teach you something. Like this. Tessa suggested, then cast consecrated ground under the boss, increasing the holy damage it took, and the damage reduction of the melee fighters. The boss dropped, and the dungeon's ambient light flashed red. Special event triggered, overwhelming force. Take 0 damage during boss encounter, without a totem ranked or higher guild member. Elementals began to swarm the platform, and Tessa activated Compliance, as she hopped down from Naksha's back. Compliance creates an area of oppression, 10 meters per user rank, and grants the Dragon Crusader the physique of a red dragon at their own rank. She turned to engage the incoming elementals as Dana summoned her golems to her and the other cleric retreated to where the melee group was standing. Fall back. Fast attack, intercept the elementals and defend the healers. Dana's blades flashed as she fought off 3 elementals at once, and Lotus began to shuffle toward the middle of the platform without transforming. She couldn't move fast in tree form, but she didn't have to go far to be in the middle of the group. Her oversized form made a natural regrouping point for everyone, and Quinn couldn't help but hum in appreciation as Tessa sent an elemental flying with brute strength. Whatever skill she was using, she wasn't any weaker than the black dragon or the dire bear. It had to be some form of draconic strength. There weren't enough tanks to deal with 20 elite earth elementals at the same time. But with the 6 of them, plus Tessa and Naksha, they had enough to protect the ranged fighters and stop the initial charge while the other warriors and rogues got in position. Finally, the White Dragon cleric needed to start casting healing spells, as the elite golems were using earth magic to target the fighters close to them, and the damage was more than Lotus Tree and her healing totems would cover. She could add more spells to increase her healing output, but she had a partner who hadn't been doing anything. So, she didn't. Lotus didn't consider Tessa a healer, she was the support member, with the buffs. Even when she wasn't on Thor. Dana and her golems quickly hacked through 6 of the elementals, creating a hole in the attacker's formation. But more were coming from the edge of the open area. Melee, move back. Let us grab them again before you engage. Dana ordered. Quinn looked over when he heard that musical voice, but Dana was already moving with her golems to grab some of the elementals and pull them back to the circle. A mage tank? Since when was that a thing? But, she was good at it. That auto parry skill was an absolutely broken ability. The only things that she had to actively deal with were the magical attacks. Their fists weren't able to touch her or her golems. As the elementals fell, more arrived, and each wave was more powerful than the last, to the point that both Lotus and the White Dragon Cleric were beginning to run low on mana. But each wave also had fewer attackers. That let Tessa retreat from the line and add her own healing to the effort, and the others' mana began to recover. Naksha was going to do the same thing, but her body was so large that it blocked an extra attacker worth of the circle. If she retreated, they would need 2 people to replace her. For a moment, Quinn thought that they had finished the special event, as no more elementals were coming. Then, the building at the edge of the boss fight area began to shake. Stone by stone, it rearranged itself into a massive earth elemental boss and stomped toward the fight. Ophelia huffed and stomped her foot, using Gravity Slam to slow the boss and let the others know that she would take the lead tank role against this oversized opponent. She was the only one other than Naksha who was close to its size, unable to be stepped on or knocked over. The boss rumbled, a sound like stone grating across stone, and Ophelia roared as she charged, claws clashing against stone clubs as the titanic combatants engaged. Gods above, that is terrifying. Quinn muttered as he joined the attack. On 4 feet, Ophelia was twice the warrior's height. Standing upright to engage with the elemental, she was simply enormous. Ophelia grappled with the giant elemental, who wrapped her form in a massive hug, smashing its clubs into her back as she tore apart its sides with her claws. She twisted as she sidestepped, turning the boss away from the group, so that everyone else was attacking its back. The boss twisted its wrists and got the clubs between them to push Ophelia away for a moment, then the two collided again, shaking the ground under them. And not just because Ophelia was using Gravity Slam on her attacks. The group was hacking large chunks out of the elemental's back, faster than the stone was reforming. But the healers could see that even with the damage reduction of consecrated ground, Ophelia was slowly losing health. Eventually, she would have to switch out with someone. But there was nobody who could take her place, the boss could just step over them. Or on them, as had happened to one unfortunate warrior. He had survived, but judging by the amount of damage and blood, it was not a pleasant experience. Finally, an attack made one of the boss's legs crumble, which effectively ended its mobility and let Ophelia retreat for a few seconds to regenerate. It was still hopping after her, but now she could just drag it around in front of her without taking too much direct damage. The rest of the melee fighters followed, circling around the mages in the middle. It looked ridiculous, but it appeared to be an effective tactic to deal with the boss. Quinn made a mental note to do that next time, if they happened to trigger this special event again in the future. The first boss had focused entirely on Dana's golems, so it was possible that she could trigger it on most visits if it was a repeatable event. With a crashing of stones, the boss collapsed, revealing a large glowing orb in the air above its corpse. Event completed. Please select rewards. Appeared in everyone's system interface. Uncommon Class Advancement Token. Grade 3 Skill Book. 25 Skill Points. Amulet of Elemental Protection. The whole group stared at the notices. Did they get to choose individually? Was this one reward for the whole group? And in a few cases, what are skill points? The Uncommon Class Advancement held no real appeal to Dana and the members of the Dark Light host. They all had uncommon or rare classes already. However, they could tell that the rest of the group was tempted. So, if it gave the same thing to everyone, they would hold on to it, and see if they could pass it off to someone else for a nice bit of profit. It didn't say that they couldn't. Dana noticed as the first few eyes glazed over, indicating that the member was in the class selection menu. If you're picking the token, and plan to use it immediately, do it now. We will guard you. I already have a rare class, I will pick a different reward. She informed the group. The chances of dungeon mobs moving to attack them in an area that they had cleared was low, but never zero. That caused all but one of the group members, other than the Dark Light host members, to vacantly stare at nothing as they picked a new class. "I've got an advanced class. I'm going to take the skill points," the Blood Knight explained. Dana made her selection, and then smirked as she saw the outcome. Grade 3 skill book granted, Golem duplication. Her first instinct was to use it, but she put it in her inventory instead. If she gave the skill to Carl, she could let him learn it, and then make him make her a copy and teach her the skill. That way, she got the skill, got to keep the book, and Sister Ray would have a small army of golems. The spider would be overjoyed if that applied to her undead as well. The skill wasn't clear if it was only golem titled spells that it duplicated, or all summons. But she had 2 types of golems, plus her epic guard, so she would find out soon enough. Lotus giggled as she made her selection, and Dana rolled her eyes as she realized that the nature priestess's healing totems had turned into 4 dragonfly-winged pixies that were waving little wands around and sprinkling dust everywhere, which vanished a few seconds later. "Now they last until I dismiss them, and the healing doubled," Lotus explained. Tessa patted her diminutive friend on the head and smiled. "I upgraded consecrated ground to level 3 directly. Same spell, greater effects." Naksha turned back into a human and shrugged. "I took the skill points. I've only got a few of my class skills. I need to get the rest, and I didn't start out with Carl to get all the bonus points that all of you did." Ophelia chuckled. "I got a skill book of Spell Lock. It prevents casting of the element of their next ability for 10 seconds if the hit lands. It should be pretty useful against bosses, even though it's got a long cooldown timer on it." Dana laughed. "So, you don't get to do the Kara and just deny them all their abilities? Shame that. But I think that this suits your personality better." The White Dragon Cleric gave them a confused look. "Who is Kara? Was there another mage in your group? We could have made space." Dana shook her head. "Kara is an overlord-ranked Chaos Badger. Not a beastkin. One of Carl's bonded partners. She's got totem-ranked, Nullify, as a racial ability. It's absolutely, disgustingly broken against mages." Ophelia nodded. "She tortures totem-ranked Lich Lords for fun." The cleric blinked slowly. "You're saying she can just cast it over and over? As soon as she finishes the activation ritual?" Ophelia shook her head. "I'm saying there is no ritual. She can use the skill instantly and at will, until she runs out of mana. How do you even capture, much less domesticate, a creature like that?" Ophelia shrugged. "I don't think that we ever asked. One day, Carl just came back with a badger who liked loot and pranks." Dana nodded in agreement. There was more to the story, but that pretty much summed up their introduction to Kara. The question of whether she was actually domesticated could be settled later. Is it true that actual badgers will pick pockets? Badger beastkin get a bad reputation as untrustworthy. One of the warriors asked. Lotus laughed, and motioned for Dana to answer. Not only will she do it, she will do it while you watch her. Then possibly give the item back if it wasn't interesting enough. She even has a skill, an actual skill, called Pilfer. She uses it on boss monsters in the dungeon to see if they will give extra loot. Ophelia smirked as a memory came to her. You know, I heard a story about her from when we were still living overseas. She beat someone up, then stole a barbecue packet from a woman's purse as a way of suggesting that they roast him as a snack. You never know what she's going to do, and without Carl or one of her bonded siblings, it's impossible to stop her from doing it. Quinn nodded in understanding. Dealing with magical beasts is best left to the professionals. Even if they are bonded, they are still who they always were, and that doesn't tend to mingle well with other species. The group sat in silence for a few minutes while everyone recovered, and when Lotus transformed back to human form, they got to their feet, ready to head to the next boss. The process was the same as heading to the first boss, except now the warriors were singing along with Lotus' silly songs. And that was driving Quinn and the White Dragon Cleric insane. She was infecting the others. But morale was high as they reached the second boss platform, and the ranged members retreated to the center, while the tanks moved into position to intercept the bosses. Ophelia moved up with them, and Quinn chuckled to himself. The big berserker had a point. Even if she didn't want to be the tank, she was going to be one. The earth elementals appeared and Ophelia moved to her right to gather one of them. But because she was so intent on her task, she didn't notice the confusion of the other members. These bosses were larger than usual, stronger, and they were using new skills. Something is off. The boss event must have changed the dungeon. Everyone, be on your guard for unexpected attacks. Quinn ordered. There were still 2 bosses, so the fight proceeded as planned. The fact that they were using new skills made it a bit harder for everyone in melee range, but you couldn't always rely on muscle memory and familiarity to keep you safe. So, while all of the warriors took splash damage from attacks targeted near them, only a few took direct hits. The bosses have changed, but follow the standard procedure. Focus on taking down the west boss first, then the north boss. Quinn ordered. Dana moved the stone golems to help Ophelia hold the other boss, while she sent the greater golems to help the rest of the team with the main target. With her own spells added, she was confident that she wasn't slacking on the damage, even compared to the more experienced overlords of the main team. There was no question that Ophelia was earning her spot on the team with her damage transfer and ability to prevent a boss from turning away from her. But it was more difficult to make a noticeable change with over a dozen others specialized in the role alongside you. What she hadn't noticed was how the boss responded to the different attacks. Dana deliberately targeted the same spots over and over, as that was the easiest way to take down a larger target. But it was also the best way to do maximum damage to an earth elemental. The deeper into the body you cut, the softer they were, so her strategy was actually noticeably more effective than the others, who aimed wherever they could hit easily. It took nearly 10 minutes to take down the first boss, but Lotus was still in a good mood, so the healing must not have been too intensive, Dana assumed. She had a lot of constant area healing, and the White Dragon Cleric was taking up the spot healing role for those who took harder hits. The fact that she hadn't had to do more than that even with both bosses up was enough to keep her happy. The fact that she had managed to turn her totems into adorable tiny flying fae probably didn't hurt either. Back off and catch your breath. We will take over. Quinn instructed Ophelia. They had been trading tanks using taunt skills throughout the fight, but she had been holding this one alone, they assumed. Only, she hadn't needed to. The golems had auto parry, and they were able to block most of the boss attacks, so Ophelia was mostly just fighting freely while they protected her. She followed the directions, though. She couldn't tell them without transforming, and that would drop off the stacks of buffs that she had built up. Not worth the effort. The second of the paired bosses died much faster than the first one, and Dana realized that there was a reason they were supposed to focus on them, and it wasn't survivability. They shared a buff, and when both were alive, they both took less damage. So, you had to kill one first, and then you could more easily kill the other. The warriors slumped to the ground as the second boss died, and the cleric turned his eyes to the sky. You know, we're likely to get the same issue with the last boss as well. But at least this one didn't give us any new surprise messages. He muttered. That's because we took damage. We will have to work on that until we can do a perfect run. Lotus agreed. The cleric gave her a confused look. I thought you enjoyed your job. Lotus nodded. I do. But I like it even better when I know that it is just for moral support and nobody would actually die if I messed it up. That is somehow exactly the sort of answer that I should have expected. Fortunately, the rest of the dungeon is just a straight damage test, and it looks like our team has more than enough, even with these tougher bosses. After a short rest, they all got moving again. But their motivation was a direct contrast to Carl's current situation, as he worked his way through stack after stack of clothing that Ray had made. There would be enough that he could put a dozen pieces a day on the market and not run out for the rest of the month. But Carl suspected that Ray would have objections to that plan. She wanted her clothing distributed. In fact, she wanted it so much that she had wandered out into the city to start selling some of it herself to people who looked like they needed a makeover. Carl sighed as the gargoyles reported that there was a large group of women at the house, about to knock on the door. He had put the items up for sale, but when he listed them on the Alliance sale boards, there had been no option to do direct sales like there was in the store. He was avoiding putting totem-ranked equipment in the guild store so that he didn't get in trouble with Lord Drod if it made its way into his city. If he put them up in the general store, someone would definitely start reselling them, or a certain fashion-obsessed spider would start giving them to the employees, and that would cause even more questions and envy. They were already wearing clothes worth a small fortune as their uniforms. If they were high fashion as well, the demons would never let them sleep. It would be an eternal loop of design requests. The gargoyles led the pack of excited young ladies into the house, where they quickly surrounded Carl's worktable. I have separated them into 3 different groups, based on the major buffs. The secondary abilities vary, but if you stick to one pile, you will get a similar major buff. Please don't mess up the sorting as you look for your perfect item. I was going to hang them on racks, but you got here a bit faster than expected. Carl explained. The ladies laughed. They had been waiting to see if he would put anything in the store today, as they had the day off. So, the moment that he did, they had been ready to start organizing a shopping trip. Tion quickly made a set of racks with hangers for the clothing, and the shoppers began hanging everything up after they had lifted it to admire it. That saved Carl a lot of effort, and then the next group could just turn them to look at them, or hold them up to compare them to themselves. That was less effective with bonded clothing, as it didn't always come in your size, even though it would adjust to fit once you put it on. Are we sure that this is for outdoor wear? One of the ladies asked, holding up a bright red cheongsam with gold dragon designs on it. The cloth was very light, and while it wasn't transparent, Carl could see how easily it flapped in the breeze. It looks like an outdoor type dress for hot weather. I will ask Lady Ray. It won't flap like that when you have your legs in it. Plus, there are straps to hold the upper thigh slit shut if you're shy. She explained, knowing what one he meant as soon as Carl asked. She says it's fine once you put it on, and you can limit the movement of the upper section of the skirt. There are straps, see? They'll keep your modesty. The maid shuddered a little and put it back, where it was immediately snatched back by a young warrior. This is perfect. If I wear it with my jade bangles, I will be the star of the club tonight. She took out a bag of precious crafting metals, and a stack of fey hound pelts. They were the most popular crafting material drop, so everyone would have plenty to trade. Normally, crafters would use what they needed and then trade the others around the continent, so there wasn't really a hard limit. Just an intermediate stage that reduced the value. But Ray had no intentions of selling raw pelts. Instead, she would make a full line of fur and leather clothing to sell completed. There were plenty of cold and mountainous regions of the Dragon Isles, and the dwarves adored fur fashion. Having people sell her all this fey hound fur opened up a whole new market full of people that she could decorate. Is there a chance for a budget line? I could use a few more dresses for formal occasions, but buying them all as totem-ranked armor is extreme. One of the warriors asked. Ray says that she will have plenty of it coming once she has distributed enough armor. Around here, people wear their armor everywhere, so it's almost their casual fashion. Her goal is to spread her brand and see people in her clothes, so the armor came first. Carl explained again. The warrior sighed. I was afraid of that. Alright, I will have to bite the bullet and buy a few more today so that I have something for the winter formal. Winter formal? Carl asked. Oh, the year's biggest festival. It's a party to celebrate the shortest day of the year when earth magic is at its strongest. Everyone dresses in their best and gathers for parties all over the city. But don't worry, we don't actually get cold here, so the ladies can wear their best. The winter formal sounded like just the sort of thing that Dana might like, and if Carl's mental calculation was right, it came the day before her actual birthday. This year would be a big one for Dana, as she had just turned 18. Openly telling others that would be a bit awkward, though now that they were here on the shores of Lake Naraletum, where the strongest of adventurers gathered, it wasn't so unthinkable to be an overlord before you were a proper adult. I will make sure that the ladies are ready for the winter formal. I'm sure that Lady Ray will make them something special so that they don't look too impoverished. Carl joked. The mostly totem-ranked group laughed at his description. There was no way that the ladies of the Dark Light host could be said to look impoverished. Even a single accessory on their body was worth more than the entire wardrobe of half the people they passed. They could wear the simplest of clerical hassocks, and still be flaunting their wealth with a single bracelet or ring on their finger. Will you be making accessories anytime soon? Or are you focusing on armor and clothing? One of the warriors asked. No, I will have accessories available in a few days. I've finished with the first big load of outfits, enough that it should hold everyone off for a few days. Now, I can plan for the winter formal, help the rest of my beasts advance to totem rank, and work on accessories. The warrior gave him a sheepish look. Even as a crafter, he had a lot going on, and the monthly totem-ranked dungeon was coming soon as well. He would certainly be wanted for that, and he would need to have all his beasts ready beforehand. Though, as they recalled, he didn't actually need them in combat. Once we finish with this mass purchase, I have devised an intensive training program that should help everyone advance before the dungeon run. Carl informed the group. Tion flexed, which made Thor and Hawk laugh. He didn't need the advancement, but some training would do the tiny fox good. Hawk smirked and squawked, waking Kara up from a nap. She was on her back, feet in the air on a pile of loot, using the stolen Lich Lord sarcophagus as a mattress. Time to work. You need exercise and training. Carl says we should all be totem for the next time we work. The bird gloated. Kara considered that for a moment. Playing with Carl sounded fun. But she was having a good dream. Sister, help me out here. Remy tossed Kara a small golden potion between their spaces, which the badger swallowed, bottle and all. I don't think that's how you do it. Thor noted. You definitely needed to at least open it, or chew it, or something. But Logic and Kara only had a passing familiarity with each other, and seconds later the potion was taking effect, and her power levels were rapidly climbing. The effect of the potion was still growing when Kara reached the totem rank, but then the strangest thing happened. All that power simply vanished, and her eyes turned jet black, with sparkling golden flecks of light in them, like a night sky. Outwardly, her appearance hadn't changed, and it certainly wasn't as dramatic as what Remy repeatedly went through when she advanced. But those eyes were a sure sign that something had changed. Kara held up a mirror from her pile of loot and examined herself, then nodded happily and rolled over to continue her dream. Goal accomplished, totem rank achieved. Hawk squawked in annoyance. The sisters were definitely ganging up on them at this point. All the sisters were totems already, but had they offered any help to the brothers? Remy giggled at Hawk's annoyance, then activated Polar Apocalypse, the new spell that the goddess had taught her. It was exactly like the regular flaming version, but everything was ice. Hawk rolled his eyes, and Remy's giggle turned to full-out laughing. Fine, I did make potions for my brothers as well. But there is one small problem. I don't think that I'll be able to do them again. I got the totem-ranked version of the ingredients, and it doesn't work. She explained as she passed matching golden potions to Thor and Hawk. What do you mean, it doesn't work? It's the same ingredients. Carl asked. Oh, poor phrasing. The potion works. But it's not any stronger when you use better ingredients. So, with both of them close to the bottleneck, they should be fine getting to totem rank. However, it will be useless to them after that. I don't think that it will do much at all for a strong totem. So, we can help our allies grow, but not all the way to the top until I learn a new potion recipe. Remy elaborated. Carl knew that they wouldn't be too mad about that. Mythic rank anything was rare enough. Being able to make more with an overlord or totem ranked potion was asking far too much. Most likely, they would need ingredients from the immortal realms if they were going to make a potion to force an advancement to mythic rank. And in the immortal realm, such a potion would be completely worthless, as everyone there was expected to be above that rank to begin with. Carl didn't know all the details, but Remy and Opal had both been reading books on the topic in their spare time, so he had heard plenty of random details from their thoughts. That's fine. If we can get everyone to totem eventually, they will be happy. Now, which brother wants to go first? Thor or Hawk? Carl asked. Thor. Hawk insisted. Not that he didn't trust his sister, but he wanted to see if an impenetrable bulwark behemoth could actually make it to totem rank, when their species wasn't supposed to be able to. Thor looked at the glowing potion, and then gently picked it up in his beak before pulling the cap off with his tongue to let it pour down his throat. And now we know why Tessa likes him so much. Kara sleepily mumbled, almost making Thor spit up the potion. But he got it down successfully, and his power was growing even more rapidly than Kara's had. It was almost as if the potion were extra compatible with his immense body, and he crashed headlong into the bottleneck at the very peak of Overlord rank. Then, he stopped, while the power in his body continued to grow. Along with the power, his body continued to grow, as if the behemoth was aging at an accelerated pace, sitting at the species cap for internal power. At first, it looked like the species barrier was going to be too strong to overcome, but just as the potion's effect was beginning to fade, Thor's space rang with power, vibrating like a bell and waking Kara from her nap. What's going on? Oh, congratulations. Are we having a party? Where is Lotus? Kara asked. She's still in the dungeon with the others. I'm getting everyone ready for our own dungeon trip. That's why you had to advance. Carl reminded her. Oh, we're doing a dungeon. I was distracted. The visions come much more often here, and it's like an afternoon drama. Thor still looked like Thor. Or, like Thor the Behemoth, as it was so much different than he had looked as Thor the Lightning Sarrow. That was a good enough sign for Hawk, and he popped the cork on the bottle with his beak and drank the potion down. He flared with ghost fire as the potion flowed down his throat, and his body began to change. The Ghostfire Thunderbird was shaped very much like an actual hawk would be expected to look, if you ignored the fact that they were covered in fire. But now, his body was becoming more slender, and his tail feathers were becoming longer. He's beginning to look more like a Ghostfire Phoenix. Remy noted. It still wasn't the same as the pictures in her book, but he was certainly more agile looking than the images of Thunderbirds. Hawk gave a long, keening cry. He had reached totem rank, and his flames were now perfect. This advancement was everything that he had hoped for, and it even came with a lighter body, so he could be more agile for strafing runs on ground targets. That made everyone, and Carl wondered what the team was going to think when they showed up to hold the briefing before the dungeon. But Carl also suspected that Thor's advancement wasn't entirely finished. His energy had a sense of resistance, as if something was still holding him back, or a skill wasn't fully advanced yet. Hopefully, that would sort itself soon, or Carl would have to find a way to help. You seem distracted, guild leader. Carl heard, pulling his attention back to reality. Sorry, I was speaking with the beasts. What did I miss? He asked, just realizing there were still many people in the room, as well as the crafting team, who must have just come upstairs. Not too much, everyone is still trying to decide on the fashions, but they thought that you fell asleep. Lala whispered. Carl exchanged goods with a few who were ready to pay and leave, and Lala the bunny opened a trade interface to pass him a bunch more. I think it should be enough. I didn't argue with them, but it looks like a lot. She informed Carl quietly. You did good. It looks like more than enough to keep Ray happy, and you got lots of fur for her new winter crafting line. The totems chuckled at the pleased blush the girl got when Carl praised her, and continued going to the 4 bunny girls to check out their shopping. That left Carl free to take items out to start working on his accessory inventory. More people were still arriving, drawn by the news of the inventory, or possibly to the potential for the sight of the ladies modeling their new purchases. That seemed to be the draw for most of the men, who were picking from a much smaller selection of clothing. But there were still valuable items for them, and having all the benefits of light armor while looking casual was a huge flex for the adventurers. For safety's sake, almost everyone wore armor in public. So, showing up in slacks and a shirt showed a level of supreme confidence that you could deal with anyone who held a grudge against you. Do you think that Lady Ray could make more suits? Like black suits with long-sleeved shirts. It would be good to have formal outfits with good defensive stats. One of the warriors asked. Ray, do you have suits? Carl asked. In the chest under the crucified Eden. The top ones are overlord ranked. Carl pulled the chest of suits out, as there were plenty of totem ranked shirts and pants available. I have some overlord ranked suits available, and I can upgrade them for damage reduction, if you're worried about being attacked. He offered. Oh, that would be great. Overlord ranked isn't quite as expensive, but it will still make a point. The other men came over to see what Carl would do, then looked confused when he just wrote something strange on the back of the pants and the collar of the jacket, then flooded them with mana. But the item immediately changed when he finished, and they all smiled when they realized that the suit now reduced 400 points of damage. That would be a joke to a totem-ranked monster. But for a punch to the face, it was just the right amount of damage reduction that they shouldn't take much, if any, damage from one of their fellow totem-ranked warriors. How many of them do we need? Carl asked as he finished. How many do you have? There are 12 of us here who often wear suits. The warrior who had first asked about the item replied. Carl checked the pile. There were 4 more overlord-ranked suits in black sitting in the chest, then the rest were all older stock from when Ray was a monarch. The styles also varied with the older items, where the overlord ones were designed in the style that the demons in Drod liked. 3 more. First come, first served. The men all glared at each other for a second, then rushed toward Carl. A rapid motion slap fight ensued, as they all fought to prevent anyone from putting a hand on the crafter. First come, first served was a cruel mistress, and they were not going to give up their chance at a spot without a fight. A hand landed on Carl's shoulder, and he looked up to see a smirking female mage. I will take one, please. She announced. The warriors instantly began shouting at her. Evil woman, what tricks are you playing? You've never worn a suit a day in your life. One of the men insisted. Plus, it wouldn't even look good on you. Just stick to the frilly dresses and leave our fashion for us. Another warrior agreed, while trying to pretend his effort was to push her away, not to claim the next spot in line. Oh no, you don't. First, she needs to tell us what sort of stunt she's pulling. One of the other warriors demanded, pulling him back from Carl's seat. With a flip of her auburn curls, the woman smirked at them all and held up her left hand to show off a diamond ring. Have you all forgotten? I am a married woman, and my husband is standing right over there at the back of the room. She declared. Jethro. You no good slimy dog. How could you do something so underhanded? The man next to him, who had long since been pushed out of contention for the final 2 spots, demanded. All is fair in love and war. And today, my love went to war for me. He declared proudly. The other men laughed at his proud assertion. He wasn't wrong, though. There was no restriction that they couldn't have someone order for them. All right, you all sort out the order while I work. Carl insisted as he got started on the next suit. While Carl and the totems argued about casual wear, the overlords were sitting on the ground in the dungeon, looking over the corpse of the final boss. You know, we may have miscalculated slightly on this run. Who would have guessed that if you didn't take any damage on the first boss, the final boss would start out enraged? Quinn laughed weakly. Ophelia shook out her fur and transformed back to werbear form. But look at the loot. You guys told me that we shouldn't expect much, but we've got 9 epic grade pieces here from a single run. Plus, look how happy Ruth is. Ruth was one of the group's mages, and was currently engrossed in lovingly cradling an Overlord-ranked epic grade staff with maximum spell haste and reduced mana cost on it. As far as epic grade weapons went, it was among the finest, and perfectly suited to most mages. A true rarity with random stat generation. "Are you sure that you ladies don't want to bid on any of these items?" Quinn asked, looking at the pile that he had arranged on the floor for inspection. Lotus laughed and flopped down on Ophelia's lap. "We're already wearing nothing but epic gear. While some of the pieces are good, it's more of a side grade." "Is that a word?" "Not really better but sometimes better," she explained. Quinn nodded in understanding, while the group's only other cleric smiled at the tiny nature priestess. "We should do this again." As stressful as it was to realize that the final boss was going to be enraged from the start, nobody died. Plus, we got more usable loot today than we have in a month of twice-weekly visits. For that reason alone, it's worth it to try to do the first boss without taking any damage again," he offered. Lotus nodded. The final boss hadn't actually been bad. She had set up in the middle of the room, and they had fought it at the edge, while slowly moving backward so that it didn't turn on the melee fighters behind it. She had to actually flex her healing muscles today, but only a few times did Tessa need to join the healing team to prevent mana depletion, and Naksha had remained in dragon form, doing damage, the whole time. Lotus frowned for a moment, then continued. "You know, if we got everyone the good gear, you could probably change the whole composition. For clerics was definitely too many today. Even 2 would have been enough if we had time to craft fully healing specialized equipment for them both." The group didn't look sold on that idea. 3 healers was the bare minimum for a group this large. Many groups kept the balance the same as when they were doing 5-person dungeon runs. 5 tanks, 15 damage dealers, 5 healers. The extra tanks mostly worked as damage dealers, but they would swap out roles, so nobody got too tired before a boss fight. "Well, that's mostly up to your guild, isn't it? You're the only ones in the Alliance with access to that much Overlord-ranked equipment." Ruth joked. Lotus shrugged. "The Carl is weak to puppy eyes. If we beg him properly, I think that we can get him to spend at least half a day making equipment for the Overlords. It's easier for him than the stuff for the totems and myths." Ophelia tickled her little cleric and laughed as Lotus squirmed. "We are working on getting the power level of the others up, but it will be a while before we have other Overlord rune masters. Monarchs might be coming soon enough, but an Overlord will take a while." Lotus nodded in agreement. They could make the Lala bunnies into monarchs right away. And those dragonkin guys too, she supposed. But she would have to talk to Remy about doing the whole guild. They would need better materials to work with. They had Dora and those Orcish druids with the good jokes working in the Drod guild house. If they were advanced to monarch, they could make all the wooden accessories anyone could want. The druids were still commanders, as far as she knew, but Remy could probably fix that. Remy was good at fixing the boring spots. And that was how the next few days saw Carl stuck in worker mode, making a constant stream of accessories. Ray and Thor were working the retail side, selling off all the casual and formal clothing that Ray was making, and which Carl had quickly upgraded. But Carl was spending nearly every waking minute upgrading accessories that the crafting team had made from Overlord and Totem-ranked metals and stones. Almost all of it was Overlord-ranked and contained targeted buffs, starting with the healing specialist buffs that Lotus had requested. But he was also doing some more creative ones for the totems, who had more specialized skills. With the rarity of non-class acquired skills, adding even the seemingly simplest of spells to different items had become the most lucrative of abilities. Especially healing. Just for laughs, Carl had put Sacred Heal, Tion's combined healing and cleansing ability, on a mythic-ranked holy stone set into a totem-ranked bracelet. The result had been utter chaos in the Alliance chat, and a meeting with the guild leaders, which was scheduled for 15 minutes from now. But the meeting wasn't a big deal. If they had more mythic holy stones, he could make more of the bracelets. It was the notice that he had received when he completed the item that had Carl excited. Verified, fundamental rule compatibility, divinity. It hadn't seemed like a major thing at the time, but once Carl took time to focus on it, he realized that he had been neglecting the most important part of his own advancement. If he was going to make it to mythic and immortal rank smoothly, he needed understanding of the most fundamental rules of the universe. But the higher levels of understanding were a passive buff to his skills that wasn't affected by resistance of the common sorts. Carl finished making another batch of attack speed and skill power rings, the most common overlord ranked request, and prepared for the meeting. There were only 2 healers in the mythic group from the Alliance, so it shouldn't be a big deal for them to decide who got the first bracelet. But the way Dave had spoken in the message made it sound like things weren't so simple. A knock at the door had the gargoyle on main floor duty running. They loved answering the door. Of course, there was a gargoyle on the roof, so they already knew who was at the door, but the small creatures would visibly pout if someone else opened the door while they were running for it. So now, nobody bothered. It was their job, unless you were right beside the door. Dave led the group inside, and Carl immediately felt the power of one stranger in their midst. The others he had all met, at least briefly, while making equipment. But this one was powerful. Carl, meet Azoth, the immortal regent of Sholaha. Dave began. An avatar of the White Dragon. It's a pleasure to meet you, Regent. Carl replied with a polite bow to the immortal rank powerhouse in front of him. The White Dragon smiled at him. You are a most curious sort, aren't you? I can smell the divine favor on you from here. But that's not our concern for the day. I was made aware that an item with Sacred Heal was put up for sale on the Alliance market today. Carl frowned. I thought that the Alliance markets were private. Azoth chuckled. I was in a debriefing with one of our clerics about an incident in the Overlord-ranked dungeon a few days ago when it happened. His response made it impossible to miss, and he had no problem sharing. But if he hadn't, I doubt that either of these two would have been able to resist the urge to brag. That was almost certainly true. Nobody could resist bragging about getting a new item that gave them an overpowered skill. I take it that you would like one? Carl asked. Azoth nodded. That I would, but it's less urgent, as I can use the spell. What I am more interested in is whether you can inscribe the spell into a book. Normally, divine magic cannot be written by anyone less than an immortal, so imagine my shock when I learned that someone had put it on an item at the totem rank. Carl shook his head. Trying to write that spell in a skill book would take more paper than he had seen in his life. Writing it on a holy stone was more like guidance, and only those who had enough favor of their gods could use it. Creating items with the effect is different. Mostly, I describe the basics of the spell and the desired outcomes, along with a short prayer passage. Generic, because I don't know what god or goddess the user will be following. If their deity doesn't grant them the ability, the spell won't work, or it will only work at partial efficiency. Carl explained. Then, he handed the immortal the item in question. The runes on the stone were mostly hidden now that the gem was set into the bracelet, but there should be enough visible for him to guess what Carl had done. Assuming he could read them. The dragon's eyes shone golden with holy light, and the runes on the gem lit up in the air in front of him. Oh, this is lovely. Yes, you understand the spell very well. But tell me, how did you learn it? This is not a spell that most clerics of the world dragon receive, much less someone with a simple avatar transformation. He asked. From a Stonefur divine fox. My class allows me to share some of the skills of my bonded partners, and that is one of them. I'm not particularly skilled with the spell itself, but I understand it well enough to make a gem with its effect. But, I suppose that shouldn't be unexpected on my end. If the gods don't grant you that favor, it's only a mediocre healing spell. And I'm not a cleric. Carl explained. Though, that did bring up an interesting paradox. Could Dana use the spell, now that she was part Stonefur divine fox? It might only be a tiny bit from her advancement, but it might let her learn some sorts of healing magic that would lead to an even more advanced class the next time she advanced hers. Ozof turned the bracelet in his hands for a moment, then took out a mythic-grade holy stone. Please make another of these stones for me. I wish to give it to my successor in celebration of his advancement. Karl nodded. Your successor in the clergy, or as regent of Sholaha? Both. He is reaching the peak of totem rank now, and it is only a matter of time before he can take over the day-to-day operations of the nation. Then, when and if he reaches immortality, he can take over my position in the clergy, and I will retire to the immortal realm. Karl nodded. That meant that this was an extra important gift, so he wondered if he should have the large stone carved into a statue. It was a milky white stone brimming with holy power, so it would make an excellent gift as a dragon carving. But actually adding the spell to that would be a nightmare. So, Karl formed the spell on the stone as the others watched silently. There you go. It should work perfectly now. But I'm sure you know that if you try to test it, there is a good chance that it will bond to you instead. He warned. Ozof smiled. Oh, I'm well aware of the phenomenon. I will pass this to him now, and then we need to have a discussion about a few other topics. Then Ozof opened a portal and handed the stone through to someone, who made a startled noise, but was cut off in the middle of his first word as Ozof closed the portal. Portal token linked to my office, a relic from my predecessor. Very handy. He explained. Karl smiled, trying not to laugh at the fact that he had obviously just cut off whatever question his assistant had for him. Most likely it was about the random totem-ranked item that had been dropped on the desk without any form of explanation. But he was the leader of the nation, so it could have been about nearly anything. Now, I have brought the leaders of your alliance together for a reason. I have spoken with the court seer, and they determined that your alliance was on the ascendant, to a degree far greater than any of the other alliances in the nation. Unlike some insecure leaders, I'm not threatened by powerful residents. However, a large financial imbalance between guild alliances is not optimal for the region. More than that, a large power imbalance does not suit my goals of social stability. In next year's totem rank challenges, I will be placing a new restriction, and I thought that you should be the first to know of it. Each champion may only compete for one dungeon trial. It should clear up the backlog of competitors going for multiple dungeons until they win one. But it will also stop certain competitors from claiming multiple dungeons in the name of their alliance. Karl chuckled, and the immortal smiled at him. You're not quite alone. There are 2 others who took multiple totem-ranked dungeons this year. I considered just making all the trials start at the same time, but that was a logistical nightmare to arrange judges and referees for. Dave poked Karl in the side. And there is already a rule against competing above or below your rank, so you can't go for the easy pickings in the mythic rank. Ozof rolled his eyes at the druid. Do you really think that he could claim a mythic dungeon? A chorus of affirmative responses filled the room, and Dave laughed. Unlike the guild challenges, there is no rule against using bonded pets in the trials. How do you think that it would end when he brought out 5 totem-ranked beasts with limited invulnerability and super-fast regeneration? You might as well say that he's mugging them once the behemoth and the demonic spider get a grip on his competitors. Ozof sighed. I see your point. All the more reason not to change the rules about the challenges themselves. If you're the strongest at your rank, that's that. So, your goal is to stop us from becoming obscenely wealthy by capping the number of dungeons that we can control? Karl asked. Ozof made a non-committal gesture. It's a start, but the seer says that it's not even close to enough to limit the imbalance, so don't worry too much that you will be left impoverished. I talked to Lord Drod, and he informed me that your guild has been good about complying with his requests not to flood the market with dangerous items. I believe that something similar might be a suitable request for the Nara Group Guild Alliance. Equipping all your members is a noble goal, but spreading dozens of totem-ranked items a day through the open market would be disruptive. Karl shrugged. Well, I have limited amounts of raw materials to work with, and even more limited amounts of crafting time. So, the damage would be limited. But I see your point. Even 5 totem rank, totem-grade weapons or armor pieces a day would cause chaos. The dungeon loot here really is trash compared to even the Overlord-ranked dungeon in Bara. At least that dungeon drops all Overlord-ranked crafting materials. There are Overlord-ranked dungeons that do drop better loot, but they tend to be monopolized, as even here, there are only so many dungeons to go around, and most of them have entry limits. The best only open once a month, but some of the others open daily and only allow a few groups. So, the guilds closest to them set up guards to keep anyone else from entering without an agreement. I let it slide because ultimately, an Overlord-ranked dungeon doesn't really matter, and none of the guilds that engage in such behavior are crafting guilds, so they can't even use the materials they loot. They have to sell them all wholesale. Azov explained. And because they have to sell, they don't unbalance the system, and most of the trade goods get shipped out of the country because Sholaha has the vast majority of the powerful dungeons. Carl realized. Exactly. Carl considered the options for a few moments, then made a proposal for the Immortal Regent. What if we restrict items to open access by the Alliance, as per our Alliance agreement, and then hold a once-monthly auction for select equipment? We do that in Drod, and the Lord sends someone to vet the items, to ensure we don't sell anything that will be too problematic. That way we can at least maintain some level of reputation among the other guilds in the city, and those with money from all over the Dragon Isles will have a chance to snatch the items away and remove them from the region. Carl suggested. Azov smiled. That is not a bad option. You see, my major concern is not the power level of the items that you are selling. If you equip the whole city, things would balance themselves out again. What I am concerned about is an alliance so obscenely wealthy that they use that clout to upset the balance of power. If your alliance is making enough that they can simply buy out or put bounties on entire alliances for displeasing you, how am I supposed to keep things relatively peaceful and stable? I won't stand for that level of chaos in my territory. Kara laughed quietly in her space. He was definitely talking about Supreme Lady Matilda right now, and extending his opinion of her to Carl. Carl smiled. Fear not, the Drod branch is somewhat less chaotic than our guild elders branch. We're not actually big on causing trouble for others most of the time. The Immortal laughed. That implies that you are for chaos and trouble some of the time. Carl shrugged. Well, we do have a chaos badger. But mostly the issue is that some people just deserve to be troubled. Azov frowned. A chaos badger. Kara came out of her space and stood up to wave at him. Oh, that is brilliant. If that old witch was this cute, she might actually have friends. Kara snorted with laughter, then began to fly around the room, checking to see if anything changed during her nap. It all looked the same, except for the piles of things that Ray had been working on. Boring. So, she went over and landed on the new person. He had an interesting aura, and she was keenly interested in what about it made it different from anyone else that she had tasted before. Kara. Carl warned. The badger gave him what the myths took as a cheeky smirk, then gave Azov a nose bump and a subtle taste test. Not bad. Different spicy, like well-aged dwarven liquor. Then she settled back on his lap to investigate the peculiarities of his aura, while Azov stroked the fur on her back. Well, it appears that she is quite friendly. Not at all what I expected. He noted. She's a people person, just commonly misunderstood. But, back on topic, is the auction a suitable limit on the growth rate of our wealth? We can accept sales limits on the items that we put up every month. It will all be stronger items, though. I put up an Overlord-ranked item or two in Drod every month, to keep the bills paid at the guild house, so this would be all totem-ranked. Azov sighed, and his expression went vacant as he messaged someone. The seer says that should keep the rate of growth to a level that won't cause undue levels of imbalance. Whatever that means. He agreed a few moments later. Carl shrugged. Perhaps it's inevitable that the power level and wealth of the region is going to rise. As long as we don't get so far ahead of the curve that our members are tempted to cause trouble, I don't see it being an issue. Azov nodded. Alright, that works for me. Your crafting skills are really incredible, though. Perhaps you would be open to taking a few more apprentices. Even on a short-term training program. Dave tried and failed not to laugh. Everyone wanted to load Carl up with apprentices. Carl shrugged. I don't see the harm. They are something of a trade secret, but we do have both guild spots and workspace available. We could take in a few more students, if they have suitable personalities. Wonderful, I have just the right ones for you. Azov announced, then activated an item in his hand. It created a glowing spot of light, and then a few seconds later, a portal opened on the spot. Oh, that is a great toy. Kara cheered. It's just a marker beacon so that the people tracking me know to open a portal. He explained to the badger, who was intently eyeing the device in his hand. It's a magic stick of, be here, dot. Kara laughed. Carl chuckled and relayed her thoughts, which made the immortal laugh. Oh, I see how that would be appealing. Perhaps I have been using it all wrong. A young mage with glowing silver eyes stepped through the portal and bowed to Azov. Your Majesty, you called. Azov nodded and gestured to Carl. I have confirmed that this man does indeed have both a lost crafting skill and rare spells, as the seer had predicted when she saw that his finances could cause disruption to the balance of the nation. Can you please summon one of the trainee study groups from the library? A moment later, 3 blue-haired clerics approached the portal, then stopped as they realized they were expected to leave the library. Come, take a seat. We have rare knowledge for you. Azov explained. Those were magical words, and 2 nearly identical androgynous figures rushed forward, followed by a more stately old blue dragon, at the mythic rank. Is the study group only 3? Azov whispered to the silver dragon. They were next on the list for new knowledge. He replied. Runelord Carl, meet High Priestess Sapphire, and her grandchildren Bobby and Joe. The silver-eyed dragon introduced them. The older blue dragon smiled eagerly. Runelord? Carl nodded. The Runemaster skill. Do you currently have a trade skill? Sapphire shook her head. I have been holding off for a new one. I have researched thousands, but I have not yet found one that was worth my time. Carl took out a small blue water stone and wrote a simple inscription on it. Near this stone, no liquid will dampen the surface of a book or scroll. Then he buffed the water stone to totem rank and tossed it to her. A welcoming gift suitable for a blue dragon. Carl explained. Sapphire stared at it for a few seconds, then began to mouth the words, which were written in ancient Dwarven, not the proper runic language. She smiled as she translated. Does it really work? Carl nodded. Even a monarch-ranked flood spell wouldn't dampen a single page with that stone active. It doesn't prevent other damage, though. Just the thing to keep active at all times in the library with youthful apprentices running around. Tell me, do you have more apprentices? She asked. Carl nodded. A dozen more at this house, and half as many, plus alchemy apprentices in Drod. No more blue dragons, unfortunately, but we have bunnies, demons and dragonkin. Sapphire chuckled. Let me guess. You have an acolyte of the green dragon with you, and they made it impossible not to keep the beastkin around? Carl winked at her. She's also fond of obsession demons. They make up most of the runic alchemy team. And where is the young nature lover now? Carl smiled. In the Overlord-ranked dungeon, working as a healer for a 25-person team from the Guild Alliance. She has the Tree of Life, transformation, and quite enjoys the job. Do you have other clerics in the guild? Sapphire asked, and Dave chuckled. The dragon turned a curious look his way, and the druid shrugged. I think that the Dark Light host is collecting them. They've got one from the green, one from the red, one from the black, and now it seems there will be blue dragons as well. I should have sent them one from the bronze. Azov muttered to himself. Sapphire chuckled. It's not too late. You know that most of them don't have trade skills other than being insufferable know-it-alls. The pair smirked at each other, and one of the younger blue dragons raised his hand. Should I go request for one? I am certain that they would love the chance for a new legal case study. Sapphire patted him on the head. No need. They will send someone on their own if they think that we need one here. Then she turned on Carl. How long do you think that it will take to learn the basics of the skill? Carl winked at her. I have a special skill granted to me by my class, and it is very dragon-friendly. Dave nodded in agreement. His skill was practically perfect for dragons. Carl shook the totem-ranked dragon's hand, and activated, Follow me, little one. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, runecrafting, will be transferred to the curious maiden Sapphire. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, runecrafting, will be transferred to the helpful assistant Bobby. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, runecrafting, will be transferred to the mischievous whelpling Joe. The three dragons cheered and threw their hands in the air in celebration, while Azov stared at Carl. What sort of skill is that? He asked. It's intended to train my bonded beasts, but with a few upgrades, I found that they just have to be friendly and not part of my bonded team. So, I can teach all sorts of fun skills to compatible dragons. Carl explained. Sapphire's eyes glowed with divine favor as the god of knowledge was intrigued by the possibilities. So, Carl did it again. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, lightning zone, will be transferred to the curious maiden Sapphire. Carl smiled as he remembered the first time that he had taught a lightning skill to the blue dragons, and how frustrated they had been that nobody else could use refreshing lightning. Sapphire winked at Carl. Thank you, but the goddess says you're still holding out. Carl shrugged. Of course I am. If I showed you all the fun things at once, what would we do tomorrow? Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, refreshing lightning, will be transferred to the curious maiden Sapphire. The familiar blue barrier surrounded the dragon, and her eyes flashed once, then faded. It seemed that was enough amusement for her goddess for one day. But it had only confused the rest of the group. Blue dragons are very compatible with a lightning barrier type skill that I know. It's the one that normally belongs to the lightning Sero species. But you need to have quite a bit of lightning affinity and beast blood for it to work. He explained. So, you can't just teach skills to anyone? Azov asked. Carl shook his head. No, I can only teach skills that you are compatible with. In fact, my team members all have entirely different skill sets because they're not all that compatible with the specialties of the others. For example, only Dana managed to learn Kara's Nullify. None of the others, and none of the other beasts, even though both Remy and Tian are skilled magic users. Plus, Tian and Remy can't even use each other's healing skills. Carl remembered that most of the group here didn't know who he was talking about, so he elaborated. Remy is our runic alchemist, and a Naga queen by species. While Tian is a young stone-fur divine fox. Azov smiled in understanding. He had the briefing on the members of the Dark Light host, but they hadn't had names for the beasts, or many of the lower members. It was only the ones more likely to be entangled with the web of fate that had caught the notice of the seers, so they were the only ones researched. He should have known that more members of that guild meant more trouble. How many tens of thousands of years had he known that old Chaos Dragon? Of course, anyone that the system pulled into her guild was a potential catastrophe. They weren't even in her branch of the guild, so Matilda hadn't recruited them, the system had done it, at least for the first one. Idly, Azov inspected Carl's system information, then paused when he got to one particular line. Would you care to explain how exactly you came to be the city lord of Bunga and when? As far as I know, the bronze dragon Orthos has held that title for thousands of years. Azov asked, his tone only slightly accusing, and mostly curious. Oh, that's a bit of a long story, but Bishop Misty sent me for a little journey into the past, to the last resurgence, when Orthos was still young. I just happened to be at the city gates when a guild war started, and ended up as the champion for the Dark Light host. That's the first of the gold rings on my guild tabard. The immortal regent sat silently for nearly a full minute, while everyone else tried to make sense of what Carl had said. They were definitely missing some information here. Like exactly how old was Carl, and where was Bunga? That was the moment when the entire Overlord-ranked team burst into the front doors, laughing and joking as they celebrated the immense amount of loot that they had gotten from their day's work. They all came to a stumbling halt as they realized that there was an important meeting of some sort going on in the main floor's main room. "Our apologies, Your Majesty. We weren't expecting guests." Quinn stammered, but Azov just smiled and waved off his concern. "It's nothing so serious. I take it you had a good day?" Azov asked, now much more interested in what the overlords had gotten up to than the minutiae of the Dark Light host's likely future troublemaking. "Indeed, Lord Regent. You see, we managed to trigger a special event today, for taking 0 damage during the first boss. It gave us an extra boss, and then enhanced bosses for the rest of the run. Plus, we got 9 epic grade items from a single run, all Overlord ranked." The warrior explained. 0 damage during the first boss fight. Quinn nodded in agreement. "The golems took the lead, and Miss Ophelia has limited invulnerability. Apparently, the dungeon doesn't count damage done to golems. So, when we finished the fight, nobody in the group had taken any damage at all." The immortal regent frowned, then tapped his chin in thought, which made Kara complain that he was no longer stroking her back. His aura was nice, like you could get lost in it forever, and she didn't want to get up yet. But he got up and handed her to Deve, who laughed as Kara tentatively stared at him, considering her options, then sat on his lap to face the group. Being closer to where the immortal was seated was still best, and Deve already smelled like Badger. "Whose golems were used for the primary tanks?" Azov asked. Dana raised her hand. "I am a Mystic Blade Master, and my main golems have auto-parry, as well as increased attack speed. They don't excel at holding the attention of the boss, but they are good at intercepting attacks." Azov nodded. "That makes sense. I wonder if it has happened before, and the guilds simply kept it to themselves. With that much better of a result, I can see why they would want to keep it as an alliance secret. And for that reason, I won't spread the news. It's just an Overlord-ranked dungeon, and if your alliance has what it takes to keep triggering the event, then they can reap the rewards." The Overlords looked relieved. If the Regent wasn't going to mess with their new strategy, they would make a fortune in the next few months, and they would have all the gear they could ever need. The portal was still open, and Azov began making his way over. "I will leave these fine folk with you for the foreseeable future. It has been a pleasure meeting you all, but I do have work to return to," he explained as he walked away without looking back. That left Kara without hope for more exposure to the strange immortal aura. So, she rubbed herself all over the front of Deve and returned to her space to look for a blue stone, the same color as the new dragon's eyes. Deve paused, then began to curse. Damn it, I know why she was so happily sitting in my lap. She wanted to send me home smelling like a strange badger. The druid complained. The other guild masters laughed as they realized what Kara had done, and how Deve's badger beastkin wife would take it if he walked in smelling like another badger woman. "There is a shower at the end of the hall. You can wash and change before you go home," Carl suggested. Dana laughed. Don't you think that she would notice just as quickly that he came home smelling of someone else's shampoo with wet hair? Deve frowned. "Give me the badger, I'm bringing her home with me to explain." Actually, that sounded like a lot of fun, Kara thought. Baby humanoid badgers. So, she gave up on her stone search and came out to bump the back of Deve's legs, encouraging him to get going. "I feel like I've been bamboozled. But alright, let's go. Once she knows you're an actual badger and not a mistress, I will have much less to worry about." Deve led Kara out of the house, and Carl saw Lotus sneaking around the edge of the room to inspect the new people. "They're blue dragons, you don't need to sneak up on them," Carl informed her with a soft chuckle. The younger one who had been introduced as Joe laughed and took down her hood, revealing a girlish smile, missing a front tooth. No, she definitely needs to sneak up. It's the only way to keep green dragon clerics quiet in the library. The young dragon joked. Bobby took down his hood as well, and Carl noted just how much they looked alike, even for twins. But Carl's fears were unfounded, as Lotus didn't do anything crazy, she just grabbed her fellow small people in a hug and welcomed them to the guild. What is Carl going to teach you? Will you be joining the bunnies and the boys? Or did you want to do runic alchemy? Lotus asked. The pair both turned to their grandmother, who smiled at Lotus. We all will be joining the bunnies and the boys. I promised their mother that I would train them up in my chosen trade skill when we picked one. Lotus nodded. That will be helpful. We needed another totem-ranked crafter in the guild. These two will also fit in well with the others. They might be monarchs, but the others are royals, so it's not too big of a difference. Naksha shook her head in dismay. Dragons born on the Isles really do have an advantage. I was nearly grown before I reached monarch rank. Bobby and Joe hid behind Lotus as they noticed the black dragon, but Naksha was used to the response the first time people met her. This is Naksha, part of our overlord rank team, and she will have a room right by your grandmother. Perhaps next to you, if you don't want to stay in the basement with the other crafters for safety. Sapphire winked at Carl. And am I not now a guild crafter who needs protection? Carl patted her gently on the shoulder. I am not fooled by the appearance of your transformation. There isn't anything weak about a mythic ranked dragon. Especially one who can make acolytes behave in the library. Sapphire thought that this assignment might actually be more fun than she had expected. There were other dragons around still, and not just dragonkin. Not that there was anything wrong with the dragonkin, but they tended to have this weird hero worship thing going on for full-blooded dragons, and when there was nobody else to distract them, it could get tiresome. Sapphire had taught school for centuries as a young blue dragon, and she was more familiar with most how youngsters looked up to old dragons in positions of authority. But lately, she just didn't feel the need to be that person. I would imagine that I am going to be expected to create equipment now that I am here, and you are a crafting guild. The blue dragon sighed. She was great with the theoretical, and loved to study. But having to actually practice a skill was part of the reason she had held off so long. You can practice on this lovely set of accessories. They're all carved with dragons around the outer edge and a flat center for easy engraving. How familiar are you with the runic language after the knowledge transfer? I could write out examples, or you could just freeform it and make what you like. There are two basic options. Linking the runes into the largest possible combinations for efficiency to add stats, or using poetry to link everything and make it flow. Both generate excellent results, though poetry can have some surprising additional effects. Carl explained. Sapphire was silent for a moment, then smiled. The goddess has granted me a comprehensive understanding of the language, and even a bit of knowledge about your oddities. Is it true that you often write in Dwarven because you started out with very little knowledge and a Dwarven rune book? Carl nodded. Indeed, that is true. But it won't work for everyone. Many of the Dwarven runes and poems need a bit of Dwarven blood to work, and I have barely enough. As for you, I have no idea how that would work, given the dragon's affinity for magic of all sorts. Did you have something in mind? It is a guild custom to make the first item for your own use. That was a curious custom, Sapphire thought. So, your crafters just make a random thing that they want as their first training item? She asked. Carl nodded. I will write the runes on the chalkboard if they need a guide. I believe that it helps build confidence, and many choose an item that will help them in their work. The acolytes downstairs mostly chose to make rings that gave a greater chance of a higher grade outcome when crafting. Sapphire nodded in understanding, while Bobby and Joe began to get excited. That was a brilliant idea for a first item. That sort of luck item is not my style. Sapphire began. Instead, I would think that an item that would reduce the mana expenditure or increase my regeneration might be more appropriate. Carl smiled. Both are possible. Mana storage is one of the most commonly requested benefits of our equipment at the higher ranks. Especially for the armor pieces, as they have enough raw material to hold a truly outstanding amount of mana, where a small ring struggles. The dragon slowly blinked her glowing blue eyes as she thought about the answer, but Ray solved her dilemma for her. I have library blue robes for you. If you want to start with those, you can have all the benefits without jewelry jangling as you work. Ray offered. She held up the robes, which were a bit fancy, but well suited to the fashion sensibility of the old blue dragon. Those are lovely. Is that all silk, with a lace shawl? You have lovely taste, Madam Spider. Ray stood a bit straighter, enjoying the praise for her work. Making clothing was a very rewarding endeavor, people sang her praises everywhere that she went. Now she knew how Remy felt when they went to the Naga temple. There are two options, either decorate the outside of the robes, or turn them inside out and do all the rune work on the inside of the clothing. Once it is activated, you don't need to worry about it wearing off. Carl explained. Inside it is. Now children, pick a bracelet, that will give you more room to work on. She instructed Bobby and Joe. How about a staff? Shouldn't a working cleric have a walking staff? Joe asked, which made Naksha and the other clerics laugh. You've been around old people too long. The walking staff is just a prop to remind people that they're old and dignified. It has nothing to do with location. Besides, you need both hands to work, you can't hold a staff all day. Naksha explained. Oh, right. Bracelets it is. Thank you for your wisdom, High Priestess. Sapphire rolled her eyes, and Carl handed them both a pair of Overlord-ranked bracelets. They couldn't upgrade them that far, but they were made from some sort of dark blue translucent stone that would go well with their robes. A knock at the door distracted everyone, and the gargoyles happily opened the door to let Guild Master Raj back in, with a totem-ranked mage following him. Sorry to interrupt when I know that you're busy, but one of our teams has a minor emergency. They were supposed to provide a tank for a mixed alliance run, but he's missing in action, and the other tanks ran this morning, they can't enter again today. The big man explained. Carl frowned. Technically, I'm not a tank. Raj gave him a disbelieving look. With your skills, you don't think that you're suitable as a tank? Carl considered the answer. It was true that he was suitable as a tank. In fact, he had no intention of taking the hits himself. He would just appropriate Ray's skills and let them do the tanking for him. Alright, I will join you for the run, as long as someone tells me where to go. Carl agreed. Ray smiled as she prepared to return to her space. You're coming as well? I thought that you were going to be busy making decorations for the Alliance. Carl joked. Even Remy stopped working to join us. It's been too long since we were in a dungeon. We should call Kara back, but she's having fun. Ray replied. Raj frowned. Did Dev really take her home with him? That's an even worse idea than showing up smelling like her. Ray laughed. She's playing with his children now. They like flying around the lobby. The mythic warrior sighed. There should be a law against that. Flying badgers is just excessive. Cruel and unusual punishment to the cleaners should apply in this scenario. Dev has experience with them, he took all the crayons away before he let them near Kara. But she's being careful not to crash into the walls or decorations, and the lobby of their guild manor has been child-proofed, since their members have so many kids staying there. Ray added. Carl turned to the mage. What is our part of the group like? We're supposed to provide the main tank, 2 healers, and 2 mages. We've got everyone but the tank waiting. Alright, let's go join them. It's annoying when people keep you waiting for a run. I take it this is a 10-person run? Carl replied. The mage shook her head. No, it's a 25-person, they were just short a few people with members on vacation. Their alliance isn't as large as ours. So, they have 20, we bring the 5. Alright, that works. Just let me inform Kara that we're headed out, and we can leave. The moment that he said that, Kara returned to her space, then came out to wave at the mage. Oh, it's you. Deve's new friend. I saw him chasing you around the garden earlier. Carl gave Kara a suspicious look and she shrugged. The kids wanted to fly outside. It was fun, and landing on grass is softer. Plus, my claws won't damage the floor. Then she returned to her space, and Carl motioned for the mage to lead the way. Thanks for the invite, Guild Master. If you want a snack, I believe that the ladies have some baked goods going in the kitchen. He offered. As one, the 4 Lala bunnies poked their heads out of the kitchen. They had been preparing for the ladies to return from the dungeon. Who was this new man invited to the celebration? Carl gave Dana a one-armed hug, and he whispered in her ear. I will be back in a few hours to hear all about your trip. Don't let Lotus overdose on popcorn. Dana smiled up at him. If anyone can make it possible to overdose on popcorn, it would be Lotus. Carl followed the mage out of the manor, then extended his hand. I believe that we missed this stage. I am Carl, Beast Master Champion, and it's a pleasure to work with you today. I am Cindy, Fire Mage. It's a pleasure to meet you properly. We didn't have an opportunity to talk when everyone was shopping for new clothes. Lady Ray has become something of a legend among the Alliance. Carl nodded. I can understand that. She's gone all out making clothes and armor. Our Grandmaster Blacksmith has the disadvantage in creation speed, so he hasn't gotten the same level of recognition yet. I suppose that it doesn't help that he's still in Drod either. Raj split off when they passed his guild's manor, but Cindy led Carl out the front of the outer building, and into the city. You know, since I arrived, I haven't even had an opportunity to see the rest of the city. This is the first time I've been outside in days. It's kind of bright out here. The mage laughed. The great complaint of crafters everywhere, seeing the sun. Carl inspected the shops as they passed through the commercial district, headed for the Myceloid dungeon, according to the signs at every street corner. They stopped at a coffee shop, and Cindy gestured to the other members of the team. This is Marcus, an arcane mage, and these are Dawn and Reggie, our clerics. She explained. The arcane mage was wearing black robes, made by Ray, while both clerics had Ray's signature cleric robes on, in thick white silk. It looks like our fashion line is becoming quite popular. Though, it is odd not to see the trademark spider logo on the white robes. Carl joked. The dragonkin man known as Reggie rolled up his sleeve, revealing that there was a small white spider embroidered into the robes. I put them in hidden spots on the cleric robes, so it doesn't upset their gods. Ray explained. Mr. Carl. What form will you take to tank the battle? Will you be in dragon avatar form? Some of the myceloids are pretty big. Reggie asked. I was intending to have my summoned creatures do the work of tanking for us. Spectral knights are excellent tanks, and they come equipped with shields and heavy armor. If they do the heavy work on the front line, we shouldn't have a problem holding the enemy back for the damage dealers. Carl explained. That's unconventional. But do they have life leech or regeneration? I need to know what the healing strategy will be. That's why we insist that if they require both healers, we also provide the main tank. The balding dragonkin explained. They have both available to them. They heal when they deal damage, and I will have a trollish regeneration level self-healing effect on them, as well as an eternal lightning barrier. Honestly, I don't expect them to need much healing at all, it is the rest of the group that you'll have to focus on. I have a skill called Territorial, which causes intimidation on hit, which should keep the attention on them. But they don't have a proper taunt ability. Carl informed the healers. Bestial Champion would double the effect of all buffs that he cast on himself or his bonded partners, but he wasn't sure if that would apply to buffs on the undead army spell constructs. If they have problems, I will step in, and I can roar in dragon form. It's pretty effective. He added, just in case. What Carl didn't realize, because he had never been with a group that stood a chance of pulling the monsters away from him, was that, intimidation, was a form of taunt effect, that increased the likelihood that the target would focus on you. Ophelia had a lesser version of it on all her attacks, and it had made it nearly impossible for her not to be the main tank. But Carl could activate it at will, he just never bothered. He also had, overwhelming presence, which would cause a terror type of effect, and freeze enemies in place for a few seconds. So, between the two, Carl was fairly certain that he would be alright. Do you have a lot of combat buffs? Cindy asked. I've got plenty of buffs, and a varied selection of combat skills from my beasts. I suppose the biggest ones would be Shatter, Sharpness, Crushing Blows, Devastate, Rampage, Pack Tactics, Territorial, Limited Invulnerability, Trollish Regeneration, Bestial Champion, Brutal Pugilist, and Avatar. The other four simply stared at him as he listed skill after skill. And, all of those are active? Reggie asked. Carl nodded. I don't always use them all, but Territorial will be essential for my role as tank, and the rest all increase damage for my whole bonded team. Well, for the whole team if I extend some of them over everyone in the dungeon. But the majority are passive skills. I don't even know what some of those skills do. Like, what even is Devastate? Marcus asked. Carl laughed. Skills that do more than 10% of the target's health do double damage. Of course they do. Because you weren't strong enough already. I think that our employers for the day will be pleased with the group that we chose. I know that the healers will. The arcane mage joked. Reggie and Don nodded. They were very pleased with this setup. They finished their drinks and got up. Alright, the others should be at the entrance to the dungeon. Let's go show off. Carl tried not to laugh. Their whole group, himself included, was wearing the latest fashion made by Ray. He wasn't in armor, he was just wearing a casual outfit with a polo shirt and slacks, but they were still totem-ranked items made by Ray. City guards stopped them when they reached the staging area, and waited for someone to introduce them, so they knew who was entering. 5 members of the Nara Group Guild Alliance joining 20 members of the Jackalope Group. Cindy explained. On your left. Entry fee, please. Cindy handed over a bag and the guard ushered them through to meet the rest of the group. Much to Carl's dismay, there was one visible mage, 4 rogues, and the rest of the team all showed the same basic brown of the warrior class, with no advanced classes among them. They were all totem ranked, so they weren't doing anything strange, but the fact that not a single one of them had managed to advance was somewhat depressing. He was going to have to start hiring inscriptionists to make skill books so more of the Alliance members could trigger advancements. Gentlemen, Cindy. Who is the new tank? A muscular dragonkin warrior named Steve asked. This is Carl. He's an unconventional one, a beast master. He tanks with bonded beasts and summons, but he's got intimidation on hit, so just give him a couple of seconds to grab the myceloid's attention and it'll be fine. Bear with us for a few pulls, it's his first time here, he just moved from Drod when his guild joined our alliance. She replied. The warrior sighed. Well, a tank is a tank. If that's what your healers want, we won't argue. He led the way into the gate of the dungeon, with Carl right beside him. Once Carl was sure that everyone was inside, and verified the head count, he called out the team, and then began adding summons. Bodyguards, Epic Guard, Haint, Dire Bear Golems, and then the Undead Army. Thor, you're responsible for positioning the bears and the undead to tank for the group. Be sure to listen for instructions. Carl instructed. Thor nodded happily and bugled in joy at getting to smash giant mushroom people. They looked tasty. That's not what I was expecting. Also, I think that your partner just robbed one of my warriors. Kara, give him back his sword. Kara shrugged and handed the weapon back. She was just taking a look, it was a bonded weapon anyhow. Are you sure that these beasts are all suitable for combat? Steve asked. Carl nodded. Don't underestimate her, the Chaos Badger is a monster in combat. But Steve was looking at Hawk, who had gotten Thor to shrink him so that he was the size of a large bird, but he was in Lord of Destruction form, so he was an ethereal blue form, like a lesser fire elemental. Oh, he's been reduced in size for the fight. A 30-meter-long Ghostfire Thunderbird isn't exactly dungeon-friendly. It doesn't affect his power, only his mobility. Carl explained. What did we get ourselves into? One of the warriors asked as Ray summoned all of her undead and golems, then moved them to the side, so everyone knew they weren't the tanks. They looked similar, but hers blended into the background as she activated perfect camouflage on them. Alright, what do I need to know about the first few pulls? Thor looks like he's going to run off and eat someone if we don't let him at the mushrooms. Steve laughed. One of the major loot items at the end of the battle is a magical resource called mushroom steaks. They're a totem-ranked food that grants combat buffs, though. So please don't let him just eat everything. Thor nodded. Got it. Leave the loot items alone, eat the bodies of the mushroom men. There were even some tasty-looking new herbs growing off to the side of the path that he was going to need to pick for his space. Once he was satisfied that everyone was in position, Thor bugled and started the charge, with the dire bears flanking him and the undead army taking up the outside of the formation. It wasn't nearly as fun without his knight, but when he collided with the first myceloid warrior and trampled it to the ground, Thor decided that maybe this dungeon wasn't going to be too bad. The warriors were right behind them, only waiting a few seconds for the undead army to get in position. Thor instructed them to go past the myceloid so that the warriors could attack without passing through the line. That seemed to work pretty well, and they were even considerate enough that they didn't try to interfere with his stomping. Kara was disintegrating bits of it, but other than that, everyone had picked another target. Naturally, that was because the massive behemoth was standing over top of the fallen monster, using Earthquake, Lightning Zone, and Consecrated Ground, as he stomped on the myceloid. Nobody dared to get too close and risk being squished by his enthusiasm. Hawk, go grab another group and get it over here. We're almost done with this one. Carl shouted, loud enough that all the warriors could hear him. Cindy frowned. That was not how this was normally done. But the monsters had died more than twice as fast as usual, and the healers were looking bored, with nothing to do. Have you even cast a spell yet? She asked Dawn as the cleric lit a cigarette. What one? Nobody is taking any damage. The undead have full control of the myceloids, and these ones don't have any area attacks that strike behind themselves. Only in front. That monster man's damage reduction is absolutely insane. I understand that he's the one who makes the gear, so naturally he has the best, but this is beyond that. I don't think that he listed all of his own defensive abilities, only the ones that he thought we would recognize as important. Dawn explained. How so? She asked as she cast Rain of Fire over the myceloids. He said he's got limited invulnerability, but I think that he's got at least another 20 or 30% damage reduction from a skill, plus what is on his gear. Which isn't actual gear, as far as I can tell. He's got an epic grade armor spell, and I can't tell if he's wearing armor underneath it or just accessories. But normally, only spell buffs spread to summon creatures, and those spectral knights are regenerating more damage than they're taking. That made sense to the mage. The behemoth species were all known to have immense amounts of damage reduction, and that skill might have been shared with Carl. However, Thor wasn't taking any damage, as far as she could tell. His stomping had so badly mangled the myceloid warrior that it couldn't even fight back at this point. Hawk used Meteor Shower to get the attention of the next group of myceloids, who were intercepted and pulled away from each other by the spectral knights before they reached the group. The undead had to shift their position a little to get on the far side of the new arrivals, but the transition was nearly seamless, with fresh enemies replacing the old ones as they died. I like his style. Smooth and efficient. No messing around or waiting between groups for the tanks to get their act together, no waiting for them to get the attention of the whole group and not just one or two. If we can teach someone else this skill, I recommend that we put them in consideration for the off-tank position on future runs. Reggie noted. Cindy frowned. There weren't any necromancers or warlocks in their alliance, though. So, who could even use that spell? Patrol, pull the group away from the road. The leader of the jackalope group called. There are only 3, I will hold them until we're ready for them. Carl declared, then put his bow away and grabbed the Sword of Champions before he activated, Avatar, to make himself large enough to handle 3 myceloid warriors the size of ogres. Just like Ophelia's weapons did when she transformed, the weapon vanished as Carl shifted, but the buffs it granted remained. Including the life force transfer. So, he really is a tank. One of the warriors muttered as Carl swatted 2 of the patrol members to the ground, then flapped his wings and blocked their sight of the rest of the group. Cindy smiled fondly at the memory of the show his guild had put on, dramatizing his guild war duel against Jerome. Yeah, he's a wonderful tank, he just doesn't seem to need to do it much. She laughed to herself, as the warrior wouldn't be able to hear her over the battle. You weren't joking, Thor. These things do smell wonderful. Have you gotten to taste them yet? Carl asked. Every bit as good as I had hoped, and then some. I hope that we can grow more mushrooms with the stakes that drop as loot after the run. Kara laughed. I grabbed some of the small ones growing along the road. Don't worry, I made sure they weren't going to be a sentient thing before I took them to storage. Thor's sisters really were kind-hearted girls. The fight here wasn't too bad, so Thor sent the bodyguards and the Haint to go assist Carl, ensuring that he didn't have to fight alone. Just Carl's bodyguards, though. Remy's bodyguards were too mixed up with the warriors to get away easily. Do I go get more? Hawk asked as the second group was about to die. No, let the group finish them off, and then they can work on the patrol before they take a break and get a drink. We're not in a rush, we can casually walk through and snack as we go. Carl replied. Thor smiled as he tore another piece off his new target. This dungeon was really kind to him and Hawk. Not only did the enemies roast well, they were vegetarian snacks.